This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Zazas. Revive my boss. Bai Fu was a little irritated. For some reason, a little Bai Zaiji kept whispering in her ear. I'm here to sleep. What are you doing? She broke through the quilt barrier in less than a second in extreme anger, and then looked around with wide eyes. What came into view was a mottled stone wall, flickering electric lights, and a strange face crying with joy. Boss, you finally woke up, great. I woke up? Bai Fu accidentally saw the mirror next to her, and the reflection of the mirror was clearly a pitiful black-haired girl. Damn. She was scared. She just slept for a while. How could her strengths be replaced by defects? Although her advantages are more prominent, this is not a compensation at all. At this moment, countless memories came to her mind. Bai Fu remembered that a game called Above the Stars had been launched for public testing 2 days ago. On the way to buy game accessories, she was obsessed with watching other players team up to siege the mother of the planner in the community, and she accidentally hit the jackpot. At that time, she experienced a baby-like sleep. When she woke up from her sleep, she traveled to the game. She did not travel to become the protagonist of the game, nor did she travel to become a vicious villain or the best friend of a vicious villain. Now she is just a soldier who does not even deserve a separate introduction page. In fact, she was not particularly miscellaneous. Compared with the general soldiers, her status was still a little higher. After all, she also had her own followers. Bai Fu turned her head and glanced at the girl next to her, who was staring at her nervously. Yes, this was her only follower. Anya, who was 1.3 meters tall and good at eating and sleeping, was picked up by her from the garbage dump. Now she and her joined the Wildfire Gang, the largest evil force in the neighborhood. What a sin! Especially after examining her own combat power, Bai Fu felt a sense of despair. In this game world, she can't be said to be extremely powerful. At least, she can be said to be insignificant. The day before yesterday, she went to collect debts for the Wildfire Gang, and was punched on the forehead by the old man who owed her debts. She was unconscious for 2 whole days before she woke up. With such a poor performance, Bai Fu couldn't imagine herself making a name for herself in this world. In fact, let alone making a name for herself, it's hard to even survive. You're right, but Above the Stars is a brand new open-world adventure game that takes place in a dangerous world with the universe as its background. I forgot about the middle. In short, the player will play the role of a traveler from an alien planet, starting from the initial planet in the far frontier, and gradually discover the truth of Above the Stars. There are ferocious star beasts, crazy psychic mages, ambitious evil organizations. Once they attack, just a little aftermath of the battle is enough to tear the stars apart. Damn it. Bai Fu didn't want to be involved in the aftermath of the battle and then die in a daze. After thinking about it, she felt that she could only use that trick. Come out, my golden finger. No response. No, come. Come. Suddenly, a light blue curtain of light unfolded in front of Bai Fu. Name, Bai Fu, age, 20, race, human, template, ordinary, experience, 0, main occupation, vagrant LV2, for 21/500, secondary occupation, none, health, 50/50ths, attributes, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 5, intelligence 3, spirit 4, inspiration 3, skills, none, talent, none, attribute points, 0, reputation, 1. It's actually a point-adding system, strong and powerful. Bai Fu was happy. From a weak little girl to a powerful girl, this was her road to invincibility, but she soon found something was wrong. How come this interface was exactly the same as the player's attribute panel? She quickly flipped through it, and found various buttons such as task, map, community, etc. Bai Fu understood. She became an NPC with a player panel. The biggest difference was that her panel had an additional NPC exclusive template compared to ordinary players. Templates are a good thing. The bonus of advanced templates can make NPCs easily beat ordinary template opponents with the same attributes. But this is not something to be happy about, because apart from that, she does not have any functions that NPCs should have. She cannot issue tasks, cannot be a mentor, and does not have a favorability system, which means that she cannot use these functions to explode players' gold coins like the famous Han Dodgy leaker. Rather than being an NPC with a player panel, she is more like a special player who cannot be resurrected. Okay, this is how we play, right? Others play serious online games, but I play a game that can be completed with 1 life. Bai Fu almost fainted from anger. She is not a game master, Nor does she know the game plot like the Reborn, and her character template is also ordinary. Let her challenge to complete the game with 1 life. It can only be said that some people are still alive, but in fact they are almost dead. I don't want to play anymore. This game is not fun at all. Let me out. No response. Bai Fu rubbed her forehead hard. The more times like this, the more you can't panic. She turned her head to look at Anya, asking about the situation outside first. Has anything happened outside recently? Anya stared at Bai Fu for several times, and after confirming that Bai Fu was asking her, she said, "Boss, nothing big happened these 2 days, but a group of people suddenly came from the west." "Who?" Anya said angrily. "A group of very strange people. They all wear similar clothes. They are all chatterboxes. They ask questions to everyone they see, and they will run to other people's homes to rummage through the cabinets, and some people even stab themselves with knives for fun." Bai Fu's face turned strange. Hearing this description, "Isn't this a player?" Anya continued, "Boss, this group of people is too bad and too arrogant. They even dared to open the supply box of the Wildfire Gang." The boss of the Wildfire Gang said that these are no longer ordinary refugees, and they must be hit hard. Hearing what Anya said, Bai Fu's face turned green. "If you hit the player hard, the player will use a tank to hit you. No, you must not provoke the group of people. So, I will go to the boss of the Wildfire Gang immediately, and tell him not to think too much." Anya was puzzled. "Boss, why can't we provoke them? The boss of the Wildfire Gang has killed several of them personally, and he also called on us to fight them together, saying that as long as we go, we can get money. The more we work, the more money we get." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but wave her fist excitedly. Fighting equals making money equals cool. Bai Fu's heart stopped. "Already fighting? Kid, this is not funny. It's over." With the style of some players, who even split the earthworms passing by vertically in half, as a member of the Wildfire Gang, if she didn't run away early, she might not even leave her ashes. The question is how to run? The settlement where she is called the Abandoned Cooling Plant, located on a novice birth planet called Zuyuan Star. 100 years ago, a war broke out on Zuyuan Star. The war destroyed almost everything, causing Zuyuan Star to enter a state similar to the Fallout series of games, where people live in settlements, and outside the settlements are filled with terrible pollution and monsters. Bai Fu felt that with her strength, she would probably die as soon as she ran out of the settlement. Even if she was lucky enough to live a few more days, she would not be able to withstand the various disasters in the subsequent plot. "Calm down, I have to think right now. How can I make an NPC live long enough?" A very good question, which made Bai Fu's brain spin rapidly. It might not be enough to just have strength. What if the planner drags him to sacrifice, or labels him as a boss? In the final analysis, the fate of the NPC still depends on the planner's settings. Numbers are not as good as mechanisms. She remembered a post in the community, which said that during the internal test, an NPC died not long after he appeared, but because of her unexpectedly high popularity among players, the game was so overwhelmed that it had to change her death ending. In fact, this kind of thing often happens in the games she played before. In long-term operation games, once a character's popularity rises, it will not be so easy to kill him. Even if he dies, he will be resurrected with a high probability. Even if he is a passerby, he will be temporarily added to a long plot and become an important character. Oh, enlightenment! Bai Fu's thoughts were instantly opened. If she went from being an unknown passerby to a player's favorite, would she also be greatly strengthened like the NPC in the internal test? It's hard to say, but it's worth a try. Perhaps, the way to salvation lies in it. No NPC knows how to become a popular character among players better than her. Because she is a player, and can sneak into the community at any time to spy, she can become whatever the players like, and her main feature is to listen to advice. Thinking of this, Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. "Kids, I'm going to start." Chapter 2. "Boss, are you okay?" Seeing Bai Fu suddenly stop talking and her face turning pale, Anya couldn't help but get nervous again. She thought that Boss had recovered, but judging from the current situation, could Boss's head be damaged by the punch he received when he was collecting debts? Don't let Boss get damaged by a punch. Anya rushed over, crying and snotting. "Boss, cheer up. If anything happens to you, I will go fight that old bitch who hit you." Bai Fu rubbed Anya's head. "Don't make noise, I'm thinking." It's not easy to be a popular character among players. First, she needs to determine what kind of NPC will be popular with players. Bai Fu simply and roughly divides the popular NPCs into 2 categories. 1. Burning. 2. Not burning. She didn't divide them randomly, she came prepared. No matter men or women, humans, animals, or even refrigerators, they can be divided like this. After all, most people play games just for fun, right? The visual and auditory stimulation is refreshing, and the emotional resonance is refreshing, and burning can provide players with the simplest and most straightforward visual and auditory stimulation. But don't underestimate this burning word, otherwise players will teach you a lesson with their wallets. In the current situation where new games are numerous, ordinary goods have long been retired, and only those special premium models can continue to be popular on yellow and black websites after the waves have washed away. Life is short. Who doesn't want to eat something good? So what is special? Baifu examined herself. She had bright eyes and white teeth, a plump body, and was tall and strong. Both her appearance and figure were above 9 points. Her hardware was qualified, but meeting the hardware standard only meant that she had obtained the ticket to the features. She needed the corresponding software to unleash the full potential of the hardware. Could she do something as good as draw a sword from her chest? Could she afford custom-made clothes like Hai's milk cap? Could she learn the charming and elegant temperament of the demon girl of the Huan sect? Baifu looked at herself, who was so poor, and then looked at herself, who couldn't even bite a lighter. With no money and no work, and not wanting to learn from the witch of the Huan sect, the final evaluation is likely to be I've seen it, it's good, and then what? The next one. This does not meet her expectations. She does not want to be popular for a while, but to continue to explode players and planners' gold coins. As expected, she still has to take the second path, to be an old artist who impresses players with her performance and makes players still remember her after many years. Baifu roughly classified the old artists based on her own cognition and the voices of players in the community. The first type is a righteous partner or a charismatic villain. The second type is a big sister who protects players from wind and rain, and even burns herself to create the future. The third type is a tragic hero who makes people sigh the vast heaven is not as thin as X. The fourth type is a rich lady who gives coins to players when she has nothing to do and creates the future with her salary. The fifth type is a companion who always stays with the players, silently supports the players, and fights against anyone who dares to fight against the players. The sixth type is a white moonlight that only glimpses at first sight, but disturbs the players' hearts and is still remembered by chance many years later. The seventh category, others. Although there are many options, it is not difficult to choose. Baifu is very self-aware. She also wants to be a righteous partner, a supervillain who makes everyone despair, and a big sister who makes people feel at ease when they think of her, but she doesn't have that ability. As for the big lady who throws money, it is even more unrealistic. After looking around, I can only rely on my companions and my white moonlight. Being a companion has too many restrictions, so it is better to be the white moonlight of the player. A shot fired when I was young, many years later, hit the forehead in the name of sentiment. While the players are still confused after entering the game, I will first improve their favorability. This way, even if they know I am from the Wildfire Gang, they will not take action immediately. It's just to improve the favorability. Baifu is confident. She has a good face. Even if she just stretches her legs, it is enough to attract a large group of players, not to mention that she wants to whitewash herself by making a beautiful girl save the hero. After leaving the impression of she should be a good person on the players, her next plan is to establish her character. A good character can break through the limitations of the senses and reach the depths of a person's soul. The popularity gathered in this way can truly flourish. Of course, what Baifu really values is power, and increasing popularity is just a shortcut for her to gain power. She regards character creation as a wish. Planner, take a good look. In the eyes of players, I should be like this. In order not to disappoint players, and for the evaluation of the game, shouldn't you give me some points? She is not threatening the planner. When a character is so outstanding that it is out of the control of the planner, doesn't it show that the planner's level of character creation is very high? If this point is really added, her strength will be improved, the player's expectations will be met, and the planner's mother and bonus will be saved. What the hell is a win-win-win situation? For this purpose, Baifu was very cautious when establishing her character. Like 20 years old, divorced and raising an 11-year-old child. Although this kind of character can quickly gain a lot of attention, it is not helpful for her strength improvement, so it is directly excluded. At this stage, I will try to shape it in the direction of a mysterious person, and let the players fill in my true identity by themselves, so that it is convenient to adjust in time, and there will be no embarrassing situations such as the collapse of the character. After all, she said she was unfathomable, but she didn't say where she was unfathomable. Can the players blame her if they guessed wrong? If they want to blame someone, they should blame the stupid planner, If the players come up with interesting characters, she can just copy them. When Bai Fu looked at Anya next to her. Anya! Here! Anya, who was taken aside, immediately stepped out of the line. Boss, are we going to teach those lawless outsiders a lesson now? Bai Fu shook her head. That's short-sighted. The value of those outsiders is far more than the bounty offered by the Wildfire Gang. Anya, we need to open up our horizons. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. We cannot lose the big picture because of the small. Anya, Bai Fu smiled like a witch who eats children. Do you want to wake up in the middle of a 500 square meter bed every day? I want to. Anya said with a bitter face. Boss, I dare not do this even in my dreams. Bai Fu was speechless. Young people should not be too old. They dream too much. What if it comes true? If you want, cooperate with me. I have found opportunities to make a fortune from those outsiders. Anya was skeptical. Then what should I do? Bai Fu said, I haven't thought about your character yet. Just follow me and be a real man. The creation of a lowly is different from that of a girl or a young woman. If you force yourself to create them in the same direction, you will accidentally become a pure prison style. As a law-abiding 5-star good citizen, Bai Fu is not so cruel. She plans to contact the players first to see whether the current players prefer crazy lowly or lowly lady, and then tailor a character for Anya that complements her. Anya nodded, not quite understanding. Riddler? Bai Fu stood up. Don't worry about it, Elbow, come with me now. Anya hurriedly asked, Boss, where are we going? Bai Fu said, to the barber shop. Dye your hair white before the official action. Give yourself a buff. I heard that white hair is a special attack against Chinese people. 2 white hairs means double the special attack. Wouldn't it boost the player's favorability? Huh? Anya suspected that she had heard it wrong. What is the connection between dyeing white hair and sleeping in a 500 square meter bed? It's over. The boss was really beaten silly by the deader Lao Ding. No, boss. What should I do if you are crazy? Chapter 3. Although Anya was very reluctant, Bai Fu insisted that her hair was dyed into a beautiful silver-white color. In the sun, she squatted with grievance. 1, 2, 3. She was counting money, credit coins, one by one, and then she started to count her fingers. It seems that I will have to drink porridge every day from now on. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. She didn't come here to drink porridge. She drank porridge to save money before crossing over, and she drank it again after crossing over. Didn't she cross over in vain? She patted Anya's shoulder. Don't worry, as long as we start to act, everything will be fine. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of money, she would have wanted to dress herself and Anya up as a hermaphrodite combination. Bai Fu, white hair, black suit. Anya, black hair, white suit. If the two of them stood in front of the player like this, if they couldn't play the player like Tom, she would eat the player on the spot. After comforting Anya, it was time to get down to business. But where can I go to improve the player's favorability? The abandoned cooling plant is an unexpectedly large settlement, and it is very difficult to randomly find players worth saving on the street. Therefore, when Bai Fu was dyeing her hair just now, she opened the Game Community Star Game Club and found the abandoned cooling plant section to see if she could get some results. The community is very lively, and players are actively sharing their experiences. Brothers, I made an ancient god face, but I was arrested as soon as I entered the game. How can I delete the file and restart? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. I give up. Why do I have to bind my gender? I want to play a female character. Bad review. The game clearly built a model for OO, but the boxer shorts I gave her can't be taken off at all. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. After ignoring these stupid players, she continued to look for rescue targets. In principle, there are 4 things she won't rescue. Professional players won't be rescued, because they are specialized, and the difficulties they find difficult are not something she can solve. Smart players won't be rescued, because they are too smart, and it is too stressful to contact them, and it is easy to reveal your true colors and lose all your previous efforts. Fighting crazy players won't be rescued, because they are ruthless, and their minds are full of fighting. Cool. If you accidentally reveal your health bar, you might be chopped by them. The fun players don't save them, because they are crazy. Their brains are like Schrodinger's cat. You can never guess what they want to do before they take action. Bai Fu switched back and forth between the forum and live broadcast section of the community until she came out of the barber's shop and found an interesting target. In the live broadcast room titled Walking Simulator, take you to visit the stars from scratch abandoned cooling plant, a player named Digging G is broadcasting live. She walked through the streets and alleys of the abandoned cooling plant, And from time to time she made some noises like, "Ah, this light, ah, this water." To be honest, she doesn't have much to do, but the number of people online in her live broadcast room has exceeded 4 digits. A few of the players who squeezed in were here to see the scenery, and most of them were here to draw maps. If someone helped measure the map for free, they would have to come in and learn. In addition to those who saw the scenery and drew maps, the rest were just for fun. Although Digging G didn't have any work, her live broadcast screen was full of life. Fuck, there are people fighting over there, hitting each other's crotch with bricks. I saw it. The sense of impact is not good. Identified the front one as Chun Chun Lao Tan. Little black, right? The sense of impact is not good. Find me someone who can do it. What sense of impact? Bai Fu only glanced at these live comments, and she was more concerned about the comments sent by the old fans in the live broadcast room. Through these comments, she learned that Dig G was a host who specialized in making game videos. Due to her poor gaming skills, Dig G could only attract fans by making videos such as Walking Simulator, Game Archaeology, and New Game Exploration. But she made videos for 2.5 years, but she didn't attract many fans. There are already many high-quality hosts making game archaeology videos, and newcomers can't even get a bite of soup if they can't come up with new ideas. As for exploring new games, she can't say that she didn't do well, but she can only say that she did too much. The specialty of Digging G is that she is particularly good at overinterpretation. She can always deduce a story more magnificent than the Three Kingdoms from game data that is more fragmented than Lao Tzu Huan. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. This is Digging G's catchphrase. At first, the audience believed it, and thought, is this character really so important? Is this plot really so awesome? But after a while, the game planner will tell her with actual actions, "Sister, we really didn't think so much." After repeating this many times, Digging G's new game digging column became unpopular. But she is a person with perseverance. She thinks it is not her fault, but the world. In her words, "I just haven't encountered the game that can resonate with my soul. When such a game appears, I will use a burning spear to penetrate all the ridicule from the past." In this regard, most players' comments are, "It seems that the second-year syndrome has relapsed." Looking at the digger wandering around, Bai Fu suddenly smiled with relief. Game bad plus, not smart plus good at overinterpretation plus host, who is broadcasting live. Isn't this the chosen one she was looking for? Ha, woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. Bai Fu originally wanted to pay someone to find trouble with Digger G, and then stand up for him, but she soon found that it was unnecessary. Because Digger G was taking a difficult path. In the abandoned cooling plant with simple folk customs, this kind of path has a more than 90% chance of spawning at least one road bully. Sure enough, after walking into an alley full of debris, Digger G was stopped by a strong man in a vest. Bai Fu was slightly startled. When she went to collect the debt 2 days ago, wasn't this strong man standing behind Lao Ding who punched her? He is just average, not to be feared. It's fate, buddy. Bai Fu felt that this was a great opportunity to take revenge and clear herself. "Anya, let's go, it's time to live." In the alley. Looking at the strong man, with a strong Hong Kong comic style across the street, Dig G's heart kept sinking. Just like Dio couldn't remember how many slices of bread he had eaten, as a game host, she couldn't remember how many dangers she had encountered in the game. Last week, she was beaten by a monster for 500 rounds in a dark mental hospital. Last night, before going to bed, she played a horror game similar to PT. With her courage, a mere strong man in the game normally would not scare her. But she was still scared. As scared as if she was hit by a monkey's immobilization spell and couldn't move. This can't be blamed on her, but only on the fact that Above the Stars is too realistic. Realistic in every sense. This game was officially announced half a year ago. Although the publicity was not large, the slogan attracted a lot of attention. What kind of breathing universe is this? What kind of 99% super high realism is this? It can be said that it has whetted people's appetite. Many people thought it was an electronic scam. Digging G also thought so at the beginning. It was not until she entered the game with a critical attitude that she realized that those so-called internal test players were not water armies. 99%? 100%? This is clearly a groundbreaking game. People who don't know might think that this is a real world disguised as a game with some UI added. It was this invincible sense of reality that made Digger G instinctively afraid when facing the big guy who blocked her way. If she was killed, could she really be resurrected? I can't tell. I really can't tell. At this time, the strong man who blocked her way spoke. "Outsider? It seems so, haha. I'm really lucky today. I met an outsider just after leaving the house. The strong man smiled so hard that his teeth covered with yellow stains were exposed. Digger G was very nervous. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Of course, I want to capture you for the bounty. You outsiders have offended the Wildfire Gang right away. That's really awesome. The strongman couldn't help but sigh. When facing the local tyrants like the Wildfire Gang, these outsiders were not afraid at all. Not only did they steal the Wildfire Gang supply boxes, but they also threatened the Wildfire Gang after being blocked, saying something like "You're done. If you dare to provoke us, you're done. No one in heaven or on earth can save you." This is really a money detector that has gone on strike. There is no coin count. The strongman took out a sack and put it on Digger G's head without saying a word. "Hey you. Help me, help me." The darkness enveloped Digger G, and she struggled desperately, but with only 3 points of strength, she could not get away. Scream. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Thinking of the high bounty offered by the Wildfire Gang, the strongman couldn't help but laugh. As soon as the classic lines came out, the players in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back. Sounds out. Did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? Where is the walking simulator? The folks here are really simple. Abandoned cooling plant, also known as Alien Brother Tan. Amidst the laughter and joy, a cold, pleasant and powerful scolding suddenly came from the live broadcast room. "What are you doing?" The strongman put down the excavator and turned around. Taking this opportunity, the excavator finally took off the sack, and she staggered to her feet with the help of the rotten wooden box next to her. Because her sight was blocked by the burly man, she had to move sideways. As she moved, the scorching sun splashed into her eyes, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her forehead. Hiss, it's so dazzling. After a long while, she finally gradually adapted to the sudden brightness. She saw it, a girl standing with her back to the light. The soft sunlight dyed the girl's outline golden, and the wind blowing diagonally gently lifted the girl's satin-like silver-white long hair. The wind came so cleverly. It passed through the narrow alley, bypassed the messy piles, and finally hit the excavator's eyebrows straight. The dizzy excavator opened her mouth unconsciously. At this time, she thought she could answer a question she had been asked many years ago. Do you believe in light? I do. Chapter 4. For elementary school students, Pretty Cure is a bit childish, but it's just right for adults. Mom, I'm in love. Hiss, white hair, hiss, I'm fine. Fuck, this modeling, and this game has to be unconstrained by political correctness. This has to be a blast. You give me pretty girls, I give you money. This is reasonable. Don't spam, get out of my way, I want to see my wife. Above the Stars never showed beautiful female characters like 2B and Tifa when promoting it, and the focus was on realistic graphics and super high degree of freedom. In fact, the first batch of players who came in were indeed attracted by the graphics and gameplay. But liking high-quality graphics and gameplay does not mean that players will not like beautiful girls. Many players will spend several hours to add a bunch of big and white mods to the game before playing a certain game. Baifu's appearance on the light can be said to be completely unexpected by the players, but it perfectly hits the players' interests. Therefore, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to swirl the screen in just a few seconds. Baifu was heartbroken when she saw this scene. What a sin! If she could issue tasks like a normal NPC, why would she do such a thing and directly transform into Celia in Above the Stars and let players give her 70,000 unhappiness every day? Baifu secretly waved her hand with tears in her eyes, signaling Anya, who was hiding and fanning hard, to stop. When her long silver-white hair fell, she walked straight into the alley. The strong man who kidnapped Digger G reacted. You? Aren't you the guy who came to ask for a debt from my brother a few days ago? The sturdy man's brows relaxed. In fact, when they just knocked Baifu unconscious, they were still very panicked. After all, Baifu was a member of the Wildfire Gang. They were afraid that they would be retaliated by blood, so they quickly sent Baifu back. But when they learned that Baifu was just an ordinary non-staff member, they calmed down. It turned out to be a little scoundrel. It can only be said that the past was the past, and the present is now. In the past, it was not easy for them to explain the beating of Baifu, but recently the Wildfire Gang has set its sights on a group of lawless outsiders, and urgently needs a large number of thugs to help the place, and they can help the Wildfire Gang, so the Wildfire Gang will never do this for a regular. Refresh. The strongman said something cruel. You came to cause trouble 2 days ago, and you come to steal my business again today? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Wildfire Gang. Wait, the Wildfire Gang? Digging G and the players in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Although they had only entered the game for a short time, they also learned through various channels that the Wildfire Gang was the #1 villain force in the core area of the abandoned cooling plant, and because of some daring players, the Wildfire Gang's favorability towards all players was negative. What a reversal. My wife is not pretty cure, but a female cadre of an evil organization. Some players were heartbroken. Some players were even more excited. Bai Fu, who was always paying attention to the comments, nodded secretly. These reactions were all within her expectations, otherwise she would not have come here to cause trouble. In the martial arts world, if the rescuer is good-looking, the answer to saving a life may be, I will repay you with my body, and if he is not good-looking, it may be, I will repay you in the next life. Alas, this lovely world of appearances. Bai Fu stared at the strong man expressionlessly. I have no interest in competing with you for business. I just want to tell you that if you want to live, don't get involved in the affairs of the Wildfire Gang and outsiders. The strong man was amused. What if I insist on getting involved? Don't be funny, you are you, the Wildfire Gang is the Wildfire Gang, you can't scare me. Bai Fu shook her head. You know nothing about fear. Are you trying to say that I provoked someone I shouldn't have provoked? The strong man curled his lips in disdain. Bai Fu, why did you steal my lines? This is what I have accumulated after reading hundreds of fantasy novels, and you took it away like this? Bai Fu was angry. The strong man was also angry. He was not a person who liked to reason. He was better at talking than the Analects. After 2 punches, he walked towards Bai Fu aggressively. Come on, if you win, you can take her away. If you can't win, ha. Now there are no bystanders here, so he doesn't have to worry about being retaliated if he kills Bai Fu directly. Come on, who's afraid of who? Don't think you can beat me with just your muscles. This is a world of extraordinary power. Do you think my 3 inspirations are for nothing? Bai Fu walked towards the strongman without any fear. In the alley, the 2 of them approached quickly, one on the left and one on the right, step by step, just like Dio and the fishmonger who were about to face a fateful duel. Their body contours were stretched to show a full sense of strength because of the upcoming battle. The sound of the wind, the sound of debris and strange noises, all the sounds disappeared at this moment. The skylight seemed to suddenly dim. This is the best stage. At least for the players watching. Oh my god, Mortal Kombat. Where are the strike police? Come out and taste it. Ah, you dare to hit my wife, I will kill you. After 3 seconds of silence, Bai Fu and the strongman finally approached. At this moment, the strongman raised his right fist, Bai Fu raised his right hand, and the players held their breath. The next moment, the strongman swung his right fist, and Bai Fu sprinkled the lime hidden in the palm of his hand directly on the strongman's eyes. What happened to the fair duel? Now it's a little hard for the players to decide who is the beast. When the strongman covered his eyes and screamed, Bai Fu had already slid behind him. Drawing out the knife, kidney shot, turning the knife, all in one go. -31. A bold critical damage appeared above the strongman's head. But it's not over yet, bleeding debuff was added, and a series of -1, -2 appeared above his head one after another. But in just a few seconds, the strongman's health bar was emptied. Good night, Makabaka. You killed the thug, normal, and gained 150 experience points after the set of actions. Bai Fu did not show any discomfort. She began to wonder if she was the same kind of person as the psychopath, who liked to use golf clubs to headshot. I hope I'm okay. Soon Bai Fu felt something was wrong. How could she have a problem when she would use SpongeBob SquarePants to educate herself when she had nothing to do? The evaluation was played by playing above the stars. The memory of her body being digitized and surviving in an abandoned cooling plant made her desensitized to blood. Bai Fu wiped the blood off the knife. After putting the knife away, she walked to the still shocked Digging G and meticulously helped Digging G straighten out her clothes and hair that were messed up during her struggle. It's getting dark soon, go home early. Snap. Bai Fu patted Digging G's shoulder, gave him an encouraging smile, and then turned and walked out of the alley. Alas, Digging G quickly reached out, but stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to catch up. She could only watch. Bai Fu walked to the entrance of the alley, and took the hand of Anya, who had been waiting there. Seeing that Bai Fu was about to disappear, she hurriedly shouted, Name. Your name. Knowing it will not do you any good. When the voice came with the wind, Bai Fu's figure had completely disappeared. I left quietly, just as I came quietly. If there was no bloody man lying on the ground, many players would think that this was the most beautiful dream in midsummer. The next moment, the live broadcast room exploded. She is so bad, I love her so much. Whoever scolded my wife just now, step out. Member of the Wildfire Gang? It doesn't matter. I only have one question. Who is she? I must find her. Chapter 5. The explosion of bullet comments in the live broadcast room was completely within Baifu's expectations. Such a handsome appearance, plus the white hair buff she specially gave herself. If this still can't attract the players' souls, then she might as well find a piece of tofu to kill herself. But how much popularity can be accumulated we'll have to wait and see. Baifu opened the game panel. After killing the strongman, she gained 150 experience points, just enough to level up. Unemployed Vagrant upgraded to LV3, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Attribute Points +1. Baifu's attributes have changed slightly. Baifu added the free attribute points to her physique. With 7 points of physique, her health bar increased to twice that of an ordinary soldier. She could be called an elite monster. The bad news is that the upper limit of the blank profession of the Vagrant is LV5. In order to continue to improve her strength, she urgently needs to learn a new profession. The good news is that the game does not have a hard limit on the number of professions, so she can learn a new profession at will. This is the difference between Above the Stars and other games. Players can use experience to unlock new main profession slots and learn more professions. But generally speaking, it is not recommended to learn too many professions at the same time. People have their limits. Even if a saint is practicing many professions at the same time, he will not be able to keep up with the progress of the main players due to lack of experience, and thus miss many major events. In the early stage, it is better to specialize in a certain profession, brush out advanced skills and talents, and then consider the combination of professions. Regarding her future upgrade direction, Baifu has already planned it. The so-called mixed learning is a knowledge of lying down and gaining points. In terms of adding points, focus on physical strength and secondary agility. If you can't beat one, use the ultimate to escape. She spent the longest time considering the main profession. Above the Stars currently has 4 schools open, namely technology, physical training, psychic, and spiritual, and each school contains a large number of main professions. Her Zuyuan star is a novice planet with the theme of wasteland, and can only learn some of the main professions of technology, physical training, and psychic. At this stage, Baifu prefers the latter two. It's not that the technology department is not strong enough, but that the latter two are more cost-effective. First learn a meat shield profession, or an auxiliary profession that can buff yourself to increase your survival rate. As for the future, it depends on how much gold the players can get from the planners after her popularity rises. After closing the game panel, Baifu opened the abandoned cooling plant section of Xingyo Club again. As soon as she entered, she saw the players going crazy. White-haired big sister, hurry up and use the ultimate boots to insult me. Foot fetish pervert, die. Take secret photos. Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is her home address? I've been waiting for a long time. Where is Galio? Why hasn't he reached level 6 yet? As she watched, a link popped up in front of her. The next door general forum has posted a female NPC voting post. Everyone go vote. Alpaca, it's a phishing website. This is the real link *****. Baifu's mouth twitched. She didn't click on the link, but opened the general forum herself. The cause of the incident was this. Not long ago, a player from an abandoned cooling plant posted Baifu's video to the general forum, saying that this was the best looking female NPC in Above the Stars, and if you don't agree, come and argue. This trick immediately caught a lot of videos and photos. Afterwards, some players collected these videos and photos and opened a separate voting thread. The first most popular female NPC contest Above the Stars. Once the post was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless players. They started a cyber battle in the post on the spot. I can only say that cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Impossible, my wife Mary Rose is invincible. I laughed, Tifa is the sky. You don't understand how beautiful a rich woman can be. Why don't you add the huge mecha in the promotional video as an option? What makes you say that her gender is not female? I choose the mecha girl. She is the one that everyone expects. When Baifu clicked in, the battle was still going on fiercely. There were 43 contestants in total. After more than an hour of competition, the first and second places were fixed. The giant mecha that appeared in the trailer was at the top of the list, showing a desperate and terrifying dominance. Behind it was the NPC that was planned to be resurrected under the charge of the players in the internal test. As for the third place, it was constantly changing. Baifu scrolled down and found herself at the 15th place. The mysterious girl with no martial ethics X, there are quite a lot of masters. This ranking is quite good, because those ahead of her either appeared in the game PV or had accumulated some popularity in the internal test. A pure passerby like her would not have even been qualified to participate. But with a wave of performances, she made it into the top half of the rankings. Baifu nodded gently. It's a pity, if the special effects when she appeared were more handsome, her ranking would definitely rise. She refreshed the post casually, and at this time, a magical thing happened. Her votes increased by 108 votes in one go, jumping from 15th to 14th. Huh? Baifu thought she was dazzled and quickly refreshed the post. It turned out that she was not mistaken, because her votes increased by more than 30. Strange. Just now her votes were still increasing by 1 or 2 votes. Could it be that someone voted by mistake and voted on her? Baifu flipped through the post and finally figured out the situation. It turned out that Digger entered the field with a flash and used his ultimate. Digger was voting silently, but when he saw a player use "What's the use of being good-looking?" he quickly disappeared. After coming to comment on Baifu, she immediately blushed. "You are not allowed to insult my favorite mysterious girl X." Digger used the skill overinterpretation. "I dare to guarantee that the mysterious girl X must be a very important plot NPC." Baifu only appeared for a few minutes and had only a few lines, but she wrote a 2,000-word essay to show that Baifu is not an ordinary person. In my opinion, she is most likely an undercover sent by a certain organization to the Wildfire Gang. As for whether she is related to the main storyline, this remains to be verified later. Players who don't know Digger were shocked after reading the post. Especially those players who were tortured by Thesis and had their heads bald were almost kneeling down to her. How can you write so well? Players who knew Digging G directly predicted her failure. Everyone go away, Digging G is sick again. Digging G may guess right, but it is unlikely that Digging G will guess right facing doubts. Digging G was very calm. It doesn't matter. A storm can't knock down a fallen tree. Let's wait and see. If you don't believe me, if she guessed wrong, she would continue to play dead, and if she guessed right, she would jump out and show off. This wave of overinterpretation by Digging G has a great effect, directly attracting a lot of attention to Baifula. Some players really love it. Some players just come for fun. But no matter what the purpose is, they all voted for Baifu. You vote, I vote, Baifu ascends on the spot. 15, 14, 12. 10th place, damn, in the top 10. Damn it, why don't you vote, vote for me. Other NPC supporters panicked when they saw this scene. Referee, someone is cheating. They couldn't care less and hurried to ask for help. No one expected that this voting activity, which was not very popular, would become the most popular activity since the server was launched. 6th place, everyone, lend your energy to my wife. The power of unity. Please use your roar to destroy all obstacles. In just 20 minutes, Baifu went from 15th to 7th place, but this is not her limit. 30 minutes, 6th, 47 minutes, 5th. On the way to the 4th place, she encountered a strong block. But what does it matter? We unite? After a tug-of-war that lasted for half an hour, Baifu exhausted her opponent's votes and secured the 4th place before the voting time was up. Yes, for TH, this is not 4th out of 4 people who took the exam, but 4th out of 43 people. If the voting time hadn't been up, Baifu felt that she might even surpass the older sister who played the piano in cool clothes. Sona zoomed in close to the opponent, using the support of LSP to build the wall of size, but the sword of Liziran was not bad either. Seeing the final result, all the players who supported Baifu cheered. We are the champions. Fuck, awesome. Of course, some players were dissatisfied, and they argued endlessly about the 3rd and 4th places. Bell, it's only the 4th place, far from the 3rd place. What happened to the mysterious girl X? Tien. You are not broken, are you? Shao. The two sides argued for a long time, but could not decide who was better, and finally agreed to fight in the second competition. Sana is the coolest. Bullshit, mysterious girl X is the coolest. This quarrel unexpectedly brought a lot of attention to Baifu. Baifu, 6. Digger G is really a woman with amazing wisdom. She never expected that her appearance would be so popular. It can only be said that there has never been such a wonderful start. But she also knows that such popularity is very false. Fun people come and go. She is now equivalent to getting 4th place in the kindergarten class. As the game plot progresses, she will meet more masters. In the 1.0 version Dark Star Motion alone, Above the Stars has opened many novice planets with different themes for players to choose freely. These novice planets have their own main plots, and there are many exciting side plots outside the main plots. Just imagine how many popular NPCs will be born in these plots. Not only that, the number of habitable planets controlled by cosmic forces such as Reborn Empire, Supernova Warband, and Titan Industries that appear on the game's official website introduction page is countless. How many heroes can be born on so many planets? Too many to count. Too many to count at all. Bai Fu made up her mind. Damn it, fight them. She didn't believe she couldn't get up. Next, let's improve her strength while consolidating her skyrocketing popularity. Bai Fu thought of digging G's post. Undercover? A good way to clean up. To show my gratitude to digging G, I copied it. While thinking, Bai Fu had already arrived near her home. She raised her head, and under the outline of the sunset, there was a person standing under the mottled sign of Ling Xuchang on the side of the road. Chapter 6. Bai Fu stopped. Anya, who was following behind her, stepped forward and nervously grabbed her hem. Boss. It's just a small problem, don't worry. Bai Fu held Anya's hand in return, signaling Anya not to be nervous. She was very familiar with the man standing under the sign. Martin, the junior supervisor of the Wildfire Gang, her direct superior, had a combat power of about 20, not much stronger than her after the upgrade. This guy was not qualified to be a junior supervisor with his strength, but he had a special ability. He had a rough knowledge of the first and second grades of elementary school. Yes, he could not only write his own name, but also quickly calculate addition and subtraction within 100, and he could do single-digit multiplication and division easily. In the Wildfire Gang, where most members were hopelessly illiterate, Martin, who had this skill, stood out like a foundation-building boss among the rookies in the chi refining stage. So he was naturally promoted to a small supervisor. At first, he was quite proud of this experience, but soon he realized the problem. I can count, so how can I use the fact that I can't count and make mistakes to make false accounts and make money? Can the group of people at the same level as me really not be able to count? Is there a possibility that they are actually geniuses pretending to be confused? Martin was about to burst. He learned from his mistakes. He worked so hard to become a small supervisor. If it wasn't for making money, was it to make the Wildfire Gang great again? Since the way of falsifying accounts was cut off, he could only squeeze the oil out of his subordinates. He kept assigning various tasks to his subordinates, and liked to push them like they were asking for their lives. It would be best if his subordinates could complete the task. If they couldn't, he would find a way to deduct their money, and do some PUA from time to time. Why can others do it? Bai Fu's predecessor became a victim. Debt collection is never easy. I don't know how long it will take to get back $100 if I lend it to my relatives and friends, let alone asking for repayment from the wasteland old man who has 1,000 connections with the Wildfire Gang. It was decided at the meeting that you will be the one to collect this debt. If you can get the money back, I will give you 5 points. Bai Fu's evaluation of this was, damn, only 0.5%, you are more ruthless than Huang Xilang. And Bai Fu's predecessor's evaluation was, you should find someone else. The not-so-human Martin threatened immediately. Difficult? Bai Fu, the organization's economic performance has not been very good recently. I'm afraid that the salary will not be paid as punctually as before. Why don't you earn some extra bonus money? Then, think about the child you picked up. How cute is she? You don't want her to starve to death, because you have no money, right? Bai Fu's predecessor could only start his journey after patting Anya's head, and then he was punched and laid down for 2 whole days. There are still many beasts in this world. It can only be said that in this world, people should not be too human. Bai Fu thought so. Martin must have shown up at this time to urge her to continue collecting debts. As expected. As soon as he saw her and Anya, Martin came up to them with a smile. Why did your hair turn white? Forget it, it's not important. I heard that you were injured before, and I was worried. Fortunately, you are not seriously injured. After the greetings, he immediately showed his fangs. Bai Fu, I know it's difficult for you, but the deadline given by the superiors is almost up. Ding. Suddenly, 2 game prompts popped up in front of Bai Fu. The first one was you triggered the faction mission pay back your debt. The mission came with a detailed introduction, so it was fine. Skip. Although the game did not have the function of skipping the plot, Bai Fu took the initiative to ignore Martin's nagging and read the mission content. Task introduction. Your boss Martin hopes that you can get back a debt that the Wildfire Gang borrowed. Task goal. No limit on the method, recover as much debt as possible. Remaining time 47 hours 59 minutes and 36 seconds. Reward. 2,000 experience points, 10 faction reputation. Accept or reject. Bai Fu chose to accept. The reward of 2,000 experience points is not a small amount. At this stage, if players only do daily tasks such as moving bricks and picking up bottle caps, they may not be able to accumulate 200 experience points in a day. From the reward, it can be seen that this task is difficult to complete. But it doesn't matter. If you can't beat her, she will run away. Anyway, this is not in some main god space, and you will be punished if you can't complete the task. Baifu opened the second prompt again. You unlock the camp system. There are dense introduction texts behind it. The camp system in Stars is similar to other games. Players can join a camp after meeting certain conditions. By brushing up the camp reputation, you can unlock the corresponding level of camp tasks, limited stores, limited professional knowledge, camp positions, etc., and you can also get attribute bonuses in some special camps. Joining a camp is not necessarily a good thing. It may cause the player to be hostile to the NPC of the hostile camp, which will lead to many bad consequences. But this is not important to Baifu, because her camp has been limited to Wildfire Gang. From the current situation, Baifu has no intention of betraying the Wildfire Gang. Her view on the Wildfire Gang is different from others. In the eyes of other survivors of the abandoned cooling plant, the Wildfire Gang is a terrifying demon king who specializes in plundering and robbing, which makes people afraid, but in her opinion, the Wildfire Gang is as good as the female demon king in the book. A large force means that the Wildfire Gang is rich. Looting a lot of things means that the Wildfire Gang is likely to have a large number of rare upgrade materials and professional knowledge books. At this time, if you don't stay in the Wildfire Gang and blast the Wildfire Gang's gold coins, do you have to go outside to scrape the oil of those poor people? That doesn't make sense. How much oil can those poor guys have? Of course, whoever has money will get it, playing undercover to improve the player's favor while stealing the Wildfire Gang's treasury. This is the way to ascend. As for how to get the Wildfire Gang's gold coins, Baifu first thought of Martin. Although she has returned most of her knowledge to the teacher, she has also attended a serious class. Comparing her with Martin is like asking Tyson to beat a child. Martin can be promoted to a small supervisor, so it's not too much for her to be a logistics manager, right? But it's hard to say. In the eyes of others, she was an illiterate who could only write her own name not long ago. After sleeping for 2 days, she suddenly knew a little about calculus. This was too shocking. Will she be caught and beheaded? What a pity. If she lived in a place where everyone believed in something, she could pretend to be a charlatan and shout, "The sky is dead, the day should stand," and then make a fortune by selling indulgences to believers. Damn it, why is it so difficult to make money? Baifu sighed and raised her head. I will complete the task soon, but what? Martin was a little unhappy when he was interrupted. Baifu made a request. I want to go to the gang's library first. The Wildfire Gang piled all the books they collected in the library, whether they were useful or not, but not everyone was qualified to enter the library. Library? You know a few words, and you want to go to the library. Martin laughed. Baifu remained calm and pointed at Anya. Show her, she is still young and can learn. Uh-huh. Martin was too lazy to bother about it. Tell me my name, and you can enter the smallest public library at will. That's what Baifu wanted. She smiled and made a few more promises, and then she sent Martin away. Although Martin had already found a way to kill himself, it was too risky to do it now, so let's wait a little longer. After having dinner with Anya, Baifu didn't delay, and went straight to the library of the Wildfire Gang. After she reported Martin's name, the gatekeeper didn't make things difficult for her. She stood by the bookshelf and glanced at them quickly. Brother, you smell so good, for arithmetic operations, skills of being a man. What are these? Baifu was convinced. No wonder this small library can be entered by just reporting Martin's name. Hard work pays off. After searching around, she finally found the occupational knowledge book she had been thinking about. Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes. Baifu took the book off the bookshelf. Although the book was full of symbols she didn't recognize, it didn't bother her at all. You start reading Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes. Current progress 0.3%. This is the charm of the player panel. 3 minutes later, Baifu received a new prompt. You unlocked a new occupation, Psychic Apprentice. Spirit +1, Inspiration +1, Attribute points +2. During the reading process, you learn new skills: Fanatical, Hardened, Spiritual Vision. Chapter 7. After unlocking the Psychic Apprentice profession, Baifu clearly felt that her consciousness had become much clearer, and for a moment, she even had a sense of transcendence. Is this the manifestation of the improvement of spirit and inspiration? The upper limit of the Psychic Apprentice is level 10, and the attribute points given for each level is also twice that of the Vagrant. Baifu opened the panel with satisfaction. Main profession, Vagrant LV3, 0/1000, Psychic Apprentice LV1, 0/300, Secondary profession, None, Health, 70/70ths, Psychic Energy, 25/25ths, Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 7, Intelligence 3, Spirit 5, Inspiration 5, Skills. Frenzy LV1 makes a part of the target's body enter the frenzy state, consuming 1 psychic energy every 1 minute during the duration, and the cooldown time is 2 seconds. Hardening LV1 causes a small area of the target's skin to enter the hardened state, consuming 1 to 3 points of psychic energy every 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 second. Psychic Vision. Use psychic sensing to detect target information. The level of detail depends on the level difference. Talent, None attribute points, 2. The newly added psychic energy value is the source of power for psychic school professions, which will slowly recover over time. The upper limit of psychic energy value can be increased by improving inspiration, or by items, equipment, skills, or talents. Among the 3 new skills, Fanaticism can increase attack, Hardening can increase defense, and Clairvoyance can detect the opponent's strength, which is quite practical. In fact, Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes brings Bai Fu not only a new profession, but also precautions in the process of psychic practice. Attention! Don't use psychic prayer on others at random, otherwise it may cause extremely bad effects. She was originally ready to go home, but when she accidentally glanced at the precautions, don't. After saying this word, her eyes became sharp. This word has a certain extraordinary attraction, just like FBI warning. It would be fine if she didn't mention it, but once she did, she would have to study this forbidden power carefully. Bai Fu sat on the ground and began to look through the cases. A male student from a certain college wanted to use hardening on his roommate's wrist for a joke, but he accidentally aimed at his roommate's crotch. The next morning, he was discovered by the dormitory management and rushed to the anorectal department of a nearby hospital. Don't imitate this. When using hardening on the wrist, why did he accidentally aim at the crotch? Was it intentional or accidental? Bai Fu felt that there must be something fishy about this. She continued to read the following cases. The following cases were even more bizarre. For example, someone deliberately wore thick shoes before the competition and did not wash his feet for 3 days. When he got on stage, he immediately used a prayer to enhance his sense of smell on his opponent and took off his shoes, causing his opponent to faint from the stench. Bai Fu nodded as she watched. What a beast! She kept thinking, how could a harmless little white sheep like her survive if she accidentally entered a nest like an abandoned cooling plant? It is not enough to just focus on improving strength. A martial arts master can also be killed by a thief with a poisonous scheme. It is not good to put all hope on the players. Bai Fu finally concluded that it is better to defeat the beast with the beast. Only by understanding all the means of the opponent can she avoid being harmed by him. To put it in the worst case, if she is really entangled by someone in the future and cannot avoid it, she can also come up with enough bargaining chips to negotiate with the other party. You don't want to explode with me, do you? A mop covered with shit is like Lubu in the world, but if I also take out a mop covered with shit, how will you deal with it? We can use no strategic weapons, but we can't live without them. Bai Fu closed the book with a lingering feeling. She actually wanted to find more cases for reference and study. It's a pity that this small library is too small, and most of the books in it can be packaged and sold in a series of X books that benefit people for a lifetime. She had to change her way. Since it's impossible to learn useful knowledge from books, she could only learn from practice. After saying hello to the library gatekeeper, Bai Fu returned home. During her absence, Anya had cleaned the house spotlessly. Although the child is small, he is very sensible. Boss, do we really have to go to that old man to collect the debt again? Anya, wearing an apron made of rags, walked out of the kitchen worried. Bai Fu nodded. Of course, if we don't ask him for the debt, where will we get the money? Do you still remember the outsider we rescued during the day? Now it's time for you to see the true value of outsiders. As an NPC, can you still be considered a qualified NPC if you don't ask players to help you fight monsters and collect materials? Bai Fu called Anya over and gave her instructions. Tomorrow you will seduce those outsiders like this. Will it really work? Anya didn't believe it, but since it was the boss who said it, she could only try her best. There is no 2 suns in the sky, and there is only 1 sun in her heart, the boss. The next day, a little after 10 in the morning. In the live broadcast room named Mysterious Girl X, I'm Here, Digger G was working with a group of fans to find the missing Mysterious Girl X. Can you get married after raising the favorability of NPCs in this game? The official website didn't say, it shouldn't be possible. Bad review, the evaluation is not as good as Lane. I want to open a harem. I want a laboratory of love. Speaking of Lane, have you noticed that the female NPCs in this game are so small? Amazing, you call the normal proportion small. I'm dying without Mysterious Girl X. Treasure digging, my treasure, look behind you behind? Is someone hitting each other's crotch with a brick again? Digger G, who was looking at the map, turned around subconsciously, and saw a little girl peeking out from the corner. That smooth white hair, that petite body. Isn't this the little girl who followed the Mysterious Girl X yesterday? Does finding her mean finding the Mysterious Girl X? Digger G hurriedly followed her, and she chased for several streets before she stopped Anya. Why are you chasing me? Anya was angry. Wait a minute, are you the outsider who was rescued by the boss yesterday? Digger G smiled and nodded. Yes, it's me. Why are you running outside alone? It's very dangerous here. Where's your boss? Anya said unhappily. What do you think? The boss went to find the big boss who wanted to catch you yesterday. Do you know how dangerous this is? That person is very powerful. You? It's all your fault. She pointed to the end of the road. Digger G looked in the direction of Anya's finger. At the fork in the road, next to the cement pile, a girl stood tall. White clothes, white hair, a neck like a maggot, slender wrists, white ankles. The morning breeze suddenly blew, and the soft hair danced with the wind. It's her, it's her, it's her. Digging G was very excited. It's not easy. She has been playing games for so many years, and she has never been possessed by a non-African. Others play with probability, but she may play with the lottery of Penguin and Binksixie. She has to draw the big guarantee every time to get the goods. She sometimes fails several times, with a 99% upgrade success rate. But this time, she just found the Mysterious Girl X after searching for a long time. Could it be that this Mysterious Girl X is the lucky goddess she has been waiting for? There is no time to sigh. Facing Anya's resentful eyes, Digger G smiled confidently. Don't worry, I will handle everything. Isn't it just a group of monsters with health bars? I can't beat them, and I can't shake the sun. Good brother, come to help? Anya wanted to say something, but Digger G had already said goodbye and strode towards Bai Fu in the distance. Hey, Anya was about to say something but stopped. The boss said that these outsiders have unlimited potential, but from what she saw and heard from others, these outsiders didn't seem to be very smart. Who would say they picked up an invincible sword just because they picked up a stick on the road? Anya thought that the boss might have made a mistake this time. Just as she sighed, Digger posted a new message in the live broadcast room. Team fight, everyone, someone is bullying the Mysterious Girl X. The coordinates are XXX, XXX, XXX. Those who are nearby can quickly charge with me. In an instant, the live broadcast room became irritable. Damn, there is such a thing? Beat him up. Who dares to provoke my wife? I will end his life. This plot, I smell the smell of a hidden mission, brothers, I'm going. 1, 2. Many players began to rush towards the coordinate point. When Digger G walked halfway down the street, only a few people gathered around her. When Digger G walked 3/4 of the street, 10 people gathered around her. When she finally got close to Bai Fu, those cheering or laughing people surrounded her in the middle, and she couldn't even count them at a glance. But it's not over yet. People are still coming from all directions. Add one. Look, this is the friendship and bond between our players. Anya was so shocked by this magical scene that her mouth opened wide. Boss, is this also part of your calculation? The noise attracted Bai Fu's attention. She turned around and locked her eyes on Digger G, showing a surprised and stunned expression. Well, why are you here, and these people around you? Although there was no mirror, Bai Fu felt that her confused expression must be quite accurate. After all, she practiced in front of the mirror for a whole hour last night. Digger G, who was called, explained, I just met the little girl who was with you. She said you came here to find the boss of the villain yesterday. I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I came here. The player standing next to him echoed. Yes, the big sister with white hair is just a group of ordinary monsters. We can solve it without you having to do anything. Don't worry, old. Shut up, shameless old thief. You are shouting wife with a green afro. Aren't you afraid of scaring people? This model is more realistic than what I saw in the live broadcast. I really want to touch that hair, but I don't know if it will penetrate the model. Touch mine. Nantung, get out of here. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. Good, very energetic, just like a player should be. The digger who had been observing Bai Fu thought that Bai Fu was angry, so she quickly came out to smooth things over. Everyone, stop making trouble. Let's talk about business, Bai Fu interrupted Digger G. I roughly understand what you are doing here, and I understand your intentions, but this is not an opponent you can deal with now. If you are not careful, you will die. Go back. As soon as these words came out, the players were suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. We are not afraid of death. Indeed, it's just one death, there's nothing to worry about. As a soul-wandering enthusiast, I like the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. Anya, who followed quietly from behind, was shocked when she heard these words. It's just one death, can death be described as no big deal and nothing? Bai Fu shook her head and said, it's not that I don't believe in your courage. Death is not just a matter for one person. You don't want your relatives and friends to be sad because of your death, right? It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, but once she did, the player's rebellious psychology came up. Damn it, I was actually looked down upon by the mysterious girl X. This time I must prove myself with a handsome performance. A player emerged from the crowd, with his red hair standing up and his name Black Tiger Afu. I don't know where I am, and I don't want to know how the plot goes. I just want to ask, when can I start killing? He touched the axe blade in his hand while saying this. Anya's face turned pale at this scene. What kind of murderer? Another player named Patrick stepped forward. Yeah, we're here now. The player standing next to him started to make a noise. Now that things have come to this, let's start the fight. We can't make a wasted trip. Faced with the emotional players, Bai Fu could only smile bitterly. I really can't do anything about you. You wanted to go up. I didn't force you to do it. There's a video to prove it. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. How about this? I go in first to attract their attention, and then you sneak up and attack them when they're not prepared. This will reduce the chance of casualties. Digging G hurriedly stopped him. No, this is too dangerous. What if you get hurt? Just leave it to us. Just do as I say. Bai Fu glared and made a voice that could not be questioned. You are kidding. I let you guys rush in, and I will watch from outside. Can I still have a share of the money of Lao Deng in there? By the time I go in, I am afraid that you will have scraped several layers of the land inside. Bai Fu was not worried about herself. After all, she and Lao Deng were nominally in the same camp, and she had added all her attribute points to physical fitness. All the quality points plus hardening prayer, and then asked who else. Wait for my signal. After saying that, Bai Fu turned and walked towards the place where the deader Lao Deng lived. Looking at Bai Fu's back, both the players present and some of the people watching the show were moved. When other NPCs used them as tools, only the mysterious girl X did not hesitate to put herself in danger for their safety. She is really, I cried to death. I'm really fucking. In the past few years, I have rarely seen game characters who are so considerate of players in the second game. Fuck, you dog planner, if the mysterious girl X dies, I will fight you. Calm down, the planner is not guilty of this. The mysterious girl X is not dead yet. Wait for her to die and I will rush with you. Wait for me, I will delete my account and come to your novice village immediately. Amid the noise, Digging G and other players around looked at each other. If you don't do your best to protect such a good NPC, are you still a human being? Fuck it. Chapter 8. Walking through a path full of debris, Bai Fu stopped in front of a 3-story building with leaks everywhere. This was the base of the deader Lao Deng. This was not the first time she came here, so even though her hair color had changed, the gatekeeper recognized her at a glance. Oh no! After exclaiming, the gatekeeper turned around and ran into the building. Boss, that woman is here again. That woman? The harsh sound of tables and chairs moving came from the room one after another. A moment later, a tall man with a scar on his forehead walked out of the house. Bai Fu decisively used the spiritual vision skill on him. The skill was judged to be successful, but the data displayed was incomplete due to the level difference. Name, Dabiga, Elite, Template, Ordinary Main Occupation, Unknown. LV6 Secondary Occupation, None, HP, 107/110 Attributes, Unknown Skills, Subjugating LV2, Unknown Talent, Unknown Favorability, Hostility, Unknown, Danger Level, Yellow. Seeing this, Bai Fu felt relieved. This is what she thought. Above the stars divides the danger level of the target into 5 levels, namely green, blue, yellow, red, and black. Yellow means that De Biao is only slightly stronger than her. Even if she attacks De Biao's ancestors and stimulates De Biao into a bloody state, it will be enough to support until the players come to rescue. Is it you? De Biao frowned, and he also recognized Bai Fu. I've already told you, there's no money for you, but your life is yours. You still dare to come here, are you tired of living? Bai Fu acted very calm. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. Then what are you doing here? The scar on De Biao's forehead jumped. I don't trust you. Bai Fu pointed to the distance. You are being targeted by outsiders, and they are outside now. Outsiders? De Biao was shocked and quickly ran to the second floor with his 4 brothers. Looking around, I don't know when the base was surrounded by at least 40 or 50 people wearing similar clothes, and these people kept pointing at the base. He was completely numb. How could he have attracted so many people to beat him up? De Biao turned around and anxiously asked Bai Fu, who followed him. We obviously have a grudge. Why are you still helping me? Idiot! Bai Fu suddenly cursed, showing a look of disappointment. We have a grudge, but this is an internal conflict after all. Now that outsiders are calling, I don't help you, but instead watch you being killed by those outsiders. Isn't that just letting these outsiders defeat us one by one? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? This? Brother De Biao was speechless. He had to admit that Bai Fu was right. If it were him, he would never be able to repay evil with kindness like Bai Fu did. What the hell is this? Brother De Biao asked humbly. What should we do now? There are so many people on the other side, it's not easy to deal with. Bai Fu said with a frown. Since I came to you, I naturally have a way. To tell you the truth, I am actually a psychic prayer master. What? Brother De Biao and others all took a breath of cold air. Psychic prayers are extraordinary people who can give their own people various buffs and put various restrictions on their opponents. You? No time to explain, I will tell you slowly after we escape. Bai Fu shook her head. Now hurry up and line up, I will pray for you one by one. Brother De Biao and others had no choice but to do as they were told. They lined up one by one, and then a faint light shot out from Bai Fu's palm and fell on their hands. Frenzy. Make a part of the target's body enter a frenzy state. When both hands enter the frenzy state, strength, speed, resistance to attack, recovery ability, etc. will be greatly improved. In this way, when facing the player's gang attack, De Biao and others can hold on longer. Bai Fu's enhancement for De Biao is not only this, she also specially gave De Biao's stomach a frenzy. Frenzy of both hands equals faster and stronger. What does stomach frenzy mean? Bai Fu is very curious. Feeling his hands gradually becoming stronger, De Biao was filled with emotion. Bai Fu didn't lie to him. She was really a psychic prayer master, and she really didn't hold grudges. Alas. After this fight, if he survives, he will apologize to Bai Fu. I just hope Bai Fu can forgive him. Thank you. Brother De Biao solemnly clasped his fists. We will try our best to attract the attention of those outsiders. You must take the opportunity to escape. Bai Fu waved her hand and scolded with a smile. Don't be nagging. Praying can only last for a few minutes. You guys go quickly. I have my own way. Okay. Brother De Biao nodded, and he walked past Bai Fu with his 4 younger brothers. When he reached the stairs, he suddenly stopped. Bai Fu. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. The next second, Brother De Biao raised his right hand. Salute you, salute. After this funny salute, he continued to go downstairs. A somewhat timid younger brother asked, Boss, can we beat those outsiders? We will win. Brother De Biao's voice was more firm than ever before. What reason did he have not to win after being strengthened? Bai Fu, who was standing on the second floor, watched them walk out of the building. She waved to them to see them off. Come on, big brother with a scar on his face. Let those outsiders see how powerful you are. Bai Fu's blessing came from the bottom of her heart. After all, from this moment on, Brother De Biao had become her number 1 brother. In order to express her gratitude for the efforts of the number 1 brother, she searched the building very seriously. After more than 10 seconds, Die! A loud shout announced that the battle between Brother De Biao and the players had officially begun. De Biao rushed into the crowd of players first, and he started mowing the grass like Lu Bu in the game Realm 3, who has a strong body. -7, -11, -9. Every time he attacked, he could at least knock off 1/4 of the player's health, and it was difficult for the player to hit him. This scene deeply inspired the 4 brothers. Grass Mud Horse, it's on fire. You stinky outsiders, don't think that you are powerful just because you have more people. You have your friendship, and we evil forces also have our own ties. Maya? Anya, who was watching from a distance, was frightened. People are dying, many people are going to die. Those outsiders boasted a lot, but they were no match for Big Biao when they really fought. But as she watched, Anya realized something was wrong. What happened to those outsiders? She saw that one outsider had a dent in his head, but he didn't cry out in pain, but laughed out loud. Zhao, you are indeed an elite monster, so strong, I will dye my virginity here. She also saw another outsider hanging on the wall, with his waist broken, still laughing. What was even more outrageous was that the remaining outsiders were not sad at all when their companions were dying. Haha, you noob. Let's see how your father shows off next. You are showing off your mother. Without Patrick in front of you, you would have died long ago. Just tell me if I am alive or not. Anya was stunned. Hey, where did these outsiders come from? De Biao and others were also confused by the outrageous dialogue of the players. Who wouldn't be confused in the face of such an enemy? However, the huge gap in strength still made De Biao full of confidence. Kill all the outsiders by himself. But just as the players were sweating profusely, something strange happened. De Biao suddenly stopped in place, and his face became extremely strange. What the hell? Anya and the younger brothers were stunned. The players also stopped, and they became alert. Could it be that this elite monster will enter the second stage and enlarge? De Biao is indeed going to be bigger, but not as big as the players think. He covered his stomach and pressed his legs together tightly, feeling that if he moved a little more, he would burst out. Fuck. He actually had a stomachache at this time. What kind of luck is this? De Biao's heart sank. It must be the food that Bai Fu ate before coming. No, he must run quickly, otherwise he will be beaten to death with his physical condition. De Biao turned around and walked away, calling on the brothers to cover him as he walked. But what made him collapse was that those brothers ran away as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. We agreed to be brothers, and you just ran away like this? Ah! The remaining half of De Biao's heart was also cold. He could only bite the bullet and continue to run, but how could the players let him go like this? Humph, you want to escape? Thunder Half Moon Slash. The player named Black Tiger Afu rushed up first, and hit De Biao's right eye socket with a stick, who didn't dare to dodge. -7. Red critical hit. Brother De Biao screamed, pushed Black Tiger Afu away with his shoulder, and continued to run away despite the pain. Several players followed him. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sneak attacks reduced Brother De Biao's health bar to about half. 62 out of 110, he is about to die. Everyone, come on. The players became excited. Brother De Biao, who was seriously injured, was extremely anxious. He finally broke through the blockade, but with his physical condition, he was afraid that he would be caught up again in no time. Is he really going to die here today? He felt unprecedented despair. Here it comes. The footsteps are coming. Brother De Biao gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. But after the footsteps disappeared, a familiar voice appeared. Follow me. This is... He raised his head, and what was reflected in his intact left eye was clearly a white figure. It was Bai Fu, but now he wanted to call Bai Fu with another word. Angel of Rescue. Chapter 9. Brother De Biao was so excited when he saw Bai Fu. Especially when he thought about the time when he was in trouble not long ago. Those little brothers, who called him a good brother, ran away faster than anyone else. He was even more grateful to Bai Fu for coming back to save him again. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Look at those beasts, and then look at Bai Fu. Brother De Biao suddenly slapped himself. He was wrong. How could he compare those beasts with Bai Fu? This was not praising Bai Fu. It was clearly insulting Bai Fu. Brother De Biao laughed and walked forward. Why haven't you left yet? Bai Fu urged. Stop talking nonsense. Are you staying here because those outsiders are not chasing fast enough? Hurry up and leave here with me. Yes, yes. This is really not the time to be entangled in such things. Brother De Biao followed obediently. The two walked one in front and one behind, without saying a word, just walking forward with their heads down. After turning more than a dozen corners in a row, Bai Fu stopped. What's wrong? Brother De Biao asked curiously. Bai Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Those outsiders won't be able to catch up with us for a while. Brother De Biao looked around. He had an impression of this place. If it was an outsider who was not familiar with the terrain, it would be difficult to find this place in a short time. Thank God, he was finally saved. Brother De Biao was deeply moved. Thank you, you gave me this life. From now on, you can do whatever you want me to do. Bai Fu hurriedly shook her head. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. You are my #1 brother on the list. I should be the one thanking you. The top brother on the list? Brother De Biao was a little confused. He saw Bai Fu taking something out of her pocket and leaned over. A few seconds later, Bai Fu took her hand out. He widened his left eye and finally saw clearly that what was lying in Bai Fu's palm was a bag of lime. Wait, lime, burning. Brother De Biao realized the danger, but it was too late. Bai Fu sprinkled the lime hard, and the lime directly covered his entire face. Brother de Biao screamed in pain like burning fire. Ah, give me back all the feelings I just had. While de Biao was rolling around on the ground, Bai Fu rushed over with a knife in hand. She had brought de Biao here with great difficulty just to snatch the player's head. If she delayed for a while longer, and the player was attracted by de Biao's screams, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Stab him. The knife stabbed randomly, accompanied by the numbers -13, -9, and so on floating above his head. De Biao's health began to drop rapidly, and several new statuses were added after his name. Bleeding, weak, disabled. It's over. It's over. Brother de Biao, who can't move his legs, wants to cry but has no tears. Who can he blame? Blame him for not recognizing a real beast. He really shouldn't compare Bai Fu with his younger brother, who left him and ran away. The four of them together are not qualified to lick the feet of Bai Fu, a decent guy. What a sin. If this situation continues, how many people will be deceived by Bai Fu's appearance and then die from her harm in the future? Just thinking about this scene made Brother de Biao tremble with anger. But thinking carefully, this situation didn't seem so bad. Anyway, he was going to die soon, and it was better to have more people killed by Bai Fu together with him than to have him killed by Bai Fu alone. Thinking of this, Brother de Biao, who was unable to breathe due to his serious injuries, suddenly died with relief. You killed Brother de Biao, contribution 56%, and gained 560 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu, who received the prompt, clenched her fist. Cool, more fun is yet to come. Just as she was searching de Biao's pocket, the game prompt sounded again. You completed the repeatable hidden task Iron Fist of Order, and received 1,000 experience points, and 1 attribute point as a reward. Iron Fist of Order. Task description. There are many small groups that ignore order wandering around the abandoned cooling plant. Go and eliminate them to prove your determination to maintain order. Task objective. Eliminate any chaotic group with a danger rating of no less than yellow, which can be completed repeatedly, including the pay debts task issued by Martin. Bai Fu can get a total of 3,560 experience points after killing de Biao. If she accumulates another 200 experience points, she can upgrade the Psychic Apprentice profession to level 5 in one go. By then, no matter whether it is Big Brother Biao or Little Brother Biao, even if the player does not help, she can punch him and make him kneel down and call him daddy. This time, I have finally completely gotten rid of the position of cannon fodder in the novice village. Bai Fu let out a long breath. She heard hurried footsteps in the distance, and only a dozen seconds later, the voices of the players became clear. The screams came from this side. Hurry up, hurry up. Ah, who stole my head? Digger G, who had transformed into a war correspondent, quickly shuttled through the ruins with Black Tiger, Ah Fu, Patrick and others. At first, they thought they had lost them. But as they walked, they heard screams in the distance. Just as they ran in the direction of the screams, they suddenly received a game prompt that Brother de Biao had been killed. Who did it? After turning a corner, Digger G stopped. What's wrong? Patrick asked in confusion. Digger pointed. The dozen or so players who were still alive all poked their heads out, and they were stunned when they saw it. Under the broken high wall, on the pile of debris, a bloody corpse lay flat. Next to the corpse, a white figure leaned against the wall, and the cold light sprinkled down, making the blood on her clothes and the back of her hands particularly conspicuous. The live broadcast room began to dance wildly. So handsome. World-famous painting. Oh, my clothes and hands are dirty. I helped lick them clean. What the hell are you licking? Digging treasure. Go and see if the mysterious girl X is okay. Digger suddenly woke up and hurried to the depths of the alley. Are you okay, mysterious girl? My name is Bai Fu, Bai Ri Bai Chow Fu Fu. Just call me by my name, I'm fine, just a little hurt. Bai Fu stood up straight and squeezed a smile from her tired face. Her appearance immediately aroused the player's desire to protect her. So the mysterious girl X is called Bai Fu. What a cute name. Fu Fu, my Fu Fu, how did you get hurt? It's all my fault for not being by your side to protect you. Bai Fu coughed secretly a few times. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your efforts, I wouldn't be able to. But alas, many of your companions died. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. Her smile disappeared as she spoke. She shook her head and sighed, her face full of sadness. Digging G hurried forward to comfort. It's okay, they will be resurrected soon. Patrick put the stick on his shoulder and helped. That's right. It's not a real death. You don't have to blame yourself. The players comforted Bai Fu one by one, and no one cared about her stealing the head. But Bai Fu still sighed. You don't have to comfort me like this. I will adjust my mood. She took out a handful of credit coins from her pocket. Credit coins are the currency used by the abandoned cooling plant, issued by the nearby super-large settlement Lin, and circulated because of their good quality and difficulty in counterfeiting. This is the money I found from him. I can't take it, you guys take it. Whether it was Digging G and others, or other players in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned by Baifu's move. You are right, but this is Baifu, an NPC who protects players wholeheartedly. Before the battle begins, she considers the safety of the players. After the battle, she takes all the responsibility for the death of the players on herself, and gives the money she found from the elite monsters to the players as pensions. Have you ever seen such an NPC? Cry cry. I apologize for saying Fu Fu is bad before. From today on, I will protect Fu Bao. Who wouldn't go crazy in front of Fu Fu? I'm just holding on. Damn, are you embarrassed to accept this money? The players in the live broadcast room all went crazy. Baifu nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, she had an idea and smeared some blood on her body to pretend to be injured before the player came, otherwise it would not be so easy to win the player's favor. Now it's alright. She took all the benefits from the player from Brother to Biao, and gave less than a fraction to the player afterwards, and the player still had to thank her. Chapter 10. After a burst of ghosts and wolves howling, the players gradually calmed down. The more at this time, the more you have to maintain gentlemanly manners, and not mess around, otherwise you might turn Baifu's favorability from positive to negative. This is a lesson learned in blood. On the first day of the server opening, many players, who didn't know the situation, thought that Above the Stars was just like other games, and they would run up to the beautiful NPCs as soon as they saw them. As a result, these players were all beaten up without exception, and the NPCs' favorability towards them changed from normal to looking at trash. Some players only harassed passers-by NPCs, and even if they were disliked, it would not affect the game. Some players were miserable. They provoked NPCs with positioning similar to Chicken God of Shimu Town. As soon as they appeared, the whole novice village would jump out to beat them. In order to play the game normally, they had to delete their accounts and start over. After experiencing these things, players began to pay attention to the value of favorability. At this time, a group of players in the live broadcast room were discussing how high Baifu's favorability was for the players on the scene. It should be normal at 0 at the beginning. After what happened just now, it should be more than 20. It's only 20 points of favorability, and it's like this to the player. Then 80 or 90 points of favorability must be soaring. Haha, I'm just guessing. Maybe the favorability is more than 20. Has anyone here learned reconnaissance skills? Let's see. Digging G and others looked at each other. The reconnaissance skills in the game are not built in at the beginning. Players need to take the initiative to learn. They have never come into contact with such skills since the server was launched. But this problem was solved quickly. As they looked at each other in bewilderment, more players came. One of them was a female player named Dragon of Disaster who stood out. Although she had a very domineering name, her appearance, hairstyle, and accessories were all cute. The slightly curly pink bob was so normal among the afro, scion, and starfish heads that it was a little abnormal. Here I come, I thought I was late, but I came just in time. Wait, you have reconnaissance skills? Good luck, good luck. The Calamity Dragon laughed. Go to the front row, let me see. The Calamity Dragon was pushed to the front row. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stop, and all the followers were waiting for the results of the Calamity Dragon's reconnaissance. Swish! The Calamity Dragon threw a reconnaissance skill up. Afterwards, she shared the reconnaissance information with Digging G, and Digging G posted the information on the live broadcast room. Name, Baifu Template, Unknown Favorability, Treat as a Treasure, 82, Danger Level. Red. When this result came out, everyone except Baifu was stunned. Duo Xiao, am I dazzled? You are not mistaken, 82, it is really 82. Even if you don't know these two numbers, you should know what it means to treat as a treasure. It means that Fu Fu loves and values us as treasures. Get lost, Fu Fu values Digging G and the others, not you people who are watching the show in the live broadcast room. I hate it. Why am I not in the abandoned cooling plant? I also want to enjoy Fu Bao's love. It must be fake. How can it be so high? This is 82. If it goes up any more, it will reach the level of intimacy. It is impossible to go this high just by helping Baifu once. It must be a bug. The players in the live broadcast room quarreled about whether this was a bug or not. The arguments of the group that thought it was not a bug were very strong, and they naturally had the upper hand in the argument. Are you stupid? Fu Fu is a kind-hearted person, and she didn't know we could be resurrected. Think about it. A kind person like her saw us die for her, How could her favorability not be high? Damn, that makes sense. If an NPC could die for me, my favorability towards him would also skyrocket. Fu Bao, my baby, how can you be so cute? Disgusting. Looking at the players' discussion and the reconnaissance data displayed in the live broadcast room, Bai Fu couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. This reconnaissance technique is really accurate in judging people. You asked her if she disliked the players. She certainly didn't. You asked her if she regarded the players as treasures. Isn't that nonsense? The players helped her complete the tasks, flattered her, and gave her gold coins. If she didn't regard these players as treasures, then what should she regard as treasures? Now she only hated that her treasures were not enough to help her ascend on the spot. Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you move?" This puzzled voice immediately made Digging G and others react. Now is not the time to fight in the live broadcast room. Bai Fu is still standing in front of them. It's like this. Digging G hurriedly explained, "We just discussed it. We can't accept this money." "Oh right. We can't accept it. We really can't." "Sister Fu Fu, don't worry about us. Go and treat your own injuries." A group of players echoed. Bai Fu frowned. "No, you must accept this money, otherwise I will be angry. If you don't collect it, how can I tell Martin that I came a step too late, and you took away most of the money? If I don't say that, how can I put most of the money I got from Brother De Biao into my own pocket?" Bai Fu had already thought about it. The pay debts task only asked her to collect as many debts as possible, but it didn't say how much more was, so when the time comes, she can put the blame on the players and give Martin some money to send him away. This, Digging G and others obviously didn't expect Bai Fu's attitude to be so firm. After repeatedly refusing, they could only accept Bai Fu's kindness silently. Take the money, and from now on, be a good protector of Fu Bao. Digging G was even ready to write an article in the community. That's right. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the players' response. She killed her enemies, gained money, experience, and a lot of popularity, and the players gained the emotional value she gave, and everyone had a bright future. I should have accompanied you to bury those dead companions, and let their souls return to the stars, but... Bai Fu covered her chest and sighed. The noise here will soon attract other people's attention. For safety reasons, you and I should leave first. Patrick asked hurriedly, "Where should we find you if we need anything?" Bai Fu stopped, but did not look back. "When I first met you, I said that there are some things that are not good for you to know, but you still came over." She paused, as if she was brewing emotions, and after a long time she continued, "I hope you will be as healthy as you are now when I see you next time." Bai Fu left. Under the setting sun, her back looked lonely, yet awe-inspiringly strong. The players were a little distracted for a moment. It wasn't until Bai Fu disappeared that the Calamity Dragon scratched his head and asked, "Does Bai Fu mean that we agree to go find her?" Patrick nodded. "It seems that she has been pestered by us, and has no choice but to accept it." "Great." The players around cheered. "Although pestering is shameless, it is really useful. Now we can continue to brush up our favorability. Let's go too." The players went in groups of 3 or 5, leaving behind the dead Brother De Biao, laughing and joking. They felt that they had won a lot today. Not only did they win Bai Fu's favor, but they also got much more experience rewards than moving bricks after defeating De Biao. Some lucky players even picked up weapons, which was really cool. Even the battle-crazed player Black Tiger Afu, who didn't care about Bai Fu's appearance or identity, was now very happy. Okay, next time he will continue to follow Digging G and the others to hug Bai Fu's thighs. Chapter 11. Bai Fu gave herself 90 points for her second appearance in front of the players. The reason why she didn't give it full marks was because she was afraid of being proud. It had only been a few minutes, and what had just happened had spread throughout the Star Tour Club. There were 3 main points that the players were concerned about. 1. Her name. 2. She gave money to the players who died in the battle. 3. Her favorability towards the players was as high as 82. No matter which point, there was a lot of discussion in the Star Tour Club. A considerable number of players were showing the mental state of contemporary players, that is, going crazy. The remaining players are showing the aggressiveness of modern players. But it is worth mentioning that this is not a duel between keyboard players who risk their lives, but a one-sided beating of players who support Bai Fu against players who are weird. This is a continuation of the First War. The First War is the abbreviation of the first most popular female NPC competition on Stars by players. The situation of the First War was originally clear, but Bai Fu's sudden rise disrupted the entire battle. Most players don't really care, they just want to have fun. Among all the NPCs, Bai Fu's appearance is definitely not inferior, And she is also a widely praised white-haired person, so it is completely reasonable to get 4th place. But there are always a few players who are unhappy. The one who flashed into the field this time was the supporter of the NPC president, who was pushed from 4th place to 5th place by Baifu Mule Epic. The president, another famous rich woman on the novice birth planet, has a simple and unpretentious beauty. I'm really impressed by you guys. You can even come up with this little money. Each person only gets 1 credit coin. The president is so disappointed. Mule Horse Epic demonstrated with his own actions what it means to have other players criticize me 1,000 times for just 1 sentence. However, the players who launched the charge were not all supporters of Baifu. There were also many people who were just having fun with the slogan "The strong should humiliate the weak severely." Until the person involved, Patrick Starr, came out to reply. What is more and what is less? This is actually impossible to quantify, because more and less are relative. Yes, Baifu did not give us much money, but that was all she could give. Do you think this is a lot or a little? I won't make a conclusion, but you can take a good look at the favorability of 82. Let's go back to the president. She is a rich woman, and she is indeed inferior to Baifu in terms of wealth. But so what? Did she look at us straight in the eye? Did she give us even a penny? Do you think her money is really a lot for us? I'm afraid not. This is just a superficial opinion, just read it. Quarreling is wrong after all. For some players who have played other games, the name Patrick is not unfamiliar at all. Oh my god, it's Patrick. When I played Cape Solar Sword before, Patrick took me to a dungeon. Is it the Patrick who won the title of God of War with the Wandering Gunner in the S1 season of First Reality? Patrick said it well. Patrick changed the style of this battle by himself. Before he came, players were blasting Mule Epic. As soon as he came out, players began to comfort Mule Epic. Brother, listen to me, stop licking. You have licked for so long and got nothing. Why bother? That's right, even if you really want to be a licker, you have to find a target that will react after licking, otherwise what are you trying to do? Love yourself. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you for a few minutes. I want to introduce you to our Fubao. Brother, it's not too late to wake up now. Join Fuman. In Fuman, you don't have to lick Fufu. Fufu will take the initiative to give you money and care about your safety. You may even be able to trigger advanced tasks. Brother, I'm an experienced person and can understand your feelings. Come on. Don't admit defeat. You can do it. Look forward, don't look back. Mule Epic, who was scolded and angry, was originally ready to fight to the end. After seeing the words of comfort and encouragement in the post, he was completely broken. Combo, percentage damage plus real damage, you can't play it like this. He stared at the community interface, staring at the 2 words. Fuman. Fufu. Fuck, my mind is full of foo, I can't stand it, I want to defect. Mule Horse Epic took a last look at the president's photo, left a sentence goodbye, President, I'm sailing away today, and decisively canceled the account. On this day, there was one less Mule Horse Epic in the world. On this day, there was one more convert to Fu in the world. In fact, it is not just Mule Horse Epic who canceled his account and came back. Many new players also joined the army of sneaking to Zuyuan Star after being influenced by the post. It's just that there is more than one novice village on Zuyuan Star, and players cannot choose a novice village by themselves, so only a small number of sneaking players were assigned to the abandoned cooling plant. Fuman. It must be said that Mule Horse Epic made an indelible contribution to Baifu's popularity surge. After he disappeared, the community became the world of fun people again. Some players were promoting Fuman, some were selling the credits given by Baifu, and some were torturing Qin Nu, hoping that the Second World War would come soon. I want to see a river of blood. This scene made Digger G laugh. Good, with Patrick's help, her chances of success would be even higher. She quickly sent Patrick a friend request. Good brother, add me as a friend, and we will blow up Baifu together from now on. Just as Digger G and Patrick were politely greeting each other, Baifu closed the community. Now her previously somewhat weak popularity has been stabilized by more than half. Next, as long as she can solve the identity of the Wildfire gang member, she will be completely out of the cage. But before that, she still needs to gain some experience and upgrade the Psychic Apprentice to level 5 as soon as possible to unlock the profession-specific passive. The profession-specific passive is the core of a profession. Different professions can sometimes learn the same skills, but due to different profession-specific passives, the effects of the same skills are very different. If there is no mission, it's not easy to accumulate these 200 experience points. What a pity. If those brothers of Lao Dang didn't run away after killing them, I just need to complete the debt collection mission, and the experience will be enough. Bai Fu frowned slightly. She was thinking of a solution, when Anya's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Boss here, look here. Bai Fu turned her head, and saw Anya jumping behind a railing and waving at her. There were 2 people standing next to Anya, 2 of the 4 brothers of De Biao who had escaped in the chaos before. She threw 2 spiritual vision over in succession. The skill judgment was successful, and the detailed data of Villain B and Villain D were displayed. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. You're quite economical with your name, aren't you? She opened the panel of Villain B first. Name, Villain B, weak, injured, template, ordinary, main occupation, unemployed vagrant LV2, secondary occupation, none, health, 29/40 attributes, strength 5, agility 3, constitution 4, intelligence 3, spirit 2, inspiration 3, skills, none, talent, none, favorability, slightly hostile, -13, danger level, green. Villain D's panel is similar to this, with both weakness and injury debuffs, of which weakness reduces 15% of the attribute and injury reduces 10% of the attribute. Bai Fu smiled. Okay, you know how to help people in need. Chapter 12. After calming down for a while, Bai Fu crossed the road and came to Anya and the 2 thugs. Are you alright? Anya shook her head. Boss, how about you? I'm fine, but... Bai Fu turned to the 2 thugs. I have bad news to tell you. On the way out, I saw your boss was blocked in a dead end by a group of outsiders. I didn't stay for too long because I was worried about accidents. At this point, she sighed. Your boss is probably in danger. How did you offend those outsiders? The 2 thugs cried out in grievance when they heard this. Who knows? We usually do. No, the bad things that our boss does are too numerous to count. These outsiders dared to kill our boss today. I dare not imagine what they will do tomorrow. Sister Fu, we can only rely on you now. The 2 of them argued back and forth, making Bai Fu's head hurt. She waved her hands quickly. Where are your other 2 companions? Ruffian B's voice trembled. Dead, they were too seriously injured and died on the way to escape. What? Bai Fu's eyes widened. What a pity, how could such a good person die? It's all the fault of those outsiders. If she could come out earlier, if the player could be more gentle, she might be able to gain more experience. Her appearance fell into the eyes of the 2 ruffians, and they finally put their minds at ease. Bai Fu would sigh when she heard that their companions had died, so she would definitely not embarrass them because of the previous conflicts. Great, now that they were relaxed, they just wanted to have a good sleep, and sleep to death without any dreams. It was not that they were tired, but that they had been psychologically traumatized by the beating. They trembled all over whenever they thought of what had just happened. Those outsiders were really too brutal. They were beaten to the point of being broken into 2 pieces, but they were still laughing and saying that they would kill them all. Even the cult horror movies handed down from the old times were not so scary. Come with me. Bai Fu called out, and the 2 hooligans followed quickly. They seemed to be a bit talkative, and they were discussing treatment as they walked. I heard that Dr. Lin in Huishui Bay is a psychologist. Let's go see him in a few days. Can it work? Don't waste money for nothing. We have to do something. Do you want to be haunted by nightmares for the rest of your life? Who the hell wants to? Even if it works this time, there will still be problems if we meet those outsiders next time. It's really a sin. Who brought those outsiders here? After a long sigh, the 2 stopped talking. What else is there to say? When they thought that they might have to spend their whole lives healing the trauma caused by the players, they were dumbfounded. Actually, Bai Fu, who was walking in front, broke the silence. If you trust me, I can help you. The 2 thugs were stunned. Sister Fu, you? Bai Fu smiled confidently. I am a psychic praying master after all, and curing mental illness is not easy, right? It seems to be true, right? The 2 thugs' eyes lit up. Believe. How could we not believe you, Sister Fu? Bai Fu pointed at Thug D who was standing in front of her. Let's start with you, Anya. Cover your eyes. Although she didn't understand what Bai Fu meant, Anya still covered her eyes obediently. Bai Fu walked towards Thug D with satisfaction. When the distance between them was only 2 steps away, she suddenly raised her right hand. The slender 5 fingers fell on Thug D's neck at lightning speed. Under the impact of the huge force, Thug D was directly pushed against the wall behind him. Bang! The deafening sound of the back of the head hitting the wall was accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The next second, Bai Fu held the dagger in her left hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into the chest of the gangster D. -5. -24. Fatal attack. You killed the gangster, normal, and gained 120 experience points. It was not until then that the gangster bee reacted. He trembled and said, "Fu, Sister Fu, didn't you say you would help us heal our illness?" Bai Fu pulled out the dagger. "I only said I would help you heal your illness, but I didn't guarantee that you would still be alive. Now he doesn't have to worry about being troubled by nightmares anymore. Just tell me whether I cured him or not." The face of the gangster bee was horrified, and he was about to hold Anya, who was also stunned, hostage. Bai Fu had seen through his escape route long ago. If she was not afraid that one of the two would escape, she would not have needed to launch a sneak attack with her current strength. Her agility was 3 points, the same as that of the gangster bee, but the gangster bee was injured and his attribute dropped a lot. She chased him, and knocked the gangster bee to the ground with a brutal collision. The gangster bee rolled on the ground twice, and took out the dagger hidden in his clothes while enduring the pain. When Bai Fu approached, he turned around suddenly, roared and stabbed the dagger into Bai Fu's abdomen. This was a sneak attack, and he believed that Bai Fu would never be able to dodge it. With Bai Fu's current reaction speed, she really couldn't dodge it, and could only block it with her right hand. Puff, stabbed. The dull feeling of the blade piercing into the flesh and blood that he imagined did not appear, and the gangster bee widened his eyes. He clearly saw the dagger piercing the back of Bai Fu's hand, but it didn't even break the skin, only a little bright red. Catching the blade with bare hands. Impossible, you couldn't even block the boss's punch 2 days ago, why now? Surprised? Unexpected? This is the charm of the overall quality bonus and hardening buff. Bai Fu stretched out her other hand to grab the back of the knife, and took the dagger away with a light pull. The gangster saw Bai Fu step forward and looked down at him, occupying his entire field of vision. It was the first time he knew that Bai Fu, who was much shorter than him, could be so tall. He felt extremely scared, but he had no chance to scream. Bai Fu stabbed him in the throat. Giggle. The thug grabbed the neck. He couldn't believe that Bai Fu would become so powerful until he died. Damn, there are actors. You killed the thug, normal, and gained 120 experience points. The experience gap is now filled. Add all the attribute points rewarded after the psychic apprentice is upgraded to LV5 to the physical fitness. I wonder if I can catch the bullets of that inferior pistol with my bare hands. Bai Fu is looking forward to it. She walked to Anya. Only 2 people died. In the chaotic abandoned cooling plant, this kind of thing is too common. Anya was not scared at all, but nervously grabbed Bai Fu's hand to check. Boss, I'm so glad you're okay. What can happen to me? Let's go home. Anya said, Oh, how did you know that the outsider could call a large group of companions to besiege those old bitches? Bai Fu said, Secret? Okay. Anya quickly turned her interest to another thing. Boss, although these outsiders are quite powerful, they all look crazy and are not afraid of death. I think we should not contact them again in the future. Bai Fu explained, Don't worry, they like to go crazy, but it's different from what you think. Going crazy is just their way of expressing their feelings. They are kind in nature. At least their moral level is higher than our average level. Anya opened her mouth. Boss, we are already at the bottom of the valley. At least higher than ours doesn't seem to be a reassuring statement. And they are very hardworking. As long as you give them a little benefit, they will work harder than cows. If you smile at them when you order them around, and say a few words of praise like warrior to them, they may not even ask for payment, and will even give you things. Ah? Anya was a little confused. Paid work? Are there really such people in the world? Should we find some outsiders to try next time? As for not being afraid of death, that's easier to explain. They are immortal, and can be resurrected after death. The death penalty on the stars is actually not low. Players will lose a certain percentage of experience according to their level when they die, and there is also a resurrection cooldown time. The time will be extended as the number of deaths increases, ranging from 0 to 6 hours, and the resurrection time will be reset every Monday. This effectively killed some players' bold ideas. However, this mechanism is not a problem for new players who are only level 1. You can't turn your experience from 0 to negative, right? Ah, immortals? Anya was stunned. She found it hard to believe, but if this was true, then everything those outsiders said and did seemed reasonable. It was also reasonable for the boss to say that the value of these outsiders was far higher than the bounty offered by the Wildfire Gang. Boss, we may get rich. Anya said excitedly. Boss, look, those outsiders can be resurrected, right? We can cooperate with them, and send them to the Wildfire Gang to claim the bounty. After we get the bounty, we will share it with them 50-50, no, 70-30. One outsider is worth 200, and we can earn one. 14,000 from 100 outsiders. Her eyes began to sparkle. With so much money, they can take a special car to leave here and go to the nearby super-large settlement of Lenin. Bai Fu was shocked. She recalled what she had done in the past 2 days, and always felt that she was a bit inhuman. After all, she was always thinking about how to order the players around, but she didn't expect Anya to have quietly fast-forwarded to the triangular trade version. Anya, it turns out that you are the real. Chapter 13. Anya felt a little guilty when Bai Fu looked at her with a slightly strange look. She pulled her dyed white hair and began to reflect. Boss, is the ratio I gave to those outsiders too high? How about changing it to 90%? But I think we will earn more this way. But those outsiders may have other ideas, which will make the cooperation unsustainable. She carefully put forward her opinion. With that serious expression and that cute face, those who don't know the cause and effect may think she is doing some charity, but in fact, she is thinking about the cruel work of the slave trade. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. He always called Lao Ding, and when his mind flashed, he came up with an idea that could be compared with the great and virtuous Dai Ying. This is the child who grew up in our abandoned cooling plant. Bai Fu felt that Anya was so weak that she could only be used as a unit of combat power. Otherwise, with her money-grubbing mind, she would probably turn the abandoned cooling plant into a pollute factory, and then kindly invite players to come here to play as Palu. Child, you are invincible. She couldn't help but sigh. My sister Anya has the appearance of a street lamp. Anya, this won't do. The friendship between us and those outsiders is as pure as white clouds. How can we taint it with dirty money? Bai Fu acted decisively. She couldn't watch Anya go astray. Anya looked at Bai Fu like this, feeling the sincerity in Bai Fu's eyes. She lowered her head in shame. Boss, I'm sorry, I will never again. Bai Fu interrupted her halfway through her words. We can't give them any money, not even 10%, we can't give them any credits. If we give them money, they will question our purpose and our character. Huh? Anya was dumbfounded. If they don't give money, it's not a question of whether they have bad character or not, it's simply not being a human being. Besides, no matter how easy those outsiders are to use, they won't be so exploited that they can still come over happily. Could it be that they are all born with M physiques and like to be ravaged by the boss? That's really perverted. Bai Fu said, of course we can't tell them directly that we do this to make money. We have to package it well, and let them get a different sense of accomplishment, so that they won't pay attention to the money. Anya was even more confused. Watch and learn well. By the way, don't tell anyone what I said to you today, okay? Bai Fu did not forget to warn. She has already thought of a way. She will send players to the Wildfire Gang in batches, on the pretext of helping them enter the Wildfire Gang to investigate the secrets of the Wildfire Gang. By then, she would have made money, the players would have enjoyed the fun of infiltration investigation, the Wildfire Gang boss would have vented his anger at being provoked by the players, and a world where everyone won would be born. I still like win-win situations. Bai Fu wanted to give herself a thumbs up. Looking at Bai Fu with a relaxed look, Anya breathed a sigh of relief. She was so scared. She thought the boss had mutated into a good person. He is worthy of being the boss, he is a decent person. She still has a lot to learn. After the two returned home, Bai Fu asked Anya to stay at home to cook, and then went to find Martin alone. Martin would soon hear about the big incident of De Biao being beaten up by players, so she had to take the initiative. Something happened. What happened? Martin looked at Bai Fu, who was walking towards him, in confusion. Bai Fu said anxiously, when I went to collect the debt, I saw a group of outsiders besieging De Biao. De Biao was defeated, and was beaten by those outsiders. He was running away. It seemed that he would hardly survive. Martin could not sit still. What about the money? Did you collect the money? Bai Fu laid out the credit coins worth 12 yuan on the table. When I went there, his house had been ransacked. I searched in the corner for a long time, and only found this little. Martin was immediately furious. Bang! He slammed the table hard, and the water cup flew up. That was his money, and it was taken away by those outsiders. Damn outsiders, I will never forgive you. He put the money in his pocket, and walked out angrily. You did a good job this time. You take a rest first. I will assign you new tasks when I come back. Bai Fu curled her lips. It's you again. You didn't give me the agreed 5-point share, and you immediately issued a new task to me. You must have learned it from Zhou Paopi. Fortunately, she had more than 300 yuan in advance. You completed the faction task pay debts, and received 2,000 experience points, and 10 faction reputation. The game prompt sounded. As Bai Fu expected, although she only handed over 12 yuan, the game still judged that the task was completed. Current experience value, 3871. After so long, it's finally time to bear fruit. Bai Fu started leveling up. Psychic Apprentice upgraded to LV2, Spirit +1, Inspiration +1, Attribute Point +2. Psychic Apprentice upgraded to LV5, Spirit +1, Inspiration +1, Attribute Point +2. You have unlocked the exclusive passive Innate Spirituality, low-level Inspiration specialization. When Bai Fu completed the hidden task Iron Fist of Order earlier, she gained an extra attribute point. She added all these free attribute points to her physique at once, and her personal attributes changed dramatically. Spirit and Inspiration each ushered in growth, and physical fitness doubled directly. What is a sudden increase in strength? This is a sudden increase in strength. You should know that Bai Fu's physical fitness was only 5 points just a day and a half ago. It is indeed much faster to ask players for help than to level up slowly by yourself. Is this a sense of security? Bai Fu clenched her fists hard, looking at the back of her hand that had almost no change in appearance, but was smoother overall. She laughed. Now, in order to continue to improve her strength, in addition to accumulating experience to upgrade the main profession, she had to find a way to get more skill books. The easiest place to get skill books and career books is the library of the Wildfire Gang. But with her current status, she is not qualified to enter the library at all. She must improve her position in the Wildfire Gang. It is worth mentioning that positions such as supervisors in the Wildfire Gang are 1-to-1, and she can only fight for that position if there is a vacancy first. Then it is clear what to do next. Bai Fu looked at the chair where Martin sat before. Lao Ding, I have tolerated you for a long time, and now I will let you know what the anger of a working man is. Chapter 14. Bai Fu's upgrade idea is very clear. No matter how much popularity she can gain from players, the most important thing is that she must survive until the first version update after the game's public beta to see if the game will adjust her garbage panel because of her performance. When survival is the goal, it is obviously more cost-effective to focus on physical strength than to focus on other attributes. Those who play League of Legends know that when fighting in a team, the opponent often focuses on their own AD or mid lane. Unless necessary, who would be willing to give all their skills to a stone man with double resistance and full health right at the beginning? Not all stone people like to wear coral reef skin, dance, and shout you will lose to attract hatred. There are more reasons why Bai Fu focuses on physical fitness. Whether before or after the crossing, she has not systematically learned fighting skills. This means that even if she focuses on strength, she may be beaten in actual combat because of operations such as Fatal Empty Gun. She must learn the corresponding physical training skills, explore the best routines for skill connection, and adapt to the opponent's attack rhythm to exert her full strength. If Bai Fu were a player, she would definitely choose this style. What Great Wild Prisoner Heaven Finger, what Ultra Instinct, just look good. As for whether you can hit people or not, who doesn't have a second-year fantasy? But now Bai Fu is an NPC that cannot be resurrected, so she chooses a simpler and rougher way of playing. Just like playing the super heavy warrior style in the Soul-like game. Max out the health, toughness, resistance, energy bar, health bottle, and then wear the heaviest armor and carry the heaviest shield. Dodge? No need. Operation? No need. After praying, I took out the unlimited fighting skills I learned online and fought with the enemy. You fight yours, I fight mine, to see whose health bar is thicker in the end. Bai Fu made up her mind and quickly returned home. She stuffed a few boards on her body, changed into thick clothes, and then went straight to De Biao's base. At 18:49 in the evening, the sun sank into the horizon. On the path illuminated by the faint moonlight, Martin kicked the wall next to him that had collapsed for many years, cursing. Are those outsiders locusts? They didn't even leave me a bottle cap. He had just come out of De Biao's base. My goodness, the room was empty. Even mice would cry when they saw it. In fact, he didn't expect Bai Fu to complete this task from the beginning. His plan was to deduct Bai Fu's salary after she failed the task. Who would have thought that those outsiders suddenly intervened and killed De Biao? Now, the task couldn't be carried out, and he had no excuse to deduct Bai Fu's salary. Damn it, the gang from outside the city is so rude. Martin was furious. He had a very innocent hobby. Most people would think that Bai Fu's legs would last a year, but he was different. He just wanted Bai Fu to make money for him, or get money from Bai Fu. When he thought that he couldn't deduct Bai Fu's salary, he felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He didn't believe that he couldn't deduct the salary. Aren't outsiders making a lot of noise recently? Let Bai Fu catch a few outsiders and bring them back. If she wants to die, it's fine. If she dares to shirk responsibility, then deduct her money. Martin felt much better when he thought of this. He raised his foot and was about to walk when he found a person who was wrapped up tightly, with only a pair of eyes showing, blocking the way in front of him. I'm so awesome. You're blocking my way. I'm the abandoned cooling plant. How can Martin stand your anger? Martin went up and gave him a set of 3 consecutive quality attacks. Where did you come from, stray dog? How dare you block your father's way? Do you know whose territory this is? Get out of here quickly, or I stab you to death. Bai Fu, who was in disguise, was unmoved. Just in case, she used spiritual vision on Martin again. Name, Javier Martin, Elite, Template, Ordinary Main Occupation, Ordinary Boxer LV6 Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 80-80, Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 8, Constitution 8, Intelligence 3, Spirit 4, Inspiration 2, Skills, Fatal Blow LV3, Sweeping Kick LV1, Talent, None, Favorability, Contempt, -6, Danger Level, Blue. The main attributes are very average. In the words of the gaming community, Martin has trained a bucket number. It's okay to level up in a single-player game. If you find it troublesome to level up, you can ask Brother Fengling Yuing or C Patriarch to come forward and modify all the attributes to the maximum, so that you can become a super big bucket without any shortcomings. But it's a bit unwise to add points in an online game. Bai Fu closed Martin's attribute panel with confidence. Blue means that Martin's strength is theoretically similar to hers, but that's just theory after all. Real battles are not games that compare numerical values. An outsider asked me to bring you a message. Bai Fu said in a hoarse voice. Outsider? Martin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. You are Bai Fu. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you covered your face, and spoke in a pinched voice. Bai Fu, You can recognize this too? Forget it. Since I've been found out, there's no need to continue pretending. She took off the hood. Martin, hack you dared to threaten me with Anya. I thought you wouldn't resist, but you're waiting here. Martin sneered and clenched his fist. Interesting. I hope you can make me happy. Martin, who was ambushed, was very calm. De Biao could knock Bai Fu out with one punch. His strength was slightly inferior to De Biao. If one punch didn't knock Bai Fu out, 2 punches would be no problem, right? The little scoundrel dared to cause trouble for his supervisor, and he was really a traitor. He walked towards Bai Fu with a big laugh. The moment he got close to her, his fist as big as a sandbag hit Bai Fu like a heavy artillery, and the strong wind even blew Bai Fu's hair. The waist and horse merged into one, and the power burst out. Fatal Strike LV3 over limit activation. Bang! This punch hit Bai Fu's stomach firmly. Critical hit. -4. A bright red damage number floated above Bai Fu's head. Bai Fu's body shook slightly, but soon stabilized. What? It actually hit 4 points of damage. Bai Fu was shocked. Martin was dumbfounded. He felt like he hit an iron plate. Not only did he fail to knock Bai Fu over, but his hand was swollen instead. You're fucking open, aren't you? Martin didn't believe in evil, and mercilessly yelled at Bai Fu. -1, -1, -3, -1. Bai Fu dodged left and right, but due to her low agility, she only perfectly avoided about half of the attacks, and her shoulders, joints, etc. were still hit by a lot of punches. Martin kept beating until his whole body was sore and his eyes were a little blurry, so he stopped. This time, Bai Fu should be beaten into Bai Fu's sauce, right? At first, Bai Fu was a little worried. She thought her physique was in vain. But as Martin's punching speed became slower and slower, the damage he dealt became lower and lower, until he could not deal any damage at all. She was completely relieved. Look, this is the virtual opponent without physical strength. Bai Fu looked at her own health. 153/180, it can be said that it is quite safe. Okay, now it's my turn. Bai Fu picked up the big stick and spun it upwards towards Martin's crotch. The ultimate move of unlimited fighting technique Fatal Chicken Fight was activated. Although Martin was aware of the danger, he had no time to dodge due to muscle soreness and limited lung capacity. Fuck you, what kind of monster is this? He was not hurt at all after being hit so many times. He could only watch the big stick getting closer and closer to him in despair. Bang! -16. The same bright red number, the same critical hit. A sharp pain rushed straight to the top of his head from below. At the moment of being hit, Martin fell into a state of stiffness. He opened his mouth to scream, but his throat and mouth hardened instantly, so that he could only make a nearly the monotonous and low voice, unable to shout or ask for help. Bai Fu was merciless, swinging the stick and hitting continuously. -13, -11, -8. The stick broke, but at this time Martin's health was only 32 points. His eyes were full of fear and pain, and he rolled over with the last bit of rationality to escape. Bai Fu kicked Martin in the face without saying a word, and the thick sole of her boot stepped heavily on Martin's face. Crack. The bridge of the nose collapsed, and a large amount of blood splashed from the back of the head. When Bai Fu moved the boots away, Martin was completely silent. You killed Javier Martin, 100% contribution, and gained 640 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu took off the bloody gloves and stuffed them into her pocket. This is the result of practicing martial arts without covering the crotch. Kid, at this time, Bai Fu felt like drinking a bottle of ice cola in the hot summer, in one word. Refreshing. Chapter 15. For the leader of the Wildfire Gang, the death of Brother De Biao was as insignificant as finding a dead mouse on the roadside. But the death of Martin was different. Martin was the supervisor he personally promoted. Martin was killed. This was clearly a slap on his face. He immediately called all his confidants over, and was so angry that bubbles flew. Investigate. I give you 1 day to investigate, and see who is so bold as to attack the supervisor of our Wildfire Gang in the abandoned cooling plant. Yes, yes, yes. How dare the few confidants touch the tiger's whiskers at this time? They could only agree to it first. In fact, they had no hope of finding the real murderer. Before they came, they heard that there was no one around when Martin died, and there was no obvious evidence left at the place where he died. Check your balls. Their broken place is not like those super large settlements, with advanced equipment that can track down the murderer by testing blood and fingerprints. But it doesn't matter if they can't find out, they have already thought of a solution. Just say it was done by outsiders. Anyway, those outsiders are already at loggerheads with the Wildfire Gang, and putting more blame on them won't affect the situation. In fact, these cronies like those outsiders quite a lot. With the outsiders coming, the investigation will be simple, and with the outsiders coming, those old scores can be settled. They just hate that the outsiders didn't come early enough, and they just hope that the outsiders can hold out for a while longer under the attack of the Wildfire Gang. But this is still a bit too difficult for those outsiders. If the boss hadn't been doing his best to entertain the guests from afar recently, those outsiders would have been driven to the polluted area outside the settlement by the angry boss. Boss, Martin is dead. What about the team he was in charge of? One of his confidants asked cautiously. He wanted to arrange his own people to go there, but the result was not satisfactory. The Wildfire Gang leader took out Martin's information from the table, glanced at it, and pointed at it casually. Let's choose her. She is the one who does the most work in Martin's team. I heard that she was the first to discover that De Biao was killed. Let her take charge of Martin's team temporarily. The confidant leaned over to take a look, and the name was Bai Fu. He lowered his head quickly, hiding the dissatisfaction in his eyes. I arrange it right away. She can take over today, but if she dies tomorrow, someone else can take over. But this kind of thing can't be done by yourself, nor can it be done by your subordinates. It's best to find someone you don't know at all. For example, outsiders. Things went smoothly and unexpectedly. Before the investigation results came out, Bai Fu received the appointment to replace Martin. She originally thought there would be some twists and turns in this. Anya was overjoyed. Boss, can we just lie down and collect money like Martin? Yes, but his methods are too crude, and we have other things to do before that. Other things? Bai Fu looked at the back of the informant, who was walking away. She just used her psychic vision to check the attributes of the man. The attributes were ordinary, but his favorability value was very eye-catching. -78. Bai Fu almost thought she had killed his mother, otherwise why would she hate him so much? She thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember where she had seen this person. Since it wasn't because of direct contact that angered the other party, it could only be a dispute over interests. 2 days ago, she was still a poor guy, and she couldn't compete with others for interests. So it seems that there is only one truth. This guy also wants to be a supervisor. You are good, loud ding. You have bad intentions. I don't know how this guy will make a move, but she, Bai Fu, is definitely not a good person. Bai Fu retracted her gaze, and opened the new camp function unlocked after being appointed as the acting supervisor. The faction system in stars above is very complete. Players can unlock many new functions after obtaining a faction position. For Bai Fu, the most important function, in addition to the higher-level faction access rights, is the management function of the supervisor. As a supervisor, she can mobilize certain resources and appoint quartermasters in the group, and this appointment will be recognized by the faction. In the game, the quartermaster can usually issue quartermaster tasks to players. Baifu plans to appoint Anya as her quartermaster, and wants to see if this method can give Anya the ability to issue quartermaster tasks. She originally wanted to set herself as a quartermaster, but unfortunately, the game prompted that the operation failed, and she could not appoint herself as a quartermaster with a player panel. Done. Let's take Anya to find a few players to test it later. If the test is successful, she will be equivalent to mastering a weakened version of the lowly type Celia. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is high in the sky. Convert to my Fu squatting on the side of the road, the wind mixed with a little warmth blew on his body, making him feel a little impetuous. This was the second day after he was deactivated and reopened his account after being attacked by Baifu's supporters in the community. After reopening, he was lucky enough to come to the abandoned cooling plant, but he had been looking for Baifu for almost a day and still had no results. In desperation, he could only find some tasks to do first. In order to find tasks with high rewards and level up as soon as possible, he even ventured to the territory of the Wildfire Gang. He didn't want to be too far behind other players in level, otherwise even if Baifu asked for help from the players next time, he wouldn't be able to help. Ah, those people are too stingy. I sent private messages to 5 or 6 people in a row, but none of them would sell me the credits given by Fu. Gui Wifu rubbed his hair vigorously. He stood up from the ground, and before he raised his feet, he saw an NPC with a big golden crown on his head walking towards him. Oh my god, a mission. Gui Wifu's eyes lit up, and he rushed over immediately. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The man was startled. Foreigner? Foreigner? Gui Wifu nodded. The visitor narrowed his eyes slightly. In normal times, if he met an outsider, he would definitely use the 7 days lock of love stronger than gold, and then send the outsider to the Wildfire Gang to collect the reward after strangling him unconscious. But today he came with a mission, and he couldn't lose the big picture for the sake of small things. I heard that you outsiders are willing to do anything for money. Help me kill someone. Who? Why do you want to kill him? Don't ask so many questions. 1,000 yuan, just say whether you will do it or not. If you do, I will pay you a deposit of 500 first. Do it, why not do it? Gui Wifu chose to accept. Tell me the content of the mission. The person told him the address of the assassination target, the time he was at home, and the meeting place after the mission was completed. A game prompt popped up in front of him. You triggered the hidden mission killing agreement, team can be formed. What he didn't expect was that the experience reward for this mission was as high as 3,500 points. With such a high reward, the difficulty of the mission can be imagined. It is absolutely impossible for him to complete it alone. After sending the people away, Gui Wifu immediately opened the abandoned cooling plant section of Xingyu Club. He had to ask for help. And he could take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Patrick and the others, and then he could approach Fufu openly. Perfect. At Patrick, are you free? I received a hidden mission with a very high reward. Chapter 16. The money I got from Lao Ding, who owes me money, plus this month's salary, and the allowance for being a supervisor, is a total of 871 yuan. After recalculating the account, Baifu breathed a sigh of relief. The currency issued by the Lenin settlement has good purchasing power. This money is enough to ensure that she and Anya don't have to worry about food and clothing for a few months. But what we are talking about here is basic living security. It is pure dreaming to want to enjoy an upper-class life. The less developed the material conditions are, the higher the price you have to pay to get good goods. Those who take risks to transport good goods to the abandoned cooling plant are businessmen, not good people. Baifu stuffed the money into the piggy bank. Since she was free anyway, she casually clicked on the abandoned cooling plant section of Xingyu Club. Unlike yesterday when all the players were discussing her, the topics of the posts in the community today were much more diverse. Some players were sharing their experience of killing people and dumping corpses. Some players were analyzing which professions were more suitable for civilian players in the early stage. Of course, players going crazy over her photos and videos was also a part of the community that had to be appreciated in the past few days. The first day I didn't see Fu, I missed her. Brothers, I'm addicted to Fu. Here are some beautiful photos of Fu Bao. Didn't you notice that Fu's clothes don't match her? It would be better if she changed to Makima's outfit, and it would be better if she had a whip in her hand, hee. Don't make a fuss, are Fu Bao and Makima the same style? Makima treats Dincy like a dog, but Fubo treats us like treasures. Do you understand the value of 82 in favorability? I don't care. I want a big sister wearing a black tie, a white shirt and black trousers. Let's be realistic. Fubo is nice to us, but that doesn't mean she's a good person. After all, she's a member of the villain Wildfire gang. What if she's the boss of the plot? What if she suddenly shows her health bar to us one day? This reply had a great chilling effect. It took dozens of seconds for a new reply to appear. Let me make it clear that even if Fufu is the boss, I will not fight her. At worst, I will not do this main plot. There is more than one main plot on each novice planet in this game. I support it. And Fufu being the boss does not mean that she cannot be redeemed later. Isn't Vegeta a typical example? If the screenwriter dares to mess around, I will lead several emperors to his doorstep immediately. Good guys, your values follow your senses. Xiaoji is bullshitting. Is the boss necessarily a bad person? Is it possible that it is just a different position or limited by the duties? Anyway, I don't believe that Fufu is a bad person who does all kinds of evil, otherwise she wouldn't care about our lives. A group of players fiercely exchanged their opinions in the post about whether Baifu is a bad woman who is only good to the players, or a sheep in wolf's clothing. Baifu is almost full of melons. If she can post, she will definitely go out and lead her own pace now. Only by muddying the waters, the players will rebound with guilt after learning that she is actually an undercover. Or, like. Such emotions are more mellow and long-lasting. But it is important to note that you cannot suppress it too hard, otherwise before the truth is exposed, there may be radical players who come and kill her. Baifu quit this post and clicked on the hot post below discussing Martin's death. Not long ago, the Wildfire gang released news that outsiders killed Martin, and they will launch a more intense revenge. This news quickly reached the ears of the players. The Wildfire gang said that one of their supervisors was killed by a player. Who is so powerful? That was an elite monster. At Patrick Star Pat, did you do it? Oh my god, this is really awesome. He can kill an elite monster alone. I can't do it. This game is too realistic. I've turned the bloodiness down to 0, but I still don't dare to fight those NPCs. It seems that I can only be a life-oriented player. Will Patrick consider making a strategy video? Will Patrick try to set a record for the first boss kill? One after another it quickly called the real Patrick over, and he hurriedly explained. Patrick, doghead emoticon, brothers, you think too highly of me. I'm not that strong. This game is different from other games. There is no invincibility frame when rolling, and there is no dodge skill at the beginning. It is almost impossible to beat an elite monster in a one-on-one fight at my current level. Almost, does that mean it is possible? Patrick Star, it is indeed possible. The manufacturing function of this game is very powerful. You can make things yourself without a blueprint. I heard that a big guy has made black gunpowder. If someone can make a gun by hand, even if it is only level 1, it will not be difficult to beat an ordinary elite monster in the novice village. Oh my god, this is too awesome. Isn't the science and engineering big guy going to take off? Hey, it's not Patrick who did it, then who is this? I thought Patrick was invincible, whose general is this? As soon as Patrick came out to explain, those players who like farming immediately got excited and directly led the discussion content of the post astray. Fighting and killing is exciting, but farming and climbing technology are not bad either. Until a player named Give Up To Me appeared, the content of the post turned back to fighting and killing. At Patrick Star Paida, are you free? I received a hidden task with a very high reward. Patrick Star, how high? Give Up To Me. 3,500 experience points. This number directly shocked Baifu. 3,500 experience points reward for a single task. You kid? I'm afraid you have accepted a task to fight a boss, right? This is enough for her to upgrade her psychic apprentice to the next level. She concentrated her energy, trying to see if she could analyze something from the conversation between Conviction and Patrick, and then get a share of the pie. Other players were even more shocked when they saw this number. They might not be able to earn so much experience even if they moved bricks for 10 days. Godfather, where did you take the task? Zhao, you are a slave of 3 surnames. Conviction, I was lucky. When I was wandering around the Wildfire gang's territory, an NPC came over with an exclamation mark on his head. I asked him if he needed help, and he gave me an assassination task. I definitely couldn't complete this task alone, so I had to ask Patrick for help. Patrick, brother, I'll add you as my friend. Let's chat in private. Message. Conviction. Okay, the two disappeared. It took them 20 minutes to reappear. Patrick, recruit 5 teammates. Those who can make special traps and weapons are preferred. Those who can command or are action game experts can also come. Note that the mission location is in this area. See picture, and the mission time is after 7 p.m., So you must first confirm whether you can get to the mission location from where you are, and whether you are available during that time period. Ah, only 5 people? The rookie looks up to the boss. Isn't the area where the mission location is the territory of the Wildfire Gang? No wonder the reward for this mission is so high. It takes a lot of effort just to sneak in there. Although the requirements are quite strict, Patrick still successfully recruited 5 teammates in less than a few minutes, including Black Tiger Ah Fu, the natural disaster dragon who knows reconnaissance, and the excavator who led him to fight Big Biao before. A 10-man expedition team was formed. Bai Fu stared at the map set by Patrick. There was a red circle on the map, which was quite coincidental, because her home was in the area covered by the red circle. Is the mission target someone who lives in this area? The NPC that can provide 3,500 experience points is definitely stronger than Big Biao. Bai Fu thought about it, and there seemed to be no such strong NPC near her home, because the living environment in this area is relatively poor, and anyone with a little strength and status would not live here. Could it be that Patrick sent a fake picture? Wait, she seems to have missed someone. Am I not the NPC who is stronger than Big Biao? Bai Fu's face suddenly darkened. She quickly found a place with a good view to squat. When it was dusk, she saw Patrick and others appear in the field of vision in the night, and her hanging heart finally died. Okay, the boss that the player wants to defeat is really herself. Chapter 17. Bai Fu rubbed her brows. She almost figured out the situation. The current situation is most likely that her appointment as acting director has made her a thorn in the eyes of someone or a faction in the Wildfire Gang. Then that person or faction found the player and wanted to use the player to get rid of her. From a normal perspective, this is a very good deal. How to find a reliable killer? This is a problem. If you are unlucky, find something like 5-star killer. Such fools who kill the wrong target, or those who outsource the assassination mission layer by layer, will not only fail the assassination mission, but also be exposed. There is no such trouble when looking for players. You can say that players don't understand assassination, but you can't question the determination of the players who receive the mission to complete the mission. And players are very easy to blame. Given the current relationship between players and the Wildfire Gang, unless players hold a loudspeaker and shout everywhere, no one will think that the mastermind behind the scenes is actually from the Wildfire Gang. It's a pity that your target is me. Bai Fu was happy. On the stars, no one understands players better than her. In the abandoned cooling plant, no one is more popular with players than her. She only needs to show her face, and do nothing else to easily resolve the enemy's move. But Bai Fu doesn't intend to resolve the crisis so easily. These 2 days, she suddenly appeared to save Digger G, who was blocked by thugs, and showed in front of the players that she cared about the safety of the players. It took a lot of effort to successfully capture the hearts of a group of players. Now that the players have come to her, how can she let them go easily? Bai Fu, start. With the faint moonlight shining from above, Patrick and his companions slowly moved forward. It was 7:20 p.m. now. They spent half an hour avoiding NPCs one after another, and finally arrived near the mission location. Patrick took a deep breath and looked back at Digger G, Giyuo Fu and others who were following closely behind him. Everyone, check again to see if there are any problems with the traps and items we made. He gave instructions in the team channel. A few seconds later, Digger G responded with a no problem, followed by a string of +1s. Very good. Patrick repeated the previously planned tactics in the channel again. No one has any questions, right? If not, then everyone should start to act separately. Be careful of your steps. We have come here. Don't expose your whereabouts due to carelessness, and let the target prepare. Don't worry, Patrick. I am a master of stealth games. Patrick smiled and nodded. In order to ensure the mission could be completed smoothly, this time each of them prepared weapons such as daggers, iron rods, bows and arrows, and also learned Bai Fu's advanced fighting methods, and got a batch of lime, rusty nails, chili powder, trip ropes, nets, and lubricants. With preparation plus stealth, he was at least 80% sure that he could kill the target of this mission in one go. After waiting quietly for more than a minute, everyone arrived at the designated location smoothly. The evening breeze blew debris rolling through the street, mixed with a bit of salinity in the cold. In the dim light, Patrick looked around. Everyone held their breath. Everyone was excited. That was 3,500 experience points. For experience, for leveling up, for getting closer to Bai Fu, for digging deeper into the plot behind Bai Fu. Damn it. Patrick slowly raised his right hand. When his right hand fell, the action officially began. 5, 4. Patrick counted silently in his heart. When he counted to 2, something unexpected happened. How long are you going to hide? In the silent night, a dull voice suddenly came through the wall. Fuck! The effect of this voice is no less than being killed by a jump in the face in a horror game. Several players were so scared that their brains went blank, and they began to look around helplessly. The remaining players wailed in the team channel. It's over, we've been discovered, how can we sneak attack? Fuck, how did she find out? We didn't make any sound all the way. Does she have the ability to sense air? Opened? Patrick, do you want to continue fighting? Why does this voice sound familiar? Patrick was also startled. But he was used to big scenes in other games, so he calmed down quickly. The more you panic at this time, the more you can't panic. If the opponent is very strong, then they can't run away the moment they are discovered. Instead of running away, it's better to turn back and fight. If the opponent is very weak, then they have nothing to worry about, just go straight in. To sum it up, it's just one word. Fight. Still follow the original plan, Ah Fu, and I will attack first to attract attention, that's right. No matter what, just fight first. Black Tiger Ah Fu, a war maniac, had been holding back for a long time. Hearing what Patrick said, he stopped pretending. He picked up the newly bought iron rod and rushed into the house like a bull, smashing the half-closed door. Seeing him go up, Patrick hurried in. Black Tiger Ah Fu raised the iron rod above his head and slammed it hard at the person in the house. This time, the force was so swift and the speed was so fast that the person in the house only had time to raise his left arm. Bang! The iron rod hit the solid place. Patrick was delighted, a good opportunity. He slid out from behind the huge body of Black Tiger Ah Fu, holding a dagger, aiming at the left rib of the mission target. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the face of the mission target clearly. Isn't this Bai Fu? Stop! Patrick twisted the dagger to the side. He avoided it himself, but the other players who rushed in from the window and behind were too late to avoid it. Patrick, I help you. Fu drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight at the back of the neck. Digger G raised her knife and chopped it up while screaming. Patrick didn't have time to shout a second time, nor did he have time to stop it. He was unbalanced and could only watch helplessly. Time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. He saw Bai Fu turn around, saw Bai Fu flick her right hand to knock away the flying arrow, saw Bai Fu stretch out her left hand to grab the blade that Digger G had chopped off, and then twisted it hard to take the knife away. Fu! Digger G was stunned. The next second, Bai Fu grabbed her neck and smashed her against the wall. Under the impact of the brutal force, she was lifted into the air. During this process, no damage number floated above Bai Fu's head, and there was no scar on her body. No injuries? Patrick breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was lifted up again. Why are you? Bai Fu's eyes were extremely cold, and her voice was also extremely cold. Digger G struggled to look down, and she saw that the cold eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. In fact, at this moment, all the players, including Digger G, were also in disbelief. Why was it Bai Fu? Why was Bai Fu their target of assassination? In this way, they betrayed Bai Fu's trust and repaid kindness with hatred. It's over. It's all over. They finally raised Bai Fu's favorability to 82, but now it's probably going to drop to minus 82. The first person to accept the task, Gaiawofu, was almost in a state of panic. Is there anything more regretful, painful, and desperate than killing someone you like? He wanted to kill himself. Chapter 18. A cold breath lingered around everyone in the room, dull and oppressive. Although it was not suffocating, it gave people a feeling that their hearts were held by something, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Pain. It hurt so much, Digger G couldn't understand why things turned out like this. For the first time, she met an NPC who could prove that her wonderful analysis was correct. For the first time, she had a good relationship with this NPC. These two pleasant things intertwined together, and she should have become even happier, but why did it turn out like this? Once what happened here gets out, even if it turns out that Bai Fu's setting is more powerful than what she analyzed in her post, she doesn't have to think about counterattacks or slapping him in the face. She should consider going to Gotham to fight Batman, which is more in line with her new identity. In the dead silence, Bai Fu was the first to break the silence. Don't answer? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. She clenched her left fist, with murderous intent. She blocked the iron rod with her arm, and caught the blade with her bare hands. She was unscathed after a set of operations. No one doubted that she could kill Digger with this punch. At the critical moment, Patrick stood up. Wait a minute. This shout directly broke the invisible power, and everyone's eyes, including Bai Fu, were focused on Patrick. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Patrick took 2 deep breaths. This is a misunderstanding. No, it can't be said to be a misunderstanding. The main reason is that we didn't know that the target of this mission was you. If you are willing to listen, I can explain it. Really? Bai Fu did not give a direct answer. Her face was still cold, but she loosened her fist and put Digger down. If we didn't do it, then there's still a chance? Patrick quickly told the story of how he accepted the mission. That's what happened. If we knew you were the target, we would have come to inform you right away. The Dragon of Calamity added, That's right, Sister Fu Fu, if we really wanted to deal with you, we would have done it yesterday. There's no need to wait until now. As soon as they started talking, the other players started talking at once, as if they had grabbed a lifeline. Fu Fu, my feelings for you are clear to all. The big mistake has been made, and they regret it. What they can do now is to try to salvage the situation a little, so that they will not be buried directly. Maybe there will be a chance to brush back the favorability in the future. Just as a group of players were shouting anxiously, Bai Fu suddenly let go of Digging G. Digging G was stunned, and the others didn't understand, just watching Bai Fu hurriedly walk to a player. You, if I remember correctly, didn't you break your neck yesterday? Why? After that, Bai Fu walked to Patrick again. And you, although you didn't die, your right hand was seriously injured. How come you recovered after just 1 day? There shouldn't be such advanced medical skills here. Surprised, puzzled, incredible. At this time, Bai Fu's expression was so rich that the young man shouted impossible. Seeing her like this, Patrick finally let go of his hanging heart. With a topic, they could communicate normally. That's right, Sister Fu, as we said yesterday, we will not really die in this world. Look, he is alive, and it is proof. Patrick pointed. Resurrection? How is it possible? Although it can be achieved through methods such as summoning spirits, it seems that it is not impossible for you to do it alone. Wait! Bai Fu seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Her action made the players even more confused, and Yi Fu, who was almost shocked, also raised her head. What happened? It was Patrick who mustered up the courage. Is there something wrong? Bai Fu returned to the poker face mode. You are not from Ziyuan Star, right? This question was a bit confusing, but Patrick nodded subconsciously. No. Bai Fu closed her eyes, and opened them again after several seconds. It seems that the holy words are not necessarily false. The voice of this sentence was not loud, but it fell clearly into the ears of everyone in the room. What holy words? I have listened to the holy words. The holy words say that when justice is broken, and when the crisis appears, the undead from the other side of the fog will follow the will of the Supreme Will and arrive in our hometown. After crossing the boundary between life and death, they will rekindle the fire here. Speaking of the second-year dialogue, the frost on Bai Fu's face finally began to melt, and the anger hidden deep in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by suspicion. At this time, even Hei Huafu, who had never cared much about the plot, was shaken. Isn't this the game setting that Bai Fu is talking about? The undead are the players, right? The game world is in crisis, the setting of the planner, so the Supreme Will, the game production company, recruited players to enter the game, and after crossing the boundary between life and death, referring to being abused by monsters thousands of times, they rekindled a fire for the game world. The game is over. An NPC who can come up with such a setting cannot be just an ordinary member of the Wildfire Gang. Bai Fu must have a super huge secret. Listening to the holy words, could she be a saint from somewhere? Patrick was shocked. He quickly turned his head to look at Digger G. Maybe Digger G always guessed wrong before, and was scolded for over-interpreting, but this time she really did it. Yes, she did it. Digger G was so excited that she wanted to rush up and hug Bai Fu's thighs, and rub them hard. Other players were equally excited. Whether they liked Bai Fu's looks or were looking for hidden quests, they all felt like they had found a treasure. Before they could get excited for long, Bai Fu poured cold water on them. To be honest, I have always been skeptical of this holy word, and I can't imagine that the legendary hero would come to assassinate me in the middle of the night. All the players lowered their heads in shame. They really deserved to die. They actually made such a mistake. How can they atone for their sins now? But this time, Bai Fu paused. I believe half of it. Heroes also make mistakes when they are young. This time it was the players' turn to look up, and look at Bai Fu with incredible eyes. They never expected that Bai Fu's attitude towards them would unexpectedly reverse. What they didn't expect was that Bai Fu walked in front of Digger, and slowly helped Digger to tidy up the clothes that she had just messed up. She was so gentle. This comparison made Black Tiger Afu, who only thought about killing monsters and leveling up, feel a little embarrassed. The other players felt even more guilty. They felt that they owed Baifu too much and didn't know how to repay him. And I've thought about it carefully. What you said is not impossible. Recently, some people have indeed regarded me as a thorn in their side. I originally wanted to hide my strength, but now it seems a bit difficult. Baifu moved her hand away from digging G. Okay, you made such a big noise just now. There is no guarantee that someone will come to check the situation. If they see you, you can't run away. Go first. I will come to find you tomorrow. Baifu gave an address. She said so much, digging G and others had no choice but to do as she said. Until their feet stepped on the bumpy road, they still felt that what happened tonight was a little unreal. The legendary hero, it seems that I must prove myself to Fufu next. How strong do you think Baifu is? When she caught digging Princess just now, I felt like I was going to freeze just by looking at her. Who knows? I only know that Fufu is a very gentle person. Don't you think Fufu is handsome? That block, that pinch. So handsome. This feeling of gentleness and coldness coexisting is so cool. Digging G's eyes were full of stars. Converted to my Fu's side. This is Fufu. Gentleness is her nature, but she has a very heavy mission, and has to show her cold side to the enemy. As he spoke, a player said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Baifu's true strength is terrifyingly strong, otherwise we would have made a big mistake tonight, and an important plot might be interrupted like this." It would have been better if he didn't say it, but as soon as he said it, the faces of other players changed. Embarrassment turned into guilt, and guilt turned into rage. Let's talk about other things later. I'm going to settle accounts with the person who issued the task now. Gaiawofa clenched her fists. Other players expressed their willingness to go together. In the evening breeze, 10 players in a red angry state walked angrily towards the place where the task was handed in. Baifu nodded contentedly after watching them go away. She was looking forward to the reaction of the person who wanted to get rid of her after learning that his men were beaten up by players. Chapter 19. After the efforts just now, Baifu's envisioned mysterious persona has been completely established in the players' minds, and the identity of a member of the Wildfire Gang, which was considered a demerit by the players of the abandoned cooling plant, has also been replaced by an undercover agent. In the future, she only needs to gradually improve this mysterious persona based on the discussions of the players in the forum and her own plans for the future. Baifu's actual gains are more than that. For her, the most valuable thing at this stage is the guilt that the players have for her. Because of guilt, she will no longer be just a vase in the eyes of the players. Because of guilt, she can use the players more conveniently. This scene is really worth it. Baifu returned home happily, but she actually had several powerful weapons in her hands. How to quickly create an impressive and likable character. In addition to infinitely raising the character status, the simplest routine is to create misunderstandings and sacrifices. For example, there is a female character in the game, mysterious and beautiful, but from the moment she appeared, all kinds of information hinted that she was a villain. As the plot deepened, when the player was in despair, she used the most gorgeous and grand self-sacrifice to open up the road to the final victory for the player. If we add some details to this foundation, the final effect will be absolutely blazing fire, and every cut will hit the player's heart and the planner's horse, and it will be difficult for the player not to be impressed. But Baifu is just thinking about it now, and her strength does not support her to do so. Anya, come out to eat. Aw, boss, do you really not need to care about those outsiders and the people who call them? It doesn't matter, they will help us solve it. Let's eat first. 9 o'clock in the evening. Beside a huge broken water tank, a man in a white vest raised his hand and looked at the old watch. Is it this late? If everything goes well, Baifu should be dead. The boss gave him 2,000 yuan for this mission. He thought he would have to work hard, but he didn't expect to successfully bribe a foreigner with only 500 yuan. He made a profit of 1,500 yuan in one go. It was really a lot of money. I have to say that those foreigners are really cute and stupid. They dare to accept any task and cooperate with anyone. Don't they worry that they will be silenced after completing the task? Boy, today I will teach you a lesson and let you know what is the evil of society. Bai Bei was shaking his legs happily. A few minutes later, Gui Yifu appeared in his sight. Is he back? These outsiders are really as trustworthy as the rumors say. Bai Beijing walked forward with a smile, but after a few steps, he found that something was wrong. Gaiawofa was not alone, he was accompanied by 4 outsiders. All of them were murderous, as if someone owed them $1 million. What do you want to do? The white vest felt his anus tighten for no reason, and felt that something was wrong. What do you think I want to do? Gaiawofu sneered. Don't be polite to such a villain. Let's go together. He rushed forward and threw a lime. Look, this is Fufu's fighting method. Before the white vest could react, the dragon of natural disasters put a temporary net on him. Fuck him! Patrick shouted, and the others raised their sticks and started to hit him hard. 1, 2, 3 times. The intense pain stimulated the white vest to turn red and warm. You bunch of beggars from other places. You dare to attack me, I will kill you. He struggled to break free from the restraints of the net, staring hard. His appearance was terrifying, like a man-eating devil. However, before he could be arrogant for a second, the digging G splashed out the chili powder he had hidden in advance. Cough, cough, cough. A player standing next to him coughed violently. Digging treasure, you should throw accurately. It hit me. Digging G waved her hands quickly. Next time, next time. They still had the leisure to chat, but the white vest was about to explode. His eyes hadn't recovered from the lime attack yet, and now they were sprinkled with chili powder. Will these outsiders sprinkle some salt and pepper later? He no longer had the heart to continue fighting. He stumbled back, and with his familiarity with this area, he still had a great chance of escaping. After running a distance, the man in the white vest turned around and threatened. You guys, just wait for me. Sooner or later I will. Halfway through his words, he suddenly let out a scream. Fuck, who sprinkled the nails on the ground? The sharp pain from the soles of his feet made the man in the white vest lose his balance and fall to the ground with a thump. When he saw several other players coming out of the darkness, with his hazy vision, he gradually understood everything. There is no doubt that these nails were secretly sprinkled by this group of outsiders. Damn, society is so sinister. It was said that outsiders value contracts very much, and once they accept a task, they will do their best to complete it. Why doesn't it work for him? He hasn't even made a move yet, and these outsiders are doing this to him. What kind of hatred is this? He has seen many beasts, but this is the first time he has seen such unscrupulous means. If all outsiders are like this, the future of the abandoned cooling plant will be unimaginable. What on earth do you want to do? The man in the white vest struggled. Gaiawofu went up and kicked him. Tell me, who told you to entrust me to kill someone? A man can be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. White vest originally wanted to say this, but after seeing the lime in Gaiawofu's hand, he decisively admitted his fear. I'm telling you, stop fighting. It was Chao Wen-yang, the head of the Wildfire Gang's logistics department. He forced me to do it. When Gaiawofu tortured White Vest, Patrick didn't say a word the whole time, but his eyes kept shining. Although these methods are quite despicable, they really work. If they use normal methods to deal with this elite monster, a few of the 10 of them would die, and if they were unlucky, the whole team might be wiped out. It was not like now that they only suffered minor injuries. Is this the real way to play this game? Before, he was still thinking about career choices and upgrade strategies, and his thinking was completely restricted by the games he played in the past. A free game should be played in the most free way. At this moment, something seemed to awaken in Patrick's heart. Late at night, there was a knock on the door of the Wildfire Gang's logistics department office. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a man ran in a panic. Chao Wen-yang put down the water cup in his hand. Bai Fu is dead? The man shook his head hurriedly. No, not dead. It was the person we sent out who died. Someone saw him being beaten to death by a group of outsiders. What? Chao Wen-yang stood up suddenly, with a terrifying aura on his square face. How did he provoke those outsiders? The visitor said tremblingly. I don't know. Useless things. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the use of you? Chao Wen-yang smashed the water cup with a punch, and then walked out angrily. Minister, what are you going to do? I go find the boss, damn it. I want the outsiders to die. Chao Wen-yang was furious. Although he didn't understand why these outsiders suddenly became so cruel, he thought of another way. Since hiring outsiders to kill Bai Fu failed, he would take the initiative to send Bai Fu to fight those outsiders. If I can't kill you, I take your surname. Chapter 20. Go to the morning meeting right away? Early in the morning, Bai Fu, who was originally full of energy, became completely depressed after receiving this news. Even after traveling through time, she still has to go to the morning meeting. Is this a part that workers have to appreciate? There is nothing we can do about it. Yesterday, another brother died at the hands of an outsider. He died miserably. De Biao was just splashed with lime in his eyes. He was not only splashed with lime, but also with chili powder. The boss is very angry now. The person who brought the news smiled bitterly, and pointed to the goggles on his face. This is the new equipment just issued by the logistics department. The boss said that we must wear this first when dealing with those outsiders in the future. By the way, the boss distributed line to each of us, saying that we should use teeth. Teeth or something. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Is this a bit wrong? She imagined the scene. The player and the wildfire gang met on a narrow road, and after a quarrel, they suddenly took out a bag of lime from their waists and threw it into each other's eyes. Damn, they really do whatever it takes. The atmosphere in this abandoned cooling plant was already very bad, and now it seems to be even worse. Now they are just throwing lime, and they dare not think about what they will throw in the future. If a group of feces and concentrated sulfuric acid suddenly appear, will the people in the abandoned cooling plant have to wear door panels and turn into steel door zombies when they go out? Who made you so free? Bai Fu secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, she was more skilled and mainly increased her physical fitness, so these sneak attacks had a much lower impact on her. After telling Anya not to run around, she followed the informant to the wildfire gang headquarters. There were already a lot of people in the venue, and as soon as she sat down, someone sitting in the front row smiled at her. Bai Fu flipped through her memory, and if she was not mistaken, that person should be Chao Wenyang, the head of the logistics department. In fact, she had only seen Chao Wenyang once from a distance, but Chao Wenyang had a characteristic that made it easy for people to remember him. Although Chao Wenyang was not good at writing, he was ugly. Bai Fu smiled back. The theme of today's morning meeting is nothing more than the gang leader getting angry first, and then mobilizing people. She can completely skip the long paragraph of nonsense in the beginning, and just listen to the conclusion. She was happy when she thought of this. It was great to have a panel that no one else could see. When others could only listen reluctantly, she could openly brush the community. Now it was just right to see the players' reactions after last night's incident. After clicking on the abandoned cooling plant section, Bai Fu found that there were 2 new hot posts in the community with more than 1,000 replies. The posters of both posts were Dig G. The first one. First-person perspective takes you to see Fu's handsomeness from above. Bai Fu clicked on it, and the first reply was, "Where did the clickbait come from? And above, why don't you go to the sky?" And the second reply became, "Sorry, I was wrong. It's really a first-person perspective and above." She looked at the content of the post. Dig G recounted what happened last night as a party involved, and inserted several videos in the post, one of which was taken after Dig G was strangled by her neck and lifted up. HD, and censored face-to-face. Okay, it's really the first-person perspective. The previous videos have already made the post full of heat, and this video directly brings the post to a new height. Empty-handed catching a blade. Ah, my wife is so handsome. Face-to-face straight shot is still so perfect. Come on, I want to give a drumstick to the modeling brother. This is interesting. Although Bai Fu's words are a bit confusing, her true identity must be unusual. Awesome, digging treasure, you actually guessed it right this time. It's time to come out of Qing garlic. I cried. It's time for you to still discuss this. Look at Fu Bao's trembling eyes. My heart is about to break. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved in the end. When she scolded me, she said I was a legendary hero. Wake up. A rookie can't be a hero. A group of players discuss Bai Fu's true identity in a happy atmosphere. Some people say she is a female agent. Some say she is the god of war who has been reborn. And some say she is a member of a cosmic force that has escaped. Bai Fu read it with great interest, just like reading a short article. If you can speak more, so that she can copy it. I have to say that this leak is really getting stronger and stronger, and she has learned to imagine her identity as she wished. Then Bai Fu clicked on the second post. In this post, Dig Jijiang. The process of the player fighting her. The process of the player fighting the white vest. Cut together. She originally just wanted to make a simple record and use the white vest to highlight Bai Fu's strength, but she didn't expect that the popularity of this video would spread to other sections of Xingyo Club. Even some players who were not interested in Bai Fu at all, or even focused on upgrading, came over. Oh my god, although I heard yesterday that players can make props by themselves, the degree of freedom of this game is still beyond my imagination. Is it still like this? I learned it. I will also go to get some lime. Great, this game directly cured my electronic ED. Many players forwarded this video after seeing it. This high-frequency communication also brought a new wave of popularity to Bai Fu. Who is this female character? Bai Fu, an NPC of Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu was in a very good mood, but after turning to the next comment, her pupil shrank suddenly. Above the stars. Hello, we found that your video has great potential, and hope to edit your video content into the promotional video. If you are interested, you can click the background link. This is not a phishing reply. In the game Above the Stars, only the official can take this name. Oh my god, the official took a liking to Digging G's video. Bai Fu couldn't help but give Digging G a thumbs up. Well done, Digging G. If she is cut into the promotional video, even for only 1 second, she will no longer be considered an ordinary NPC. Maybe the planner will strengthen her in the next update. If players build momentum and give it a try, the chance will be even greater. I don't know when she will become the protagonist of the promotional video. Of course, I mean she will become an important plot character in the version, not a version boss that shows off her health bar after a handsome appearance for players to fight. Anyway, this time, she really had to thank the old silver coin who sent someone to assassinate her. If it weren't for him, how could she have brushed up the players' favorability and got the chance to appear in the official promotional video? Bai Fu closed the community contentedly. At this time, the Wildfire Gang leader's long speech was almost over, and he gave his final instructions. At the same time, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You triggered the faction mission Wildfire Burning. Mission Introduction. The brutal behavior of the outsiders exceeded the limit of the Wildfire Gang leader. Driven by anger, the Wildfire Gang leader decided to launch a more intense revenge on the outsiders. Mission Objective. Kill or capture outsiders. Note that there is no specific number requirement for this mission, but failure of the mission may lead to a decrease in the faction's reputation. 0/infinite. Reward. 200 experience points and 1 faction reputation for each outsider killed or captured. Accept or reject. Bai Fu accepted it with pleasure. 2 days ago, she and Anya were planning to capture players to make money. Just when she was worried about not finding a good excuse, the Wildfire Gang leader sent her a pillow. What a good person. After the morning meeting, Bai Fu first met with several members of her group, and then went to the logistics department to collect supplies. At the entrance of the logistics department, Chao Wenyang smiled at her again. Until she left with the things, Chao Wenyang narrowed his eyes. After he persuaded the boss to give everyone goggles and lime under the pretext of tit for tat, this battle will definitely become extremely fierce. With Bai Fu's strength, if she dared to participate in this level of fighting, she would die in the hands of outsiders in no time. If she wants to survive, she can only transform into a cowardly lizard. In this way, things will be easy. Other groups will have gains, but Bai Fu will have 0. At that time, he won't have to say anything, the boss will beat her to the bottom, and may even kill her. This is the real perfect plan. Chao Wenyang lit a cigarette happily. Don't walk around here. I go get some information and come back to find you. After distributing the equipment to the team members, Bai Fu repeatedly gave a few instructions before leaving. She had made an appointment with the players yesterday, and now was a good time to pass on the spirit of the meeting of the Wildfire Gang boss, and improve their favorability. Before going to the agreed location, she deliberately went back home to bring Anya with her. The journey was smooth, and 20 minutes later, Bai Fu arrived at the destination. She did not rush out, but walked around first to make sure there would be no accidents, and then she turned her head to look at Anya next to her. Do you remember what I just said? I remember, boss. Very good, let's go. Bai Fu led Anya to the dilapidated house where Digger G and others were hiding. Not long after they walked, Digger G found her and Anya. Here we come. With a call, all the players stood up. Fu. Shu. Bai Fu raised her right index finger to her mouth. The situation is urgent now, so I make it short. Did you kill a man in a white vest last night? The Dragon of Calamity raised his hand. Yes, he was the one who asked us to assassinate you. You guys, you were too impulsive this time. Bai Fu shook her head and repeated what happened in the morning. As a member of the Wildfire Gang, I also received orders, but don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Huh? Digging G and others looked at each other. They were very touched that Bai Fu came to tell them the news. But then the problem came. If Bai Fu didn't do anything to the players, how would she explain to the Wildfire Gang? Patrick asked the question in his mind. Bai Fu said, I have my own way. As soon as she finished speaking, Anya beside her became anxious. Boss, you are showing off again. Anyway, these outsiders can be resurrected. You can just capture a few of them and hand them over. Anya. Bai Fu suddenly raised her voice and interrupted Anya. Anya pouted, aggrieved, and finally said nothing. Bai Fu showed a trace of helplessness on her face. Sorry, she is still a child, and her words are a bit unrestrained. It's okay, no need to apologize. Digging G shook her head quickly. How could she not see that Fu Fu's words were against her will? But this is Fu Fu, she is always so gentle, and she never wants to cause trouble for others. Digging G said anxiously, Fu Fu, I know that you are definitely not afraid of the Wildfire Gang with your real strength, but you entered the Wildfire Gang in secret. You must want to investigate something secretly. If you don't catch us this time, the Wildfire Gang will definitely hold you accountable. It will be bad if your identity is exposed. She already felt guilty about what happened last night. If she failed Fufu's plan because of her, she would never face Fufu again. Fufu nodded. Yes, Fufu, you don't have to make things so complicated. Just capture us and report to the task. With the two of them taking the lead, other players followed suit. Anyway, we can be resurrected. Not only that, we are not afraid of pain, even if the Wildfire Gang wants to beat us up. In order to reassure Bai Fu, Patrick analyzed, Sister Fu, let me put it this way, given our current relationship with the Wildfire Gang, the two sides will have a big battle sooner or later. The problem now is that we know very little about the Wildfire Gang. This time you arrested us, we can take this opportunity to learn about the internal situation of the Wildfire Gang. Patrick's words made the eyes of the surrounding players all light up. It's true. This way, they don't have to embarrass Bai Fu, and they can directly open the Wildfire Gang map. If they are lucky, they may even trigger special tasks. It's really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Fu, don't worry about it. Patrick continued to persuade. Sister Fu, I have thought of an excuse for you. You can say that you accidentally discovered us, put drugs in our food, and then arrested us all when we fainted. Hey, this is a good excuse. The Wildfire Gang will never doubt us. They will just say you are awesome, Sister Fufu. Oh my god, Paida is really smart. He came up with a solution right away. Bai Fu hesitated. Her original plan was to bring 1 or 2 players back to report, and then bring another 1 or 2 back after a while. In this way, she could earn at least 1,000 experience points without doing anything. But the development of the matter was somewhat beyond her expectations. She had just expressed her intentions through Anya's mouth, and before she could start her wonderful performance, this group of players had already fast-forwarded to the finale. Is this the effect of feeling guilty for killing a group of players? Bai Fu was so happy. When others were still thinking about where to find the players and how to kill them, the players on her side had already tied themselves up and sent themselves to her. This is what a mission is. I really can't do anything with you, so I go get some secret medicine and try to make things more realistic. Bai Fu, with tears in her eyes, earned 2,000 experience points. Just as she was about to leave, Digger called her. Oh Fu, I forgot to tell you something. What? When we attacked the guy in the white vest yesterday, he said that the logistics director of the Wildfire Gang ordered him to kill you. Isn't that Chao Wen-yang? Bai Fu understood it immediately. Good old Ding. No wonder you smiled at me so early in the morning, now you are going to die. Thank you for reminding me. Chapter 21. Chao Wen-yang, who had just finished dinner, blew out several smoke rings from his mouth comfortably. A cigarette after dinner is better than a living god. After such a long time, I guess there should be some news from Bai Fu. Chao Wen-yang pushed open the window and looked at the scene outside the window with a comfortable look. In fact, he didn't have to get the supervisor position. With his status, it didn't matter if he won over 1 more supervisor or 1 less supervisor. But who made him swear in front of his subordinates that he would definitely give the vacant supervisor position to that subordinate? In a place like an abandoned cooling plant, besides money and power, what you want is the face of being looked up to by everyone. Bai Fu did not provoke him subjectively, but since she joined the game and offended his face, the only way waiting for her is death. Chao Wen-yang pressed the cigarette, but against the window frame. Sizzle. A small insect was burned to a charred black without any resistance. Chao Wen-yang casually threw the cigarette, but into the trash can, and at this moment, a shout of "Ula Ula" suddenly came from outside the window. What's going on? He pushed the door open and walked to the open space outside. After only looking around for a dozen seconds, a younger brother ran over breathlessly. Minister, no, it's not good. Chao Wen-yang glared. Why are you so anxious? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Yes. The younger brother was timid and didn't dare to refute a word. Chao Wen-yang sneered. Tell me, what happened? The younger brother quickly reported. Minister, Bai Fu, she and her group went out and caught 10 outsiders. How many? Chao Wen-yang suspected that he had misheard. It would be fine if Bai Fu caught some outsiders, but she caught 10 of them at once. Hack you, are you going to catch people or buy goods? He couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed to the source of the shouting. The younger brother who came to report the news spread his hands helplessly. Look, you are all so anxious when you hear it. A few minutes later, hundreds of people gathered near the gate of the Wildfire Gang. Hiss. Chao Wen-yang almost thought he had entered a snake's den. I hissed, what's so good about this? Get out of the way, everyone. He started to push people away angrily, and after pushing 5 or 6 people away in a row, his vision suddenly became clear. I want to see his. Chao Wen-yang took a breath of cold air. Bai Fu was the first in the crowd, followed by members of her group on her left, and in her right hand, she was holding a rope, on which were 10 outsiders. This scene was not spectacular, but it shocked everyone present. It takes half a day to catch 10 piglets, but you caught 10 people in an afternoon? It's open, right? Chao Wen-yang felt bitter. Who can doubt that Bai Fu's achievements are not enough to be a supervisor now? He looked up and saw that the leader of the Wildfire Gang was calling on all members to learn from Bai Fu, the new and outstanding member of the Wildfire Gang. Look carefully, don't just act when you encounter problems. Use your brain more often in daily life. If you don't use your brain, you will be at the bottom of the society all your life. Chao Wen-yang quickly pulled the people next to him. How did she do it? Ah, Minister Chao. The story is this. When Director Bai was out, she found these outsiders making a fire and cooking. She led her team members to deliberately lead these outsiders away, and then took the opportunity to put drugs in their food, drugging them all. Alas, Director Bai is really bold and careful. I wish I was half as smart as her. The Wildfire Gang member who spoke was Indius. Chao Wen-yang couldn't bear to see the scene at all, and he turned around and wanted to leave. Wen-yang, you're here. The boss's voice came from the back. Chao Wen-yang had no choice but to turn back. Haha, boss, how come you have time to come here? The boss smiled and patted Chao Wen-yang on the shoulder. Come on, Wen-yang, come and meet the rising star of our Wildfire Gang. Speaking of which, you also have a share of credit for this. I have been very busy recently. If you hadn't mentioned it specifically, I wouldn't have thought of arranging a new supervisor for Martin's team. Now it's good. I accidentally found a newcomer with great potential, haha. Chao Wen-yang, He wanted to laugh along, but he couldn't. You can praise Bai Fu, but you have to criticize me. You're killing me, right? This is a world of holes. Chao Wen-yang, who didn't have a good temper to begin with, was about to explode. Calm down, you must be calm at this time. Just thinking this, he suddenly found that the outsiders were looking at him curiously. Their eyes were not afraid at all, but full of curiosity. Chao Wen-yang's anger suddenly surged up again. Is it me, old Chao, who can't lift a knife anymore? Or are you guys so arrogant that you're not afraid of being caught? What are you looking at? He walked angrily to the nearest digger. Digger had gradually adapted to the realism of the game in the past few days, so she didn't feel scared even when Chao Wen-yang was staring at her. Instead, she looked at him a few more times. Wen-yang? The mastermind behind the assassination of Fufu is called Chao Wen-yang, right? Could it be this guy? Digger was still guessing, but Chao Wen-yang was already laughing out of anger. He was actually ignored by outsiders. Okay, these outsiders killed his people and didn't take him seriously. Today, he wants to see if these outsiders are really not afraid of death. Chao Wen-yang raised his right hand high. When he was about to chop down, he saw Bai Fu out of the corner of his eye. You go and kill her. Ah, me? Bai Fu pointed at herself. Chao Wen-yang said, That's right, you go. Didn't you notice that these outsiders you caught are not afraid at all? There are usually only 2 explanations. The first one is that they are really not afraid of death. The second one is that they are actually in the same group with you and were caught by you on purpose in order to sneak into the Wildfire Gang. Isn't this right? Before Bai Fu could speak, several of her team members started to cry out for help. They looked at the boss, hoping that he would stand up and say something. The boss smiled and said, 10 people are indeed a bit too many, and it's a waste of food. It's just to torture them for information, and leaving 2 or 3 alive is enough. Although the boss didn't support it openly, Chao Wen-yang knew that he had turned the tables. No matter whether the boss scolded him or punished him afterwards, he would not get into trouble. After all, he didn't attack Bai Fu directly, but Bai Fu was different. If she really had a secret connection with the outsiders, she would not get any good results whether she killed them or not. If she had no connection with the outsiders, she had completely angered them by killing so many of them at once, and they would never let her go. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, Chao Wen-yang urged. His attitude immediately caused dissatisfaction among the players, especially those in the live broadcast room. From the moment she walked into the territory actually controlled by the Wildfire Gang, Digging G started the live broadcast. She attracted a large number of players to watch the live broadcast under the name of visiting the Wildfire Gang. Fuck, they actually forced Bai Fu to kill us. This face doesn't look good. When the boss praised Fufu just now, I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be an old silver coin. What should we do now? Can Fufu kill us? If she can't, won't something go wrong? Digging G and others quickly winked at Baifu. Patrick even shouted directly, "Kill, come and kill, do you think I'm afraid?" "Shut up, damn outsiders, you all deserve to be killed." Chao Wenyang yelled, and finally the surroundings were quiet. He looked at Baifu with a cold face. "Go ahead. If you don't, I think everyone will suspect that you have a problem." Baifu's expression became strange. "Dude, do you really know what you just did? You shouted in front of a large group of players that the players deserve to be killed. This is definitely a declaration of war. It's scary to disturb the witch, and disturb the fourth disaster. Now no one in heaven or on earth can save you. That's all. 3 seconds of silence for you. If you say so, then I must prove myself." Baifu took out a dagger, walked in front of Patrick under the gaze of everyone, and then stabbed Patrick in the heart. "You killed Patrick and gained 200 experience points. Well, wait, you can also gain experience points by killing players?" The sudden game prompt surprised Baifu. She was happy immediately. One Patrick gave 200 experience points, and killing 6 or 7 more players would give her at least 800 or 900. Counting the experience points she had accumulated before, she could level up again. To be honest, Baifu couldn't tell whether Chao Wenyang was a good guy or a bad guy to her. Although Chao Wenyang had been targeting her, she seemed to make a lot of money every time Chao Wenyang targeted her, since he sent people to bribe players to assassinate her. Take this time for example, it was obviously her who killed the players and earned experience, but Chao Wenyang took the blame. If Debiaga is her number 1 brother, then Chao Wenyang can be called her angel investor. Thank you, Wenyang. Chapter 22. Under the crowd's gaze, Baifu killed 7 players in total and earned 1,130 experience points. When submitting the wildfire burning mission just now, she gained 2,000 experience points for capturing 10 players. Adding the experience left over from the previous upgrade and the experience gained after killing Martin, she now has a total of 3,841 experience points. This speed of accumulating experience left the players speechless, and other NPCs, who needed to slowly improve their strength in tears. Considering that Chao Wenyang had contributed a lot to this, Baifu had to work hard not to laugh out loud when facing Chao Wenyang. "You proved your loyalty to the Wildfire Gang," Chao Wenyang said perfunctorily, and then ignored Baifu. Given his status in the Wildfire Gang, there was really no need to give Baifu any explanation. The scene was a bit awkward, and in the end it was the Wildfire Gang boss who came out to end this farce. "Clean up the bodies, and lock up the 3 survivors first." After arranging the player's afterlife, he also asked someone to give Baifu an extra 500 credits as a reward for Baifu's excellent performance. Baifu accepted it happily. She didn't care what the Wildfire Gang boss did. She only knew that if you don't make money, you are a bastard. When he went to get the money, the person in charge of distributing the money whispered, "You'd better be careful recently." "What do you mean? You haven't dealt with Minister Chao many times, and you don't know that he is a petty person. He was originally dissatisfied with you, and you humiliated him in front of everyone today. He will definitely not let you go. You also know that he is in charge of logistics. Anyway, you just need to understand what I mean." At this point, the man shook his head, and it seemed that he had been dissatisfied with Chao Wenyang for a long time. Baifu smiled and expressed her gratitude. She really didn't know Chao Wenyang, but she had a trick. When Chao Wenyang left just now, she deliberately gave Chao Wenyang a spiritual vision. Name, Chao Wenyang, Elite, Template, Ordinary, Main Occupation, Ordinary Boxer LV9, Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 130/130, Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 7, Constitution 10, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Inspiration 4 Skills. Talent, Unknown Favorability, Resentment, -46, Danger Level, Red. The clairvoyance cannot see through Chao Wenyang's true thoughts, but the favorability -46 is enough to explain many problems. Baifu is looking forward to how Chao Wenyang will deal with her in the future. Is he just using an excuse to block her supplies? Then Chao Wenyang's position in her heart will be downgraded from an angel investor. Overall, Baifu is still very calm. Although it is difficult for her to defeat Chao Wenyang with her current strength, she has nothing to worry about unless Chao Wenyang arrives at her doorstep soon. The next day, Baifu got up early and went to apologize to Patrick and others who were killed by her before reporting to the Wildfire Gang. Not long after arriving at the Wildfire Gang, a member of the Wildfire Gang from the Field Affairs Department, who was responsible for assigning various tasks, found her. The higher-ups discussed it and Considering that your team is relatively weak now, and that you exceeded the task yesterday, the higher-ups have temporarily arranged a good and easy job for you. There is such a good thing. Why don't I believe it? Bai Fu asked. What's the job? Interrogator. Ah? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. The problem is that I have never been involved in this. If I were to be an interrogator, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get any useful information. It's okay. What you have to do is very simple. You are responsible for interrogating those outsiders. When they come in, you first torture them. If they are willing to confess, that's the best. If they are unwilling to confess, you can just send them on their way. Is this okay? Okay, why not? Those outsiders are very stubborn, and even professional interrogators may not be able to get anything out of them. You don't have to worry about it. Bai Fu was now sure that the man in front of her was not lying to her, because this was indeed an easy job, and she couldn't find a better job for a while. According to this man, what she had to do was very simple, that is, to kill players. With the current level difference between her and the players, killing a player could earn her 150 to 200 experience points. When the average level of the players is higher, this value can be increased. This is a business that is profitable without any investment. Bai Fu never dreamed that she could travel from my years in the abandoned cooling plant to I killed players in the torture room for XX days in a second and experienced the joy of upgrading. Could it be that she finally met the goddess of luck? Bai Fu was not worried at all that she would be disgusted by the players if she was invincible in the torture room and killed one player at a time. The reason was simple. Once the players were caught by the Wildfire Gang, they could not play the game normally. At this time, all they could do was to log off first, or browse the community, or go online. If she kills these players, it is equivalent to saving these players and allowing them to continue playing the game normally. These players can't even thank her, so how could they blame her? Seeing Bai Fu thinking, the NPC who assigned the task asked, "How about it? Will you accept this job?" Bai Fu nodded. "Yes, of course." "That's fine. Now I will take you to familiarize yourself with the working environment." Logistics Department Office. Chao Wenyang raised his head and asked the person who pushed the door, "How about it? Did she accept the job?" The visitor smiled and said, "Yes, she seems quite happy." Chao Wenyang tapped the table with his index finger. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With his strength, it would not be necessary to go through so much trouble to kill a supervisor, but Bai Fu was chosen by the boss. Unless he was ready to have a complete fallout with the boss, even if he was furious, he would only dare to do what he did yesterday, and would not dare to do it directly. But it didn't matter. He had prepared a more delicious meal for Bai Fu. He specifically told his men to publicize Bai Fu's impressive record in the torture room to those outsiders when they were out. First, he captured 10 outsiders in one go, killed 7 of them, and then left a blood debt in the torture room. Chao Wenyang was looking forward to how those outsiders would retaliate against Bai Fu after finding an excuse to release Bai Fu. Would they chop her into pieces, or cut her into fine pieces for sauce, or use more cruel and ruthless methods? It's really interesting. In the next 3 days, Bai Fu didn't go anywhere, just stayed in the interrogation room of the Wildfire Gang. As she guessed, the players who were arrested were very happy to see her except for the initial shock. As time went by, the players gave her a new nickname in the community by Fu Xinjuan, the rescuer of suffering. But I don't think Fu Fu is very happy. She was suddenly assigned to be an interrogator. She can't do her job properly. She must be suffering in her heart now. After all, she has to kill people every day, although the people she kills are us who won't die. The Wildfire Gang is so, they dare to do this to Fu Fu. Maybe it was Chao Wenyang who did it. Damn it, we have to find a way to kill him and rescue Fu Fu. No, you must not. Save, I'm fine here. In 3 days, Bai Fu killed 23 players in total. Since the players' levels gradually increased during these 3 days, she gained much more experience than she expected. 4,350 points. At this rate, I should be able to upgrade my psychic apprentice to level 8 or 9 in 10 days or so. Chao Wenyang? Just wait and see if I beat you up or not. Chapter 23. Bai Fu's plan to upgrade her skills encountered a small accident, because it was becoming increasingly difficult for the Wildfire Gang to capture players alive. As time went on, players were gradually able to protect themselves in battles with ordinary members of the Wildfire Gang. This was due to the overall improvement of the players' levels, as well as the battle comparison video uploaded to the forum by Digging G a few days ago. After watching the video, 2 groups of players stood up. The composition of the first group of players was more complicated. Among them were handicraft masters, college engineering students, who happened to be on vacation at home, miserable siege lions, who could only play games for an hour after get off work, and brothers who worked in water, electricity, and civil engineering. After seeing how free the manufacturing system on the stars is, they made full use of their knowledge and built a small manual production base. This production base can not only produce some small traps, but in the words of the boss, as long as the materials are sufficient, they can even make guns by hand. The second group of players is more pure. They are purely inhuman. At first, they just learned to throw lime and chili powder like Digging G and others. After discovering that most of the Wildfire gang members wore goggles, they had to develop a new way of playing. Some players deliberately enchanted their weapons with feces. Some players changed into women's clothes to seduce the lone Wildfire gang members, and some players developed very practical taunting skills in the battle. He cursed the ancestors of the 4 opponents with his own strength, creating a lot of sneak attack opportunities for his teammates. Under their inhumane operation, some Wildfire gang members have begun to resist fighting with them. With so little money a month, who the hell would risk their lives? If you lose, you will die on the spot, and if you win, you will be disgusted for the rest of your life. Bai Fu once saw a member of the Wildfire gang who was hit by flying shit kneeling on the ground and vomiting continuously, crying bitterly while vomiting. Too brutal. Bai Fu felt a chill down her spine. She was very glad that she had established a good relationship with the player. Facing such an unreasonable attack, even she would find it difficult to deal with it calmly. After all her points were added to the physique, not the agility. In addition to being afraid, Bai Fu keenly realized that this was a good opportunity. When no one else wanted to fight with the player, she took the initiative to propose to send them out. If this didn't help to improve the Wildfire gang's favorability, she would write the word "fu" backwards. It turned out that she was right. After hearing that she took the initiative to apply to fight the player head-on, the Wildfire gang leader's favorability increased by 21 points, from the original 12 to 33, and his attitude changed from impressed to appreciation. Good, very good, the Wildfire gang leader was very pleased. Looking at the determination in Bai Fu's eyes, he couldn't help but think of running under the sunset that day, which was his lost youth. Once upon a time, he was also an ambitious young man, but as time went by, he eventually became a middle-aged man with hemorrhoids. I can only say that there are fewer and fewer outstanding young people like Bai Fu these days. Smart, loyal, motivated. If there were more people like Bai Fu in the Wildfire gang, there would be no worries that they could not grow stronger, and even move out of this corner of the abandoned cooling plant. You go to the director of the field department, and he will assign you a new task. The leader of the Wildfire gang paused, and then said, "You have performed very well these days. If you have any additional requirements, you can raise them. I will try my best to meet your needs." This was a pleasant surprise, so Bai Fu would not be polite to him. "Boss, if you say so, I do have a small request. I want to go to the library to borrow some books. I found a child outside. She is now at the age of studying. I want—" The Wildfire gang leader interrupted her. "No need to say, I understand what you mean. Except for the locked library, you can enter other libraries at will in the future." He threw out a card. Bai Fu quickly took the card and expressed her gratitude. After 2 days of grinding in the torture chamber, she had already upgraded her psychic apprentice to LV7. Seeing that she was not far from the upper limit of LV10, she wanted to go to the library to see if she could find a professional advanced knowledge book to avoid being stuck at the next level. After saying goodbye to the Wildfire gang leader, Bai Fu went straight to the library without stopping. Compared with the public library full of garbage, there are many more useful books in the advanced library. Not only are there secondary professional knowledge books such as Self-Cultivation of Chefs and Gold Miner, but also main professional knowledge books such as Basic Boxing Teaching and Firearm Assembly. The only problem is that there is no advanced knowledge book for any profession, not only for psychic apprentices, but also for other professions. Is the level cap of the novice village only 10, or are all the good stuff hidden in that locked library? Bai Fu searched the library for several times, and finally found only a note related to psychic power. The name of the note was outrageous. Research essays, some worthless psychic prayers, Freya Eggman/author. Bai Fu, Good God, it turns out that she didn't get anything this time. Bai Fu flipped through the notes with some disbelief. Do you want to read research notes? Yes. You start reading research notes. Low-level psychic specialization takes effect. Your reading speed plus 10%. Current progress 0.1%. After a few minutes, the progress bar smoothly increased to 100%. During the reading process, you comprehended new skills: power surge, inferior, multiplier amplification, inferior. Bai Fu opened the attribute panel. Template, normal experience, 191 Main occupation, Psychic Apprentice LV7, 0/7500, Vagrant LV3, 0/1000, Secondary occupation, None, Health, 220/220, Psychic Energy, 55/55, Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 22, Intelligence 3, Spirit 11, Inspiration 11, Skills, Fanaticism LV1, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Low-Level Psychic Specialization, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Amplification, Inferior, Talent, None, Attribute Points, 0, Reputation. 1 Faction, Wildfire Gang, Faction Reputation 20. Bai Fu's eyes swept over the 2 newly acquired skills. Strength Surge, Inferior, Cooling Time 10 seconds, consumes 20 points of spiritual energy to increase 3 points of strength, but the duration is only 60 seconds, and it will reduce 20% of physical strength, which is extremely cost-effective. You should know that physical strength and attributes are closely related to the stars. When physical strength is reduced to a certain level, it will cause temporary reduction of attributes. At the least, it will be as weak as being hit by a dog head, and at the worst, it will faint on the spot. That multiplier increase, Inferior, is even worse, with a cooling time of 1 second, consuming 5 points of spiritual energy, and the effect is to reduce the duration of the buff effect of the next active skill used by 50%. Who would use this skill to pit themselves for no reason? No wonder the name of the notebook is some worthless psychic prayers. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, the skills in the game do not occupy skill slots, otherwise she would have lost a lot by learning these 2 skills. Just when she was thinking about whether she had missed any books, she suddenly thought of a problem. If these 2 skills are used on yourself or your teammates, the effect is to increase your or your teammate's strength by 3 points within 30 seconds, and deduct 20% of your or your teammate's physical strength after 30 seconds. But if you use it as an offensive skill on an opponent, the skill description becomes that after 30 seconds of channeling, 20% of the opponent's physical strength will be deducted. The disadvantage is that the opponent's strength will be +3 during the channeling process. Considering that the Psychic Apprentice is a fragile profession, it is generally impossible for the Psychic Apprentice to use this combination of skills on his opponent. In the early stage of the game, 3 points of strength is not a small value. If you use this combination of skills on an opponent and accidentally get close to the opponent, before the opponent's physical strength is reduced, you may be beaten to death because the opponent adds 3 points of strength. But Bai Fu didn't have so many worries. She looked at her physical fitness of 22 and smiled with satisfaction. A flesh-clad psychic praying master is fearless. It's not a wasted trip. Bai Fu stood up and put the notes back to their original place. She walked around the library a few more times and confirmed that she had not missed any books related to psychic power before she pushed the door and left, heading for the field department. Since the Wildfire Gang leader had already informed the field department, she received a new task as soon as she arrived there. You triggered the faction mission counterattack. Mission description. In the fight with the outsiders, the Wildfire Gang successfully gained the upper hand, but a considerable number of Wildfire Gang members fell into fear. Their timid appearance dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Wildfire Gang. The head of the field department was extremely dissatisfied with this. He temporarily organized a surprise operation against the outsiders in order to reverse the decline. Mission objective. Take advantage of the outsiders' unpreparedness to raid the temporary base established by the outsiders on the outskirts of the western area of the abandoned cooling plant to show the majesty of the Wildfire Gang. Reward. Reward depends on the contribution. Accept or reject. Bai Fu's eyes flashed. After being hit hard by the player's outrageous operation, did the Wildfire Gang finally lose patience? She clicked to accept. The director of the field department tapped the table. Very good, you go and make preparations first. We will meet here in half an hour and officially start the operation. Half an hour? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. So urgent? She originally wanted to secretly notify the player to brush up the favorability, but half an hour was not enough for her to go back and forth, so she had to give up the idea. Complete the task today and apologize to the player tomorrow. Bai Fu went to the logistics department and got a pair of goggles and a knife, then returned to the field department. As everyone began to gather, she saw Chao Wenyang coming over from a distance and whispered a few words to the director of the field department. Bai Fu frowned slightly and quickly threw a clairvoyance skill to the director of the field department. Favorability. Ignore, -3, there is nothing wrong with this value. But Bai Fu was not relieved. Chao Wenyang did not come out earlier or later, but at this time, He must have had no good intentions. Could it be that he wants to kill me through this operation? Bai Fu thought it was very likely. Especially after seeing the people who were assigned to the same group as her, she was even more certain of this. Among the 4 people, except for one whose favorability was positive, the highest one of the other 3 was only -25. If they said they were not here with a mission, no one would believe them. Bai Fu remained calm. With the departure, she followed the large group to the temporary base built by the players. An hour later, the sun sets in the west and night falls. In the ruins of the west area of the abandoned cooling plant, the director of the field department began to make the final arrangements. Bai Fu, you and your team are responsible for the west. When you see the signal I send, don't hesitate, just rush in. No problem. Bai Fu agreed without hesitation, and her eyes swept over the 4 people in the same group. After leaving the main force, these few people should take action, right? I have been killing players these days, and it's time to change the taste. I just don't know how much experience these 4 people can get. But the development of the matter was really beyond her expectations. Until the flare rose into the air, the 4 people still did not show any aggression, but stopped to remind her after running a distance. Why are you still standing there? If we go too late, we will definitely be punished later. Bai Fu, Has Chao Wenyang changed his mind? With full of doubts, Bai Fu followed the 4 people and rushed towards the player's base. As she rushed, she found something wrong. The 4 people seemed to be rushing very fast, but they were always taking detours. As they kept going around, she rushed to the front. According to the situation, she must be the first one to rush to the player. It is hard to say whether the 4 people will catch up as they said. I see. Bai Fu understood it all at once. These people did not intend to do it themselves, but wanted to use the players to kill her. This is indeed a good idea. After the inventory, no one would think that this was a conspiracy. They would only think that she was eager to show off, rushed too far forward, and lost touch with her teammates, which eventually led to the tragedy. Unfortunately, these people didn't expect that she had a very good relationship with the players. Even if she had an average relationship with the players, with her physique, the players would not be able to kill her for a while, and their plans would still fail in the end. You like to play like this, right? Bai Fu couldn't help laughing. She was just worried that she would not have the opportunity to notify the players in advance, but she never thought that this opportunity would come immediately. Attack the player's base first, and apologize later. How could you increase your favorability? Risk your undercover identity to remind the players. How high is it? Thank you, Wenyang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such a good opportunity to sacrifice for a while. Thinking of this, Bai Fu sped up and rushed straight into the player's base. At this time, in the base, Patrick and others sat together. They were discussing giving Chao Wenyang a surprise. This old dang has been making trouble for Fu Fu. If he continues like this, Fu Fu's true identity may be exposed. We can't let him continue. I agree. He was shouting in the live broadcast room a few days ago that he wanted to kill us all. I have found out his address. My suggestion is, just as they were discussing heatedly, a white figure suddenly passed through the window frame and landed in the room. Enemy. Hey, it's Fu Wu. After seeing that the person coming was Bai Fu, the Calamity Dragon, who was close to him, opened his mouth and was about to shout. Keep it down. Bai Fu quickly reached out and covered her mouth. All the players in the room were stunned. Why is Bai Fu here? Sister Fu, what's wrong with you? Patrick asked. Bai Fu looked around. This time, she completely lost her usual composure and kept urging. I don't have time to explain to you. Anyway, you should pack up and leave now. Huh? Digging Ji couldn't help asking. Fu Fu, what's going on? Bai Fu gritted her teeth. I've already said there's no time to explain. Just listen to me and leave. Patrick stood up and shook his head. Sister Fu, the more you say this, the more we won't leave. I guess something big has happened. It's easy for us to leave, but what about you, who tipped us off? Yes, we can't leave. Fu Fu, I will never let you get hurt for me. The players shouted in unison. Bai Fu stared at them for a long time before finally sighing. I'm beginning to understand why you are qualified to be the legendary hero. Chapter 24. The room fell into a brief silence. At the critical moment, none of the players expected Bai Fu to suddenly say such a sentence. But thinking carefully, this reaction seems very reasonable. Their actions just now were indeed a bit willful, but apart from the willful part, their unwillingness to leave, and their insistence on staying to carry the burden together can also be called reliable. In other games, they would just show off to the air. Because they are facing an NPC who can only repeat the lines that have been set long ago, even if he was still there with the players recalling the adventure journey with deep affection the second before. But once the mission is over, he will become a poker face, and may not even pay attention to the players. But in Above the Stars, the situation is completely different, because the NPCs here are smart enough to be mistaken for real people. After seeing the reliable side of these players, it is normal for Baifu to express such feelings. She is a kind-hearted person. The legendary hero? Yes, we are the legendary heroes from the other world, fighting for all love and justice. Thinking of this, several players, who usually behave very decently, couldn't help but straighten their backs. Those players who like to run to the village to kill chickens, and try various methods to move NPCs to monster nests are also in a good mood. Playing games is for fun, and being praised by NPCs from the bottom of their hearts is also a kind of happiness. Baifu couldn't help laughing. Yes, that's the reaction. But now is not the time to be proud. The next step is the key to gain favorability. Since you insist on me explaining, then I will explain it. The Wildfire Gang organized a commando team, and their target is your base. Now they are outside. I pretended to be greedy, and rushed over before they launched the general attack. What? This news surprised all the players, and those who were close to the window looked out quickly. Baifu urged, with your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat this commando. Move away immediately with your things. It will be too late if you are late. As soon as the voice fell, Gaiawofu stood up excitedly. I won't leave. If I leave, they will definitely realize that you are here to tip off, and then all your plans will fail, and you may even be in danger. Anyway, I won't leave. His words were agreed by many players. There is really no need to leave. The monsters coming this time are all elite monsters. It is a profit to replace one. Moreover, we have faction confrontation tasks. The accumulated damage can be converted into experience in the future. Brothers, it's a game. If you run away when you encounter difficulties in real life, do you have to run away when playing a game? Let's fight. My sword is thirsty. Haha, Afu, you are worthy of it. Every time when encountering such a thing, the one who rushes to the front must be Black Tiger Afu. Seeing them relaxed or excited, Baifu frowned even more deeply. She seemed to be brewing emotions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Shut up. A dull and suppressed roar exploded throughout the room. All the players stared at Baifu's sudden outburst in amazement. What do you think the Wildfire Gang's purpose is? Just raid your base? This? Digging G hesitated to speak. Never mind, turn on the camera first, Baifu said in a low voice. Naive. The ultimate goal of the Wildfire Gang is to gradually reduce your living space until you are driven into the contaminated area. There is no point in you staying here. In the end, you will just lose a lot of supplies in vain, making it increasingly impossible for you to defeat the Wildfire Gang. You should preserve your strength and wait for an opportunity. That's true, but losing these supplies doesn't really have much impact. Yeah, being driven into the contaminated area is no big deal. Several players were whispering. Baifu's voice was even more distorted now. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. The pollution area outside the settlement is full of pollution sources. Whether it's humans, animals, or plants, as long as they come into contact with pollution sources, they will mutate, and die at the least, or become monsters without reason at the worst. Even the most powerful scavengers dare not stay in the pollution area for a long time. What can you do there? Do you want to become a monster and be killed by me? That's not the case, but you are such a jerk. You don't have to worry about my business. It's just a crappy mission. If you fail, you fail. You should worry about yourself and ask yourself why you came here. This barrage of insults stunned the players in the room. No one spoke for more than 10 seconds. Baifu was still calm. She didn't worry at all that her words would scare away the players. She had already thought about it before coming here. If the player ran away, she could be considered to have defeated the entire player base by herself, and she would probably be able to make a lot of money from the counterattack mission. The downside is that she might be suspected of having a relationship with the player and be attacked by the Wildfire Gang, but it was not a big problem. The money she had saved from killing Brother De Biao and capturing players was enough for her to take Anya and run away to other settlements. What would the player choose? Baifu looked around. The Dragon of Calamity clenched his fists and was very emotional. Damn it, even my dad never scolded me. But the feeling of being scolded didn't seem that bad. After all, Baifu scolded them because she cared about them and didn't want to see them die. Moreover, Baifu's anxious and angry look was much better than her poker face before. It can't be said to be much better, but it's mainly because I suddenly felt that the flesh and blood of this character became fuller. She is no longer a master hidden behind the clouds, but a real sister-like character. Maybe this is the so-called sense of game substitution. If this is a pay-to-win card game, Calamity Dragon feels that he might have already spent money. Other players' reactions were not as intense as Calamity Dragon's. They all spoke up in the team channel. Although I was scolded, I still feel pretty good. Am I a masochist? I really didn't expect Fufu to do this. She risked everything for us. Once exposed, will she really be safe? Fuck the Wildfire Gang, hack the planner. Planner, question mark. Why are you still standing there? Cry. Fubao my Fubao. This expression, this tone, this game is too immersive. I used to be too lazy to see what the NPC said. Don't be crazy. Anyway, Baifu can't be exposed, otherwise this plot may be interrupted. They may have different ideas, but now they all have a consensus. They are all playing a game with a very high degree of freedom. How can the legendary hero still let the people who walk with the hero fall into tragedy? Yes, the Wildfire Gang is very strong in the novice village, and the contaminated zone does sound terrible. But so what? They have braved the hail of bullets under the ravages of airplanes and cannons. Just to pursue peace after tomorrow, they have walked with fear in the dark and cold hospital. And finally let the souls of the dead, who died unjustly, rest in peace. They have also traveled all over the world, fighting against gods and demons with mortal bodies, and reopening the world for the people on the broken earth. They are fucking players, fearless players. Patrick stepped forward. Sister Fu, I can fully understand your intention, but I still decided to stay. Don't worry, I know you may be disappointed with me now, thinking that I am stubborn and don't listen to advice, too confident in my own strength, and like to act on emotion, but... He looked at the other players around him, and smiled brightly. I think maybe this is the reason why the Supreme Will you mentioned chose me to become an immortal. These personalities are often not good, but if I wasn't stubborn, how could I have the courage to challenge powerful opponents again and again? If I wasn't too confident in myself, how could I dare to face the crisis? If I didn't like to act on emotion, how could I care so much about the world on the other side of the fog? Strength is the reason for being the king. And stubbornness is the reason why players dare to face the king. Patrick's confident and slightly immature words immediately aroused heated discussions among the players. Fuck, Paida said it well. What a great mouth you have, Paida. You have sewed up all the words that Baifu said, such as supreme will, immortal, beyond the mist. Now that you said that, I feel so awesome. Actually, I just wanted to play a game to kill time. Although you just wanted to kill time, it is undeniable that you did save the world. To be honest, it was not until this moment that I found this game fun. I remembered a game I played before. I had practiced to the point where I could easily kill the final boss in seconds, but because of the game mechanism, I could only watch my teammates, who had accompanied me all the way, sacrifice themselves. In the end, I couldn't even say goodbye to her as I wished. Brother, this time we are creating our own story, so we must leave no regrets. Stop talking, I am so fucking excited. Fu, who was boiling with blood, stood up second. I will stay too. I will never let the Wildfire Gang hurt you, Fu. Then, Digger G, Calamity Dragon, and some players Baifu had never seen before also stood up. I stay. Me too. In the end, only Black Tiger Ah Fu was standing in the corner. Why are you looking at me? Don't you understand me? I just fight, and never thought of leaving from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out in the room. You guys. Baifu's eyes swept across the faces of the players one by one, as if she wanted to remember the appearance of each of them firmly in her heart. Good, you are really smart. I have said this to this extent, but you still don't listen. If something happens to you in the end, it has nothing to do with me. Waifu said, this is my own choice. No matter what, I will not blame you, Fufu. Baifu turned her head away. Everyone didn't know whether she didn't believe it, or was simply dissatisfied because her good intentions were ignored. What should I do? We must find a way to make Fubao calm down. As long as we fight well, Baifu will calm down naturally. Don't worry, let me see first. The Dragon of Natural Disaster secretly gave Baifu a reconnaissance skill. Name, Baifu Template, unknown main occupation, unknown secondary occupation, unknown health, unknown attributes, unknown skills, unknown talents, unknown favorability, treasure, 83 danger level, red. When the data came back, the Dragon of Natural Disaster almost thought he had seen it wrong. What, 83? Isn't this 1 point higher than the 82 I saw at the beginning? It turns out that Fu is still its Sundra character. She said it had nothing to do with me, and turned her head away, and looked at me coldly. In fact, her favorability did not drop but increased. The Dragon of Calamity quickly shared the data panel with other players. All players were relieved after seeing the data. Fu Bao is so nice, always tolerant of me. Next time I vote, I must send Fufu to the first place. Go go go, since the favorability hasn't dropped, just go and it's over. Digger G looked at Patrick. How to fight? Patrick said, it's too difficult to fight head-on. Let's split into two groups. One group will stay here to set traps, and the other group will be responsible for intercepting and luring the Wildfire Gang to the vicinity of the traps. Oh, and notify those who are out. When they come back, we can just launch a counter-encirclement. A player shook his head. Too few people are out. Even if they can all come back in time, they probably won't be able to counter-encircle. It doesn't matter, I will take action. The Dragon of Calamity crossed his arms. The Digger was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. I almost forgot that Sister Calamity is a little rich. The Dragon of Calamity smiled, and took out his trick directly. Post on the forum and spend money to recruit people to help. Okay, now I feel that the winning rate has increased a lot. Don't be careless, the opponents are basically elite monsters, and the leader is likely to be a small boss. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just a mortal. Even if it's a god, as long as the health bar is showing, I will kill you. Brother Guy, go add some gold juice to your weapon. Unfortunately, time is too tight, otherwise I can make a dust explosion and blow those guys to death. A group of players gathered together, and quickly made a division of labor. They were not worried about the upcoming war at all. Just fight, everything was ready. Digging G, who first met Bai Fu, walked up to Bai Fu and said, Fu, the battle is about to start. You should leave now to avoid being affected. Bai Fu curled her lips. At this point, do you think I can still leave? If I leave, they will be more suspicious of my relationship with you. What should we do now? Bai Fu stretched out her hands. Go ahead, tie me up, beat me up, and cause some injuries on me. Digging G quickly refused. No, absolutely not, how can I beat you? Other players echoed. Bai Fu couldn't help but emphasize. I have been here for almost 10 minutes, and I haven't encountered any accidents in 10 minutes. Do you think those people outside will believe it? It seems hard to believe. Okay, hurry up, take me out after you're done, and use me as a hostage to threaten them. They will definitely not accept it, but will try to provoke you to kill me. You don't have to worry about anything, just throw me aside after the fight, I will leave by myself. Although Bai Fu has said this, no player dared to do it. Fu's eyes were red. Damn it, Fu has risked her identity being exposed for us, how can we let her make a bigger sacrifice? If you don't come, I do it myself. Bai Fu raised her hand. Digging G hurried over and grabbed her sleeve. Stop, Fu, I tie you up, can't I just tie you up? Forget about beating you, let your hair down, and then just paint some red paint to disguise it. Anyway, it's far away, and those people can't see clearly. The two sides finally reached an agreement. A minute later, Digging G and the Dragon of Natural Disaster held Bai Fu on the left and right and walked out. When they reached the door, they looked at each other. This time, Fu's sacrifice must not be in vain. Chapter 25. The night was as dark as ink, and the sky was low. Outside the temporary base built by the players, the director of the field department looked up at the moon, which was covered by clouds like a black veil. It's been almost 10 minutes, right? This operation, killing Bai Fu, was just a byproduct. The main purpose was to completely destroy the temporary base built by outsiders and strike at their arrogant and insolent arrogance. Notify them to start the operation. Yes. As the second flare was ejected, leaving a dazzling red spot in the night sky, the members of the Wildfire Gang who had been ambushed in place rushed out from behind the bunkers, and they soon killed near the base. The head of the field department shouted loudly, "Give me." Stop! He didn't shout the word rush after all, but was drowned out by a loud shout from the room. The head of the field department, who had experienced a sudden stop, was so angry that his face turned blue. He stared at the gate of the base in anger. Not long after, 4 people walked out of the player base, and the one walking in front was Bai Fu, who had her hands tied, and was covered in dust. Wait, Bai Fu, why is she not dead? The head of the field department's pupil shrank suddenly. Facing everyone's gaze, Digging G put a knife against Bai Fu's waist. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I will kill her. You don't even care about the life and death of your accomplices, do you? This threat made the eager Wildfire Gang stop. Why is Bai Fu there? They all cast their eyes on the head of the field department. No one dared to take the lead at this time. The head of the field department said nothing. The development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. In the past, He really didn't need to care about the life and death of Bai Fu, but now the situation is a little different. On the one hand, the boss now attaches great importance to Bai Fu. On the other hand, the people in the Wildfire gang are a little unstable now. He let these outsiders kill Bai Fu in front of everyone, and those who don't know the truth will inevitably feel uncomfortable. If you can sacrifice Bai Fu without hesitation today, can you sacrifice me tomorrow? This will make people more unstable. The director of the field department quickly gave a look to the 4 people who acted with Bai Fu, but the 4 people seemed to have seen nothing and almost lowered their heads to the ground. Killing Bai Fu is easy, but who can take the blame if the boss asks for it afterwards? Damn it, Chao Wenyang, this bastard, really gave him a difficult problem. The head of the field department looked uncertain. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Bai Fu suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about me, they will never let me go, I will die anyway, you guys hurry up." You? Shut up, shut up. Digging G seemed to have never expected Bai Fu to shout like this, and quickly reached out to cover Bai Fu's mouth. What are you still standing there for? You finally got a chance? Are you going to watch them run away? Bai Fu struggled violently, and even if Digging G and the Dragon of Calamity went out together, they couldn't control her. Finally, Digging G had to hit her neck with a palm knife. Bai Fu's body tilted and fell to the ground. Drag her back quickly. The Dragon of Calamity cooperated with Digging G to pull Bai Fu back to the house in a hurry. What? The surrounding Wildfire gang members were all stunned, and they could only turn their eyes to the head of the field department again. The director of the field department was also shocked. He never thought that Bai Fu would directly perform a fire at me act. After the shock, he was overjoyed. Isn't this the opportunity? Now it's not that he is cruel and wants to kill Bai Fu, but Bai Fu took the initiative to sacrifice herself for the sake of the overall situation. Who can blame him? She is really stupid and naive. To be honest, if Chao Wenyang hadn't given him a lot of benefits, he really didn't want to kill Bai Fu. People in their line of work may think that people like Bai Fu are stupid, but who doesn't want to have an accomplice like Bai Fu around at a critical moment? The director of the field department raised his right hand high and shouted, "Brothers, now that things have come to this, we must not let Bai Fu's sacrifice in vain. Charge with me, and kill these outsiders." As he shouted, all the members of the Wildfire gang entered a red-hot state. They had been holding back their anger when they arrested these outsiders in the past few days, and now these outsiders were persecuting Bai Fu in front of them. Fuck, kill, kill, kill. From now on, let these outsiders feel the pain. Kill them. The players in the base looked strange. Can't let Bai Fu's sacrifice in vain? Fuck, you said the words we just said, but now is not the time to dwell on such things. The Wildfire gang has already attacked. Patrick, the commander-in-chief, shouted loudly, "Act according to the plan." As soon as the voice fell, several players rushed out from the roof of the 3rd floor of the base. Haha, boiling water is coming. With a few clangs, several large buckets of boiling water were ruthlessly poured down, and the few Wildfire gang members who rushed to the front were drenched and screamed immediately. But this was just the beginning. As soon as the boiling water team retreated, the fishing net team and the shooting team hiding behind the window followed. Get out of the way. The director of the field department quickly took out a gun from his body. Bang! A player on the roof fell to the ground, and a huge damage value of up to -30 floated above his head. Fuck, he has a gun. Ah, I can't move, I'm going to die. Brother, go with peace of mind, I will continue to fight them with your equipment. Don't touch my equipment, sir. The players on the roof continued to throw things downstairs while quarreling with laughter, without any sense of urgency. Why are they so calm? The director of the field department lowered his gun, wanting to kill Patrick first, but when he saw him take out his gun, Patrick had already slipped back into the house. Action separately. Try not to fight them in an open area. The first wave of attacks by the players only caused 2 actual casualties to the Wildfire gang, and the 2 sides soon entered the street fighting stage. Patrick led several high-level warrior players to play a local battle of outnumbered. Digger G and other players, who were not good at fighting, consciously acted as bait. Bai Fu hid in the dark and became a control mage. She gave people's stomachs a frenzy buff everywhere. Now she has 55 spiritual energy points. A frenzy buff will consume 1 spiritual energy point per minute. Under normal circumstances, with the physical constitution of the elite monsters of the Wildfire gang, they will feel stomach discomfort after 3 or 4 minutes. This means that she can control more than a dozen people at the same time without using the skill innate spirituality to convert health points into spiritual energy. But Bai Fu didn't make such a big move right away. She only selected the 5 strongest targets, and saved the remaining spiritual energy for emergency use. Fight, fight, the more intense the fight, the faster the stomach growls. Bai Fu just laid down in the VIP seat, and pretended to be dead, watching the fun. Stupid, you want to catch your father? Seema's stuff. How does the shit I fed you last time taste? The taunting effect of the player's words was maximized. Chris, remember to leave the guy with the red starfish head to me. The last time I met him, he kept scolding me for being impotent and saying that I became a supervisor by selling ditches to the boss. I must cut him into a stick. What's that? They blew up the toilet while I was using it. Ha ha, hee hee, ha ha ha, I want them all dead. Several Wildfire gang members chased after him relentlessly. As they chased, the one in front suddenly felt empty under his feet and fell into a pit covered by weeds. Fuck. Heard of a piercing pain coming from under his feet. He had just put his hands on the wall and had no time to climb out. Gaiawofu jumped down from a height, holding a large iron rod covered with gold juice. Eat my great sword. Don't come over here. Looking at the flying gold juice, the Wildfire gang member in the pit tried desperately to dodge, but the pit was so small that he couldn't dodge. Bang. Finally, Gaiawofu's regime juice rod hit him hard in the face. -15. It was a critical hit, which hit both the health bar and the spirit. Digger, ugh. Calamity Dragon. No matter how many times I see it, it still seems absurd. Ah, I'm going to kill you all. The few Wildfire gang members, who were lucky enough to avoid the pit, were furious, chasing the players in front of them and beating them up. The level gap between level 3 and 4 in the early stage was still too big, and the number of traps set by the players was not enough. After killing an elite monster unexpectedly, they could not face the enemy head-on, and could only choose to escape. Go upstairs, hurry up! Want to run? A battle of wits and courage ensued around the staircase. Because they had been alert, the Wildfire gang members, who were chasing them, did not suffer any serious injuries. After a chase, they finally blocked Digger G and others on the roof. Run, haha, why don't you run? A Wildfire gang member laughed and walked towards Digger G, who was panting, waving the knife in his hand triumphantly. I'm going to cut off your skin piece by piece and make you feel so painful. Damn my stomach, what's wrong? He suddenly covered his stomach while laughing. Conversion to my Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. Right now, every time he killed one more member of the Wildfire gang, Fu would be safer. Go. He rushed up without saying a word and bumped into the Wildfire gang member. Zinni! The two fell down the building together like a cannonball. Bang, bang. After 2 loud noises, the two died. Looking at the 2 bodies that suddenly fell beside him, the director of the field department, who was beating 10 players by himself, could not help but be stunned. His reaction was good. The Wildfire gang members, who witnessed the whole process upstairs, were all numb. Are all you outsiders so crazy? If you all play like this, how can we play? They were a little discouraged, but they had already made all the enemies they needed to make with these outsiders in front of them, so they became brave again. Never mind, just kill him first. At this time, the Dragon of Natural Disaster showed a smug smile on his face. Do you really think you can win? What do you mean? The Dragon of Calamity turned around. Look carefully, this is our bond. Several members of the Wildfire gang looked closely, and suddenly found several unfamiliar figures in the night, and those figures were rapidly approaching the base. No, more than a few, there are more in the distance. It's the reinforcements from outsiders. Their faces changed drastically. Digging G couldn't help rolling her eyes. What's a bond? It's bought for 50 yuan, right? But she still cooperated and shouted, You have nowhere to escape, get ready to be judged. Fuck, where did these outsiders come from? No, we can't keep fighting like this. Even if we win, I'd be half crippled. When their wills began to waver, the surviving Wildfire gang members gradually lost their desire to fight. When the first deserter appeared, the others no longer had the psychological burden of running away. No one is allowed to run. Stop, stop, do you hear me? The head of the field department was furious, but his shouting was meaningless. In the chaos, the few people who had initially followed Bai Fu also thought about running away. Although Chao Wenliang repeatedly told them to confirm with their own eyes that Bai Fu was dead before they came, who would care about this at this time? Let's run first. One of them rubbed his red and swollen eyes while running out of the base. He stopped while running. Bai Fu? On the road covered with blood, Bai Fu blocked his way. He was stunned at first, and then became excited. It was a bit unexpected that Bai Fu was not dead, but it didn't matter, because Bai Fu would die in his hands soon, and he could just go and report to Chao Wenliang. It's great that you're not dead. He walked over with a big laugh, and as he walked, he quietly put his hand on the handle of the knife. Bai Fu nodded. You're really lucky. It's good. But it ends here. Huh? The Wildfire gang member felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before he could figure out what was going on. He lowered his head and found that a knife had stabbed into his stomach and was spinning rapidly, and the hand holding the knife was Bai Fu's hand. You, plop! When the knife was pulled out, he fell to the ground, and his eyes were still as big as copper bells until he lost consciousness. You killed the Wildfire gang leader, Elite, 100% contribution, and gained 540 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu wiped the blood off the knife and continued to look for the next target. Soon, she found a wounded Wildfire gang member in the base. Come with me, this way. Bai Fu, you are not dead, how did you? Just now, someone kicked me when he passed by, and then I woke up. I took the opportunity to break free from the rope. Okay, come with me, I will take you out first, and then come back to find others. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. The wounded was deeply moved and hurried to follow. Bai Fu's back was not very tall, but when he thought of what happened not long ago, he felt unprecedented peace of mind. This time Bai Fu did not kill, because she needed a witness. After sending the wounded out, she secretly went back to the main gate of the base. At this time, the battle near the main gate also came to a temporary end. The head of the field department defeated more than 20 players in one breath. With his stats, under normal circumstances, even if there are players like Patrick who are famous for their skills, or players like Black Tiger Ah Fu who fight without regard for their lives, and reinforcements that keep coming, he still can hardly get hurt. After all, a player only does 1 or 2 points of damage to him, while he does more than 10 or 20 points of damage to the player. But just now, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his stomach while fighting, and the player found an opportunity to shoot him in the knee with an arrow. The knee injury made him unable to move, and the inconvenience made him unable to quickly kill the player. During the fight, his injuries became more and more, and he gradually felt a little exhausted. Damn, it's too strong. This is not a monster that we should encounter at our level. Don't be complacent. When I get the materials, I make a homemade bomb to blow you up. Ah, my right hand, my king's power. As soon as Bai Fu came out, she saw a player with his right hand cut off rolling on the ground. She hurriedly shouted to the director of the field department, Director, Bai Fu, why are you here? Like everyone else, the director of the field department was also stunned after seeing Bai Fu. Director, don't worry about me for now. The reinforcements from outsiders are here. It's not worth it to continue fighting. Let's go quickly. I cover you. The director of the field department turned his head away. He vaguely heard another shout in the distance. Damn, those guys from the Wildfire gang also like to launch sneak attacks. Let's go together and stab them in the ass. These outsiders are really endless. In anger, the director of the field department felt fortunate. Although Bai Fu was not strong, she was the kind of person who would never betray. With her covering the retreat, it would always be safer. Let's go! He limped towards Bai Fu. Seeing his relieved look, Bai Fu secretly clenched her fists. This is settled. In the eyes of the players, she is a good person who informs the players and is wholeheartedly concerned about the players. In the eyes of the Wildfire gang, she is a good person who would rather die than surrender and is wholeheartedly concerned about the gang. Doing one thing and gaining 2 points of favorability. What is a fucking win-win situation? Chapter 26. The battle is over, but the noise continues. Outside the player base, in an abandoned house, the head of the field department sat expressionlessly on a broken wall. Tell me, what's the situation on your side? Minister, it's like this. Bai Fu repeated the reason she had given to the wounded man not long ago. If it weren't for the fact that you guys attacked too fiercely and left those outsiders unable to take care of themselves, I would have died in their hands. The wounded man who was saved by Bai Fu quickly came out to testify. Yes, it was too thrilling. Fortunately, Bai Fu woke up in time, otherwise, with my injuries, I would probably have died there tonight. The director of the field department pinched the root of his nose. He had to admit that Bai Fu was really lucky. She didn't die. Was this what they called a fool has good luck? Chao Wenyang would be furious when he heard the news. Forget it. It's none of his business. He didn't want to get involved anymore. He had done everything he could. Was it his fault that Bai Fu didn't die? The director of the field department was furious now. If Chao Wenyang hadn't insisted on taking advantage of this operation to get rid of Bai Fu, would he have become so embarrassed? Think about it. If this operation was not aimed at Bai Fu, they could launch a surprise attack without the outsiders knowing anything. Although those outsiders were not afraid of death, if they did not prepare various traps in advance, they would not be able to withstand even one round of their attack. Now, although they killed dozens of outsiders, they also lost half of themselves. The head of the field department did not dare to think about how the boss would look at him when he returned. I fucking stupid Chao Wenliang. Cut off. This time I must cut off Chao Wenliang ruthlessly. When the boss asked, he said he had no knowledge of the matter, and that the 4 people arranged by Chao Wenliang did it without authorization. If Chao Wenliang didn't want to offend him, he wouldn't bark. Thinking of this, the director of the field department was slightly relieved. Go back first. He didn't intend to let go of those who left him and ran away. As for Bai Fu, the director of the field department looked at Bai Fu's innocent eyes. This fool was already appreciated by the boss. After what happened tonight, the boss would definitely value her more. Even if he didn't lick her, it would never be wrong to build a good relationship in advance. The 3 limped towards the wildfire gang. No one spoke, and Bai Fu was happy to be quiet. As she walked, she received a game prompt. You completed the camp mission counterattack, contribution 0.3%, and received 60 experience points as a reward. Bai Fu. Hearing the prompt, her mouth twitched. 60 experience points? Okay, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. In fact, if you calculate strictly, her contribution in this camp mission is definitely negative, and she still owes this camp mission several thousand experience points. Bai Fu casually closed this game prompt, and suddenly found that there was a new prompt behind it. Your contribution ranks first, and you get an extra reward of 3,000 experience points and a special title Wildfire. Wildfire, extra health plus 30. Although 3,000 experience points are not enough for her to upgrade the Psychic Apprentice, it is enough to upgrade the Vagrant from LV3 to LV5. Although the value of 30 extra health points is not as good as 3 points of Constitution, it is a good thing to increase health points, which means that her survivability is stronger. Bai Fu was shocked. There was such an unexpected surprise. Thinking carefully, there seemed to be nothing wrong. Not to mention that her mission contribution was 0.3%, even if it was 0%, or even minus 100%, since she was the only one who received the mission, you can tell whether she is the first. Is this the happiness that only she has in the entire camp? Bai Fu quickly reached out and covered her mouth, so as not to raise the corners of her mouth too much and be noticed by the 2 people in front. The decision to stay in the Wildfire gang and pretend to be an undercover was indeed not wrong. If she had left the Wildfire gang as soon as she woke up, how could she enjoy the rewards of the faction mission like now? Speaking of which, the reason why this faction mission was triggered was also closely related to her. Without her killing Martin, the relationship between the players and the Wildfire gang was already very bad, but there was still a long way to go before the fight was so intense. If something happened during this period, some players might choose to join the Wildfire gang, making the situation even more unpredictable. Now Bai Fu had only one thought. It was awesome. After catching a player and beheading him to gain experience points, she found a new way to level up quickly. That was to encourage the Wildfire gang to continue to attack the player, and then trigger a new faction mission and enjoy the extra rewards of the faction mission. The player is really awesome. Bai Fu felt that if the Calamity Dragon used reconnaissance on her at this time, he would definitely find that her favorability had increased again. Who wouldn't like a thick and strong leak that cuts itself and comes to the door? She wants the support of players, the money in players' pockets, and the experience of players. Bai Fu is not worried about her character explosion at all. Anyway, there is no player in the Wildfire gang now, so who knows what she has done. When the time comes, as long as she informs the players like today, the players' favorability will continue to rise. The only problem is that the players are not strong enough now. If the Wildfire gang continues to increase its crackdown, they may not be able to withstand it. They have to find a way to strengthen their strength. Got it. Aren't some players about to reach level 5 and need to learn new professions? She couldn't take out other things, but the professional knowledge books were different. There were 7 or 8 of them in the library of the Wildfire gang. She could definitely take out these books to help players upgrade. But one thing to note is that these professional knowledge books can't be given randomly. Bai Fu had 2 considerations. First, if she gave them to the players too easily, they might forget her kindness in a few days. Only by fishing for them for a while and asking the players to give something could the players feel her. Thoughts. The weight contained. Second, she wanted to balance the strength of the players. Now she was afraid that the players would suffer and be discouraged by the Wildfire gang, And she was also afraid that the players would drive a Land Rover and defeat the Wildfire Gang in a few moves, and then run away to other places without her. After checking the new harvest, Baifu opened the Star Tour Club. As she expected, the game suddenly prompted that the camp mission had been completed because the players withdrew from the battered base. Although the base that was built with great difficulty was gone, the players were in a good mood and did not even feel sad for a moment about the destruction of the base. Baifu, who was in the Wildfire Gang camp, had a camp mission, and players who were against the Wildfire Gang also had a mission to destroy the Wildfire Gang. Afterwards, except for the few players who were killed without doing anything, all the other players who participated in the battle tonight made money. The players who made more money were upgraded 2 levels in one go, and the players who made less money also made 2,300 experience points. The abandoned cooling plant area has become a paradise of joy at this time. Fun, cool, I had fun killing tonight. Paida is really awesome. He can actually dodge the attacks of the leader by moving around. What's so awesome about it, he was hit several times, but he could have avoided it by just running one more step. Gua, he is the king of talking big. Everyone, please stop talking. He actually painted sure on his weapon, vomit, except for these players. The rest of the players were praising Baifu. Half of the credit for repelling the attack of the Wildfire Gang today should be attributed to Fufu. If Fufu hadn't risked her life to tip us off, we would have been defeated right after the fight. This is Fufu, the player's strongest support. It's not too late to join Fu Min now. I can't hold it anymore. Some female characters in other games are not as nice to me as Fufu. Are you talking about a hardcore game that doesn't flatter otaku? I'm not. I don't have any. What puzzled Baifu was that she didn't see Fu Min's top general, Digging G, in the community. Where is she? After searching the community for a while, she found out that Digger had gone to visit the neighbor next door. The incident started when a few days ago, Sona's fans mocked that the players of the abandoned cooling plant had been licking Baifu for a long time, but apart from psychological comfort and being killed by Baifu and restarting quickly, they didn't get any substantial benefits. This made some of Baifu's supporters angry. Even if you were right, you can't say it. And you said it as if you got substantial benefits by praising that Sona, but after tonight, the situation took a big turn. Who said there are no benefits to licking Baifu? Not only is there, but it is a big benefit. A group of people who like to have fun found an opportunity to directly attack the community subsection of the novice village where Qin Nu is. Believe in Baifu, and you will have eternal life. Come out and get beaten. The strong must humiliate the weak. When the excavator arrived at the scene, the community was already in chaos. Unexpectedly, this time the excavator did not add fuel to the fire, but jumped out to actively calm the dispute. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Everyone has their own preferences. Whether you like Fufu or not, it's fine. This attitude confused the others. You are not Digging G at all. Tell me who you are. The Dragon of Calamity, who was watching the show, was also shocked, and quickly reached out to touch Digging G's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? You have a fever, Digging G said unhappily. The Dragon of Calamity was even more confused. Didn't you say that you would use the hot spear to penetrate all the ridicule from the past when the opportunity came? Now that the opportunity has come, why are you still scared? Don't you want to attract haters for Fufu? And Digging G crossed her arms and laughed suddenly. There's no need for that. A truly strong person won't bully the weak. Ignoring those who laugh at you is the best way to fight back. Damn, Chunibu. The Calamity Dragon rolled his eyes. Forget it, keep laughing. I'm going offline first. Go on, go on. Digging G watched the Calamity Dragon leave. She was still going to visit various areas to see how other players were praising Baifu. Late at night, Wildfire Gang. Bang, bang, bang. The leader of the Wildfire Gang who received the news turned into a desktop cleaning master and swept everything on the table to the ground. Fuck idiot, idiot, idiot. Important words should be cursed 3 times. In short, the leader of the Wildfire Gang is very angry now. He never dreamed that a raid would turn into a tough battle, and many people died in the process of the tough battle. These people are the backbone of the Wildfire Gang. If they die, the strength of the Wildfire Gang will be greatly weakened. The director of the field department quickly admitted his fault. I failed to command properly. It's all my fault. Fortunately, Baifu was brave enough to prevent the situation from getting worse. He brought up Baifu, and hearing this name, the Wildfire Gang leader's anger was indeed much less. Why did Baifu rush in alone? The director of the field department shirked the responsibility. I don't know the specific situation either. The 4 people who acted with her did not notify me immediately after she was caught. I asked them, and they just said that Baifu was greedy and reckless. The Wildfire Gang leader narrowed his eyes. Do they think I'm stupid? If Bai Fu really wanted to take the credit, wouldn't they report it immediately? Call those people over to me. Yes, yes, boss, you are wise and brave. I will call them over right away. The director of the field department quickly slipped away. The lights in the Wildfire Gang leader's office were not turned off all night. The next morning, Bai Fu was hurriedly called over. Boss, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been caught, there wouldn't have been so many casualties in this operation. It's not your fault. The Wildfire Gang leader nodded secretly. After one night, his impression of Bai Fu changed from admiration to respect. Yes, respect. Before, his impression of Bai Fu was that she was smart, loyal and motivated, and he thought that Bai Fu could be cultivated. Now he has two new impressions of Bai Fu: responsible and considerate of the overall situation. Looking at the entire Wildfire Gang, apart from himself, he only saw these two characteristics in Bai Fu at the same time, which is exactly the characteristics that a leader should have. The leader of the Wildfire Gang never thought that he would find such a qualified successor before leaving the Wildfire Gang. If it was Bai Fu, she would definitely make the Wildfire Gang continue to be great. You did a great job last night. If you hadn't taken the initiative to stand up, even if the raid was won, the morale of the Wildfire Gang would have begun to disperse. After praising him, the leader of the Wildfire Gang asked Bai Fu to go back and rest for a day or two. Go, I will make other arrangements for you later. Bai Fu thanked him and went out. At the door, she met Chao Wenliang, who had been waiting for a long time. Chao Wenliang turned his head, his eyes full of coldness. Bai Fu didn't say much, just smiled at Chao Wenliang. You. Chao Wenliang pinched the door frame with one hand, took a few deep breaths, and barely suppressed the anger in his heart. When he took his hand away, there was an obvious dent on the door frame. Boss, I. Chao Wenliang pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he opened his mouth, what awaited him was an extremely angry kick from the Wildfire Gang boss. Chao Wenliang, you are looking for death. Boom! The sound of the debris collapsing was heard far away, and Bai Fu, who was walking dozens of meters away, could hear it clearly. It seems that this new big brother on the list is about to be removed from the list. After returning home, Bai Fu asked Anya to hide in the basement first. That night, in a small courtyard next to the Wildfire Gang headquarters, Chao Wenliang stood in front of the mirror, with one hand on his chest, where a large red and swollen area was obviously caused by being kicked by the Wildfire Gang boss during the day. Ha ha, our 20-year friendship is not as good as a newcomer who has joined the gang for more than a year, ha ha ha. Chao Wenliang let out a slightly crazy laugh, and his eyes were red as if he was wearing red contact lenses. Die, Bai Fu must die. This time he will do it himself. First kill Bai Fu, and then the useless Lao Deng who kicked him. Chao Wenliang put on a jacket, took a gun and a knife, and went into the deep night. Half an hour later, on a small second-floor platform suitable for stargazing, Bai Fu stood up and looked at Chao Wenliang, who was getting closer and closer. You are here. Chapter 27. You're here. An impatient voice came from the second-floor platform. Chao Wenliang raised his head quickly, and when he saw Bai Fu, his body shook violently. He had never expected that he would be discovered, and from what Bai Fu said, it was clear that she had known that he would come. How was this possible? Except for the time when he passed by Bai Fu this morning, he had never even glared at Bai Fu in front of her. There really are people in the world who suspect that someone is plotting something bad against them just because they were glared at in the crowd, and immediately prepare for it. Damn, too perverted. Just when Chao Wenliang's face was changing, Bai Fu spoke again. I guess your next sentence is, how did you know I was coming? How did you know I? Chao Wenliang said halfway, and quickly shut up. Are you doubting that I can read minds now? Bai Fu laughed. Don't worry, I certainly can't have this kind of superpower. Chao Wenliang immediately pulled out a gun, pointed at Bai Fu and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Bai Fu was fearless. Don't you wonder why I came here in the middle of the night even though I knew you would come to find me? Chao Wenliang's pupil shrank. Oh no, a trap. He raised his gun and looked around. Come out. Who's hiding there? Come out. As time passed, Chao Wenliang gradually realized that something was wrong. If there were really people ambushing nearby, why would Bai Fu expose them? He quickly raised his head again, and sure enough, Bai Fu, who was standing on the second-floor platform just now, had disappeared. Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me, you're looking for death. Chao Wenliang was furious, holding a gun, and rushed to the stairs. He was very fast, and rushed up in a few steps, and saw a ruined wall. You can't run far in such a short time. Come out immediately. I can let you suffer less pain, otherwise when I catch you, I will let you experience what it means to be worse than death, hell on earth. No response. Do you like playing cat and mouse with me so much? Then I will play with you to my heart's content. This place is far from the wildfire gang, so you don't have to expect anyone to come and save you. Perhaps because he thought that he would soon catch Bai Fu, Chao Wenyang became extremely excited, and his breathing became unconsciously rapid. He walked among the ruins, laughing from time to time and saying some threatening words. I'm coming. Do you know what it feels like to have your nails pulled off one by one? Your fingers are very beautiful, I will break them one by one. While he was looking around, Bai Fu was counting silently in the dark. 1000 minus 7 equals, no, that's not what she was reading, but 28, 29, 30, okay, it's time. After feeling that the time was about right, Bai Fu stood up and threw a spiritual vision at Chao Wenyang, who had his back to her. The skill was judged to be successful, and Chao Wenyang's attribute panel popped up. Name, Chao Wenyang, Elite, Tired, Minor Injury, HP, 124/130 Attributes, Strength 14, -4, Agility 7, -2, Constitution 10, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Inspiration 4. Seeing this data, Bai Fu smiled. She knew very well that with her extreme point allocation method, it would be difficult for Chao Wenyang to kill her. Similarly, it was not easy for her to kill Chao Wenyang, who made Chao Wenyang's agility as high as 7 points, while her agility was only a pitiful 3 points. After the two of them fought, if Chao Wenyang shamelessly used his ultimate move You Give Luda to run away, she really had no way to stop him. But now the situation is different. When she first met Chao Wenyang, she used a combination of multiplier amplification, inferior, and power surge, inferior, on Chao Wenyang. After that, she successfully delayed the disappearance of the first power surge buff on Chao Wenyang by talking, and immediately gave Chao Wenyang the second set of skills. Taking into account the 10% bonus of the low-level psionic expertise skill to the active skill effect, after these two sets of combined punches, Chao Wenyang's physical strength was directly deducted by 44%. The reduction in physical strength is reflected in the attribute panel as a decline in strength and agility. Now Chao Wenyang's agility is only 5 points. 5 points of agility is still higher than her 3 points of agility. But it doesn't matter, Bai Fu still has a trump card to play. After attacking the player base, she gained 3,000 experience points through the faction mission, which was enough for her to upgrade the Vagabond profession to LV5. Vagabond upgraded to LV4, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Attribute Point +1. Vagabond upgraded to LV5, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Attribute Point +1. 2 prompts sounded in succession. Bai Fu did not hesitate at all, and added all the extra 2 attribute points to agility in one breath, so her attributes became Strength 7, Agility 5, Constitution 24, Intelligence 3, Spirit 11, Inspiration 11. Only 5 points of spiritual energy left, but it's enough. You know, she also has a professional exclusive skill that can consume 20 health points to restore 5 spiritual energy points. Now, it's time to reverse the identities in the cat and mouse game. Bai Fu's eyes flashed with a gleam. Chao Wenyang, she shouted. Chao Wenyang turned around suddenly, and after being surprised, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Why, you know you can't hide anymore, so you don't hide, but it's too late. He walked towards Bai Fu with a big laugh. Bai Fu seemed to stretch her body comfortably, and asked with a smile, I'm waiting for your power enhancement effect to disappear. What are you waiting for? Strength enhancement effect? Chao Wenyang was stunned by Bai Fu's words. But he quickly put it behind his mind. I've been fooled once. Do you think I will be fooled again? He pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire cut through the darkness. The fire flashed, and the bullet accurately hit the wall 10 centimeters to the left of Bai Fu. If you don't want to be shot to death, just stand still. To his surprise, Bai Fu walked straight towards him, as if she didn't hear his words. Haha, you actually approached me on your own initiative, not running away but approaching me on your own initiative. Chao Wenyang became even more excited. He grabbed Bai Fu's hair, but Bai Fu just dodged his attack by gently moving to the left. It was only then that Chao Wenyang suddenly realized that his body was a little tired, but he had no time to think about the reason. Bai Fu's fanatical right foot kicked him in the chest. He had already been kicked there by the wildfire gang leader, and now the new injury was added to the old one. The moment he fell to the ground, a bright red -9 instantly floated on his forehead. You bastard, die. This kick directly knocked Chao Wenyang out of his sanity, and he raised his right hand and shot Bai Fu. It was not until the gunshot that he came to his senses. It was over. Bai Fu would never survive a shot at such a close distance. I promised to torture Bai Fu severely, but now it's all over. Chao Wenliang raised his head in annoyance. But unlike what he imagined, Bai Fu did not fall to the ground, and there was no large patch of bright blood on Bai Fu's body. She smiled, raised her right hand slightly, and between her 5 fingers was clearly a bullet. You? At this moment, Chao Wenliang felt something stuck in his throat, and an unprecedented chill rose from his back and rushed straight to his head. Catching a bullet with bare hands, this is something he dared not even think about. He watched Bai Fu put the bullet into his pocket, and watched Bai Fu take the pistol from him. Your gun is good, but it's mine now. Bai Fu examined the gun in her hand with interest. Garbage star P7. Quality. Grade basic attributes. Attack power 16 to 23. Firing rate 2 rounds /S. Magazine capacity 8 rounds. Effective range 50 Additional effects. None. My calculations were indeed correct. After using hardening, this inferior pistol can no longer pose a big threat to me. Bai Fu was confident that she could catch the bullet with bare hands. The gun used by Chao Wenliang was the same model as the gun used by the director of the field department last night. When the director of the field department shot the player with the gun, she was observing the damage value. After comparing the player's attributes with hers, she felt that this gun would not pose a threat to her unless it hit her weak spot. This was indeed the case. The shot just now only took away 2 points of her health. For her with a total health of 270, this amount of damage could be said to be insignificant. In fact, even if the estimate was wrong and the bullet was embedded in her palm, Bai Fu was not afraid. She was different from ordinary NPCs. Her body was digitized, and she had an ability that all NPCs envied, that is, breathing to restore blood, as long as she was out of the battle, and had no disability or high continuous blood loss debuff. Her injuries would always heal as her blood volume recovered over time. If she didn't have this ability, she wouldn't dare to do such a high-intensity task. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Bai Fu raised her gun. At this time, Chao Wenliang had already climbed up from the ground and ran towards the location of the wildfire gang like crazy. Bai Fu pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the barrel and hit Chao Wenliang's buttocks. Chao Wenliang screamed and fell to the ground. Did you miss? Bai Fu rolled her eyes. She had clearly aimed at Chao Wenliang's back. Forget it, it's not a big problem. Just practice more if you are new. Bai Fu put away her gun and rushed to Chao Wenliang quickly. Chao Wenliang just stood up and was kicked in the chest by her again. Ah! Chao Wenliang let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Ah! He originally wanted to shout Bai Fu's name loudly, but the sudden hardening of his mouth made him only able to make unclear sounds. Before he could figure out what was happening, Bai Fu had already kicked him in the chin. -27. This kick not only caused high damage, but also gave Chao Wenliang a stun debuff that lasted for 10 seconds. Bai Fu put a gun to Chao Wenliang's neck. I didn't intend to kill you so soon, but if you insist on seeking death, there is nothing I can do. Bang! The bullet shot into Chao Wenliang's throat. After struggling for a while, Chao Wenliang's health bar was completely emptied. You killed Chao Wenliang, 100% contribution, and 1750 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Just like when she killed Martin, the task was still not triggered this time. This is normal. After all, she and Chao Wenliang are in the same camp. If killing someone in her own camp can trigger the task reward, it would be really outrageous. Bai Fu dragged Chao Wenliang's body to a distance and made some easily detectable disguises before returning home. The next day, she didn't receive any news from the wildfire gang until noon. Minister Chao is dead. I heard that he was killed by those outsiders in revenge for the attack the night before. Minister Chao died tragically. His jaw and throat were all beaten to pieces. The boss rushed over as soon as he received the news. Damn, those outsiders are too lawless. When Bai Fu followed the large group to the scene, she found that the wildfire gang leader was squatting on the ground examining Chao Wenliang's body. Beside the wildfire gang leader stood a woman she had never seen before. The woman had a Western face, and her hair was an ice blue color that could not grow in reality. She stood expressionlessly, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers. What is that? The person next to him explained. She is a distinguished guest from outside. The boss has been entertaining her recently. Otherwise, those outsiders would not be so arrogant. Bai Fu subconsciously threw a spiritual vision over. Skill judgment failed. Bai Fu was shocked. It was the first time she encountered a situation where the spiritual vision judgment failed. Even the wildfire gang boss was not so outrageous. At most, the data fed back were all question marks. She felt that she might have come across some hidden mission or the main mission of the abandoned cooling plant, the novice village. While thinking, the wildfire gang leader stood up and said, "It seems that I must take time to meet those outsiders in person." "Wait." Suddenly, the woman who looked like an ice cube spoke. The wildfire gang leader turned around in confusion. "It shouldn't be those outsiders who killed him." "Why do you say that?" "Think about the experience of your people fighting with those outsiders these days. They only use some despicable means. If it was them who did it, there would be more or less human excrement on him and around him." "Damn, you found the highlight." In almost an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the ice woman. Bai Fu was no exception. "You must have come here from Conan Theater to visit, and you found this," the onlookers whispered. These days when they go out to fight with those outsiders, they always encounter a few people with shit on their weapons. The same thing happened when the director of the field department conducted a surprise attack the day before yesterday. There is no reason why the outsiders Chao Wenyang met suddenly became kind people. The wildfire gang leader's face changed slightly. "If it wasn't done by an outsider, then..." The ice woman said, "I'm not sure, there's no evidence." The wildfire gang leader didn't say anything else. His face was full of anxiety. Whether Chao Wenyang's death was done by an outsider or not, when this happened, it meant that the survival of the entire wildfire gang was threatened, and he had to pay more attention to it. He thought of Bai Fu. He finally found a successor who looked very promising, but he couldn't let this successor follow the footsteps of Chao Wenyang, the idiot. After the commander dragged Chao Wenyang's body back, he shouted to the guard standing guard at the door, "Go call Bai Fu over, I have a new task for her." Chapter 28. I want to personally investigate the cause of Chao Wenyang's death, but I have an urgent matter. Please don't worry about those outsiders recently. Help me to handle this matter first. As soon as she entered the office of the wildfire gang leader, Bai Fu received a new task. You triggered the Faction Task Material Collection Special. Task Introduction. Type 2 Amoeba is a kind of alien life that lives in a polluted area. It is bloodthirsty and brutal. It is a headache for all scavengers. However, a study shows that the poison sac of Type 2 Amoeba has a special effect. The wildfire gang leader hopes that you can help him collect the poison sac. Task Objective. Collect 50 Type 2 Amoeba poison sacs within 7 days, 0/50. Reward, 100 experience points for each Type 2 Amoeba poison sac collected. If all are collected, an additional reward of 5,000 experience points and 20 faction reputation will be given. Accept or reject one poison sac is 100 experience points, 50 is 5,000, plus the additional reward. Completing this task can get a full 10,000 experience points. The reward for this mission is very generous. However, it is not easy for Bai Fu to complete this mission within 7 days. Her defense can easily resist the physical attack of the Type 2 Amoeba, but the real scary thing about the Type 2 Amoeba is that they will spit venom when they are in danger. This venom can cause extremely serious corrosive damage to the human body. If it reacts with human blood, it can even cause people to mutate and become a different kind of monster. Bai Fu dare not bet whether she can walk out alive after being accidentally surrounded by the Type 2 Amoeba. But just because she didn't dare to gamble didn't mean she didn't dare to take the mission. The mission didn't stipulate that she had to cut the poison sac from the Type 2 Amoeba herself. She could outsource the mission to the players after accepting it. As long as the players are given enough benefits, they dare to stab the world boss, not to mention this small Type 2 Amoeba. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The wildfire gang leader smiled with satisfaction. I will ask the logistics department to allocate 50,000 credits separately. If you need it during the operation, you can apply for funds from the logistics department at any time. There is such a surprise? This is 50,000 credits. Bai Fu was delighted. In a place like the wildfire gang where everyone is a villain, purchasing without making money during the purchasing process is not a qualified purchase. After leaving the office of the wildfire gang boss, she first went to the logistics department to apply for 5,000 yuan of funds before going home. After raising Anya for 1,000 days, it's time for the fishing master Anya to take action again. Outskirts of the abandoned cooling plant. This place is next to the polluted area, the territory of scavengers and desperados. Even the wildfire gang will not come here unless there is a special situation, so this place naturally becomes the most popular area for players to move around. In the afternoon, Digger G walked on the shopping street full of stalls, and she was live streaming as usual. Since Bai Fu didn't appear much in the past 2 days, the popularity of her live streaming room dropped a lot. In this regard, she was very calm. She had experienced more deserted times, and this level was nothing at all. Digger G was very optimistic about the prospects of the game above the stars. She believed that as long as she held on to Bai Fu's thighs, She would become a big anchor sooner or later. Today, let's experience the wasteland style first. While walking, a white figure appeared in front of Digger G. Digging treasure? Do you find that the white-haired lowly in front looks familiar? It's my sister-in-law. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Sister-in-law. After staring at the white back for a long time, Digging G suddenly realized that this was the little girl who followed Foo. She chased after her. Hey, it's you, the one who followed Foo. Anya turned around unhappily. What are you saying? Oh, it's you again. I have a name, Anya, remember it. Really? Okay, go play somewhere else. I'm very busy now. I don't have time to chat with you. After saying that, she walked towards another stall owner not far away, leaving Digger G alone in the wind. Digger G shook her head vigorously and hurriedly chased after him again. What are you busy with? Maybe I can help. You? Anya dragged out her voice, her face full of suspicion. Digger G's face flushed. Although I am a bad player, at least I have a group of good friends. Do you know what the power of bond is? Anya said. Don't get me wrong. I don't look down on you. I know you are not afraid of death. I also know you have many companions. But this has nothing to do with whether you are afraid of death or not, or whether you have companions or not. What does it have to do with? Digger G asked quickly. Money, probably tens of thousands of credits. Goodbye. Digger G turned around and left. Not to mention tens of thousands of credits, she couldn't even take out a few hundred. After walking out for more than 10 meters, she retreated again. Can you tell me the specific situation first? Maybe I can help in other areas. Anya pouted. Okay, actually I'm here to buy the poison sacks of the Type 2 amoeba. The boss wants 50. I was just asking if they sell them, but I couldn't buy any after asking half the street. I don't have the money to hire someone to hunt the Type 2 amoeba. If this goes on, the boss will have to go deep into the contaminated area himself. As she spoke, she became anxious. Digging G asked tentatively, Is the Type 2 amoeba dangerous? Of course. Anya explained the situation of the Type 2 amoeba. Digger G was shocked. Why does Foo want to collect poison sacks? Anya shook her head. I don't know. I just happened to hear the boss say that he wanted to collect this. I was a little worried, so I thought about whether I could help the boss. Why? Do you want to help me collect poison sacks? Digger G was about to say something when the game prompt suddenly sounded. You triggered the commission task, collect poison sacks. Task introduction. Task objective, collect Type 2 amoeba poison sacks. Reward, 100 experience points for each Type 2 amoeba poison sack collected. Anya's favorability +1. Digger G was stunned. The next second, she was surprised to share the task interface to the live broadcast room. Digging G, hey mission, I triggered the mission, haha. Are you okay digging for treasure? It's just a mission. It's not like you passed the Imperial examination. The reward for this mission is not high. If I remember correctly, the Type 2 amoeba is a level 4 monster, but here a poison sac only gives 100 experience points. Indeed, I have fought this monster before. Its health is not high, but I lost 1/3 of my health when it spits out venom. Digging G, you are young, you are really too young. Do you really think the value of this mission is the 100 experience points? This made the audience in the live broadcast room confused. Digging G, alas, you guys still call yourselves disciples of Fuman. Experience and such are not important at all. Don't you realize that this is the first mission we triggered here with Foo and Anya? Oh my god, it seems to be true? Digging G was very proud. Wait until I raise Anya's favorability, then I can get to know Foo in depth through her, and then trigger Foo's plot mission. Ha. Accompanied by her laughter, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room increased several times. Some people were shouting, Fuck awesome, some were expressing envy and jealousy, some were just going crazy, and some were running towards her quickly. Damn, how can I let Digger G eat alone at this time? I must be the first to trigger the hidden task. Hey. At this time, Anya raised her hand and waved it in front of Digger G's eyes. Are you stupid? Digger G came to her senses. No, I will help you, but I am not strong enough alone. I want to call a few more people. Anya's eyes lit up. Of course it's no problem, but do you really want to help me? Digger said, Of course it's true. By the way, can you promise me one thing? Anya subconsciously took a step back and stared at Digger with a wary look. Digger said hurriedly, It's not a bad thing. I just want you not to tell Foo about what's going on now, but to tell her after all the poison sacks are collected, so as to give Foo a surprise. I thought you were going to say something, so that's it. I try my best, but if the boss can't sit still and insists on going to the contaminated area, I can only tell you in advance. Of course there is no problem. Anya looked at Digger G a few more times. You are quite nice, thank you. How should I call you? Ha ha ha, the favorability must have increased just now. Digger G smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescents. Just call me Digger G sister. Let me help you ask here to see if there are any poison sacks for sale. Anya did not refuse, and as the two of them were asking along the street, players came over one after another. Without exception, all these players received tasks from Anya. Digging G was not worried at all. She had no intention of hiding the news. She was the first, and that was enough. Let's go to the contaminated area to hunt the Type 2 amoeba now. Don't worry, wait for me to buy some anti-infection drugs, which will increase the chance of survival amid the noise. A large number of players rushed towards the contaminated area. Anya hurried to the meeting place agreed with Bai Fu in advance. Boss, you are so awesome. You made them go to work obediently without paying a penny. She began to wonder if Bai Fu had the legendary succubus physique. If so, could they open a factory and let those outsiders come in to work for free? Bai Fu touched Anya's head. Calm down, calm down. Just as she thought, after assigning Anya a quartermaster mission, Anya could indeed issue missions to players. Now, there will be one more way for players to cheat in the future. This time, the missions issued by Anya and the brain supplement of Digging G were indispensable for the success of the project. If we analyze it carefully, it is still Digging G who deserves more credit. Not only did she run to the live broadcast room to use her imagination after receiving the task, but she also kept instilling the idea Bai Fu has a hidden task to other players in the past days. If not, the players in the live broadcast room would not have believed her nonsense all of a sudden and come to work for free. Digging G's game level is very low, but her imagination alone is worth cultivating. Bai Fu's attitude towards players is to make players her upgrade boosters. She will squeeze all kinds of benefits from players, but if she meets potential players, she will not be reluctant to cultivate them, because only in this way can she better benefit from these players. Of course, the premise of her training players is that the players will not sell her out for a little other benefit. Obviously, Tizoji meets this requirement. As a game-up and live broadcaster, Tizoji's popularity is now deeply bound to her. The more powerful she is, the more attention Tizoji will receive. In addition to Tizoji, the propaganda captain, Bai Fu is also preparing to train a few more players who can provide certain combat power, let these players become role models, and attract other players to fight for her. It is a bit unstable to maintain a good relationship with players just by relying on popularity. We still need to add some interest exchange as a spice. Let's go back first. After 2 or 3 days, they should be able to complete the task. Bai Fu didn't plan to wait. When the time came to the next day, she took Anya to the shopping street of yesterday again, and found Digger G and others who were shopping on the street. Fu, why are you here? When Digger G saw the two of them, he was stunned. She found Anya lowering her head, looking aggrieved. Could it be that? I already know from Anya that you helped me. Bai Fu sighed. As expected. Digging G suddenly had an idea. Isn't this a chance to improve Anya's favorability? She hurriedly stepped forward and protected Anya behind her. Fu, the child is still young, you can't hit her. I took the initiative to offer to help you. She just cares about you. What can she do wrong? Digging G felt that he must be very handsome now. Maybe he has become the giant of light in Anya's mind. Haha, other people only know what's the use of completing tasks, but improving favorability is to pay attention to such seemingly insignificant details. Bai Fu shook her head gently. At this point, I can only accept your kindness, but I can't just say nothing. I buy the poison sacks you collected, at a price of 200 each. Ah, Digging G and Patrick and others around her quickly refused. No, how can I let you spend money, Fu? Bai Fu said, just accept it with peace of mind. This money is not mine. It's from the Wildfire Gang. It's a waste if you don't take it. You also need money now, right? Lack? How can it not be lacking? These words moved the players to tears. Damn, this is Fu, a true friend of the players. If it were any other NPC, they would be so happy to know that we were working for her for free. How could they give us the money from the Wildfire Gang? Brother, I will never regret joining the Fu clan. It's over. After meeting Fu, I feel like I can no longer look down on anyone else. Am I going to be single? Wake up, you were single before you met Fu Bao. Bai Fu smiled secretly. If she had put the 200 credits in the mission rewards from the beginning, the players would never react as much as they did now, and would just take it for granted. This time she made a lot of money. For collecting 50 poison sacks, she would give the players 10,000 credits, which seemed like a lot, but she could still earn 40,000 from the Wildfire Gang. However, she didn't intend to do things so drastically. She planned to leave 10,000 credits for the Wildfire Gang to show her ability to save money. You have helped me a lot, but giving you this little money is not enough to express my gratitude. If you have any other requests you can ask, and I will try my best to meet your needs. This statement once again caused a stir among the players. No request. It seems that there is really nothing I want. How about a professional knowledge book? Hey, why are you asking this? The player who raised his hand was directly pressed down. Professional knowledge book? Bai Fu frowned slightly. I remember there is one in the library of the Wildfire Gang. Although it is not easy to get, I will find a way. When she said this, all the players were stunned. Is this possible? No, this is too dangerous anyway. What if Fu Fu is arrested when stealing the professional knowledge book? Some players tried to persuade Bai Fu to give up, but Bai Fu insisted on doing it, so they could only keep this feeling in their hearts. I steal the professional knowledge books of the Wildfire Gang to support you.jpg that night. A player photoshopped a picture and posted it to the community. This post immediately became the top real-time hot post in the community's general version at a rocket-like speed. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh secretly. The benefits brought by this wave of operations were much better than she had imagined. She waited for another day, and the player finally collected all 50 poison sacks. Before she could be happy for too long, she heard some not-so-good news. Yesterday, when we followed the boss to capture outsiders, we killed 2 outsiders who looked exactly the same. Bai Fu, is it possible that they are twins? We thought so at first, but after a while, we saw him for the 3rd time. Triplets? The possibility is not high. Bai Fu realized that the secret of the player's resurrection seemed to be exposed. Chapter 29. Bai Fu's premonition was correct. After realizing that something was wrong, the Wildfire Gang leader immediately asked all his subordinates to pay more attention. In just one day, the Wildfire Gang discovered that there were many twins, triplets, and even quadruplets among the outsiders. This was really a bit too outrageous. Twins were not so easy to give birth to. The Wildfire Gang leader could only think of 2 explanations. First, these outsiders were not normal people, but clones. If they died, new clones would immediately take their place. Second, these outsiders can come back to life. If he had to choose one of the 2 explanations as the real answer, he would prefer the former. Compared with coming back to life, cloning technology is more scientific, easier to implement, and more acceptable to people. But things are obviously not that simple. There is a question that has been bothering the Wildfire Gang leader. Those outsiders clearly have no signs of training. Although many of them are not pot-bellied, they at least have the body shape of exploited social animals in large settlements, but they are more fearless than those specially trained death warriors. Is this reasonable? Unless those outsiders know that they can be resurrected even if they die, there is no way to explain this. There is an old saying in the abandoned cooling plant. When you eliminate all impossible factors, no matter how unbelievable the remaining answer is, it is the truth. So, the truth is that outsiders can be resurrected. The Wildfire Gang leader was shocked, and he didn't dare to announce this answer. In the previous battle, the ordinary members of the Wildfire Gang had been almost mentally exploded by the shameless fighting style of outsiders. If they suddenly learned that they were facing a group of undead people, they would probably be scared and scatter immediately. In this way, the Wildfire Gang he had worked so hard to build would collapse. What kind of devils did we provoke? They have immortal bodies, unfathomable moral standards, unexpectedly high cultural levels, and unlimited growth potential. In the eyes of the Wildfire Gang leader, provoking such outsiders is no different from encountering a natural disaster that can destroy the entire settlement. He began to regret that he spoke loudly when he first met the outsiders, but now it is useless to regret. Unless he returns to the past with his memory, he will still make the same choice after discovering that the outsider stole his supply box. Who could have thought that those outsiders were so scary? It can only be said that their appearance and their giggling appearance are too deceptive. The Wildfire Gang leader's mentality is very explosive. He cast his eyes on an inconspicuous secret door in the gang. At this moment, he can only rely on those people. After telling his men not to run around, he quickly got into the secret door. There is a long and narrow white corridor under the secret door. At the end of the corridor is a heavy iron door. After opening the iron door, what comes into view is a very old-looking laboratory. Dr. Yulia. The Wildfire Gang leader looked around, and finally his eyes fell on a person wearing thick protective clothing. It was the woman who went with him to check on Chao Liang's death a few days ago. He hurried forward, but after taking 2 steps, he was held down by the shoulders by 2 strong men guarding the door of the laboratory. Yulia turned around. Let him go, he came here in a hurry, he must have something urgent. The 2 strong men just smiled, and did not move their hands away. Yulia looked calm, not angry at all, because her words were ignored. What do you want to talk to me about? The Wildfire Gang leader quickly told his discovery. The current situation is very bad. If something happens to the Wildfire Gang, this laboratory may not be able to hide. Before he finished speaking, the 2 strong men at the door laughed. Immortal, are you talking about some myth? Ha ha. Number 7, if I'm not mistaken, what he said just now seemed to be threatening us. I'm not, I didn't. The Wildfire Gang leader was sweating profusely. Although he was being made difficult, he didn't dare to resist at all, because the 3 people in front of him came from an organization that Lenin, a large settlement nearby, feared, the True Society. More than 100 years ago, a global war broke out on Ziyuan Star, destroying almost everything. In the following 100 years, humans rebuilt civilization under the dual invasion of pollution and mutant life. Until now, 5 superpowers have emerged that control a large number of settlements and shelters. These 5 powers are the Primarch, the Old Republic, the Railway Guild, the Human Alliance, and the True Society. Among them, the True Society is the most special one. No one knows where its headquarters is, and no one knows who its leader is, but every time its people appear, they will inevitably bring disasters that cause countless deaths. The True Society of this nature naturally became the public enemy in the eyes of all forces. Even in the eyes of the Human Alliance, which was dedicated to protecting human bloodline and wanted to kill all unclean lives, the True Society was a bit too extreme. The Wildfire Gang leader never thought that he would have an intersection with the True Society. But more than a month ago, when he was counting supplies in the gang, these 3 people suddenly broke in. They claimed to be from the True Society, and asked him to help do something to prevent their whereabouts from being discovered by people from Lin. They also promised to recommend him to join the True Society after the matter was accomplished. Of course, he didn't believe it at first. Then the sturdy man codenamed Number 7 took out a ball-shaped prop. At that moment, he felt as if he was hit by some kind of spell that fixed his body. His whole body was firmly fixed to the space, and he couldn't move at all. That was the first time he felt despair. Having been in the underworld for a lifetime, he had experienced death threats more than once, but this time, he didn't see any possibility of resistance because he couldn't even understand what his opponent was doing. The unknown is the biggest fear. Under pressure, and out of the desire to stand out, the Wildfire Gang leader agreed to help. In a small place like the abandoned cooling plant, no matter how hard he struggled, he would never be able to stand out in his life. In the eyes of those big men, he was not even a worm. If there was no chance, it would be fine. When the opportunity was in front of him, he would try to climb up. But this road was not easy to climb. Even though he had done his best, the 2 strong men who were guarding the door never gave him a good face. Only Yulia had a better attitude. This time, it was Yulia who stepped forward to help. Okay, what's so funny about this? Can you guarantee that what he said is not true? Don't underestimate the technology of the Primarch. The abandoned cooling plant and Lin are both under the control of the Primarch, who is famous for his research on mutants. I don't understand technical matters, you have the final say. Number 7 grinned, seemingly smiling, but actually hiding anger. Yulia was not scared by his eyes. Go and investigate to see if those outsiders are related to the Primarch. If so, we can't stay here. Number 7 didn't move. Yulia's eyes were cold. If the mission fails, do you think the president will trouble you first or me? Number 7 was silent for a long time. Then I move a little. He shrugged and walked past the Wildfire Gang leader. The Wildfire Gang leader was a little embarrassed. Yulia said, let me know if there is anything. This was a disguised expulsion. The Wildfire Gang leader said goodbye and left tactfully. He was very anxious. This time, he had completely offended Number 7. After this matter is over, with Number 7's character being more extreme than Chao Liang, he will definitely come back to trouble him. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Number 7, who has a ball-shaped prop, and in terms of background, he is even worse than Number 7. Although Yulia promised to recommend him to join the True Society before, judging from Number 7's attitude towards Yulia, Yulia may not be able to protect him. Damn it! At this point, the Wildfire Gang leader found that he had only one way out. Come on, the immortal from outside, you must kill Number 7 who doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. After coming out of the secret door, the Wildfire Gang leader met Bai Fu, who came to hand in the task. You collected them so quickly. Okay. He nodded repeatedly, and at this time, he was not in the mood to ask Bai Fu how she collected the poison sacks. This was somewhat beyond Bai Fu's expectations. Before coming, she had thought of several reasons to prevaricate, but since the Wildfire Gang leader didn't ask, she didn't need to say anything more. You completed the faction task material collection, special, and received a reward of 10,000 experience points and 20 faction reputation. Bai Fu upgraded the Psychic Apprentice to LV8 without much hesitation, and then added the extra 2 attribute points to the Constitution. Her attribute panel has undergone new changes. Template, Normal Experience, 2751 Main Occupation, Psychic Apprentice LV8, 0/10,000, Vagrant LV5, Max Level, Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 290/290 Psychic, 60/60ths, Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 5, Constitution 26, Intelligence 3, Spirit 12, Inspiration 12. The camp reputation has increased from 22 points to 42 points, which is not low. Bai Fu found that the attitude of the Wildfire Gang leader towards her was obviously more enthusiastic than before. Boss, do you have any other tasks for me? Now that she and the players are in a close cooperation period, she wants to strike while the iron is hot and do more tasks, upgrade the Psychic Apprentice to LV10 as soon as possible, and then look for advanced knowledge. The Wildfire Gang leader shook his head. You have been busy for several days, take a rest first, and I will call you when there are other tasks. What a pity. Bai Fu can only go to other places to see if she can take on some tasks. After saying goodbye to the Wildfire Gang leader, she went to the library and brought out the basic boxing teaching she had found before. There are 2 main reasons for choosing this professional knowledge book. The most direct reason is that this is the professional knowledge book that can maximize the player's combat effectiveness at this stage. Other professional knowledge books, such as Firearm Assembly and Agent 2 or 3 things, you can't say that the professions they activate are not powerful, but their versatility is far less than basic boxing teaching. After all, you have to get a gun after changing your job to a gunner, and you have to find a way to get some special equipment when you become an agent. There is no such problem when learning basic boxing teaching. If you have never practiced boxing, how can you not open skills? The second reason why Bai Fu chose basic boxing teaching is that this book is very thin, with only more than 20 pages in total, and each page is mainly pictures, with a small amount of text for explanation, which is very suitable for copying. Yes, Bai Fu does not plan to give the original basic boxing teaching to the players, but plans to copy it herself. She borrowed this book from the Wildfire Gang library. It's easy to borrow again if she returns it. If she doesn't return it, she'd be scolded. It's not good if she's found out to have a relationship with a player. And now the players are saying that she's going to steal the professional knowledge book, so she has to meet the players' expectations. Although it's stealing if she brings the original book directly, it makes stealing a book seem too easy. It's more touching to say I copied a book secretly. Bai Fu was right. When she handed the hand-painted basic boxing teaching to Digging G, all the players around Digging G and the players in the live broadcast room were moved. Damn, I can't imagine how much effort Fu made to copy this professional knowledge book, and how much risk of exposure she took. No one can help now, not even the big mecha in the promotional video. Fu is the best in the world, I said. Indeed, the big mecha is handsome, but I can't drive it. Fu is different. She not only gave me money, but also gave me the professional knowledge book. I was still worried about how to change my job. Oh my god, what a great merit. Fu, I want to create a world where every player can easily change their job. Fuman! Amidst the singing and laughter, Bai Fu was almost worshipped as a god. Although the game has been open for about 10 days, the number of players who have obtained new professions is not that large. Bai Fu's move directly gave all the players who helped her collect poison sacks the opportunity to change their professions, which not only attracted a lot of popularity, but also made a wave of positive publicity. It's different if you raise the favorability of NPCs. If Bai Fu's favorability towards treasure hunting is in the single digits, let alone the professional knowledge book, the 200 credits may not be given. Many players have secretly made up their minds that next time they meet Bai Fu, no matter what, they will first raise their favorability. Bai Fu was satisfied. The benefit given to her by a player was only a little, but the benefit given by thousands of players piled together would be an astronomical figure. You guys study slowly, I'm leaving first. The Wildfire Gang has been keeping a close eye on me recently, so my identity cannot be exposed. Bai Fu found an excuse to leave. She didn't have time to continue chatting with the players. She had to see if there were any tasks nearby that could earn her experience. She still needed more than 20,000 experience points to upgrade her psychic apprentice to LV10. When she walked to another street near the shopping street, Bai Fu stopped. On the side of the road, a sturdy man who was obviously dressed differently from the abandoned cooling plant grabbed a stall owner by the neck. "Tell me where those outsiders are hiding, or I will kill you now." Bai Fu was shocked. Although there were rude people everywhere in the abandoned cooling plant, it was the first time she had seen such an extreme person like this one. Fortunately, this person was going to deal with a player who was more extreme than him, so she was not worried at all, but was very curious about this person's identity. She had no impression of this person at all. Bai Fu threw a spiritual vision at the sturdy man. Chapter 30. This time the judgment of the clairvoyant skill was very successful, and the data panel of the strange strongman popped up smoothly. Name, number 7, Elite, Template, Special, Mutant, Main Occupation, Truth Hunter LV2 Lower Occupation Agent LV10, Maximum Level. Secondary Occupation, Chef LV3, Health, 190/190, Attributes, Strength 19, Agility 16, Constitution 14, Intelligence 4, Spirit 5, Inspiration 8 Skills, Weakness Strike LV5, Accurate Shooting LV3, Unknown Talent, Unknown Favorability, Never Met, -5, Danger Level, Red. Number 7? Is your creator called Master Luban? Bai Fu's mouth twitched, especially after seeing number 7's favorability towards her. The evaluation was that they had never met before, but the favorability was -5. This guy was clearly the kind of person who was unhappy with everyone. No wonder he would pinch someone's neck just for asking a question. If number 7 had provoked someone else, it would be fine, but he was obviously going to cause trouble for the player. Bai Fu could only pray for him silently in her heart. To be precise, this should be the first NPC she met with a special template. Not only that, number 7 also has an advanced profession Truth Hunter. With the help of special templates and advanced professions, number 7's attributes can be said to be completely superior to Chao Wenliang. Even compared with her, number 7's total attributes are several points higher than hers, even though his total level is one level lower than hers. Is this the charm of special templates and advanced professions? Bai Fu felt that she was about to burn. She had to quickly upgrade the psychic apprentice to LV10. As for after that, if she couldn't find the advanced profession knowledge book in the abandoned cooling plant, she would have to consider taking a bus to Lenin. Bai Fu closed the data panel. She felt that she needed to confirm the identity of number 7. This NPC whose strength far exceeded the average level of the novice village suddenly appeared in the novice village. In a normal game, it would definitely be troublesome. I don't know if it is the main storyline or a hidden mission. Bai Fu followed number 7 silently. After interrogating several passers-by, number 7 finally found the player's new base, and then, he made a move that was very consistent with his character setting and rushed in without saying a word. "You're looking for..." "Pa!" Number 7 punched the player, who was sawing wood at the door, and sent him flying. The player died for the first time, this week, before he could figure out what was going on. Didn't he say he was immortal? How could he not die? Number 7 walked to the player's body and laughed. He kicked the player's body while laughing. "Come on, show me how you can revive." There was a hint of ferocity under his playful expression. The country bumpkin from the Wildfire gang dared to tease him. Not only that, he also tried to use the power of that stinky woman Yulia to suppress him. He would let him see the methods of the Truth Hunter when he returned. This completely unconventional move confused the players in the base, who always liked to play unconventionally. What's the noise? This is not right. Even if it's a monster attacking the city, it wouldn't be attacked like this, right? After a while, a group of players walked up to number 7 and started pointing and talking. Human Confusion Award? Is there a bug? If it's a bug, please report it quickly. Otherwise, if all the NPCs become like this, there's no point in playing anymore. Is there a reward for reporting a bug? In addition to pointing and talking, there were also some fun players, who quickly turned on the photo mode. How fresh, it's actually a bug, ha ha, take a photo quickly, I'm going to post it to the community. He walked to number 7 and smiled and made a yeah gesture. Bai Fu, Number 7, Looking for death. After reacting, number 7 was overwhelmed by anger. He did such a ruthless thing right from the start to intimidate this group of outsiders, but who would have thought that this group of outsiders were not only not scared, but instead surrounded him with laughter, as if they were watching monkeys in a civilized manner. This is simply the ultimate insult to him. Do you think you are invincible after defeating the Wildfire gang? Today I will let you know what it means to have an enemy from the sky. What, brother tyrant? A bunch of trash, call your boss out. The furious number 7 grabbed the neck of the fun player, who was taking the photo from behind, and lifted him up. Before other players could reply, he crushed the player to death. What the hell? If everyone was confused before, now they have completely understood that this is not a bug, but an NPC is really here to cause trouble. Brother Long is not as arrogant as you. You are so arrogant, do your family know? What is this, a random attack? I haven't heard of such things happening in other novice villages. In the chaos, several players have already taken out their weapons. Number 7 sneered and strode forward. The player closest to him found himself being hit by a swift knee, and pushed into the sky before he could see what was happening. It's a strong enemy, come quickly. Oh no, Paida is away because of something. Panda head, taunt, attract his attention. What the hell, you stinky bug, your head looks like a jerk. The players who realized the danger did not run away, but rushed forward in a proper formation. Interesting, interesting. Number 7 laughed even more happily. The country bumpkin from the Wildfire gang was not lying to him. These outsiders did have courage far beyond ordinary people. Even when they saw their companions being killed easily, they still had no fear. I don't know who gave them the courage. But it doesn't matter, they are fearless, just because they have never seen the real terror. I want to see who is standing behind you. Kill, kill, kill. Number 7 was like a dragon entering the sea, raising huge waves. Suddenly, Digger G jumped out from the side. Stop! She shouted, and Number 7 really stopped. Are you there, boss? Number 7 narrowed his eyes. Digger G pretended to be a master without saying anything, but in fact, she couldn't be said to be pretending to be a master. She really thought she was a master now. After all, she was already noble. It's time to try out the power of the skills unlocked by the new profession. Digger G slightly retracted her right fist and began to charge. At some point, she suddenly shouted to Number 7, "Look behind." Number 7 turned around subconsciously. Okay, now, Digger G rushed forward with her right fist, and smashed out with her entire upper body like a cannonball. Look, this is my charged punch. I, Digger G, am not an ordinary person. Bang! But Number 7 turned around at an incredibly fast speed, and kicked Digger G in the stomach. The next second, Digger G flew out. -60. Dead on the spot. Looking at the live broadcast room, that suddenly went black, all the players watching were numb. Big deal. The war correspondent died. Treasure hunting, stop being so stubborn, just be a cameraman. Someone, start a new live broadcast. I want to watch the battle. The reactions of other players in the base were actually similar to those of the players in the live broadcast room. Basically they were laughing, and didn't show any fear. This made Number 7's face even uglier. What happened to these outsiders? Could they really be resurrected? But that's not right. Aren't the outsiders he killed still lying there neatly? Never mind. Number 7's bloodthirsty nature took over. This time, he decided to suppress these outsiders with the bloodiest means, including but not limited to tearing them apart, peeling their skin, and beating them into a pulp. Blood is a great catalyst for fear. He grabbed a player who rushed in front of him and beat the player's feet forward with extremely brutal means, even exposing the bones. How about it? Are you scared now? Number 7 raised his head proudly, but what he saw was a scene that made him feel confused. Oh my god, luckily I turned on the harmony mode. Ha! I can't beat it head on. It seems that I can only use my special moves. I thought I wouldn't have to be afraid of these monsters after changing my job. Is it finally coming? Bai Fu looked at Number 7 with a slightly sympathetic look. Don't think that only the boss has the second stage. The player of the abandoned cooling plant also has the second stage. Now, Number 7 has successfully forced the player's second stage out. Brothers, kill him. Here we go, watch me. One player rushed up and threw out a bag of lime, and another player attacked from behind and threw out a pot of boiling water. Number 7 was very fast and reacted quickly. He easily avoided the first wave of attacks from the players, but the number of players was far greater than he imagined, and the preparations made by the players were far greater than he imagined. The lethality of these traps and props was generally not high, but when there were many of them, it was really annoying. What made Number 7 feel even more incredible was the will of these outsiders. He broke the leg of an outsider, and the outsider fell to the ground and crawled to him to stab him in the kidney. He dented the chest of an outsider, and the outsider, even though he was dying, held his waist tightly and shouted, "Fire at me," and then someone stabbed the outsider with a knife the next second. Could these outsiders have been knocked? No, even if they were knocked, they wouldn't be so excited. He was only distracted for a moment, and then a foreigner jumped up from behind and used a strongman lock on him. Then, one foreigner after another rushed over, some held his feet, some held his hands, and some stuffed smelly socks into his nostrils. With so many men on top of each other, he was pressed down so hard that only one foot was exposed. Number 7, who had never seen such a fighting method, was inexplicably trembling. Was he scared? No, it was absolutely impossible. How could a group of foreigners, who could be killed at will like chickens, make him feel scared? Number 7 started to struggle furiously, and a powerful force instantly burst out of his body. Seeing that the players who were pressing him were about to be thrown away, another player rushed over. "I'm going to fight you." Number 7 looked closely, and saw that the outsider was holding a bunch of amoeba venom sacs in his hand. Damn! He was so scared that his face changed drastically. If those venom sacs exploded here, even he would be in trouble. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Number 7 couldn't care about anything else now. He quickly took out a ball-shaped prop from his clothes and pressed it hard. Buzz! Under the attack of the invisible shock wave, all the players fell into a state of stiffness, including the player who rushed over with the poison sac. However, when he was frozen, due to the previous throwing action, 2 poison sacs still flew out and hit Number 7 in front of him. The venom splashed, and Number 7's right foot was corroded to the point that the bone was almost exposed. Number 7 struggled to stand up, looking crazy. Good, you actually forced me to this point. I will tear you all to pieces." He took 2 steps forward, and just as he put his hand on a player's shoulder, his body trembled violently. A bullet came from behind and hit his back. "Who?" Number 7 turned around, and a white-haired girl holding a gun appeared in his field of vision. Okay, there's another one hidden here, you die too." He pressed the ball-shaped prop again, and under the attack of the invisible shock wave, the girl's body also froze. Number 7 walked towards the girl with a grim smile, and when he was only 2 meters away from the girl, something unexpected happened. The girl, who was originally frozen, pressed the trigger with her right index finger, and the muzzle of the gun sprayed flames, and the bullet shot straight into his chest. "Why are you okay?" Number 7 looked at the bullet hole on his chest with an unbelievable look. Bai Fu went up and punched him twice at the bullet hole, knocked him to the ground, and then stabbed him in the chest. After confirming that he was in a state of severe disability, she began to ask, "Who are you?" Number 7 laughed. "You will die, everyone will die, and the entire abandoned cooling plant will be buried with me." Since no useful information could be obtained, Bai Fu could only give him another blow. "You killed Number 7, contribution 63.4%, and gained 3,994 experience points after correction based on the level difference." Bai Fu felt a little regretful that the task was not triggered, but it was not too regretful, as she was one step closer to upgrading. She first picked up the spherical device dropped by Number 7 from the ground. Psychic Binding Device. Quality: Blue additional effect. Use Psychic Shock to make the target within 20 meters fall into a state of stiffness. The stiffness time depends on the inspiration. It is invalid when the target inspiration is greater than 8, remaining number of uses 2, this is a good thing. When Number 7 used it on the player, she knew that the item was ineffective against her, which was why she suddenly stood up and shot Number 7. That shot did not cause much damage to Number 7, it just served to divert Number 7's attention. As she expected, the angry Number 7 also used the psychic binder on her. She decisively pretended to be bound, so that Number 7 completely relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, even if Number 7's foot was injured, her second shot would hardly hit Number 7. Bai Fu squatted down and searched Number 7's pocket, and found a strange teardrop-shaped badge. The True Society? She had seen this badge before, when she was reading a book about Zhu Yuanxing in the library of the Wildfire Gang. It seemed that a powerful organization had been defeated, but it didn't matter. The True Society didn't know that it was her who did it. Bai Fu put the badge and the psychic binder into her pocket, and then walked towards the players not far away. "Are you alright? I'm a little late." "Late? No, not late at all, you came at the right time." When Bai Fu shot Number 7, the surviving players felt unprecedented peace of mind. Even though Bai Fu seemed to be controlled by Number 7 afterwards, they were still not nervous. Just kidding, that was Bai Fu who could see their hero nature at a glance. As expected, Number 7 only laughed for a few seconds before Bai Fu took him away with a set of smooth combos. Fu is awesome. 6. I wish I was that awesome. So cool. The players who regained their freedom cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 31. The death of number 7 made Bai Fu feel that it was a good decision to help players improve their strength at the right time. If not, even if the group of players just now threw number 7 to the ground, it would be difficult to suppress number 7, and without the players' efforts, it would be nonsense for her to harvest number 7's life. Of course, in this battle, it was not only Bai Fu who won, but also the players. Number 7's level was much higher than the players, and the high level difference brought a high experience bonus. After his death, even the player who only dealt 2 points of damage received 196 experience points as a reward, and the player who threw the poison sack received 1724 experience points, which made other players envious. For a moment, all the players excitedly surrounded Bai Fu. Who doesn't like a good-looking NPC who can help you level up? Angel. If I had known that Bai Fu would come, I would have taken out all the props and attacked that guy. Now I have lost hundreds of experience points. I am crying. Don't stop me. If there is such a thing next time, I will definitely rush to the front. Don't dream. You will never get such a good thing? Bai Fu didn't stay in the player's base for long. She turned around to improve her presence in the players' hearts and left. Before returning to the Wildfire Gang, she went for a walk around the area, but unfortunately, she still didn't trigger any high-reward missions. It doesn't matter, she has gained enough today. Not to mention the experience rewards. As the video of her killing number 7 with 2 shots was uploaded to the community, her popularity soared again, and she was about to surpass the Big Mecha and temporarily top the popularity list. Bai Fu was very satisfied. She felt that she couldn't just wait for the game officials to strengthen it, and it was necessary to make good use of this popularity, and let the players contribute to her rapid upgrade plan. The indicator lights of the instruments in the laboratory kept flashing. Number 9, who was guarding the door, crossed his arms, and had an impatient look on his face. Why haven't you come back yet? It had been 8 hours since number 7 left, and during this period, no news had come back, which made him extremely uneasy. After a while, the door of the laboratory was pushed open, and the leader of the Wildfire Gang walked in. Where is he? Number 9 asked anxiously. The Wildfire Gang leader said, We haven't found him. Number 9 frowned. If you haven't found him, won't you send more people to look for him? Will sending too many people alert the enemy? Are you fucking crazy? Number 9 suddenly yelled, If you're afraid of alerting the enemy, why don't you find another reason, such as arresting outsiders? Send someone to find him now, and if you can't find him, just wait. The Wildfire Gang leader's face turned red, but he finally agreed honestly. I go right away. After saying this, he left quickly. Although he looked depressed, he was actually very happy in his heart. Those outsiders are really fucking fierce. They actually made number 7 unable to come back. However, even though number 7 can't come back, there is still the trouble of number 9. The Wildfire Gang leader was ruthless and gritted his teeth. He decided to do something big. Secretly notified the outsiders, and asked them to take number 9 away together. Killing them is necessary. Number 7 and number 9 are 2 lunatics. If he doesn't kill them all, he will be killed by them sooner or later. Since you are not a human being, don't blame me for not being a human being. After going out of the secret door, the Wildfire Gang leader immediately arranged his men to look for the missing number 7, and then he found Bai Fu. Bai Fu, do you think I can trust you? My name is written as Bai Fu, which means loyalty. Bai Fu immediately expressed her loyalty. I was promoted by you, boss. There is no 2 suns in the sky. In my heart, there is only you, boss. The Wildfire Gang leader said, I am very happy that you can say that. Now I have a very dangerous task on hand. My own goal is too big, so it is not suitable for me to do it, so I need you to do it. Bai Fu nodded, Boss, just say it. Dangerous? Take the task first. If it is really dangerous, she will run away. The leader of the Wildfire Gang talked about his predicament. You triggered the hidden task borrowing a knife to kill. Task introduction. During the contact with the foreign guests, the leader of the Wildfire Gang was threatened with his life. He could not bear it anymore, and decided to fight to the death, and use the player's hand to eliminate the threat. He knew that this was a very dangerous task, but he still wanted to entrust the important task to you. Task goal. Inform the player of the existence of number 9. Reward. 2,000 experience points, 10 faction reputation, 5,000 credit coins. Bai Fu looked a little strange. This mission is indeed very dangerous for other members of the Wildfire Gang. If they are not careful, they may be done by players. Therefore, the reward of 2,000 experience points is set quite reasonably. But for her, it is just a matter of words. This is simply free experience. Don't miss it. Seeing Bai Fu accept the mission without hesitation, the leader of the Wildfire Gang smiled with relief. He actually thought about asking other people for help, but he wanted to laugh when talking about trust in a place like the Wildfire Gang. They are all here for the benefit. If he asked those old-timers, who are already full of grease, they may sell him to number 9 after weighing the pros and cons. It is more appropriate to ask a young and energetic person like Bai Fu. Go ahead. The Wildfire Gang leader waved his hand. He had already seen number 9 walking towards him. Bai Fu turned and left. After walking a distance, she vaguely heard number 9 say that he would personally participate in the investigation. One is called number 7, and the other is called number 9. Although the Wildfire Gang leader didn't say it explicitly just now, it seems that the foreign guests he mentioned are the people of the True Society. I wonder what the True Society is doing here. Bai Fu was very curious. A small place, like an abandoned cooling plant, didn't look like a profitable place. She did not do anything extra, but went to the player base first to inform them of the news. On the way back to the Wildfire Gang, she saw a pickup truck with multiple layers of protection parked on the side of the road. 2 people stood next to the car, a man and a woman. Both of them looked very young. The man was wearing a leather jacket, and the woman was wearing a work jacket. This was the first time Bai Fu saw an intact car after becoming an NPC, and she subconsciously set 2 spiritual visions over. The data panel of the male NPC was relatively simple. Name: Yago Kaufman, Elite, Template, Special Main Occupation, Sniper LV2 Lower Occupation Agent LV10, Maximum Level. The data panel of the female NPC also looked simple at first glance. Name: Xia Shi, Elite, Template, Normal Main Occupation, Junior Mechanic LV2 Lower Occupation Scholar LV10, Maximum Level. After skipping a string of unimportant data, Bai Fu's eyes fell on Xia Shi's talent, and what caught her eyes was a dazzling red Strong Luck. Strong Luck, born with great luck. Although the introduction was just a simple sentence, Bai Fu already understood that this woman named Xia Shi was a life that people envied, and hated. European Emperor. The horror of European Emperor is self-evident. They can easily achieve 10 consecutive double yellows, and withdraw cash on Bank 60. It is rumored that the lifespan of European Emperor is extremely short, but it must be clarified that the lifespan of European Emperor is actually very long. Frustrated by the dog European Emperor.jpg. Bai Fu quickly closed the data panel. She couldn't bear to see this dazzling talent. What do these 2 people do? From their professions, they are definitely not ordinary people. Bai Fu had a bad feeling in her heart. First, the Zhenli Society showed up, and then a group of people with unknown origins came. It seems that something big is going to happen in the abandoned cooling plant. Although it is basically a standard plot for the game's novice village to have a big incident, her current strength is not enough to completely protect herself, which is a headache. Maybe she should consider leaving the abandoned cooling plant. With her current strength and financial resources, it is not difficult to leave the abandoned cooling plant. After going to the large settlement, she can not only receive more advanced tasks, but also find professional advanced knowledge books. The only problem is that the player can't get there for a while. Bai Fu pondered for a moment, and when she was about to leave, she saw a person she didn't know well. In the alley across the street, number 9 was staring at the woman named Xia Shi. He looked at her for more than 10 seconds before turning around and leaving. Although she didn't know what number 9 was doing, Bai Fu felt that he had bad intentions from the look in his eyes just now. It's better to send him to reunite with number 7 as soon as possible. Bai Fu turned back and informed the player of number 9's whereabouts. After receiving the news, the player, who was already sharpening his knife, picked up his weapon and chased after him without saying a word. With the experience of dealing with number 7, the players were full of fighting spirit and were determined to use the newly thought of tactics to have a big bite in this battle. This time, they had nothing to worry about. Bai Fu had already said that this time it was the Wildfire Gang leader who wanted to use them to get rid of number 9, so the Wildfire Gang would definitely not intervene. They only needed to deal with number 9 alone. The hidden task triggered after Bai Fu said this seemed to verify this point. In fact, they were not afraid even if the Wildfire Gang leader had some plans behind their backs. As long as they kill number 9, they can earn a lot of experience to upgrade. After the level goes up, it's a plan, right? Do you know what it means to break all laws with one force? Bai Fu followed the player closely. They moved forward and sneaked to the vicinity of the Wildfire Gang. Just when the player was struggling to decide whether to kill directly or hide outside to ambush, number 9 had returned to the underground laboratory. I saw the people of the original gene outside, from all over the place. Those outsiders must be related to them, and the disappearance of number 7 must be related to them. Our whereabouts have been discovered by them. There was a cold light in the eyes of number 9. Today, they not only killed number 7, but also showed up in person. It seems that they have no intention of hiding any longer. I estimate that they will soon launch a general attack on the Wildfire gang. Yulia's face was as gloomy as water. It will take me at least 2 days to complete the basic verification. 2 days? Number 9's breathing was slightly stagnant, too long, but the experiment must not be stopped. Since there is not enough time, I will fight for it. Yulia asked, "What are you going to do?" Number 9 took out a translucent green cylinder from the alley on the ground. "Use this." "Inducing bait? Do you know what the consequences will be after using this?" Yulia's face changed drastically. Number 9 smiled. "The mutant life will rush over like sharks smelling blood. In the process, they will attack all living things they see along the way until these living things die or become their own kind. You know you still need to use it? Use it, and those people outside will be busy dealing with mutant life and won't have time to disturb your experiment. Don't worry, even if people everywhere ask Lin in for help in time, it will take more than 2 days for the reinforcements to arrive, which is enough for you to complete the verification." Number 9 picked up the bait and walked straight to the door. He had no psychological burden, because he had originally planned to use the bait to destroy the entire abandoned cooling plant after the experiment to eliminate the traces of their existence, and now it was just a little earlier. "You're crazy!" Yulia yelled. Number 9 stopped. "Crazy? Yulia, you have to know that we are the true society. Don't think about doing anything small. Think about yourself. Think about the people in your hometown. Think about the kindness of the president to you. What you have to do is to use these abandoned cooling equipment to complete the verification as soon as possible, otherwise once the president gets angry you." Hee hee. The cruel laughter echoed in the laboratory until the door of the laboratory closed, and everything returned to calm. Yulia quietly came to the cooling chamber, and continued the previous verification. Now was not the time to think about other things. After leaving the laboratory, Number 9 took the bait, and went straight to the periphery of the abandoned cooling plant. His main purpose was not to kill all the people in the abandoned cooling plant, but to kill the 2 agents and all the outsiders everywhere to buy time for Yulia's verification. Therefore, he planned to secretly pour the bait near the place where the outsiders were hiding. I don't care whether you really have immortal bodies. When this place becomes a paradise for mutant life, even if you can really be resurrected, you will just live a life worse than death. Number 9's eyes were extremely cold. After leaving the Wildfire gang, he walked about 400 or 500 meters, and suddenly heard a loud shout from the roadside. "He's out!" "Who?" As soon as Number 9 turned around, he saw several arrows flying from a distance. He quickly bent down to dodge, but the next second, a dozen strongmen jumped out from both sides. Want to escape? Hold his legs." Amid the shouts, a lot of things flew out from the roadside. Lime, chili powder, noose, fishing nets, slippery mucus, poison sacks. The players in the throwing group threw whatever they could, and they didn't care whether doing so would hurt friendly forces. This brutal and unreasonable, but sudden attack stunned Number 9. When he came to his senses, he found that a venom sac of the Type 2 amoeba was about to hit his face. "Oh no!" Number 9 leaned back quickly, and the venom sac flew almost close to his scalp. He was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Although the venom of the venom sac could not kill him, if it landed on his face, the pain would make him temporarily lose his fighting ability. "I will kill you all." Number 9 stood up again in anger. At this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was approaching him quickly from behind. Want to launch a sneak attack? Number 9 was so angry that he laughed. Courting death, he twisted his shoulder and grabbed the fist of Gaiawofu, who was rushing towards him. "You think?" Number 9 didn't finish his words, because the next second Gaiawofu raised her foot and kicked him hard in the crotch. "Pa!" It was the sound of chickens flying and eggs breaking. "Ah!" The severe pain directly stimulated Number 9's whole body to freeze. Not only him, but other players around him also felt a chill in their crotch and subconsciously took a step back away from Gaiawofu. "How cruel!" Bai Fu, who was hiding in the dark and watching the show, murmured. It must be said that the player's performance was much better than she had imagined. She didn't even have to take action. Although she would lose some experience if she didn't take action, she didn't have to worry about being exposed. Seeing other players retreating, Gaiawofu became anxious. "What are you still doing? Come and beat his balls together, otherwise he will recover his mobility in a moment." "Oh, here I come." Patrick was a little embarrassed. He was distracted in the battle, but he felt that he could not be blamed. He could only blame Gaiawofu for being too cruel. Who would not be afraid of that move? As Patrick stepped forward, other players also reacted. They took out their weapons, hitting the eggs and poking the buttocks. Luckily, number 9 was not an ordinary person, but a mutant. After experiencing the initial impact, he withstood the pain of the subsequent continuous chicken beatings and pressed the button of the psychic binder hidden in his pocket. Buzz. At the moment when the player was controlled, number 9 smashed the bait to the ground. This place is far away from the edge of the abandoned cooling plant. It will take a long time for the mutants to smell the bait and kill them. But he didn't have time to think about it now. He smashed the things first. After smashing them, he took out an injection from his pocket and stabbed his arm. After the injection, number 9 limped towards the wildfire gang with his injuries. The longest limit of the psychic binder is only 1 minute, and for those with high inspiration, it can only be limited to a few seconds. He had no intention of killing the players now. He just wanted to escape back to the lab as soon as possible. 10 seconds later, a player broke free first. Fuck my experience, stop right there. Soon, more and more players broke free, and they didn't care that the wildfire gang was in front of them, and they chased after them quickly. How could they let the duck in their mouths fly away? Hey, what are you doing? In the wildfire gang's base, the younger brothers who stayed behind were dumbfounded when they saw the players rushing over quickly, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. What are you still standing there for? Go and call the boss back. The outsiders are coming. They scattered and fled. No one dared to really intercept the player. In the previous battle, they were already scared by the shameless fighting style of the player. It's only 100 yuan a month. Why risk your life? If they can bring the news to the boss, they will be worthy of their salary. Bai Fu didn't rush to catch up to watch the show. She hurriedly cast a spiritual vision on the thing that number 9 smashed before running away. Number 9 smashed this thing suddenly when he ran away. There must be something wrong. Induction bait, broken. Quality, blue additional effect. After use, it can induce mutant life nearby, with a radiation range of 5 kilometers and a duration of 1 month. 5 kilometers, enough to cover the contaminated area. After seeing the data fed back by the spiritual vision, Bai Fu's face turned green. The horror of mutant life is self-evident. She didn't know how many mutant life this induction bait could attract, but even if there were only 100, the chain reaction they brought would be enough to cause the entire abandoned cooling plant to fall. Does this beast want to bury the entire abandoned cooling plant with him? Run away? No, it's obviously impossible to run away now. After all, the convoy from the abandoned cooling plant to Lenin only goes back and forth once a week. At this time, Bai Fu couldn't care about anything else. She hurried home and asked Anya to hide in the basement first, and then return to the wildfire gang again. Now she only hoped that number 9 had something that could suppress the bait, otherwise this matter would be a big deal. Chapter 32. When Bai Fu arrived at the scene again, the players had already rushed into the secret door after number 9. Because the underground passage is narrow, many players were blocked outside, and could not get in for a while. What's the situation inside? I heard there is a boss inside, and she is very beautiful. It's so soon to reach the high-end game? Herbie, don't fall for her beauty trap. What's wrong with being beautiful? As long as you are an enemy, you have to kill him. The players who stayed outside were very excited. They didn't expect that they would trigger a boss battle after just entering the game. Isn't this much more interesting than working slowly in other novice villages? Now, they only hated themselves for not running fast enough, and not being able to squeeze to the front. If the boss was killed, they would not get anything. Just as they were anxious, there was a sudden noise in front. Hey, is it my turn? Go, go, retreat, retreat, retreat. What happened? Almost instantly, the area around the secret door became chaotic. Bai Fu saw that some players wanted to get in, but more players were desperately trying to escape. Something happened. After more than a minute, all the players who had rushed in earlier squeezed out, but the status of several players was obviously not right. They seemed to have awakened the blood of the berserker, and they would attack anyone they saw, even if it was another player standing in front of them. Fuck, Lao Wu, what are you doing? Could this guy have defected to the enemy? Aw, hey, don't hit me in the face, damn it. You think I want to? I'm controlled. I can't control my body at all. You guys get out of the way. Ah, I'm about to die. You have to compensate me for the experience. Bai Fu used her clairvoyance on the player named Lao Wu, and after discovering his name, she had an additional control status. Control, Yulia's innate ability, which can control the body of a target with less than 15 inspirations, and the duration depends on the inspiration difference between the two parties. Bai Fu's face darkened. This innate ability was a bit outrageous. In a place like the novice village where everyone's attributes were not high, she could almost kill people indiscriminately. You have to know that her inspiration was only 12 points now, and others were even lower. No, not only in the novice village, even if it was a level 20 character, if there was no talent for inspiration, generally speaking, the inspiration attribute would not exceed 15 points, and in the end, it would still be controlled. What the hell? How could such a fierce boss appear? Bai Fu stared at the secret door. When the players were making a fuss, a familiar figure walked out from inside. It was the ice blue-haired woman who appeared next to the Wildfire Gang boss that day. Yulia was referring to her, right? At this time, her eyes widened, and a strange silver-white light emanated from her pupils. "Get out of the way!" some players exclaimed, but it was too late. The two players closest to Yulia were shocked, and soon the control status appeared behind their names. It's over. Now, both the powerful Patrick and the cunning conviction of Wofu are in a state of panic. This kind of boss is impossible to fight at this stage. She can destroy the entire player group by controlling a part of the players. Damn it, the number 9 that was about to be in my mouth just flew away. Experience, my experience. Haha, aren't you very capable? Come on, show me another arrogant one. Number 9 walked out from behind Yulia, laughing very arrogantly. It was because he knew that Yulia had this ability that he hurried back. This ability was really unreasonable, but as long as they had the restriction lock issued by the president, they didn't have to be afraid of Yulia. The arrogant look of number 9 made the players angry. Okay, you old bitch, we have marked you, remember it, and we will twist your head off when the time comes. Yulia frowned and shouted, "Shut up. You." Number 9 just opened his mouth, but was covered again. "If you think you can snipe me, then try to shoot me." Huh? Not only number 9, but all the players were stunned. Sniper, shoot, but no one here has a sniper. Do you think I'm deliberately tricking you? Don't forget that I'm an expert in psychic powers. My perception ability is no worse than the equipment you carry with you. Yulia's eyes fell on a water tower, and the others looked over. I just heard some strange noises here, and came to check it out. I didn't expect to find a big fish. After a while, a man with an unhappy face jumped out from behind the water tower with a sniper rifle, and a young woman in work clothes followed him. Yago, I've already told you that sneak attacks are useless against her. Who knows if you don't try? What if it works? The two quarreled for a while, and then Yago pointed the finger at Yulia. Although you have taken a lot of hostages, it's a bit unrealistic to think you can escape like this. It's better to surrender early. This is the territory of the pre-march. It's impossible for the reinforcements of the true society to arrive in a short time. Yulia didn't care. You should consider your own safety first. Number 9 just smashed a bait. Even if you run to deal with it now, it's too late. What? This surprised Yago, who was originally somewhat relaxed. Everyone here, and the one hiding there, knows clearly. Has he been discovered? When Yago and Xiaoshe were caught, Bai Fu felt that she might have been exposed as well. She walked out, and did not continue to hide. It's Fu. The sharp-eyed players spotted her at once. However, most of the players were very restrained at this time, and did not run over immediately. Cutscene was playing next to them. Well, if it was normal, they would definitely not bother to look at this thing, and just do it, but now they can't do it, so they can only calm down and see what this boss is. Knowing what number 9 did, Yago yelled, "Are you crazy? This will attract all the mutant life nearby, and everyone in the abandoned cooling plant will die." Yulia said coldly, "If you have time to scold here, you might as well think about how to survive the upcoming insect tide." Fuck beast. Yago and Xiaoshe raised their guns at the same time, but as soon as they moved, the player controlled by Yulia blocked them. Do you want to shoot? Yulia stroked the hair beside her ears, looking relaxed. Yago and Xiaoshe's foreheads were bulging with veins, and they never dared to pull the trigger. They were not the crazy people of the true society, and they could not kill innocent people to achieve their goals. Damn it. It was only a few days ago that we received news from the informant that the true society secretly infiltrated the original gene body, and it was only 3 days ago that we received the mission to conduct a routine investigation in the abandoned cooling plant. Why did we encounter a super crisis just after arriving here today? This is too weird. There is no investigation process, no battle of wits and courage with the enemy, and they just fast-forwarded to the last battle before the finale after the list of leading actors was played. Is this how the script is normally played? Did someone change the script before they arrived? Yago was sweating profusely, but no matter how sweaty he was, he had to continue acting. The bait has been cast, and it is difficult to run away. Only by fighting hard can there be a chance of survival. Sure, I keep an eye on it here. Go check the situation outside first, and contact. As he was talking, Yago's voice disappeared because his attention was drawn to the players. Those two people look like people from a decent organization. Luring bait, from the description it seems to be something like a monster trap. It's pretty cool. If we can get some, can we combine it with traps to automatically spawn monsters? This is a good idea, but the question is how to do it. Fuck, they want to massacre the city without saying anything. This is really inhumane. Are we going to have a defensive battle? A group of players gathered together to chat, completely ignoring the situation around them, some laughing, some serious, and some eager to try. In addition, there was another group of players gathered around by Fu, asking questions. Fu, is this what you have been investigating? More or less. What is the True Society, and what is the Pre-March? The True Society and the Pre-March are one of the 5 major forces on the UN star, among which Yago was stunned. No, what are you doing, in this place, in this situation? Is it time for a passionate chat? Don't you realize that you have become a hostage? I'm really screwed. Yago rubbed his eyes hard. He suspected that he was dreaming, otherwise he couldn't explain why these people in front of him would relax. Yago. Xiaosher's voice sounded. Yago swallowed and asked, what's wrong? Let me pinch you. Go, pinch yourself. Yago quickly moved away. He was sure that he was not dreaming, so the only explanation was that these people were crazy. It couldn't be that the world had suddenly gone crazy. Although the world had become crazy since the war 100 years ago, crazy was not insane. The behavior of these people was completely unreasonable. In fact, let alone Yago, except for Bai Fu and the players themselves, who on the scene was not confused, Yulia and Number 9 now began to suspect that the players were just a group of aliens in human skin. This weird atmosphere was not broken until Patrick shouted loudly. What are you two still doing? Shoot now. Yago suddenly raised his head and stared at Patrick in astonishment. Are you calling me? Didn't you hear her say that the insect tide is coming soon, and everyone will die then? Patrick said anxiously. Shoot her now. She must have something that can repel insects, otherwise she would never dare to rashly cause an insect tide. That's true, but... Yago and Xiaosher stared at the group of players controlled by Yulia. They will die. These people will definitely be sacrificed. What are you still hesitating about? They are just a few shields. You can't have too many bullets on you, right? After Patrick shouted, the control players also shouted. Shoot, I'm already controlled anyway, I die sooner or later. Why don't you shoot and save it for the new year? Don't be so fussy, the longer you delay, the greater the harm caused by the insect tide. Yago and Xiaosher looked at each other. They suddenly felt ashamed. They were just saying that these people were crazy, but it was these crazy people who stood up at the critical moment, and were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of everyone. What kind of spirit is this? It's so fucking touching. Xiaosher. Yago. The two nodded to each other, and felt infinite power surging in their hearts. In order not to let these people die in vain, to abandon the cooling plant, and for themselves, they must kill the two beasts from the True Society. Bai Fu was a little speechless. Isn't this her favorite move? How come a player secretly learned it to improve the favorability of other NPCs? At the moment, when Yago and Xiaosher raised their guns again, Yulia's eyes turned silver again. In fact, she didn't want to use this move more. It consumed a lot of her energy. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen. But since the opponent was not scared by her, she had to fight. She had to complete the experimental verification, and couldn't let anyone disturb her. Kill them! The battle started again, and the entire Wildfire gang was in chaos. Yago and Xiaosher kept adjusting their positions, and tried to shoot Yulia, but Yulia's perception was so strong that she could always calculate the angle of their shooting in advance, and then control the players to block her guns. While dealing with Yago and Xiaosher, she could also distract herself and control other players to launch attacks. At this time, she stood at the door of the secret door, her long ice blue hair flying under the fluorescent light, like a skilled puppeteer, and like a brilliant symphony conductor, indescribably elegant. Damn it, is this a special effects player? Bai Fu felt that if her skilled special effects were as cool as Yulia's, her current popularity would have already blown up that big mecha. Who doesn't like to play cool games? She temporarily put aside these thoughts. After observing for so long, she found that the biggest limitation of Yulia's control skill was not that the target inspiration must be less than 15, but the range. Only 30 meters at most, it will not work beyond this distance. This was good news for Yago and Xiaosher, but not good news for her, because she lacked long-range attack methods. Although she had obtained a gun from Chao Wen-yang before, her marksmanship was really not good enough. It was okay if she was at a relatively close distance, but it would be too much of a test for her accuracy if she was at a distance of more than 30 meters. If she had enough bullets, she could launch a saturation attack, but now she only had 2 bullets. Who can be killed with 2 bullets? First, Yulia was ruled out. Yulia's perception ability was too strong. Yago and Xiaoshu couldn't hit her, let alone her. Bai Fu locked her target on number 9. Although number 9 was beaten by the player before, it was not because he was not strong, but because he did not expect the player to beat him. In terms of close combat, his strength is actually stronger than Yago, so it is better to kill him as soon as possible, lest he recovers and becomes a big trouble. Killing him has another advantage. Bai Fu has accumulated 8,755 experience points now. As long as she kills number 9, the experience she gains will be enough for her to level up again. At that time, she can increase her inspiration to 15 in one go and be directly exempt from Yulia's control. Can it hit? Bai Fu put her hand on the gun. If it is not necessary, she actually does not want to stand out casually, because if she is not careful, she will provoke the behemoth of the Truth Society. But now the Truth Society is not abiding by martial ethics, and is forcing her to death, so she can only use heavy punches. Bai Fu first secretly used a frenzy on the stomach of number 9. She did not use her skills on Yulia. When she failed to use clairvoyance on Yulia before, she had a vague sense of it. Now she has verified her thoughts. Yulia is a psychic genius, with an inspiration attribute of at least 20. Her skills are unlikely to work on Yulia. Even if they work, Yulia will immediately notice it, making her the primary target. Just wait a few more minutes. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes, and began to slowly adjust her position. Under Yulia's control, the players fought fiercely. It must be said that Yulia's blue bar was really long. Bai Fu roughly estimated that she had controlled more than 30 players, but she still looked very comfortable. It seemed that the way to let the players kill Yulia by numbers was not feasible. As the fight went on, Yago and Xiaoshu became more and more anxious. They had killed 7 players in a row, but still did not cause any harm to Yulia. Was that woman a monster? The mentality of the players also began to change a little. This dungeon was too difficult. 2 powerful NPCs had appeared, but they still couldn't beat them. Now they could only hope that the group of players, who came after watching Digging G's live broadcast, would come quickly. By the way, Fu Fu had been lying in ambush nearby, and she must have some plan. Time passed slowly. Bai Fu stared at number 9, and at a certain moment, she suddenly found that number 9 subconsciously reached out and pressed his stomach. Now, Fanatic strengthens the eyes, enhancing vision, and Fanatic strengthens the hands, enhancing stability when holding the gun. Bai Fu quickly pulled out the gun. The first shot was aimed at number 9's chest. Bang! The bullet hit number 9's left shoulder. -9. The second shot was still aimed at number 9's chest. Bang! The bullet passed under a player's armpit and hit number 9's heart straight. -47. It was a red critical hit, and the shot made number 9 seriously injured and bleeding. Done! Bai Fu clenched her left fist tightly. Although the 2 shots did not kill number 9 directly, the bleeding alone was enough to sentence number 9 to death. Well done! Yago and Xiaoshu were overjoyed. The players also shouted, Fu Fu is awesome! How could it be? Number 9 held his chest. He never dreamed that he would be shot in the heart when the situation was going well. He had been on guard against those 2 people, but he didn't expect that there was an old silver coin hiding next to him. Is he going to die? No, absolutely not. How could he die here so easily? Number 9 struggled to take out another injection from his pocket and stabbed himself in the neck without hesitation. Number 9. Yulia's face changed. Bai Fu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and she quickly used her clairvoyance on number 9. Name: Number 9, Elite, Alienation Progress 38%, 41%, 100%. When the Alienation Progress bar was full, number 9's body began to twist extremely, and in just a few seconds he turned into a crooked purple skin monster. It was covered with cysts, barely able to be called a humanoid. But this was not the most troublesome thing. After becoming a mutant monster, his health bar increased a lot, and the original bleeding state disappeared. HP 131/310. Although it was still seriously injured, it would not die for a while. If he didn't die, Bai Fu would not get experience, and if he didn't get experience, he couldn't level up, and if he didn't level up, he couldn't be exempted from the control skill. Ah! Yulia shook her head, and used the control to control number 9. Number 9 had lost his mind. If she didn't control him, she might be attacked. Actually, this is good. This way, she has one more thug. But Yulia's eyes fell on Baifu. For the first time, their eyes met. Was she being targeted? Baifu looked at the players, who were still fighting each other. At this point, she could only use that evil method. Although number 9 was dead, who said there were no monsters here that could provide her with upgrade experience? Aren't there a lot of players here? The level of players has improved a lot compared to before. Now one player should be able to provide her with 200 to 400 experience points. As long as she kills 10 players, she can level up. If she can kill 60 players, she will have a chance to level up to the maximum level of Psychic Apprentice. In the past, she certainly didn't dare to kill players randomly, even in an emergency, but the situation is different now. Yulia has the control skill. Deliberately let Yulia control her, and then kill the players. In this way, she can not only earn experience, but also don't have to worry about reducing the player's favorability. After accumulating enough experience, she will level up and break free. This is Baifu's evil upgrade method. Chapter 33. Although she had made the decision, Baifu was not stupid enough to rush forward. That would be too hasty. She was worried that Yulia would see the problem and cause the plan to fail. She needed to think of a way, and while she was thinking, Yulia had already taken action. You guys go kill her. Several players who were hit by the control skill rushed towards Baifu uncontrollably, and this situation stimulated them so much that their faces turned green. Damn, you actually asked us to fight Baifu, you are so mean. Aw, come and stop me, brother. If my favorability drops, how can I accept the hidden mission? Fuck your uncle's boss, you will die. Amid their shouting, the players who were closer to Baifu were the first to react. Damn, stop them. Baifu is the main output. If we want to defeat this boss, we can't do without Baifu. We can't let them disturb Baifu. The two groups of players joined together and fought in front of Baifu. They punched and kicked each other, and it looked like just an ordinary fight, but Yulia read a different meaning from it. She originally thought, like number 7 and number 9, that these outsiders were summoned by the Primarch. But from the battle just now, these outsiders did not know the two Primarchs at all, but were very familiar with Baifu. No! That was no longer a relationship that could be simply described as familiar. If it was just familiarity, why would they sacrifice themselves to protect Baifu, and even let their companions kill themselves because they were worried about angering Baifu? How do they view Baifu? Like respect, fear, or a mixture of everything? Interesting. Yulia found that she had found a way to solve the trouble as soon as possible. As long as she could successfully control Baifu, the impact of these annoying outsiders would be greatly reduced. Without these outsiders to bother her, she could let go and deal with the two Primarchs. The slight change in her demeanor was quickly captured by the vigilant Yago, who also issued a warning immediately. Be careful, she must be planning something in secret. Unfortunately, Yago had never expected that the person he warned was an actor. Baifu was dealing with the chaotic players. She did not hit the control players hard. Even if the control players came to her, she would just push them away. At the same time, she would also cover the uncontrolled players who were in danger. This wave of operations has increased the favorability of the players. Fufu, don't worry about me. The overall situation is more important. Just kill me. Baifu gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, everyone. In order to defeat her and prevent the abandoned cooling plant from being attacked by the insect tide, I can only resort to this last resort. The control players laughed. Fufu, I don't blame you. The next second, Baifu stabbed him with a knife. Yulia nodded secretly. When she watched this episode as a child, she almost cried, but now her heart has long been cold. Although she can't say that she will laugh out loud, at least she won't be touched by it. She must complete the experimental verification, no matter who tries to stop her. While dealing with the constant harassment from Yago and Xiaoshi, she kept manipulating the players to force Baifu to move. The good news was that Baifu, who was immersed in the death of the outsider, really didn't notice that she was getting closer and closer to her. The moment Baifu pushed away the outsider whose life was threatened, Yulia's eyes suddenly widened. Driver silver white light shot out from her pupils, aiming directly at Baifu. Oh no! Yago and Xiaoshi's faces changed drastically. The hearts of the players, who saw Baifu enveloped by the silver light, also sank. They wanted to do something, but with their strength, what could they do at this time? They could only watch Baifu's body suddenly stiffen, which was clearly a sign that she was being controlled. It's over, it's over, it's all over now. Even if we don't consider Baifu's identity, just simply consider Baifu's strength, Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this boss battle has reached an extreme disadvantage. When Baifu stood on the player's side before, they couldn't suppress the boss on the opposite side. Now that Baifu, who could cripple number 9 with 2 shots, was controlled by the boss, they might be beaten so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads, even with the help of the 2 agents from the original Gene body. If we consider the relationship between Baifu and the players, as well as the secrets hidden in Baifu, then this boss battle is even more impossible. We can't really attack Baifu, right? I believe that even if we do, Fu won't hate us with her personality, but I can't do it. Digging G gritted her teeth. Her words were recognized by most of the players present. They couldn't find a reason to fight Baifu. Anyway, they were sure they couldn't win. There was no benefit in attacking Baifu except to make the boss happy. How about retreating first and fighting the boss after gathering more players? A player suggested. First of all, the boss must be fought. If not, the abandoned cooling plant will be attacked by the insect tide. If the abandoned cooling plant is destroyed by the insect tide, it will be more difficult for these players to play the game. However, this proposal was immediately rejected. Let's not talk about whether the boss will let us retreat easily. The problem is that once we leave, what will happen to Fu and the 2 NPCs? This is a very realistic problem. They will inevitably suffer huge losses during the retreat. Well, this is not a problem. After all, they are players. They can be resurrected if they die. At most, they will lose some experience. But if they retreat, the 2 NPCs may have a chance to escape, and Baifu will be finished. So they can't retreat. Now we can only try to avoid Fu and attack the boss, hoping to hold on until other players come to support. Can we avoid it? Alas, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for covering me, Fu wouldn't be attacked and controlled by the boss. I will pull Baifu's hatred, and you will cooperate with the 2 NPCs. I don't believe that this boss can be controlled indefinitely. It is impossible for the novice village to create such an unsolvable boss. During the discussion, Patrick stood up. His serious expression and resolute eyes made the panicked players feel a little relieved. Paida, I help you. I come too. More than a dozen players stood up. This scene looked a bit solemn, but the players watching the game in the live broadcast room opened by Digging G didn't all think so, especially those players who were hit by Baifu in the popularity vote before. They were so happy this time. Okay, it would be better if Baifu died here. When the players were divided into action teams, Yago and Xiaoshe were already a little discouraged. They didn't know that the players could be resurrected, and they didn't know that there were still players rushing here. After finding that Baifu was really controlled, their first thought was that it was impossible to kill Yulia. What they should do now is to retreat temporarily, readjust and see if there is any chance. But what happened next was really beyond their expectations. Not only did the players not run away, but they automatically divided into 2 groups. The smaller group surrounded Baifu, and the larger group ran in front of them. As long as we can kill the boss, we will do our best to cooperate with you. You can ask us to do anything, even if we are meat shields. Of course, the players did this not only to save Baifu, but also to settle accounts. As long as the boss is killed, even if they die 2 or 3 times here, they will win in the end. Now that things have come to this, only hard work can win. Yago was shocked by the attitude of the players. He smiled immediately. That's right, this is their home. Where else can they retreat to? Let's fight. Since these people want to fight, let's fight. Even if they retreat, it will be difficult for them to find a chance to fight back, because the insect tide is coming soon. If you are ready to sacrifice, then I will tell you my thoughts. This may be our only chance to win. Go ahead. Isn't it just the willingness to sacrifice? It's a small matter. Okay. Yago turned his head to see the situation on Baifu's side. At this time, the control Baifu had already fought with the players, and some players rushed towards them under the control of Yulia. Then I make it short. Yago spoke quickly. Yulia's eyes kept wandering between the 2 waves of players. She thought that controlling Baifu would make the battle much easier, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. After Baifu launched the attack, those outsiders didn't dare to take action at all. They could only dodge constantly, and use physical blocking to prevent Baifu from moving towards Yago. I don't know what Baifu's identity is. In short, Yulia was in a very good mood now, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. In this way, she didn't have to spend energy to control more outsiders, and the energy saved could be used to deal with emergencies, such as the sneak attack of the 2 more annoying pre-march agents. Want to snipe me with special bullets? Dream on! Yulia changed her mind. She decided to let Baifu kill all the outsiders who blocked the way first, and then deal with the 2 pre-march agents. Go. The command was passed, and Bai Fu received a game prompt. Under the effect of control, you changed the target of attack to the player Patrick. She twisted her body, put all her strength into punching Patrick. Get out of the way, Bai Fu reminded loudly. But this change was extremely abrupt, and her reminder came half a beat late, so that Patrick had no time to react at all. If he couldn't dodge, he could only bear it. Bang! Bai Fu's fist landed heavily on Patrick's chest. The players who were standing close to Bai Fu felt their scalps tingling when Bai Fu threw a punch. With Bai Fu's ability to catch a blade with bare hands, it would be easy for her to kill Patrick with all her strength. Once Patrick died, the others would probably fall down soon without his strength and positioning. This time, their battle plan completely failed. Wait a minute. Just when everyone was in despair, Yi Fu shouted with wide eyes. Something was wrong. Yes, Patrick was not killed. After being punched by Bai Fu, although he retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row, his body was still standing straight, and the damage value floating above his head was only -17 in the end. Ah! Patrick himself and other players were stunned. -17? With Bai Fu's strength, even if she couldn't kill Patrick, she would never be able to do so much damage. What's going on? Yulia frowned, realizing that things were not simple, and she quickly instructed Bai Fu to continue attacking Patrick. Patrick, get out of the way, you can't send. When Bai Fu rushed over for the second time, a player pushed Patrick away and took Bai Fu's punch for Patrick. This time, he was hit and flew several meters away, but when he landed, he was not dead. -23. The players looked at each other, confused, totally confused. Why was the damage so little? And not only the damage, Bai Fu's speed did not seem as fast as expected. Although most players could not keep up with her speed, those who focused on agility could easily avoid Bai Fu's attack as long as they focused. Is there a bug? Or will the attributes be reduced after being controlled? Or is Yulia's power about to reach its limit? The players didn't have much time to think. Yulia, who didn't believe in evil, ordered Bai Fu to attack the players with all her might and make sure to kill all of them. So, Bai Fu shouted get out of the way, and I'm sorry, while beating the players hard. After 2 or 3 minutes, she finally killed 3 unlucky players who were slow to run. Although the efficiency was quite slow, she successfully gained 820 experience points. Counting the few controlled players she killed before being controlled, she now has a total of 10,545 experience points, which is enough for her to level up. Bai Fu did not hesitate and upgraded the Psychic Apprentice to LV9, but she did not rush to add the 2 free attribute points to Inspiration. Now is not the time yet. She needs to accumulate more experience, and then find an opportunity to get close to Yulia before she can break free. Just as Bai Fu continued to shout, "Get out of the way," the digger who had been wandering on the edge suddenly shouted in surprise. I understand completely." "What do you understand?" A lot of eyes were cast over. Digging G continued, "Fufu is not completely controlled. She is still fighting against the boss. She can't bear to hurt us, so she is trying her best to suppress her strength." Fuck. As soon as this was said, the players on the scene, the players in the live broadcast room, Yago, Xiaoshi, Yulia, and Bai Fu were all stunned. What you said makes sense. If it is not like this, it can't explain why Bai Fu's speed is so slow and her damage is so low. After all, Bai Fu is so strong that she can catch the blade with her bare hands without getting hurt. Anyway, normal people can't imagine that Bai Fu put almost all of her attribute points into her physical fitness. I'm so fucking crying. Is this Fufu? I really didn't expect that she would still be thinking about us at this time. She must have felt that if she killed all the players at this time, the battle would be lost, so she was desperately resisting. I can't imagine how much effort Fufu put in to fight against the skill control. She is burning herself. Fu Bao, come on, break free from that bad woman. When a barrage of encouragement floated by, other players also shouted, "Sister Fufu, we believe in you. You can definitely break free." There are a lot of second-year dialogues in this, but when these voices come together, they burst out with a power that moved Yago and Xiaoshi. In order to cherish yourself and the people you cherish, even if you are imprisoned, you still fight the evil with all your strength. This is youth. This is passion. Infected by this, Yago feels that his shooting accuracy has improved a lot. That's right, brother, sister, you are so right. Bai Fu herself didn't expect that she could explain it this way. She looked at Dig G with more eager eyes. What the hell is this if not a genius? Unlike her excitement, Yulia was completely angry at this time. It's already this time, and you're still playing the most touching episode in front of me. In this case, I will make the relationship between you more touching. Kill them all. Although Bai Fu suppressed her strength, her current level is enough to kill those outsiders, but it's just a little slower. The players who were hit by Bai Fu were not discouraged or sad at all. Instead, they shouted even harder every time a player fell. Come on, big sister with white hair. I'm sorry, everyone. If it weren't for me, the situation wouldn't be like this. If it continues like this. Bai Fu punched hard while staring with scarlet eyes. As the number of players who fell to her hands increased, her voice was already trembling. Digging G responded loudly, Fu Fu, I believe in you. The incarnation of justice will never lose to someone who manipulates other people's lives at will. Ah, Yulia felt like she was about to be annoyed to death. She hadn't been so upset for a long time. What was going on with these outsiders, and Bai Fu? No, something had to change. Yulia had noticed that Yago was aiming at her with a sniper rifle, and Xiaoshu was still forcing her to move with bursts of fire. Come back. She immediately gave the order, asking Bai Fu and the other controlled players to cover her retreat to the underground, and then rely on the narrow terrain underground to fight. We can't let her retreat inside. It will be even harder to fight her there. Patrick shouted loudly. Fu Fu, the converted woman, also stood up. Stop Fu Fu. We can't let Fu Fu join her, otherwise Fu Fu might lose all her efforts. Dream on. Yulia's eyes flashed. Whoever blocked her way would be killed. She ordered Bai Fu to take a weapon from the player. Since punching someone doesn't hurt much, then use a sharp blade to chop and stab the weak point. Even if you can't kill them with one blow, you can still cause serious injuries. Fu Fu, wake up! Ah! Players kept shouting, even if they fell to the ground. The blood color reflected in Bai Fu's eyes became more and more intense. Just a little bit more, just a few more players. 1, 2, 3. When she was only a dozen meters away from Yulia, her accumulated experience finally exceeded 10,000 again, reaching 11945. At this moment, Bai Fu's sight fell on the alienated number 9. Enough, this is her final puzzle. Chapter 34. In order to prevent Bai Fu from being summoned by Yulia, both the players, Yago and Xiaoshu, used all their abilities. They threw away all their concerns and regarded the last dozen meters of the road as the battlefield for the decisive battle. A group of players rushed forward one after another, and they tried their best to stop Bai Fu from moving forward. Another group of players was equally fearless, and they tried every means to attack Yulia. Now is the critical moment. As long as Yulia's control can be loosened even a little, Bai Fu may be able to break free from control. Under the player's cover, Yago was not to be outdone. He directly loaded the special bullet that was originally used to find an opportunity to end Yulia's life into the magazine. Now there is no time to care about anything else. No matter what, Yulia must not be allowed to take Bai Fu into the underground laboratory, otherwise all their previous sacrifices will be in vain, and the abandoned cooling plant will inevitably be destroyed by the insect tide. For the abandoned cooling plant, for Bai Fu, who burned herself desperately even though she was controlled, for all the love and justice, go for it. Yago pulled the trigger, and the bullet rushed out of the gun barrel at high speed, passing through the gap between players and heading straight for Yulia's head. Friendship, bond and courage were perfectly integrated at this moment. Strength, speed and reaction were also released to the extreme at this moment. Yago had high hopes for this shot, but he still underestimated Yulia's vigilance. While controlling the player and Bai Fu, Yulia still kept nearly half of her attention on him. The moment she found that he raised the gun, Yulia had already controlled alien number 9 to pounce in front of her. Boom! A slight explosion sounded, and it was not Yulia's head that was shattered, but the right leg of alien number 9. Alien number 9 screamed and fell to the ground, with a large amount of deep red blood flowing from his body. Damn, it still doesn't work after all? Yago hammered the ground hard. The situation was so chaotic. Why could that woman still divide the battle so clearly? As a sniper, this was the first time he encountered such a restrained enemy. Rather than being angry, he felt more frustrated now. Fuck. This time it might really be over. However, at a distance of more than 10 meters, no matter how brave the players are, they can't really stop Bai Fu. If the opponent is only Bai Fu, they can still rely on the strength of numbers to drag Bai Fu back directly, but Yulia also controlled a lot of players. Under the harassment of those players, they can only watch Bai Fu step by step, and finally come to Yulia after crossing a distance of more than 10 meters. When, Yulia laughed. The moment Bai Fu walked to her side, all the players who were still aggressive just now stopped, and Xiaoshu, who was still shooting non-stop just now, did not dare to act rashly. The noisy wildfire gang became silent almost in an instant. It was like the volume of a TV playing a horror movie was suddenly turned to zero, and there was uneasiness and weirdness everywhere. The only lively place at this time was the live broadcast room opened by the players present, especially the live broadcast room of Digging G. Bai Fu is hopeless now. What a pity! I thought Bai Fu had a lot of plots, but I didn't expect her to be offline so soon. This boss looks like a real heavyweight. It can't be said that there is no plot. Bai Fu's words vaguely revealed that her background is unusual. I guess she is just a lead. There will be a revenge mission later, to lead out the forces behind her. Fuck your plot planner, you actually arranged such an ending for Fu Fu, I'm going to explode with you. I can't accept it. Wabao, say something quickly, you are not so shocked that you fainted? Wabao G was indeed shocked. Recently, seeing that the official has not released a new promotional video, she plans to edit a video of Bai Fu to promote Bai Fu. This will not only attract more popularity for herself, but also indirectly fight back against those who questioned her speculation before. But who could have thought that things would suddenly turn out like this? Now, even if it is proved that Bai Fu's background is unusual, because Bai Fu was sent in the novice village, her previous speculation has a big loophole, and she will be caught and severely tortured by some people. Digger G almost fainted from anger. Damn plot planning, I finally put my heart into it once, but you want me to lose so completely, then I can only say that my fate is in my own hands. The furious Digger G passed by a group of players and rushed directly towards Yulia. Fuck. Fuck, Digger, what are you doing? All the players inside and outside the live broadcast room were frightened by Digger G's sudden action. Even Yulia was surprised. So you're giving yourself away? Go back. Yago was in a hurry, and quickly called Xiaoshi to shoot at Yulia. Several bullets were fired, but they were all blocked by Yulia. Well, since you are in a hurry to deliver it, I will control you as well. Yulia's pupils turned silver-white again, and at the moment, when her attention was focused on Digging G, Bai Fu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was the perfect opportunity she was waiting for. She even suspected that Digging G was a hired agent, otherwise how could Digging G play such a perfect cooperation? It's time to strike. On the way to Yulia, Bai Fu had rehearsed in her mind dozens of times, so when the opportunity really came, she was not nervous or flustered at all. On the contrary, her mind was clearer than ever before. The first step is to add 2 free attribute points to inspiration and raise the inspiration to 15. Judgment successful, you get rid of the controller's shackles, return to freedom. The second step is not the most critical, but it can be regarded as the finishing touch. Ah! Amid shouts filled with reluctance and anger, in the astonished eyes of countless players, when Yago and Xiaoshi's eyes widened, and when Yulia's heart suddenly shrank, Bai Fu finally broke away the restraints. She stepped forward and stomped heavily on the throat of the seriously injured alien number 9, as if she was venting the anger accumulated after killing many players while being controlled. These kicks were fast and fierce, accompanied by -18, -26, -25. 3 high damage values rose, and the alienated number 9 was completely dead. You killed number 9, alienation, contribution 75.3%, and gained 6,024 experience points after correction based on the level difference. The third step is to upgrade the Psychic Apprentice to LV10, add the extra 2 free attribute points to Strength, and the remaining 2,969 experience points are invested in the Fanaticism skill, raising the Fanaticism from LV1 to LV3. In this way, her attributes become Strength 9, Agility 5, Constitution 26, Intelligence 3, Spirit 14, Inspiration 16. The detailed description of the Fanaticism skill has also changed to make a certain part of the target's body enter the fanatical LV3 state, consuming 5 spiritual energy every 1 minute during the duration. And the cooling time is 2 seconds. The fourth step is to apply fanatical LV3 and power surge, inferior, to yourself, and the strength is instantly increased to 12 points, and the output of the right fist is increased by 50%. Then, when all preparations were ready, the silver-haired girl, in the afterglow of the sunset, with her delicate body, was like a cannonball that went beyond the limit under the burning anger, and she vented her endless anger with her indomitable fist. Enough. Did you see that this punch was the result of 20 years of hard work? It silenced the noisy live broadcast room. It froze the bodies of everyone present. It broke Yulia's confident heart. When Yulia realized the problem, it was too late to dodge, because Bai Fu was too close to her, and she could only turn sideways. -41. Critical hit. The heavy punch hit her waist hard, and her waist shook violently like ripples. Under the blatant impact, she flew out like a kite with a broken string. The world was silent. Yulia was stunned. When she was flying in the air, She felt not pain, but full of surprise. She was beaten by the person she controlled. She once suspected that she had fallen into a dream. Until her body hit the stone pillar behind the secret door heavily, causing the stone pillar to shake violently. She suddenly woke up. Now is definitely not the time to be emotional, angry, or hateful. The woman rushed over again, and Yago immediately raised his gun. If it takes a little longer, everyone will react. Driver. Yulia quickly released her skills to Bai Fu again. However, this time Bai Fu did not even pause for 0.1 seconds. She rushed to Yulia and punched her in the face for the second time. Boom, Yulia was hit, and rolled back several times. When she stabilized her body, Yago fired again. A bullet shot along the wall, and pierced her left arm. Hiss. Yulia gritted her teeth. When Bai Fu rushed towards her for the third time, she suddenly took out an injection potion from her clothes pocket that was exactly the same as the one number 9 had used before. Stop her. Yago's face changed drastically. The remaining number 9's strength has increased a lot after the transformation. If Yulia succeeds in the transformation, everyone present will be killed. Xiaxia raised her gun and shot, and Yago followed closely behind. The two kept forcing Yulia to move. Yulia dodged and moved, but she could not find a chance to inject the potion. At the moment of stalemate, Bai Fu had already killed in front of her, and still punched with all her strength. It was not until this time that the players finally reacted. Damn it, counterattack. Counterattack starts from now. Fu, I help you. Come on, Bai Fu. At this moment, what could be more exciting and touching than seeing Bai Fu break through the control of skills and knock away the seemingly invincible Yulia? A large group of players rushed towards Yulia. Yulia, who was forced into a desperate situation, suddenly opened her mouth and burst out a sharp and piercing long cry from her throat. People who were far away were fine, but those who were close felt like they had fallen into a quagmire in an instant. You suffered a mental shock and fell into a dizzy state now. While everyone around was dizzy, Yulia turned around and wanted to escape. But Yago, who had been frustrated for so long, would never let her escape so easily. He raised his gun, aimed, and shot Yulia's left calf. -19. Bang! She leaned over and fell to the ground. Don't let her run away, Yago shouted. In this situation, it seems that there is really no way to escape, and as for the experimental verification, there is even less time to complete it. After thinking this through, Yulia gave up running away. She turned over, and there was no despair or anger on her face. Something is wrong. Bai Fu was on high alert. When dealing with this skill-based boss, she couldn't relax for a moment, otherwise she didn't know when she would be overturned. She found that Yulia was looking at her. Your name is Bai Fu? Bai Fu did not reply, but gathered strength, preparing to knock Yulia down with one punch. I don't have any medicine that can stop the insect tide. Even if you kill me, you can't stop the outbreak of the insect tide. But there is an induction bait in the laboratory. If you can make good use of the induction bait, you may be able to guide the insect tide to other places. You want to beg for mercy? No. Yulia suddenly smiled, with an unusual look in her eyes. I just hope you can survive, and live until the next time I come to see you. I am very interested in you now. To me, you are the most special one. Bai Fu felt a chill on her, but she began to suspect that this woman had some special hobby, otherwise why would she look at her with such eagerness after being beaten up by her? What a pervert. What kind of person is this? No wonder she joined a crazy organization like the True Society. She rushed up and punched Yulia. This time Yulia did not resist at all, and was beaten to the ground. Yulia seemed even more excited after being beaten. How could she not be happy? Bai Fu actually broke free from her control just by anger, which had never happened since she awakened her ability. If there is a chance, Bai Fu must be caught and studied carefully. After punching 3 times in a row, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You killed Yulia, pseudobody, contribution 69.2%, and gained 15,224 experience points after correction based on the level difference. You triggered the mission Insect Tide Invasion. Mission Introduction. The bait dumped by number 9 attracted the amoeba insect tide. If it is not stopped, the abandoned cooling plant is likely to be destroyed by the insect tide. Mission Objective. Find a way to stop the impending insect tide of the abandoned cooling plant. Reward. Reward depends on contribution. Accept or reject. When Bai Fu saw the first prompt, she was surprised. Fake body? No wonder Yulia's reaction was so strange at the end, and no wonder she couldn't use her psychic vision to check Yulia's data. This time she really provoked a monster. But Bai Fu was not too nervous. She has now passed the most difficult period and raised her level and popularity. No matter how great the danger brought by Yulia is, can it be greater than when she first came to this world and was completely in the dark? Instead of worrying about Yulia's revenge, it is better to take a good look at how many gold coins Yulia gave her this time. 15224 experience points is exaggerated, but it is obviously not all. There must be a lot of good things hidden in that laboratory. Baifu jumped into the secret door without saying a word. The moment her figure disappeared, the players outside cheered loudly. Awesome, Fu is awesome. Haha, we won. Fumin will last forever. Digging G did not shout, but quickly returned to the live broadcast room. The barrage tortured me and Fu just now, right? Then this time we must torture them back. You are right, but this is Fu, a mysterious, beautiful, and powerful NPC. She has a sense of justice and always thinks about the players. Even if she is controlled by the boss, she will do her best to resist so as not to hurt the players. When she sees the players being hurt by the boss, she will break free from control and beat the boss violently because of extreme anger. Who else? The live broadcast room was directly silent when asked. After a few seconds, the entire virtual screen was filled with Fumin. Chapter 35. How handsome can a person be when he is angry? Greatness. No need to say more. JPG. After asking that question in the live broadcast room, Digging G did not say a word, but directly cut out the scene from Baifu seeing that she was about to be charged, to the angry explosion and hitting Yulia, and then played it repeatedly in the live broadcast room. Over and over again. Everything started with an angry roar, and the beginning of the venting of anger was to trample the alienated number 9 to death, and then the explosive. Enough. All the repression, unwillingness, anger, and hatred were melted together, and finally turned into a punch that could break through the sky. This punch not only broke the wall of size that Yulia built with her superpowers, but also broke the screen in front of the audience in the live broadcast room. The sharp fist wind crossed time and place, and hit the hearts of these players fiercely. First, the spiciness hits the depths of the taste buds, and then the slight sweetness with a strong aftertaste. Is this the feeling of being in love? I admit that I was captured by Baifu. This damn charm, it overflowed the screen. I dare not imagine how strong the sense of substitution would be when I saw Baifu's sudden outburst in person. More, I just like watching women fight. I'm so envious, digging treasure, in order to save you. Fu directly exceeded the limit. So cool. I thought of the scene where Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after seeing Krillin killed by Frieza. I made a lot of money. Baifu's outburst killed the boss, and I directly earned more than 600 experience points. At this moment, Fumin seemed to have unified the entire game. Of course, it seems that Fumin is not yet that powerful, but at least at this time, the live broadcast room of Tsuzoji has achieved a new achievement. It is the most popular live broadcast room in the game at the same time, and it is the first place in a crushing way. The popularity of the second place is so high that even the taillights of the car in Tsuzoji's live broadcast room can't be seen. Thanks to XXX's XXX, Tsuzoji's mouth is almost bald. She has been doing live broadcasts for 2.5 years, and there has never been a day like today. This is the benefit of seeing Baifu's unusualness with extraordinary vision and hugging Baifu's thighs tightly. It is decided that in the future, I must work harder to improve Baifu's favorability. Digging G's harvest stimulated other players. Although Digging G was a pioneer, Baifu's story had just begun. They still had a chance to surpass Digging G and become the most respected player by Baifu. In the midst of great joy, even the players who hated Baifu the most could not attack head-on at this time. They could only quietly exit Digging G's live broadcast room, and then go to other live broadcast rooms with fewer people, and say that it was not time to open champagne yet. The huge threat of the insect tide had not been resolved, and Baifu might die by then. It seems to be true? The players on the scene reacted suddenly. Although it was worth celebrating to defeat Yulia, it was more important to quickly find a way to complete the insect tide invasion mission, otherwise they and Baifu would be in big trouble later. I go check the situation. Patrick, who was slightly injured, limped towards the secret door. Early before he took action, Yago and Xiaosher had already taken action. As professional agents, they were equally excited, but they still knew the priorities of things. It would not be too late to celebrate after the insect tide was completely resolved. Just as they entered the secret door, Baifu had already walked out of the laboratory. Found it. Baifu raised her right hand, holding a translucent green cylinder in her palm, which was the bait. She had just searched the laboratory, and as she thought, there were indeed many good things in the laboratory. The only problem was that most of them were useless to her. For example, a series of equipment such as mixers and coolers. Although these equipment were old, they were still valuable, but they were too big, so it was not easy to move them away and sell them. After searching the lab, Bai Fu found 3 useful items. The first item was a pistol with an attack power between 21 and 39, which was more than 50% stronger than the one she got from Chao Wenliang. The second item was a small medical kit, which contained a bottle of painkillers, 2 bottles of recovery potions, and a bottle of regular anti-mutant life toxin potion. The third item was 2 bottles of strengthening potions. APT-011 trial model, progress 92.257%. Quality, purple additional effect. Yulia's new drug made from the extract of mutant behemoths was listed as a first-level project of the True Society. After use, there is a 90% chance that the target will activate the special talent evolutionary blood and a 10% chance that the target will be alienated. Evolved blood, special talent template, strength +2, agility +2, constitution +4, inspiration +3, constitution health conversion rate increased by 100%, alien infection resistance +30%, unlock special skill psionic boiling. Psionic boiling, when attacking, 10% of the psychic value is converted into basic physical damage of the same value, and the damage enjoys a critical hit bonus. Note, after obtaining the alien bloodline, you will automatically follow human supremacy and pure blood theory equals the human alliance hostile. Please consider carefully. When Bai Fu saw the description of the strengthening potion, her eyes lit up. Special template? Isn't this what she has been pursuing? Although the bonus of this special template is not amazing, it is enough to greatly improve her strength. The 100% increase in physical health conversion rate alone can double her health and greatly increase her chances of survival. But now there are 2 problems in front of her. The first problem is that the medicine has a 10% chance of turning her into an irrational alien monster. This probability seems low, but she really doesn't dare to gamble casually. She is different from the players and has no chance to restart. The second problem is that the progress of the medicine production is only 92.257%. Although this value has been slowly increasing, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours to reach 100%. During this period, if these 2 bottles of strengthening potions are discovered by the 2 agents from the original gene body outside, she may not be able to take the potions for herself. Thinking of this, Bai Fu decisively walked out of the laboratory with the bait and stopped Yago and Xiaoshi outside. Delay for a while, and then see if you can find a chance to come back and take the strengthening potion away. The first step of her plan was successful. Yago and Xiaoshi's attention was completely attracted by the bait, and they had no time to pay attention to the situation in the laboratory. Fortunately, that woman did not lie. With this, can we lead the insectide away? Patrick asked curiously. Xiaoshi shook her head. It's just that there is hope, but whether we can lead them away depends on whether the amoeba will give us a chance. Let's go, time is running out. Let's go and see the situation of the insectide first. At first, the players didn't quite understand what Xiaoshi meant, but after following Yago and Xiaoshi to the outskirts of the abandoned cooling plant, they understood. This. Fuck, my intensive phobia is acting up. There's mucus everywhere, ugh. Outside the fence, gray-brown insects about the size of adult huskies were colliding frantically, piling up, sometimes falling over, sometimes running left and right, and making constant creaking sounds. The players' scalps went numb just by looking at this disgusting scene. After hearing the harsh sound, they felt sick. The reaction of the players watching in the live broadcast room was not much better. Turn the camera away quickly, I don't want to see the bugs, I want to see Fu. Stop filming, I will unfollow you if you continue. Hiss, what a handsome bug. Damn, there is a pervert bug seen to have a special magic. It's okay if they are alone, but when there are a lot of them, and they gather together densely, it will make people feel chilling. The situation is not good. Yago looked around. Under the influence of the insect tide, the abandoned cooling plant was in chaos. Residents living in the periphery were running towards the center like crazy, causing major congestion on several roads, and even a small-scale stampede. This was not good news. These residents ran around, resulting in no one guarding the fence. It can be predicted that the fence will be destroyed by insects much faster than expected. In addition, since the bait was sprinkled by number 9 near the entrance of the wildfire gang, these residents, who ran to the center of the abandoned cooling plant, would not only be unable to be saved, but would become the main target of the amoeba. Well, a few of you go and explain the situation to the residents, and the rest of you go with me to stop the bugs from coming in. We need to wait for an opportunity, and when there is a gap in the bug tide, we can send out the bait found in the laboratory. Yago arranged the tasks very skillfully, but his words did not get any response from the players, and the players all turned their eyes to Bai Fu. Yago, He could only look at Bai Fu for help. Bai Fu said, "Everyone, just listen to Mr. Yago's command first. I know you want to protect me, but the most urgent task is to defend the abandoned cooling plant first." As soon as she spoke, the players immediately followed her instructions. Yago's mouth twitched. There was nothing he could do. Who could have let Bai Fu get so angry that she would directly blow up the two members of the True Society for these people? He actually didn't expect them to really keep the insectide out. The fences in a small place, like the abandoned cooling plant, were very simple, and could not withstand the tearing and venom corrosion of the amoeba. He just hoped to delay it as long as possible. In this way, even if the tactic of using bait to divert the insectide failed, he could live longer, and maybe wait for Lin Un's reinforcements. But he soon found that something was wrong. Damn, the scale of this insectide is too big. Looking at the wall in front of him, that was directly crushed by the weight of the insects, Yago's scalp tingled. Although there were players who blocked it at the first time, players could block one collapsed wall. But could they block dozens or hundreds of collapsed walls? Help! I don't want to die yet, Mom. This is God's punishment. This is God's punishment for unclean people, ha ha. The fleeing residents became more chaotic, and some of them even gave up escaping, and knelt on the ground, closing their eyes and praying. Pray for the hell. Bai Fu's face was solemn. It was a critical moment. She couldn't let things go on like this. Otherwise, everyone would rush to the wildfire gang. Then she would miss the strengthening potion, which was the special template she had been looking forward to since she crossed over. She could only use the last tactic. As long as it was executed well, she would get the strengthening potion and increase the favorability of the players. Listen to me, we can't just wait like this. Ah? Xiaosher, Yago, Digging G and others all turned their heads. Bai Fu explained, if we just wait like this, how long will it take for us to get a chance to rush out with the bait? We must take the initiative to attack and lure those insects to expose their flaws. This proposal was unanimously approved, but who will rush out with the bait? Yago asked. This mission is very dangerous. Staying in the waste gas cooling plant to resist the insectide still has a glimmer of hope, but those who accept this mission can almost be said to be directly sentenced to death. Gaiaofu was the first to jump out. Let me do it. No, this is not a task you can complete. Bai Fu immediately stopped him. To lead the insectide away, you must throw the bait far away from the abandoned cooling plant. With your strength, you may die on the way, and then all your efforts will be wasted. This is a bit hurtful, but it is very realistic. Players are not afraid of death, but their current strength does not support them to complete the task. Then, among so many people present, the only one who can perform this task is... A group of players suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Let me personally carry out this mission. Bai Fu stood up. No! At this moment, all the players around shouted in unison. Bai Fu smiled faintly. I know what you mean, but I am the only one who can do this here. Mr. Yago and Miss Xiaosher are good at fighting with guns, but I am different. I am good at close combat. Don't worry, ordinary amoebas can't hurt me. She didn't lie. Her 26 points of physical fitness are simply overwhelming compared to the amoeba. Unless a large group of amoebas sprays her with venom at the same time, she doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. Even if she is really surrounded, she is not afraid. She still has the psychic restrainer from number 7. But how can the players know this? They only know that Bai Fu wants to sacrifice herself. How can this be? They have finally crossed the hurdle of Yulia, and what awaits them should be happiness and happiness. How can it be a separation of life and death? There must be another way. Bai Fu said in a low voice, Don't be willful. We don't have time. The sun has set. After dark, the insectide will become more dangerous. We must lead the insectide away as soon as possible. But the scolded player did not retreat. Bai Fu stared at them for a long time, and finally sighed. She walked away from the crowd, walked to a place under the lights, and looked at the messy refugees from afar. She said in a very calm tone, This is where I used to live. There are many familiar smiling faces here. Here are you, the legendary heroes. Do you remember what I said when I went to find you that day? I can't just sit here and watch this place become a paradise for monsters. Digging G wanted to say something, but when she saw the lonely figure under the lights, she suddenly felt something stuck in her throat. That day was the day Bai Fu came to inform them that the wildfire gang was calling despite the danger. I began to understand why you are qualified to be the legendary hero. You don't understand, You don't understand anything. The lines began to echo in Digging G's mind. She has played many games, but this is the first time she has such a special experience. Here, she is herself. She is not someone else. Here, she does not need to peek into another world through the screen, but is truly integrated into this world. Digger G suddenly felt annoyed. Why is the sense of immersion in this game so high? Not only Digger G, other players have similar reactions. They want to do something, but what can they do? I can't accept it. But this is life. There will always be disappointments. Baifu smiled. She turned and looked at Yago. Mr. Yago, can you lend me your car? Ah, the car, no problem, but... Are we really going? Yago was in a mixed mood. Baifu said, Mr. Yago, I think you should know that this is the best way at the moment. Yago was silent. Yes, rationally speaking, this is the best way, as long as very few people are sacrificed. But the person who was sacrificed was Baifu, a particularly interesting person in this wasteland, a person who would make people unconsciously want to be friends with her. He gritted his teeth for a long time, and finally threw the car keys out. I wait for you to come back. Xiaoshu immediately followed and gave all her weapons to Baifu. I wait for you to come back. Thank you. Baifu jumped into the car. Just as she was about to start the car, Patrick suddenly rushed up. Take me with you. At the critical moment, I can jump off the car to lead away some of the bugs. I can do that too. Fu Iwafu rushed up second. A group of players blocked the car like this. Baifu looked helpless. In the end, she chose 5 players to take with her. The reason why she didn't take more was because the car could only accommodate so many people. The action finally began. Under Yago's command, some players began to deliberately irritate the amoeba and then attract it to other places. Their action was very successful, and soon a small gap appeared in the insect tide. Baifu raised her right hand high and waved left and right. Goodbye, everyone. After sunset, at the edge of the abandoned cooling plant, Yago, Xiaoshu, hundreds of players and more players in the live broadcast room looked at the not-so-tall silver-haired girl. For love. For the land I love. For the people who live on this land I love. And for the players who have high hopes for me. When the car started to roar, the silver-haired girl resolutely drove towards the high wall called Death in the Wilderness. At this time, the first barrage that floated through the live broadcast room was my heart was taken away by Baifu, and there may be no more sorrow or joy in this life. Chapter 36. The barrage was posted by Dig G herself. She really had no joy or sorrow now. If she had to describe her mood in one word, it would be numbness. At this moment, no one understood what it meant to be in a world of ice and fire better than her. Not long ago, she was still thinking about how to cling to Baifu's thighs to achieve a win-win situation, and she was still fantasizing about the day when she would truly become a big up in the gaming field. But before she could be happy for long, Baifu's fate and her fate both came to a turning point that went all the way down. What does it mean to be a complete failure? Digging G wanted to cry, but had no tears. What else could she do? She could only sit on the ground and stare blankly at the pickup truck going away like other players. She was wondering, what were the feelings of those who watched Jing could go away at the Ishui River? Is this the final farewell? Perhaps, Fu still has a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival? You only dare to say 1 in 10,000 when making assumptions. Doesn't that mean that you actually think there is no hope at all? Damn it, the plot planner is fucking damned. Mom, I hate knives, even the kind of knives that burn themselves and save the world. In fact, as long as the knives are well issued, they can make the plot more colorful, but it came too suddenly and too fast, and Baifu's plot seemed to have just begun. Yes, it came too fast, just like the pickup truck driven by Baifu at this time, so fast that no one could react. In the live broadcast room opened temporarily by Patrick, Baifu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only showed a cold side face. She held the steering wheel firmly with both hands and stepped on the accelerator directly. No one knew when the passage in the insect tide would disappear, so there was only one thing she needed to do now. Accelerate, accelerate like crazy. Road signs blocking the road? Crash it. Fence blocking the road? Crash it. Amoeba blocking the road? Or fucking crash it. In just a dozen seconds, the pickup truck rushed out of the settlement, like a straight javelin piercing the gap between the insect tide. This huge movement attracted the attention of the amoebas that were frantically chasing the players. They immediately changed their targets and rushed towards the pickup truck like a tide. Shoot, shoot quickly. Patrick shouted to command the players, who boarded the pickup truck with him. Their guns were taken by Baifu from Xiaoshu. For a moment, dust flew under the wheels and gunfire spewed out of the cockpit. However, the number of insects was too large, and a few sporadic shots could not change the situation at all. Seeing that the pickup truck's road was about to be blocked, the hearts of those who watched this scene from afar were all hanging. If there were only 1 or 2 amoebas blocking the road, the pickup truck could easily run over them. But if there were more than a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of amoebas, the pickup truck would be absolutely unable to break through with its horsepower. Once the pickup truck stopped, the people on it would be surrounded by countless amoebas. Death, the word suddenly popped up. The hearts of the onlookers were like the high-speed running pickup truck engine, almost jumping out of their chests. But before they could express their feelings, the madly surging amoebas froze in place, as if they had fallen into a time-stopping field. What happened? Is it a bug? How could it be a bug? Shit, look! Boom, boom, boom. The roar rang out in the cold night. The next second, the pickup truck pierced through the swarm of insects in front of it like a ferocious beast. After rushing over a slope, it flew into the wilderness. Fly! Fly! Even Patrick and the others who were sitting in the car were stunned. They didn't react until the pickup truck landed, crushed an amoeba, and the car windows were splattered with blood. We broke out, haha, we broke out. The players in the car, the players watching the live broadcast, as well as Yago and Xiaoshir all cheered loudly. How did you do it? Why did those amoebas suddenly stop moving? I know. Look at the prop that Fu just took out. It is exactly the same as the one number 7 used when attacking us. Everyone's eyes were focused on the spherical device that Bai Fu just took out of her pocket. Psychic binding device. Use psychic shock to make the target within 20 meters around fall into a state of stiffness. 1 use remaining. Want to block my way? Bai Fu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This road is indeed a road of death, but she is the one spreading death. You killed the Type 2 amoeba, 100% contribution, and gained 270 experience points after correction based on the level difference. You killed. There is an amoeba on the left rear trying to attack the tire. Send it on the road. There are 3 amoebas on the right. Find a way to kill one, otherwise the car door can't withstand their impact. Bai Fu gave instructions in an orderly manner. Her face was still stern, without any joy or panic, and it was this calm side that was most attractive. Fu is awesome. Treasure hunting, stop playing around, come out and see the gods. Can't die if everyone thought that Bai Fu couldn't come back alive. Now they are finally a little bolder. Maybe there is hope. Players took action. Players on the scene stepped up their attacks on the amoebas. Brothers, step up your efforts. It doesn't matter if you don't have weapons. You can use stones to hit them. As long as you can catch one more amoeba, Fu will be safer. Players who were not at the scene went to the official account to petition the official not to write Bai Fu to death. No matter whether it is useful or not, start brushing first. At least let the official see their attitude. This scene of unity infected Yago and Xiaoshir. This pure emotion of human beings is more beautiful than gems. Digging Ji was also infected by this passionate atmosphere. She stood up and rushed towards the residents of the abandoned cooling plant, who were still in a mess. Fu rushed out to save these people. Regardless of whether Fu can come back alive, in order not to let Fu's efforts go to waste, she needs to try her best to ensure that these people survive, and let them know what Fu has done. Fu may not care about her reputation, but she can't watch Fu's sacrifice being ignored. Stand still, and don't run around. If you keep running around like this, when will you all retreat to the temporary shelter? You bastard, you are just lying here and waiting to die. Have you ever thought that someone rushed out in a car to save you, using himself as bait to attract the attention of those amoebas? Get up. Get up. Are you worthy of Bai Fu's efforts? Digging Ji's appeal encountered some troubles at the beginning. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Bai Fu saved us, not you. Bang! At this time, Xiaoshir stood up and fired a shot into the sky. She blew the muzzle of the gun with a cold face. Do as she says. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come to me to argue. For a moment, even the most jumpy people in the escape team became obedient. You are right. On the way to the temporary shelter, the fleeing residents looked up in the direction where Bai Fu drove away. Can the insect tide really be led away? In fact, after breaking out of the encirclement of the insect tide, the situation did not develop in the good direction that the players expected. The sound of the pickup truck when driving is the biggest source of ridicule in the dark, which will constantly attract amoebas to charge at the pickup truck. But this is not the most troublesome thing. The real headache is the pollution sources randomly scattered in the contaminated area. Bai Fu had to stay highly focused at all times to avoid hitting the pollution source, which greatly slowed down the pickup truck's speed. Once the pickup truck slowed down, the amoebas attracted by the sound could reach the pickup truck. The impact of one amoeba would not cause any damage to the pickup truck, but the situation would be different if many amoebas attacked continuously. If this continues, the car door will be knocked off. Once the car door falls, if an amoeba suddenly spews venom into the car, it will be all over. This distance is not far enough. If the bait is thrown here, the attracted amoeba will still affect the abandoned cooling plant. The players in the live broadcast room saw it, and were anxious. At the critical moment, Gaiawofa stood up. "I be the last one to leave. I try to hold off these amoebas for a while. You guys keep going?" Baifu stared at Gaiawofa for a long time. Her eyes fluctuated at first, but in the end, she seemed to have finally accepted this fact and calmed down again. "I hope we can meet again one day." "There will be a day." Gaiawofa smiled with his white teeth. He found a gap and jumped off the car. "Come on, you bugs, attack me." At his shout, most of the amoebas that were trying to intercept the pickup truck turned their guns and rushed towards him. Seeing this, he ran in the opposite direction of the pickup truck. He did not forget to look at the pickup truck a few more times while running away. "Come on, everyone, this is my last wave." Gaiawofa was the first to jump out of the car, but not the last. After him, other players followed his example, and jumped out of the car as human bait after their bullets were exhausted. 1, 2. At the end, only Baifu and Patrick were left in the car. "How far are we from the abandoned cooling plant now?" "About 5,000 meters. After looking at the map, Patrick answered in seconds. Baifu shook her head, "Not enough. The influence range of the bait is about 5,000 meters. If it is used here, it will still affect the abandoned cooling plant. We have to drive at least another 500 meters. Patrick agreed with this analysis. The only problem was that this car didn't seem to last that long. His sight passed through the windshield and locked onto the group of amoebas that appeared at some unknown time. Are there more than 20 or 30 of them? With so many amoebas attacking at the same time, the car will be scrapped soon. It's time for him to take action, but with his strength, can he stop these amoebas for even a minute? It might be possible when he is in full condition, but his leg was injured when fighting with Yulia before, and it has not fully recovered yet, so the possibility is almost zero. It's so unlucky. Patrick's heart sank. Dozens of seconds are not enough for Baifu to drive the car away. He feels that the task of insectide invasion may not be completed. "Let me do it." "Ah?" When Baifu's voice sounded, Patrick's heart was overwhelmed, and the players in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Hey, don't do this, don't give hope," and then suddenly shoved the knife directly into people's hearts. "Save it. Is there anyone to save it? Oh my god, why can't this broken car be bigger and fit more people? I can't bear to watch it anymore." Baifu, who was taking time to watch the live broadcast, laughed secretly. In fact, she deliberately drove the car to a place where there were many amoebas. After driving for so long, it was time to go back and collect the strengthening potion in the laboratory. Although she could have waited until she had dropped the bait before turning back, it would have been more powerful and touching to get off the bus and sacrifice herself. The distance was just right now. She would leave the psychic binder to Patrick to ensure that he could safely drop the bait to the designated location and complete the task of insectide invasion. Baifu continued, "We have come all this way with the courage to not fear death, just to lead the insectide away. Now the hope of success is right in front of us. How can we sit back and watch the opportunity slip away because of our own life and death?" This sentence made Patrick, who had thousands of thoughts in his mind, open his mouth unconsciously, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. "I'm sorry." He heard Baifu say this. "I put the burden that should have been borne by me on your shoulders, but let me be willful again." Baifu shook her head and said the lines of the middle school. "If you think this burden is too heavy, then think about the problem more simply. This is not to save someone. Just think of it as using bait to attract those amoebas simply for me." Baifu forced a smile and handed all the bait and psychic binder to Patrick. Then, she stopped the car, opened the door and jumped out. "Come on, you fearless bug, come on." In the dark night, Baifu's voice was particularly clear. Patrick still couldn't speak, he just felt that his eyes suddenly became a little blurry. Damn it, this was the first time he was moved by an NPC after playing so many games. He had an impulse, that is, to jump out of the car and face the ferocious amoeba with Baifu. But he knew he couldn't do that. If he did that, all of Baifu's efforts would be in vain, and he couldn't save Baifu with his strength. The only thing he could do was to move sideways to the driver's seat and start the pickup truck at the prompt of the game. "Go for Baifu, go forward. I will come back. I will definitely come back. Ah, whoever stands in the way will die." The shouts in his heart and the roar of the pickup truck intertwined, like a blasting movement, breaking through the obstruction of the amoeba and the boundary between the game and reality. In the rearview mirror, Baifu's figure was getting farther and farther away until it completely disappeared into the darkness, as if she had never existed. Hurry up, Patrick, hurry up. I won't be able to sleep well tonight. At this time, Baifu is still apologizing to us. Can't she be more selfish? I'm crying. She is the real hero. We must succeed. We must succeed. We must not let Fufu's expectations go to waste. Looking at the live broadcast room barrage that was detonated, Baifu's heart was half relieved, and when she saw the amoebas that she intercepted stopped, and then rushed in the direction where Patrick had just left, her other half of her heart was also relieved. Next, as long as we wait patiently, the threat of the insect tied to the abandoned cooling plant should be over. After all, the bait thrown by number 9 is actually in the center of the exhaust cooling plant. The reason why so many amoebas were attracted is that many amoebas followed the noise without knowing why. Now that bait has been thrown in other places, most amoebas will not go to the abandoned cooling plant to join in the fun. This is a good thing. In this way, except for some players who were numbed by the knife, everyone is happy. Baifu punched away an amoeba that tried to attack by surprise. There was no need to delay any longer. She turned around and ran towards the abandoned cooling plant. A few minutes after she left, a pickup truck rushed through the darkness. As soon as the car stopped, Patrick staggered out of the car. Sister Fu, I'm back. Where are you? He kept looking, but there was no trace of Baifu in this vast wilderness. Is it over? Full of sadness, full of wailing, only by looking in the narrow gap can you find a few optimistic comments. There is no corpse, no clothes left, maybe Fu is still alive? Chapter 37. The road back to the abandoned cooling plant was easier than Baifu had imagined. Spirit 14, Inspiration 16, these two attributes greatly enhanced her 5 senses, and she could detect the movements of amoebas from a long distance. Relying on this ability, she deliberately avoided the larger amoeba swarms. Until she saw the fence at the edge of the abandoned cooling plant, she had only experienced 4 battles. These 4 battles were just like warm-ups for her now. She didn't even use Power Surge, Inferior, to temporarily increase her strength, and she easily turned those amoebas into experience. Including the amoebas killed while driving just now, Baifu earned another 13,038 experience points in this trip, successfully bringing her experience points to 14007. Once the insectide invasion task is completed, she will have almost enough experience points for career advancement. The only problem is that she has not found the career advancement knowledge book yet. There may be some good stuff in the library of the Wildfire Gang that only the Wildfire Gang leader can enter. Even if there is no such thing in this library, there should be some in the Lenin settlement. Baifu was in a very good mood. After taking a look around the live broadcast room opened by the players in the abandoned cooling plant, she felt even better. First, she pulled the players' emotions by standing up in the abandoned cooling plant, making them think that she was doomed. Then, she used her performance on the road to give the players a glimmer of hope and despair, thinking that she might still have a chance to survive. Finally, when she was about to succeed, she decisively sacrificed herself and opened the way for the players to tomorrow. After these 3 waves of pulling, the players' emotions were suppressed to the extreme by her, and they urgently needed a hole to explode. Sadness, pain, unforgettable. Every player in the live broadcast room she watched was venting these 3 emotions, and the most excited one was none other than Digger G. In the process of emotional ups and downs, Digger G vividly performed the mentality change process of the players, who supported Baifu in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room with facial expressions. From sitting on the ground and being in a mess, to cheering up again, to fainting on the spot, and then getting up again after hearing that Baifu still had a chance of not dying, the program effect was comparable to the classic. Big words at the beginning, nonsense in the middle, and silence in the end, and was nicknamed the sit-up master by the people who liked it, and even made into an emoticon package, which seemed to be on the verge of becoming a meme. Baifu laughed out loud. It is easier to spread if it becomes a meme, just like the Krillin sacrifices to the heavens. His power is boundless in Dragon Ball. Although it is a bit hellish, as long as it is mentioned, everyone will involuntarily think of the classic scene that matches the meme. This is very beneficial for her to consolidate her popularity and expand her fame among the player community. The atmosphere has been set here, and then let's wait for the emotions to ferment for a while. Her plan is to wait for half a day before appearing in front of the players. If she showed up too early, her emotions wouldn't be strong enough to explode. Of course, showing up too late wouldn't be good either, because who knows what accidents might happen. 10 minutes later, Baifu arrived at the Wildfire Gang. Since it had only been 3 hours since she found the strengthening potion, her first stop was not the laboratory, but the library that only the Wildfire Gang boss could enter and exit freely. There was no one around, so she shot the lock on the door and pushed the door open. The library was not big, and she searched it in just 10 minutes. Bai Fu felt sorry that there was no advanced knowledge of the psychic school in the library, but she was not completely without gain. She found 3 advanced knowledge books of other professions on the bookshelf. Gunner Training Manual 2.0, Advanced Research on Muscle and Strength, Introduction to Qi. She could not use these 3 advanced knowledge books for the time being, but she could use them as rewards for players to increase their favorability. After leaving the library, Bai Fu set her sights on the Wildfire Gang's vault and logistics warehouse. It took her a full hour and a half to dig out all the useful things in the vault and logistics warehouse. It must be said that she was really happy to get gold coins this time. She got more than 170,000 credit coins alone. Counting what she had saved before, her savings now exceeded 200,000. She can definitely be called a little rich woman. In addition to credit coins, she also got more than 20 guns, a grenade launcher, a bag of marching rations that can quickly restore physical strength, 3 sets of new protective inner armor, a dozen military telescopes, and some small things, such as bullets. If it wasn't so conspicuous, she would have wanted to drive away the exclusive car of the Wildfire Gang boss. Bai Fu packed all these things into a box, and then entered the laboratory. At this time, the progress bar behind the strengthening potion was full. She carefully opened the culture chamber. There were 2 bottles of potion in the culture chamber, and she only took 1 bottle. The reason why she didn't take all of them was, on the one hand, because 1 bottle was enough for her, and on the other hand, because she was keenly aware that the strengthening potion made by Yulia might be related to the main task of Zuyuan Star. She felt it necessary to ask the original gene body to take the potion back for analysis to see what the true society was up to. After closing the incubator again, Bai Fu dragged the spoils and ran home quickly. Through the player's live broadcast room, she found that most of the amoebas that invaded the abandoned cooling plant had been killed. It was estimated that the insect tide would be completely suppressed in a while. At that time, someone would definitely come to the Wildfire Gang, and she didn't want to run into those people. As she thought, she received a game prompt when she just dragged the box back to the open space full of construction waste at the door of her house. You completed the mission Insect Tide Invasion, contribution rate 23.6%, and received 40,000 experience points, 3 attribute points, and psychic knowledge chain, for him. Since the Insect Tide Invasion mission is not a faction mission, even though Bai Fu's contribution rate is as high as 23.6%, she still did not receive the additional title reward like she did when she attacked the player base last time. However, the rewards given by the mission itself were enough to surprise her. She originally thought that she would be able to get 10,000 experience points after completing the mission, but she didn't expect the mission to give her 40,000 experience points directly. Is this the charm of high difficulty missions? With this experience, she can upgrade her advanced profession to LV2 in one go. Needless to say, the 3 attribute points reward is very good. Bai Fu decisively added all 3 attribute points to her physical fitness, which increased her physical fitness to 29 points. But among these 3 rewards, the most valuable one is actually Psychic Knowledge Chain, 4. The career system of stars is different from the career system of general online games. It is more like the technology tree system of some farming games. To unlock advanced professions, you must first learn the prerequisite knowledge. When players are learning primary and advanced professions, they only need the corresponding professional knowledge books and experience. However, to upgrade from an advanced profession to a high-level profession, professional knowledge books and experience are not enough. You must first master at least 5 knowledge chains. This is what is called knowledge is power. These knowledge chains are of course not learned in vain. Every time you master a knowledge chain, you can get a corresponding bonus. Bai Fu reached out and clicked on the Psychic Knowledge Chain, 4, she had just obtained, and the buff effect popped up immediately. All psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 20%. Note, unlock a new knowledge chain, all psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 20%, psychic recovery speed plus 2/minute including the 10% bonus provided by low-level psychic mastery. From now on, the effect of Bai Fu's skills will be increased by 30%, and the gap between her and ordinary psychic apprentices will be widened immediately. Finally, she looks a bit like an elite monster. Bai Fu stared at the bottle of strengthening potion in her pocket excitedly. If she could successfully digest this bottle of potion and throw her into the novice village, the pressure she brought would probably be greater than Yulia's fake body. But how can she digest the strengthening potion? Looking at the sentence in the potion description. 10% chance of alienating the target. Bai Fu got a headache. Wait a little longer. She didn't dare to gamble now. Anya. Bai Fu called Anya out from the basement. After staying in the basement for almost half a day, Anya was already sweating profusely. Seeing Bai Fu returning safely, she rushed over directly. Boss, I can't help but want to come out to find you. Bai Fu smiled and pulled her to the big box. Open it and take a look. Anya opened the box with a suspicious look on her face. She had a premonition that the box might contain good things, but after seeing the pile of credit coins that was taller than her, she was still shocked and lost her voice. Boss, this? Anya looked left and right, at a loss. Bai Fu said, it's all real money. Okay, move the money to the basement. Anya hurriedly did as she was told. She smiled foolishly while moving. That's good. Now she won't have to go hungry anymore. Bai Fu smiled and looked at Anya's excited back. After being busy for so long, she finally got rid of the embarrassing situation she faced when she first crossed over. In fact, she was far from safe because she had just provoked the true society. But now is different from the past. Now she has a certain ability to protect herself, and the place where she is the territory of the Gene Premarch. No matter how arrogant the true society is, it dare not make a big fuss. After moving the rest of the stuff in the box into the basement, Bai Fu guzzled 2 large glasses of boiled water, and then browsed the community. She just wanted to see the players' reactions. But when she opened the community, the first thing she saw was the official announcement that was pinned to the top. Announcement of Above the Stars update. Dear Interstellar Adventurers, Above the Stars has been loved by the majority of players after the official public beta. In order to ensure the stability of the server and the quality of service, the game will be shut down for maintenance in 1 hour. The maintenance is expected to take 4 hours. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to all adventurers. Update Announcement 1. Expand the server capacity to allow more players to join the adventure. 2. Enable the guild function and welcome all adventurers to create their own guild. 3. After the maintenance is over, Above the Stars will bring you a new promotional video, so stay tuned. The announcement lists a lot of items, most of which have nothing to do with the game content, but mainly focus on some experience upgrades for game peripherals. Bai Fu only cares about the downtime maintenance event itself. The game will be shut down for maintenance for 4 hours. Considering that the speed of time in the game is different from that outside the game, the actual offline time of the players will be much longer than 4 hours. As for how long it is, it depends on how the official arranges it. If the players come back online after 2 or 3 days, how can I stage a drama of the dead returning in front of them and ignite their suppressed emotions? Bai Fu was numb. Those players who were looking for her were also numb after seeing the update announcement. Fuck, I just want to know whether Bai Fu is dead or not, but you update this? Asshole, don't come out and interrupt me at this time. Even if you want to update, at least tell me Fu's ending first. Does the official want to be scolded? Is it possible, is there a possibility that the official suddenly shut down for maintenance, not to expand the server capacity, but to take this opportunity to fix the bug of Bai Fu's death? It seems that this is really possible no matter how anxious the players were, how they scolded, and how reluctant they were to leave. When the announced time came, they were still forced to log off. Dead, all dead, for Bai Fu, for the abandoned cooling plant they. At dawn, next to the ruins filled with amoeba corpses, Xiaoshi sighed, with a heavy face. Even if Bai Fu successfully used bait to divert the tide of amoeba, a war was inevitable to destroy the amoeba that had already reached the abandoned cooling plant. Although all the amoeba were destroyed, those outsiders also fell one after another. At the end of the fight, only 4 or 5 of the 100 outsiders were still standing. What a tragic battle! Xiaoshi, who was used to seeing blood and fire, almost vomited after seeing such a tragic scene. She wanted to go forward to comfort the surviving outsiders, but she really couldn't think of what to say. In the end, she could only watch the surviving outsiders stagger away until they completely disappeared from her sight. Think positively, and don't make yourself depressed. Yago counseled. Xiaoshi nodded. I understand, just wait a few days. Wait, Yago, look over there. Over there? Yago looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a lone figure appear in the morning mist. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, the figure came closer through the mist. This time, Yago saw it clearly. Bai Fu! Bai Fu is back alive. Yago's eyes widened, and for a moment, he was filled with joy. In this chilly morning, he finally encountered a good thing. If those foreigners who died in the battle knew that Bai Fu was still alive, they would feel a lot more relaxed in the underworld, right? After meeting up with Yago and Xiaoshi, Bai Fu shared her new story with them. The story was simple. She was attacked by a large number of amoebas after getting off the bus. In order to better contain these amoebas, she ran a long way with them. She originally thought she was dead, but she didn't expect these amoebas to turn around and leave after chasing her. At that moment, she realized that the operation was successful. She wanted to go back to find Patrick, but she got lost in the dark. She wandered around all night before returning to the abandoned cooling plant safely. So the situation now is that I survived, but they died? Bai Fu's face was blank. Yago and Xiaoshi comforted, yes. Alas. Bai Fu sighed. She sat quietly beside the ruins, as if waiting for someone. She sat for a long time, until the afternoon, then stood up as if resigned to her fate, walked to a player's body that had not disappeared, and kicked it gently with her shoes. Didn't you say you wouldn't die? Then what is this now? Resurrect quickly, revive for me to see. Xiaoshi suspected that Bai Fu had a brain problem after being hit. Bai Fu, the dead cannot be resurrected you. Bai Fu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally held back what she was going to say. They saved the abandoned cooling plant, and I want to build a monument for them. Yago and Xiaoshi were moved. I help you. Thank you. Looking at the two people who were full of energy, Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh. Build a monument for the players. This is the way she thought of to deal with the players, who suddenly went offline. Anyway, as long as the players know that she is still alive, the previously suppressed emotions will definitely burst out. In this case, why should she bother to show up in front of the players? In fact, Bai Fu is quite grateful for the official operation, because the emotions of the players have been suppressed again. Not only that, this wave of official operations has also directly raised the popularity of the matter of is Bai Fu alive or dead? Many people who originally didn't care about her life or death were also attracted and started to play a no-prize kissing game in the community. When the game is reopened and the players see the monument online, what will they think? Bai Fu is looking forward to it. Hurry up and serve it, she can't wait. Chapter 38. In a seemingly ordinary laboratory in Area C, B3 floor, the main base of the True Society. The cold light from the light bar embedded in the ceiling made the room full of cold machines even more deserted. When the time on the oval wall clock reached 4:12, accompanied by a slight roar from the pneumatic door, a man with an ordinary face walked in from outside. He is the president of the True Society, known as one of the most dangerous people in the world, and ranked first on the bounty list on the dark web with the other 4 leaders of the 5 major forces. Is Yulia awake? The president asked the man in the white coat standing next to the circular machine expressionlessly. The man in the white coat said, she just woke up 10 minutes ago, but she's not in a good mental state. It doesn't matter whether she's in a good mental state or not, I have something to ask her. Half an hour ago, the president received a message from a spy lurking inside the pre-march, saying that the action team sent to the waste gas cooling plant was wiped out. The pre-march held an emergency meeting to launch a new round of attacks on the True Society. He was eager to know what happened in the abandoned cooling plant. The man in the white coat nodded and stretched out his hand to operate the circular machine. After a while, the heavy square monitor in front of him lit up, and Yulia appeared in the middle of the screen. Unlike the spirited Yulia in the abandoned cooling plant, she looked listless. She wore a white hospital gown, and her neck was locked to the bed board by a silver-white metal ring. There were many blue or red lines on her forehead, wrists, and ankles. The president got straight to the point. Tell me everything you experienced in the abandoned cooling plant. Yulia slowly opened her eyes and explained. A group of unknown outsiders appeared in the abandoned cooling plant. They were suspected to be sent by the pre-march. Number 7 did not listen to my orders and insisted on teaching them a lesson, which resulted in our whereabouts being exposed. Then these outsiders cooperated with the Primarch's agents to attack the Wildfire Gang. And then you died? Those outsiders were not afraid of death at all. Even if I controlled their companions, they were not afraid. Under their continuous attacks, my fake body was not strong enough and had a problem in control, so someone broke free from control. They took this opportunity and killed my fake body, Yulia said carelessly. When she mentioned Bai Fu, she deliberately made it vague. She did not say that Bai Fu broke free from the restraints by herself, but changed it to that she was careless and relaxed her control over Bai Fu. As she expected, the president's attention was not on Bai Fu. You mean the fake body I provided you was too weak, which led to the failure of this operation? The president stepped forward and placed his right hand on the monitor. Yulia, you must want to kill me, and you want to cut off my flesh inch by inch. Yulia did not comment. The president narrowed his eyes slightly. Under normal circumstances, I should ignore your hint, but this time I want to do something different. Ed, give Yulia a stronger fake body. The white coat named Ed was shocked. President, this is not appropriate. What if she gets a new fake body and turns around to kill you? Don't worry. The president said calmly. She is a smart person. She will not take action before ensuring the safety of those acquaintances in her hometown. Don't you agree, Yulia? Yulia simply closed her eyes. The president smiled. The true society is very large and gathers all kinds of people. I don't care about your past or what you want. As long as you can help me reach the truth, even if you want to kill me, I can turn a blind eye. At this point, he paused, as if he was gathering his emotions. Yulia, if you want to kill me, then complete the tasks I assign to you. Every time you complete a task, I will give you a stronger fake body. When you complete all the tasks I assign to you, I don't mind letting you go. Then you can come and seek revenge on me. Yulia was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. This wave of taunting was full, but judging from the current situation, she really had to endure this wave of taunting and continue to work for the true society. Fortunately, she is not completely without countermeasures. As long as she can catch Bai Fu and figure out why Bai Fu can break free from her control, the situation will be reversed. At that time, she will make the president of the true society pay the price for his arrogance. You connect the experimental data with her, and then start a new experiment immediately. After explaining to Ed, the president left the laboratory directly. He assigned new tasks to the combat troops below. Eliminate Bai Fu, Yago, and Xiaoshi. I will send out assassins immediately, and let our spies lurking in Lin cooperate with the operation. I will eliminate the thieves, please rest assured, President. The president nodded with satisfaction. If he can't kill the leader of the pre-march, can he kill the 3 of you minions? He didn't take it too seriously. He had a lot of things to do. He had to focus on the military. Next, the true society would launch an unprecedented attack on the pre-march. Because she didn't know when the players would come back, Bai Fu took action immediately after meeting Yago and Xiaoshi. She originally planned to spend a day to build the monument, but she still underestimated her popularity in the abandoned cooling plant after the insecticide incident. Now she is a savior. She just stood on the side of the road and several passers-by greeted her and wanted to give her food. After learning that she wanted to build a monument for the players, a large group of scavengers quickly came forward to express their willingness to help. With the help of these scavengers, she completed the construction of the monument in just half a day. That's it. Before leaving, Bai Fu deliberately placed a few paper flowers folded by Anya in front of the monument to make this memorial more solemn. Next, just wait for the game update to end and the players to go online again. While waiting, Bai Fu met an uninvited guest. Boss, why are you here? The Wildfire Gang boss stood at the door with a bitter face, as if someone owed him $1 million. Bai Fu suspected that her going to the Wildfire Gang to steal gold coins had been exposed, but this was not right. The Wildfire Gang did not install surveillance, and she had repeatedly confirmed that there were no other people around. In any case, if the matter was really exposed, she would have no choice but to send the Wildfire Gang boss to his death. In the past, she was indeed no match for the Wildfire Gang boss, but now was different. Now her physical fitness was as high as 29 points, and she also got 2 bottles of blood medicine from Yulia's laboratory, which was enough for her to kill the Wildfire Gang boss, whose strength was similar to that of number 7 and number 9. However, the development of the matter was still somewhat beyond her expectations. I came to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Bai Fu was stunned. The leader of the Wildfire Gang smiled bitterly and said, I have an affair with the Society of Truth. When the reinforcements of the pre-march arrive tomorrow, I will definitely be captured by them immediately. This should be the last time we meet. Boss, are you planning to run away? I don't plan to run away. If I am captured by the pre-march, I still have a chance to survive. But if I am captured by the Society of Truth, I will be dead. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. The leader of the Wildfire Gang stared at Bai Fu. Now he was just feeling emotional, and there was a little pride in his emotion. Yes, pride. As early as when Chao Wenyang targeted Bai Fu, he saw that Bai Fu was extraordinary, and thought that Bai Fu could help him take charge of the Wildfire Gang after he left the Wildfire Gang and joined the True Society, and pushed the Wildfire Gang to a new peak. Facts have proved that he was not wrong at all. Bai Fu has made many contributions. In this insecticide attack, she stepped forward to end the insecticide, and became the savior of the abandoned cooling plant. With Bai Fu's performance, how could he not be a good leader of the Wildfire Gang? This fully shows that although he lost, it was not his fault. There was nothing wrong with his vision. The fault was those 3 idiots of the True Society, Tianshi, who wanted to cause trouble for him, and the world that was against him everywhere. What a pity. The leader of the Wildfire Gang shook his head. Bai Fu, I originally planned to hand over the Wildfire Gang to you after joining the True Society. I have always been optimistic about you. Young people as motivated as you are really rare these days. I believe that if you and I work together, we will definitely be able to make the Wildfire Gang go further. But now we can't cooperate. I just went back to the Wildfire Gang. I don't know which dam broke the door of the vault and took away all the money inside. The money was gone, and he was no longer the leader. The Wildfire Gang was doomed. He suddenly sighed, his eyes full of resentment. He was almost angry to death when he saw the rat in the vault. But he thought that he was going to be arrested soon anyway, and it didn't seem to be a big deal to lose the money. I will pass the position of leader of the Wildfire Gang to you. It's up to you whether you are willing to take it. By the way, this is my last savings. If I keep it, it will be searched by the pre-march in the end. It's better to give it to you. As he was talking, the Wildfire Gang leader took out a card and said that there were still 30,000 credits in the card. Bai Fu's face became extremely strange after taking the card. She knew that the Wildfire Gang leader had a private treasury, but she never thought that the Wildfire Gang leader would take the initiative to hand over his private treasury to her, and she didn't expect that the Wildfire Gang leader would transfer the entire camp to her at the last minute. Don't underestimate this camp transfer. With this, she can arrange more people to work for her, and she can also use the camp to do more in-depth work on her identity, thereby attracting more players to approach her. Bai Fu was so moved that she could hardly speak. The Wildfire Gang leader, he is really, I am crying. What is the #1 brother on the list? This is the real #1 brother on the list. De Biao is nothing compared to the Wildfire Gang leader. If she can successfully break out of Zuyuan Star and go deeper into the wider world in the future, then the Wildfire Gang leader will have 1/3 of the credit. Boss, I will remember you. The Wildfire Gang leader smiled and nodded. It's good that you have this heart. Well, it's late. I won't bother you, so that you won't be implicated by me. He turned and walked away, muttering what a pity. As he walked, a few minutes later, his figure finally disappeared around the corner. Bai Fu put the card in her pocket and opened the camp system. As the leader of the camp, she could now make various settings for the camp. Let's change the name first. What's the point of continuing to use the name Wildfire Gang? Bai Fu changed the camp name from Wildfire Gang to Silent Courtyard. Don't understand what this name means? That's right. Bai Fu didn't understand. She wanted this kind of mysterious effect. Only in this way could she better fool the players. After changing the name, she turned off the faction system. Other things were not important. She would slowly adjust it after fooling people to join. After closing the door, Bai Fu returned to the room. She had only been sitting for more than 10 minutes when she suddenly received a new game prompt. Confirming the participation in the plot, 0%, 23%, 100%. Correcting the character settings, 0%, 11%. Wait, could it be that the big one she had been waiting for is coming? Bai Fu's breathing suddenly became rapid. When the progress of data correction reached 100%, she seemed to hear the music of heaven. You have obtained the talent Luck. Luck, you are born with luck beyond ordinary people. When making judgments, the success rate is plus 10%. Here it comes, the enhancement she expected is finally here. Bai Fu's hands were shaking with excitement, which meant that her idea of strengthening herself by increasing popularity was correct. Although the game did not directly give her a special template or a new background setting, this luck talent came too timely. Adding 10% to the success rate means that she can digest the strengthening potion made by Yulia 100% successfully. Bai Fu quickly took out the strengthening potion. As she expected, the description of the additional effect had changed. There was an additional, plus 10%, after 90%. She drank the potion in one gulp very decisively. It took her a full hour to reach 100% of the strengthening progress bar. During this period, her body would feel a needle-like pain from time to time, but this level of pain was completely worth it. After she unlocked the Evolution Blood template, her various stats increased significantly. Race, Human, Evolution Blood, Template, Special, Evolution Blood, Experience, 54007 Main Occupation, Psychic Apprentice LV10, Max Level, Vagrant LV5, Max Level, Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 690/690, Psychic Energy, 95/95, Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 33, Intelligence 3, Spirit 14, Inspiration 19, Skills, Fanaticism LV3, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Low-Level Psychic Specialization, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Amplification. Inferior, when attacking with Psychic Boiling, 10% of the psychic energy value is converted into basic physical damage of the same value, and the damage enjoys a critical hit bonus. Talent, Luck, Knowledge Chain, Psionic Knowledge Chain 4 Title, Wildfire, HP plus 30, Attribute Points, 0, Reputation. 3 Faction, Silent Courtyard, Faction Reputation Max. Looking at the skyrocketing health bar, Bai Fu smiled so hard that she could hardly close her mouth. Now she can beat 2 or 3 of them without any effort, which shows how powerful the advanced template is. Okay, next I have to continue to improve the player's favorability. Bai Fu already has a preliminary plan. After using the monument to improve the player's favorability, she plans to use the professional knowledge books she got from the Wildfire Gang to help the players level up and let the players get some benefits. In this way, she can better use the faction system and her fabricated background to command the players to do things for her. The next day, near noon, the reinforcement convoy of the original Gene body drove into the abandoned cooling plant. As soon as they got off the car, they arrested the leader of the Wildfire Gang and called Yago and Xia Shi to question them. After learning about Bai Fu's existence, they called Bai Fu over again and asked a few simple questions. After confirming that Bai Fu had no relationship with the True Society, they immediately said that the director of the 4 divisions would personally commend her, and hoped that Bai Fu could go to Lenin with them. Bai Fu was naturally happy to do so. The Wildfire Gang collapsed, and Yulia's fake body was killed. She would not get any benefits if she continued to stay in the abandoned cooling plant. It would be better to go to Lenin as soon as possible. When she got there, she could ask for advanced knowledge books from the 4 divisions. Thank you very much for your cooperation. The reinforcements of the pre-march swept around the abandoned cooling plant and turned the Wildfire Gang upside down. After confirming that nothing was missed, they drove away that night. Just as Bai Fu and Anya took a ride to Lin, the official above the stars finally released a new trailer. When the stars shine, as soon as the trailer was released, the popularity immediately reached its maximum. This is not an ordinary trailer. It contains many materials shot by players themselves. So many players have been looking forward to it long before the trailer was released. It would be a wonderful thing if the footage you shot yourself or the NPC you like appeared in the trailer. The moment the trailer was released, a large number of players opened the video and started to swipe the comments. Fuck, it was selected, it was really selected. It was the cool clip where Fufu grabbed the treasure hunter's neck and lifted him up. Wait, there is more than one clip of Fufu. The clip where she said goodbye to everyone after the insect tide came was also added to the trailer. Digging G1, 2 clips were selected by one person. A group of players were celebrating until a comment popped up. As cool as she is, the question is Fufu still alive? Damn, this question has completely annoyed the players who like Bai Fu. While waiting for the game to be reopened, they have been thinking about this question. Some people have posted analysis in the community, and some have left messages to the official, but no one has been able to give a definite answer. Since the official has not responded yet, they are getting more and more worried. Fufu, it is probably true that there is no hope for her. Don't do that. Digger G, who always liked to post in the community, closed the community directly this time. She was not afraid of being tortured by those people who were just having fun, but she didn't dare to read other people's analysis. She was afraid that she would faint when she saw the words Bai Fu is dead. Open the server. Why hasn't it been opened yet? I want to enter the game immediately to confirm. After waiting for the game to be reopened, Digger G didn't delay at all and immediately clicked to enter the game. After resurrecting from the resurrection point, she went straight to Bai Fu's house, and then she saw an empty house. It's over. It's over. Digger G's heart sank. The real blow came from the conversation of passers-by. As she walked, the voice of 2 scavengers drifted into her ears. I heard that Bai Fu left. Yes, she left. Digger G couldn't hear the rest of the words. At this time, the only thing echoing in her mind was left. Left? Isn't that a euphemism for death? Digger G's mentality exploded. She rushed out shouting. She ran without a destination, but perhaps it was her subconscious that brought her to a familiar place, where she and Bai Fu first met. That should have been the beginning of a legend, but the legend eventually turned into a bubble. Why did it turn out like this? Digger G walked and stopped, and she found that the road ahead was blocked by a stone tablet. Was there a stone tablet here before? She took a few steps forward, looked carefully, and found words written on the stone tablet. In memory of the brave men who sacrificed their lives to save the abandoned cooling plant. Bai Fu, huh? Digger G was stunned. Chapter 39. Digging G wondered if she had seen something wrong. She took several steps back and rubbed her eyes vigorously. When she opened her eyes again, there was still a stone tablet as tall as a person in front of her, and the words engraved on the stone tablet were still the same as what she had seen just now. She was very sure that there was no such tablet in this alley not long ago, which meant that this tablet was recently erected and was erected by Bai Fu, otherwise the inscription would not be signed by Bai Fu. Fu Fu is not dead. When this thought came up, Digger G's breathing stagnated. This discovery was completely beyond her expectations, but it also hit the most real desire in her heart. She stood there for a long time, and suddenly pinched her right thigh. Now is not the time to be distracted. She had to find a passerby NPC to ask about the details, so as not to be happy in vain. Digger G rushed out of the alley quickly. Her luck was quite good. She ran through 2 streets and met a passing scavenger. She quickly stopped the scavenger. "Hello, I am." The scavenger was stunned. "Aren't you the outsider who commanded our retreat that day? It turns out you were not dead. Bai Fu was worried to death yesterday." The moment she heard this, Digger G breathed a sigh of relief, and then she was excited and could not hide it at all. "Ha ha ha, Fu Fu is not dead." She was trying her best to restrain herself, but the smile on her mouth could not be covered at all. "Can you tell me what happened in the past 2 days, and where Fu Fu went? I went to her house just now, but she was not there. It's like this." The scavenger told Digger everything he knew. Digger was stunned when she learned that Bai Fu thought the player was dead and would never come back. If she had been following Bai Fu before, it was mainly because Bai Fu could bring her huge popularity and help her go further in her career as a game-up master. Then the situation is slightly different now. Although Bai Fu is just an NPC, isn't this much more heartwarming than many people she has come into contact with? Her heart was touched. In Digger G's eyes, Bai Fu was no longer just a simple NPC, but a virtual partner who could exchange sincerity for sincerity. Damn, it was on fire. Digger G was now full of fighting spirit. After lying dormant for a day, now was the best time for the Dragon King to return and severely punish those taunts directed at her. After saying goodbye to the scavenger, she immediately opened the live broadcast room. In the Star Tour Club, a thread discussing whether Bai Fu was dead or not, players were chatting idly. "It seems that Digging G has been hit hard this time. I haven't seen her for several hours." No way, who wouldn't feel annoyed when encountering such a thing? The game has been launched. Has anyone gone to confirm whether Bai Fu is alive or dead? While chatting, a new reply popped up. "Digging G has started broadcasting. Everyone go and watch it." This voice immediately attracted a large number of people who like fun and players who like Bai Fu. They swarmed over, so that after just 2 or 3 minutes of broadcasting, more than 10,000 people gathered in Digging G's live broadcast room. The players who came over found that something was wrong. Digger G sat on a stone with a tense face. She didn't speak or make any extra movements. She just played videos there. All the videos she played were related to Bai Fu, and they were played in chronological order. From being rescued by Bai Fu in the alley, to cooperating with Bai Fu to defeat Brother De Biao, to receiving the task of assassinating Bai Fu in a confused way, to Bai Fu having to kill the players under the coercion of Chao Wenyang, to Bai Fu risking exposure to come to the base to remind the players. What is Digger G doing? Is this a new era of performance art? A cyber spirit hall? The onlookers were confused, but no matter how confused they were, they continued to watch, just to see what Digger G was up to. As the images flashed by one after another, the emotions in the live broadcast room were finally aroused. Digging treasure, condolences. What a pity, how could Bai Fu die? Ah, Alpaca's true society, I will fight you to the end. Until Bai Fu smiled and handed the bait to Patrick, then jumped off the pickup truck and blocked more than 30 amoebas by herself. The image flashed on the screen, and Digging G's face was full of emotion. To be honest, not long ago, I thought this was the end of the story like everyone else. Bai Fu appeared like a ray of light, and finally turned into a stream of light that saved the abandoned cooling plant and left. Although this story is short, it at least has a beginning and an end and is touching, but... She suddenly shut up, got up and walked to a small alley. "You must not know what I found here." This statement aroused the curiosity of the players. They followed Digger G's footsteps and began to explore the alley. As they walked, they found a stone tablet in the middle of the alley. "Is this what you mean by treasure hunting? Isn't it just a stone tablet? What's so strange about it? Could it be that this stone tablet is related to the hidden mission? Isn't this Fufu's tombstone?" "Don't make a fuss. Who would put a tombstone in the middle of the road for no reason? Looking at the barrage of comments floating on the virtual screen, Digger G knew that the time was ripe, and she stopped. I won't go on. You can see for yourself. She locked the camera on the steel and began to zoom in until the words on the steel were clearly displayed in the live broadcast room. In memory of the brave men who sacrificed their lives to save the abandoned cooling plant. By Fu including. By Fu, there are 22 big characters in total. Thinking of the video footage that Digger G just played, at this moment the players felt that what they saw were not words, but 22 bullets. These 22 bullets penetrated the virtual screen and shot into their hearts one by one with unparalleled power. Bang, 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 bang. Anyone who is not a fool knows what the signature of Bai Fu means. Yes, Bai Fu is not dead. This news itself is very explosive. Combined with the words written on this monument, the explosion power is comparable to the eruption of a supervolcano, and the barrage in Digging G's live broadcast room disappeared for several seconds. The first to fall were those players who like Bai Fu. They have been worried for several hours, and now they suddenly receive such good news. They jumped up with joy. How could they have time to post barrage? The next to fall were the players who were dissatisfied because their favorite NPC was overshadowed by Bai Fu in popularity. They felt that they had been hit hard. At this time, the same thought came to their minds. It's over. Bai Fu's popularity is going to soar. Unless a more distinctive NPC appears in the next plot, as long as Bai Fu participates in the popular female NPC competition, other NPCs can only compete for second place. The last to be hit were Lu Ziren. They came to see Digger G doing sit-ups, but they didn't see the fun, but saw this shocking scene. NPCs building monuments for players is the first time for most people. Even bystanders feel very happy at this time. Who doesn't like to be respected and praised? Soon these people who like fun started to have fun again. People who like fun will go wherever there is fun. Although they can't see Digger G's fun, but now this matter is so popular, are they still worried that there is no other fun to watch? Awesome, awesome, awesome. You can always trust Fufu, the NPC who cares about players the most, and is also the player's strongest support. Ha ha ha, I knew Fufu wouldn't die so easily. I declare that the plot planner is a god today. Looking at the live broadcast room that was instantly flooded with bullet comments, Digging G smiled slightly. Don't worry, she still has a trump card in her hand. Don't you think this alley looks familiar? Familiar? A player with a good memory finally reacted. Damn, isn't this the place where Fufu and Dig Ao first met? As soon as he posted this comment, the density of comments in Dig G's live broadcast room was pushed to a new peak. I was wondering why the monument was built in such a remote place, because this is where Fufu and we first met. I'm really crying. I didn't expect Fufu to even consider this. Ah, I can't stand it. How can my wife be so considerate? Digi laughed and told everything he heard from the scavenger. Fufu was lucky. When she was about to be surrounded by the amoeba, Patrick successfully sprinkled the bait, and most of the amoeba were attracted by the bait. She took the opportunity to cross the wilderness and return to the abandoned cooling plant. Didn't the version suddenly update at that time, and then we were forced to log off? Fufu waited for us for a long time, but still didn't see us resurrect. She thought we were really dead, so she proposed to build a monument for us. Yesterday, the reinforcements of the pre-march came, and Fufu followed them to Lin. Her mission here has been completed, and it is highly likely that she will never come back. I have decided, I will go to Lin, I will find Fufu, tell her that we are not dead, so that she will not blame herself. Digging G's words were recognized by many players. They don't have to stay in this abandoned cooling plant, they also want to go to Lenin. During the entire live broadcast, Digging G didn't say a word, but many players have already run to help her. The community ushered in a wave of cleansing. Many players who had previously analyzed that Bai Fu was dead immediately deleted their posts and ran away after hearing the news. Many players followed the example of Gue Iwafu and deleted their accounts and started over, choosing Zuyuan Star as the birth planet for their new accounts. They didn't just like Bai Fu, but after this incident, they found that Bai Fu was really as unusual as Digging G said. I mean, is there a possibility that Bai Fu is actually the protagonist of the main storyline of Zuyuan Star? You really don't say. This possibility is really there. Judging from the current situation, even if Bai Fu is not the protagonist, she must be an extremely important supporting role. Many strength-oriented players think that instead of aimlessly exploring other novice birth planets, it is better to move to Zuyuan Star and hold Bai Fu's thighs tightly. How great the benefits of holding Bai Fu's thighs are, Digging G and others have fully demonstrated. In the battle with Yulia and the insect swarm, the abandoned cooling plant players, who were supposed to lose a lot of money turned out to make a lot of money because of Baifu's unexpected performance. Now their average level is the highest among all the novice villages. I have to say that this feeling of being led by NPCs is as attractive as sweetness. There are even people who posted a guide for new players on the main version of the community. Step 1. Buy game equipment and register an account. Step 2. Create a human race character and choose Zuyuan Star as the novice birth planet. Step 3. Enter the game. If you find that the novice village is not the abandoned cooling plant, delete the account and start again from the second step. If it is, immediately find a way to improve Baifu's favorability. Under the influence of this wave of popularity, Xingyo Club briefly became Baiyu Club. Some players were surprised to find that they were not playing above the stars, but damn, I am surrounded by Baifu. The biggest impact of this wave of popularity is that the number of players on Zuyuan Star has reached the upper limit. Many players who want to reincarnate to Zuyuan Star have received a prompt that the number of players is full and they cannot reincarnate. Seeing this situation, Baifu, who has been watching this drama, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What if there is no upper limit? Imagine that a small abandoned cooling plant suddenly squeezed in tens of thousands of players. How bad is the game experience? Just how to solve the problem of eating is enough to discourage many players. You know how to stir up the heat. Baifu looked at Digging G, who was still active in the live broadcast room, with satisfaction. When Digging G found Lin and Lei, Baifu planned to set her up as a benchmark, first giving her an advanced knowledge book, absorbing her into the Courtyard of Silence, and then revealing a little bit of the newly edited background story to her. Did you see that if you followed Crow, you would be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, but it would be different if you followed Baifu. You would have meat every meal, and the treatment was so good. Why don't you come quickly? Unlike before, Baifu now has a longer-term vision. The enhancement she received yesterday made her realize that if she wanted to continue to be enhanced, it was not enough to just increase her popularity among players. She must also actively participate in various plots, so that the game would have enough reasons to enhance her. Considering that the game plots are accompanied by various risks, in order to reduce such risks, she really needs the help of players. Even if it is not for this, but simply to resist the assassination of the true society, she also needs to use players. Just now, she received news from Xia Shi, who was sitting next to her, that the true society had issued an assassination bounty for the 3 of them. Although the level of the bounty is not high, it is a bounty issued by the true society, one of the 5 major forces on Zuyuan Star, and she has to be on guard. Speaking of Xia Shi, Baifu remembered an interesting thing. Xia Shi had a very special talent, good luck, and she had only seen this talent in Xia Shi so far. At first, she didn't take it seriously, but secretly complained that Xia Shi was a hateful European emperor. But after she herself obtained a lucky talent, she realized that things might be far more complicated than she thought. What good luck or not, is it possible that this is the protagonist's halo? She seriously suspected that Xia Shi was the protagonist of the main plot of the novice village of the abandoned cooling plant. In the normal plot, the player would probably have to gradually discover the secrets hidden by the Wildfire Gang through contact with Xia Shi, and finally help Xia Shi kill the Wildfire Gang. But due to her intervention, Xia Shi became a marginal person in the plot. Of course, all this is just Baifu's guess, and she needs further verification. But what is certain is that talents such as luck and strong luck have great potential. Don't underestimate the 10% bonus. As the level increases, the things players come into contact with will pay more and more attention to probability judgment. Reading knowledge books requires probability judgment, analyzing drawings requires probability judgment, making props requires probability judgment, and drawing lots requires probability judgment. The benefits brought by the 10% hard bonus are very considerable. Now it just allows her to steadily obtain the evolution blood template, and maybe she can draw a magic skill in the future. Baifu was a little envious of Xia Shi. Her luck bonus was 10%, and her luck bonus was probably more than 20%. We're here. Just as Baifu was thinking about the problem, Xia Shi's voice rang in her ears. She looked up and found that the car had stopped. When they came, the reinforcements of the original Gene body swept the amoeba on both sides of the road, so the time spent returning to Lin this time was nearly half of the time when they came. Anya. Baifu called softly, and then jumped out of the car with a huge suitcase. Unlike the abandoned cooling plant that looked like a ruin, the Lenin settlement was a real city. The area in the center of the settlement was full of tall buildings, and there was also a radio tower nearly 100 meters high. Lenin, I'm here. Baifu smiled happily. At the same time, more than a dozen players were born in the abandoned cooling plant. These players were different from other players. Their names all had the prefix Iron Rain. They were members of the famous guild Iron Rain Guild. President, should we level up in the abandoned cooling plant first, or go directly to Lin? The president of the Iron Rain Guild, Jianqi Chongtian, said, let's go to Lin, but we won't go to Baifu this time. Ah, too many people are going to find Baifu. If we go, we won't get much benefit before we raise Baifu's favorability. Instead of wasting time there, I think we should join another faction. Do you want to join the pre-march? No, we will join the True Society. No one wants to join the True Society now. We will be the first batch to join, and can monopolize all the tasks of the True Society, and... Jianqi Chongtian laughed. Baifu is an important character in the main storyline. If we help the True Society deal with her, we will definitely get a lot of faction contribution points. With Digging G and the others live streaming every day, we don't have to worry about not getting information about Baifu. Chapter 40. Baifu arrived at Lin Inn at 8 o'clock in the evening. As it was late, the meeting with the director of the 4th Division was scheduled for the next day. Let's find a place to stay for the night. After a day of driving, she was not tired, but Anya was different. If she hadn't been holding her hand, she might have fallen on the road at any time. Seeing that she was about to leave, Xiaoshu hurriedly stopped her. If you don't mind, you can move to my house first. My house is quite big, and it's close to the 4th Division. No matter how arrogant the people of the True Society are, they dare not mess around. Baifu stopped. She originally wanted to find a chance to get close to Xiaoshu to see if she could get some plot tasks from her. She didn't expect Xiaoshu to approach her on her own initiative. What should she care about? She couldn't be afraid that Xiaoshu would do something more exciting to her than the game. She was kidding. She was super brave. With her current attributes, it was good enough that she didn't teach Xiaoshu how to be a Duo Lang. That's really troublesome for you. Baifu dragged a big box and came to Xiaoshu's house with Anya. Xiaoshu lives in a 3-bedroom apartment, with an actual area of more than 100 square meters without the common area. Although the interior decoration is a typical Syrian style, the area is enough to make others envious. The treatment of the Gene Pre-March Intelligence Agency is so good that they are even allocated a big house. Xiaoshu threw her coat casually on the sofa. The treatment is SOSO. I bought this house myself. It turns out that she is a rich woman. No wonder she dared to choose mechanic as her profession. On the stars, mechanic is undoubtedly a rich profession. Although the gap with other professions in the early stage is not big, and there are even many output bonuses in shooting, but with the unlocking of advanced professions and blueprint manufacturing functions, this profession has completely become no money to play in MB. The profession of the rich. Ordinary people worked hard for a long time to build a mecha, but before they could enjoy it for an hour or two, they were beaten into slag by the passing physical repair players. The rich are different. They can directly build dozens or hundreds of mechas, and then put a few particle light spears behind them. No matter what repair you have, they can be beaten into ash in a few strokes. Of course, this rich has multiple meanings for players. Money can buy blueprints and mechanical knowledge chains, but money alone is far from enough. You also need to invest a lot of experience to upgrade blueprints, combine blueprints, and upgrade various passive skills. Therefore, although the mechanic is very cool after reaching the maximum level, there are still not many players who are really willing to learn this profession. Baifu was persuaded to quit in this way. She has no money, and she can't rely on her ability to predict the plot to get various benefits. After thinking about it, she thinks that the psychic school profession is more suitable for her. The psychic school profession mainly plays an auxiliary function in the early stage, but after the level is raised, it can also perform various incredible operations by relying on my thinking power. To paraphrase a master, there is no useless profession, only useless players. This statement may not be true in other games. For example, in LOL, there are always a few heroes with a very low win rate and appearance rate. No matter how well you operate, it is still difficult for them to enter the competition. But the situation is different in StarCraft. This game has a lot of skill combinations and equipment combinations for a single profession, and you can also enhance the profession limit through professional linkage. The mechanic is very powerful in the later stage, but the ultimate instinct of our physical training school should not be underestimated. Baifu put her things away and took a comfortable bath. When she came out of the bathroom, she found Xiaoshu sitting cross-legged on the sofa with bare feet, watching a boring video program. After coming to Lenin this time, are you going to go back? Baifu sat down next to Xiaoshu. No, I won't be sad to see that monument. Yes, those outsiders. Xiaoshu sighed. How did you get to know them? I heard that you killed a lot of outsiders, but in the end they didn't seem to hate you. Bai Fu turned her head slightly, and found that when Xiaosher mentioned this, her toes were curled together unnaturally. She seemed to understand why Xiaosher invited her to live in her home. Did he get an order to interrogate her in disguise? Hey, woman, you are playing with fire. Bai Fu hesitated for a moment, and did not make any extra moves. It seems that Sichuan did not want to have a direct conflict with her. Otherwise, he would not have used such a gentle method, but directly sent people to arrest her for interrogation. Keep pretending to be a little sheep. Those outsiders are not all in the same group. I have had conflicts with some of them, and I have also helped others. Yes, how can so many people be of one mind? They often quarrel during meetings. Xiaosher cleared her throat awkwardly. By the way, don't be nervous. The director is a good man. Since he said he wants to reward you, he must really want to reward you. You can think about what you want. This topic is very much in line with Bai Fu's wishes. Is advanced knowledge related to psychic power also okay? Xiaosher thought for a while. If it is ordinary advanced knowledge, there are reference rooms everywhere. I can take you to see it, but if you want to look through higher level knowledge, it is not easy. Unless you have made great contributions, those things are usually not open to the public. Bai Fu was delighted. She originally just wanted to get an advanced knowledge book, but she didn't expect to have the opportunity to get in touch with the psychic knowledge chain. Do you have to make a huge contribution? According to the official explanation, on a novice planet like Zuyuan Star, most elite monsters and bosses are only advanced professions, and only a very few bosses have unlocked advanced professions. It can be said that whoever unlocks an advanced profession has reached the T0 level of personal military power on Zuyuan Star. And the knowledge chain is precisely the indispensable aid from advanced profession to advanced profession. It is quite reasonable that the Gene Pre-March Intelligence Bureau would keep the knowledge chain tightly covered. It seems necessary to stay in Lin Inn for a while. Bai Fu chatted with Xiaosher for a few more words, and went to bed. The next morning, under Xiaosher's guidance, she successfully entered the information room. After waiting for a while, Xiaosher brought a book as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary. Can you take a look at this? Bai Fu took the book. Do you want to read Advanced Application of Psychic Power? She raised her head. Yes. Xiaosher said, then I won't bother you for now. You can read it slowly here. I have something else to deal with. If you have anything, just call the guards outside. They will notify me. She left consciously. Bai Fu looked around and found a surveillance camera on the wall. Is this also a test? It doesn't matter. She really came to read a book, and she didn't have any bad intentions towards the original Gene, at least for now. Yes, after confirmation, the reading progress bar began to climb slowly. You start reading advanced use of psionic power. Low-level psionic expertise takes effect. Your reading speed plus 10%. Current progress 0.1%, 0.2%. Just as Bai Fu was reading seriously, in the office of the fourth director, Director Lu Yuelin kept looking back and forth between the monitor and Bai Fu's information in his hand. Her experience is normal, and her increased strength can be explained by awakening. I can't see any problem. That's for sure. Xiaosher said helplessly, I saw her go deep into the insect tide to save the exhaust gas cooling plant, and I saw her erect a monument for those outsiders. Who wouldn't praise such a good person? Even the leader of the Wildfire Gang was willing to entrust the Wildfire Gang to her. I really didn't expect that Uncle Lu, and you would suspect that she had a problem. Lu Yuelin smiled and said, it's better to be safe than sorry, but you are right. Let's put the investigation aside for now. Let her continue to live in your house, so that we can protect her more easily. Since the True Society has issued a bounty for assassination, they will definitely take action in the near future. No problem. Xiaosher's mood suddenly improved. Lu Yuelin smiled and sent her away, then continued to look through Bai Fu's investigation report. Based on the previous investigation, Bai Fu could not have anything to do with the True Society. After all, she killed the True Society's people, and let the drugs researched by the True Society fall into their hands. But what if all this was a self-torture trick? Current progress 100%. Do you want to spend 20,000 experience points to unlock the new profession Psychic Prayer? 20 minutes later, Bai Fu received a new game prompt. With more than 50,000 experience points, she pressed OK without hesitation. You unlocked a new profession Psychic Prayer, Intelligence +1, Inspiration +2, Attribute points +2. During the reading process, you learned new skills: Chain Reaction, Battle Etiquette, Intermediate Psychic Specialization, Low-Level Psychic Resilience. 2 prompts sounded in succession, and Bai Fu was like listening to fairy music. Done! After a few days of hard work, she finally unlocked the advanced profession as she wished, and could continue to upgrade. It can only be said that the advanced profession is worthy of being an advanced profession. The level cap of the Psychic Prayer is 20, which is double that of the Psychic Apprentice. Her inspiration bonus for each level up is also increased from 1 point to 2 points. Continue. Bai Fu invested another 25,000 experience points in Psychic Prayer, raising the level to LV2, and then she added all 4 free attribute points to Constitution. As a result, her attribute panel became Main Occupation, Psychic Prayer LV2, 0/30,000, Lower Occupation Psychic Apprentice LV10, Max Level, Vagrant LV5, Max Level, Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 770/770, Psychic Energy, 115/115, Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 37, Intelligence 5, Spirit 14, Inspiration 23 Skills, Fanaticism LV3, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Amplification, Inferior, Psychic Boiling. The chain reaction binds target B to target A. During the binding period, target B shares all the status of target A. During the duration, 5 psychic energy is consumed every 1 minute, and the cooldown time is 1 second. Battle etiquette. Although fighting is fun, etiquette cannot be abandoned. You can use it once on the target in each battle, consuming 20 points of psychic energy, forcing the target to perform battle etiquette with you, twos, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Intermediate Psychic Specialization Elven Energy Knowledge Learning Efficiency, and Active Skill Effect plus 20%. When low-level Psychic Toughness is attacked, gain plus 2 Inspiration Judgment Talent, Lucky. The improvement in attributes in this round of upgrades is not obvious, but the upper limit of health is still increased by 80 points in one go, and what makes Bai Fu most satisfied is the newly acquired skills. Chain Reaction is a skill that can be used to gain buffs, but if you think about it the other way around, you can also share your debuff with the enemy. In just a moment, Bai Fu thought of several ways to use it. As for battle etiquette, it is definitely not an ordinary skill. At first glance, this skill is a taunting skill that can control the opponent for 2 seconds and create output opportunities for your teammates. But considering that battle etiquette can be set by yourself, and the activation time of this skill can also be manipulated, then the upper limit of this skill may be much higher than Chain Reaction. Bai Fu closed the book. Now it was time to think of a battle etiquette that could greatly weaken the opponent's strength in a short period of time. Chapter 41. For Bai Fu, the focus of combat etiquette is not on etiquette, but on combat. She will always be alone, or encounter a too strong enemy. Even if she controls the enemy, the player's output is not enough to cause serious damage to the enemy within 2 seconds. So she needs to come up with a combat etiquette that can not only control the enemy for 2 seconds, but also let the enemy cause serious damage to himself within these 2 seconds. You're going to hit your head right away? After a little thought, Bai Fu rejected this design. With her physique, even if she punched herself, it would be difficult to cause much damage to herself, but it is still possible to knock herself out of the dizzy state with one punch. Although the enemy will imitate her action and punch her head, what if she is dizzy and the enemy is lucky enough not to be dizzy? Then wouldn't it be the end? This kind of high-risk thing cannot be done. If it is with a gun. Before fighting, learn from Huiyun Evil God to shoot yourself twice. Bai Fu shook her head. When her physical fitness was around 20 points, she was not afraid of ordinary pistols. Now that her physical fitness had increased to 37 points, even those large-caliber pistols could hardly cause her substantial damage. But the problem was that she would carry a pistol with her, but it was not certain that her enemies would carry pistols with them. So this set of combat etiquette could only be used when facing specific enemies. Let's just use fists. Hitting the head was not okay, but hitting other parts was different. She had a move called Fatal Kun, which could inflict heavy damage to most enemies without causing any damage to herself. If the enemy is wearing armor, elbows, wrists, knees, and ankles are also good targets. Bai Fu put the book back on the bookshelf with satisfaction. After leaving the reference room, she found Xia Shi, and the two walked around nearby. At noon, they went back to their residence to have a meal, and then returned to the 4th office building again. This time Bai Fu came to meet with Liu Yuelin, the director of the 4th department. When she entered the director's office accompanied by Xia Shi, Liu Yuelin was reading a report and drinking wolfberry tea. "Oh, Bai Fu, ha ha ha, I have heard your name many times from Xia Shi these 2 days, and we finally meet today." Liu Yuelin stood up with a smile. His hair was a little gray, and when he smiled, he didn't look like a director who controlled a secret service organization, but more like a kind and amiable old man. As friendly as his appearance, his words also gave people a feeling of spring breeze. Bai Fu thought she would be questioned this time, but she didn't expect Liu Yuelin to say a word throughout the whole process, except for praising her heroic performance in the abandoned cooling plant and mentioning the reward. According to the pre-March Anti-Truth Society attack regulations, 4th revision, individuals or organizations that make particularly significant contributions to preventing, stopping Truth Society attacks or combating Truth Society will be rewarded. With your contribution to the abandoned cooling plant this time, you will definitely get a Silver Moon medal and a bonus. Considering that you have helped us for this time, I will personally decide to give you some additional rewards. You can raise any requests, and I will try my best to meet them. Even if you want to join the 4, it is not impossible. Join the 4? This way, she would be one of us. If she made great contributions, she would be able to access the psychic knowledge chain more easily than outsiders. But there are also many disadvantages to joining the 4, the most important of which is that her freedom would be restricted. Before she understood the pros and cons of each faction, and which one was more suitable for her to participate in the main storyline, Bai Fu was not in a hurry to make a decision. Finally, she asked Liu Yuelin if she could borrow the advanced psychic knowledge mastered by the Gene pre-March, just in case. Although I am the director of the 4th division, I cannot guarantee anything in this regard. I can only try to help you apply. I can tell you that the possibility of passing is very low, but if you can make a greater contribution to the Gene pre-March, the situation will be different. It really doesn't work. Bai Fu can only settle for the second best and see if she can get a current world map of Zuyuan Star. Of course, there is no problem with this. Liu Yuelin immediately asked his secretary to get the map. Because he felt that the reward was not enough, he forced Bai Fu to give him a bunch of invitation tickets and coupons. If you want to live in Lenin for a while, these little things should be of great help. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. After all, it was the other party's good intention, so she accepted it. After she left, Liu Yuelin's secretary said, "Director Liu, aren't you a little too polite to her? It's not certain that she has nothing to do with the Zhenli Society." Liu Yuelin took a sip of tea. Presume the crime? She is now a benefactor everywhere, so we should treat her as a benefactor. What's the point of shouting and killing? And if you really want to get some information out of her, you should be more friendly to her. If you are on guard against her right from the start, do you think she will be on guard against us and not tell the truth? The secretary said coldly. He didn't speak, and Liu Yuelin didn't speak either. He knew very well that this secretary would not listen to him completely, and would probably cause some trouble for Bai Fu in private to show his ability. What could he do? He could only forgive this guy like a father, because this guy is someone above him. This place is good in every way, but there are too many relatives, which makes it difficult to carry out the work. But Liu Yuelin's mentality is still very calm. If it is difficult to carry out, it is difficult to carry out. At his current age, even if he does a good job, he will not be promoted, so why work hard? His current mentality is to do what he should do at work. Whether it can be successful depends on how the people below carry it out. At other times, he focuses on not being late, not leaving early, not working overtime, and taking the lead in going to the cafeteria at mealtime. Comfortable. After leaving the 4 places, Bai Fu went straight back to Xiaoshi's residence. She entered the map Liu Yuelin gave her into the game's map system, and with the book introducing the origins of the 5 major forces, she now has a very intuitive understanding of the distribution of the 5 major forces. These 5 major forces are now on the same continent. The Gene original body she belongs to is mainly composed of scientists, and part of the army funded by a major country before the war. After the war, these people used the shelter where they hid as the starting point to establish the Gene original body in the far east of the continent. The goal is to rebuild a new order in the wasteland. After 100 years of development, the Gene original body now has 6 super large settlements and dozens of small shelters. Others such as the Old Republic and the Railway Guild have similar development history, but the Human Alliance and the Truth Society are more special. The Human Alliance was born out of the once most powerful force, the Old Republic. After the mutant rebellion broke out in the Old Republic, those persecuted humans broke away from the Old Republic and established the Human Alliance. As for the Truth Society, no one has figured out the origin of the president of the Truth Society. Even within the Truth Society, most people do not know the president's real appearance and name, and usually refer to him as that adult. To call him. This is very winery. But unlike the winery, there are not so many undercovers and traitors in the Truth Society. Otherwise, with the hatred of the Truth Society by other forces, they would have rushed to the door of the Truth Society long ago. Bai Fu memorized all this knowledge in her mind. This information is useless on weekdays, but at a critical moment, she might be able to use it to fool the players, and make them think she is unfathomable. Speaking of players, after teaching Anya to read for a while, Bai Fu opened the community. She was going to see what the players of the abandoned cooling plant were doing recently. When she clicked on it, she found a post saying that Digger G had boarded the train from the abandoned cooling plant to Lenin. Digger G was really ruthless. He spent all his money to buy the train ticket. What medicine did Digger G take to suddenly become a natural live broadcast sage? He can't stop doing this. There is no such thing as a natural live broadcast sage. This is the benefit of holding the right thigh. Isn't it also because Digger G has a keen eye for talent, and can tell at a glance that Bai Fu is extraordinary? One group of players was praising Digger G, while another group of players kept at Digger G. Go treasure hunter, find Fu Fu quickly, I have to see Fu Fu safe and sound before I can feel relieved. Damn, I was a step late, and when I arrived, today's tickets were sold out. Alas, I don't know if Fu Fu is doing well in Lenin, and whether she is being bullied. Don't hide, treasure hunter, I know you are peeking at the reply, and you are laughing while reading. Bai Fu nodded secretly. This morning's bus, so with the current road conditions, Digging G will arrive in Lenin at noon tomorrow at the latest. A while ago, she sacrificed herself to save the players, said goodbye to the players, and erected a monument for the players, which directly aroused the players' emotions. After these emotions fermented for several days, it is time to give the players an outlet for emotional outburst. However, she is not satisfied with simply showing up in front of Digging G. Her plan is to take this opportunity to continue to enrich her personality in front of the players. Now her personality in the eyes of the players is a beautiful, mysterious and caring NPC, which is good, but not enough. She needs to do secondary creation on this framework to further narrow the relationship between herself and the players, and give the players a feeling of Fu Fu is dazzling, but not out of reach. Feeling. Anya, do you feel a little bored staying here? Well, it's okay, a little, but it's okay. Anya hesitated and said. Bai Fu called her in front of her. It's rare for you to go on a long trip. I take you out for a walk tomorrow, by the way you. She told Anya something, and Anya nodded repeatedly to show that she remembered it. Now her admiration for Bai Fu has reached the maximum value. If Bai Fu says to go east, she will never go west. After a night's rest, Bai Fu found Dig G live streaming the next morning. She sat by the window, commenting on the scenery outside the window from time to time, until half an hour later, the car finally drove into Lin Station. When her feet stepped on the ground, Dig G had a sense of illusion in a trance. Did she really arrive in Lin? Could she really find Fu Fu? Was there a possibility that when she arrived in Lin, Fu Fu had left Lin again? She quickly suppressed this uneasiness. She was the one who dared to watch the old corpse in the mountain village alone, in the middle of the night with the sound on. What was there to be afraid of at this time? Just find it, and it would be over. Digger G cleared her throat and smiled at the camera. Arrived at Lin, the settlement closest to the abandoned cooling plant. It's so beautiful, my family. The barrage flew by quickly. Oh my god, this Syrian-style city is really full of wasteland. This game is really exaggerated. Not only is the map large, but there is no need to load it when moving quickly. Treasure hunting, don't waste time at the station. Let's go and see Fu Fu in the distance. Okay, don't worry, I go find Fu Fu now. Digging G officially embarked on the journey. On the way here, she had already prepared to search for several days in a row, but the pain of finding someone was beyond her expectations. Bai Fu? I haven't heard of her. A beautiful girl with white hair. There are so many people with white hair these days. Red, orange, and green hair can be seen everywhere. Digging G felt that she was about to be numb after returning empty-handed and finding the wrong person again and again. Digging treasure, what are you doing, digging treasure? As long as you don't stop, the road will continue to extend. So digging treasure, don't stop. Digging treasure, do you want all your previous efforts to be in vain? Looking at the barrage of comments floating by, Digging G hurriedly explained, it's impossible to give up. I will never give up in this life. I'm just a little thirsty now. Damn, this game is too real. I have to find a way to earn some credits, otherwise I feel I will be exhausted before I find Fu Fu. But where can I find tasks that can make money? Digging G held her stomach and walked aimlessly through the streets. She didn't know how long it had been. When the sun set and the moon was high in the sky, she came to an intersection. There was an orange light across the intersection, and two people were standing under the light. One tall and one short, one big and one small, both had beautiful long white hair. Under the orange light, their faces were particularly blurry. But at this moment, Digging G's sight penetrated the blur and reflected their facial features firmly in his eyes. By Fu, Anya. Digging G was stunned. She could never have imagined that they would meet again in this way. This casualness was like the first time she met Bai Fu, and also like when she found the monument that Bai Fu had erected. At this moment, Digging G's heart was overwhelmed, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room also exploded. Chapter 42. When Dig G locked the camera on Bai Fu and Anya standing under the orange light, the live broadcast room, which was a little deserted just now, was instantly flooded with dense comments, as if a typhoon had passed through. Fuck Fu Fu? Is it true? Am I hallucinating? Wow, that's great. Fu Fu really looks fine. Ah, my dream of being the first to find Fu Fu is shattered. Ha ha ha. It's not easy, really, it's not easy. Now it's my favorite word to come up. I searched for him thousands of times in the crowd, and when I looked back, he was there, in the dim light. What can I say? All this happened too suddenly, and no one expected it. At this moment, Digging G's thoughts were not much different from these comments. What else could she say? A huge surprise exploded in her heart. She covered her chest with one hand, and could not say a word. She was afraid that this was an illusion. As long as she moved, everything in front of her would disappear like a mirage. Seeing her actions like this, the players in the live broadcast room were anxious. It was not easy to meet Bai Fu, and it was not easy to confirm that Bai Fu was fine. How could they be timid at this time? Digging treasure, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up! I wish I could replace Digging G. Wait, Fu Fu is coming. Yes, Bai Fu took the initiative to attack. Bai Fu had already noticed Digger before she arrived in Lin. She deliberately delayed for a long time before meeting Digger, just to make this reunion seem more hard-won and dramatic. Just like the animation. After a long and touching story, at the end of the animation, accompanied by pleasant BGM, the two people with deep ties suddenly met again in the vast crowd, and then, the ending was over. Of course, it is impossible to end the ending here. For Bai Fu, this reunion is a new beginning. Just now, she took some time to look at the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments that kept floating by showed that her plan was half successful. The remaining half depended on how she would contact Digging G next. Bai Fu was confident about this. She had rehearsed it dozens of times in her mind on the way here. The first step was that when Digging G and her eyes met, her body suddenly shook. Although her expression did not change much, her eyes shook like the surface of a lake stirred by gravel. The second step was to let go of Anya's hand when Digging G was stunned, and then slowly walk towards Digging G. The third step finally came to the excavator, raised his right hand, wanted to do something, but in the end his hand just hung alone in the air. You are? Bai Fu paused. You look a bit like an old friend I know. She should have died in the abandoned cooling plant insectide a few days ago, but... After a set of combos, the image of a shocked girl, who was full of expectations, but afraid of disappointment, was displayed in front of all the players in the live broadcast room. This scene immediately aroused a wail. Seeing our Fubao like this, my heart is broken. Don't want a male mother. It's the first time I see Fubao so weak, so cute. Fubao, my Fubao looking at Bai Fu walking in front of her, Digger G also woke up in time. Fu Fu, that's me, Digger G. She raised her hands to her chest excitedly. Before Bai Fu could reply, Anya suddenly poked her head out from behind Bai Fu, her eyes full of vigilance. You are really not dead? You must be lying. Many people said you were dead. The boss even specially erected a monument for you. Digging G quickly stretched out his right hand. Really, I'm not dead. If you don't believe me, reach out and pinch it. Anya stretched out her hand and pinched Digging G's right hand like a chicken pecking at rice, and then said to Bai Fu, "It's still warm." Okay. Bai Fu stretched out her hand and rubbed Anya's head lovingly. Being interrupted like this, she put away her shocked look and faced Digging G. Although you repeatedly told me that you would not die, and the holy word also said that you were immortal, I waited for 2 days in the abandoned cooling plant and still didn't see you come back, so I thought you were really dead. The words you said before were just to make me not worry. As she explained, Digger G nodded. I understand. I completely understand. How could the NPC think that there would be such a thing as stopping the game for updates? Welcome back. Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, with a smile as warm as the spring sun on her face. Looking at the hand so close, Digger G couldn't help but be stunned. She suddenly felt something surging in her heart. This was the NPC she saw was unusual at a glance. Such respect, such closeness, this game is really great. At this moment, Digger G was completely captured by Bai Fu. She also stretched out her right hand, and gently held it with the white porcelain right hand. I'm sorry to have worried you. Fu Fu's smile, ah, so warm, My heart is melting. Hold it, Digger G, you deserve to die. This hand can't be washed. It's so cool, Fufu's sense of substitution is completely maxed out. The crappy game I played before, I adventured with an NPC for several years, and when we met again, she didn't even bother to say hello to me. What the hell? Digger G, share what Fufu's hand feels like. The barrage flew, and Digger G also found that Anya was staring fiercely at her hand that was held with by Fu. Oh, just shake it. Digger G ignored these comments. Now, this is her own moment. Seeing her silly smile, Bai Fu also laughed secretly. In this way, her plan for today was 3/4 successful. Now, she only needs the last step, said Digger G, who followed her all the way from the abandoned cooling plant to Lenin Inn as a benchmark and lure other players to chase her like Digger G. Before, she led players to fight monsters to help players gain experience, and used her own sacrifice to earn players' tears. Today, on this exciting day of reunion, it is time to change a new tactic to provide players with different emotional value. It must have been a tough journey from the abandoned cooling plant to here, right? Bai Fu suddenly asked. Digger G waved her hand. It's okay, we were just taking a car, and we didn't encounter any danger on the road. As she spoke, her stomach suddenly growled a few times. Digger G's face turned red. She had just said she was fine, but her hunger level had exposed her. Sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing that the game is too real. Fortunately, Bai Fu's smile became warmer. I take you to eat first. No, really. Digging G quickly declined. Bai Fu pulled her without saying anything. Don't be nervous, Anya and I are here to have dinner. Facing Bai Fu's tough attitude, Digging G had no choice but to follow. She originally wanted to show her perfect side to gain a wave of favorability in front of Bai Fu, but she didn't expect that the actual operation would be so embarrassing. But despite the embarrassment, Digging G is now very proud, especially after seeing the whaling and various real-name indie in the barrage. She felt so happy that she felt like she was flying. When she first posted a post in the community to praise Bai Fu, there were still a large group of people questioning her. Occasionally, there were a few who supported her, but most of them were just there for fun. Now let's see what a 2-level reversal is. I can only say that the real wise man is lonely. Digging G has decided that after temporarily separating from Bai Fu today, she will open a new post in the community. She is not here to torture those players who mock her. The brilliance of a wise man is not obtained by playing with fools. She mainly wanted to show off and write in detail about her mental journey from deciding to start looking for Bai Fu to reuniting with Bai Fu. Oh, and she also had to focus on describing the feeling of shaking hands with Bai Fu. How could she not write a few hundred words about such good writing material? Digging G followed Bai Fu with such thoughts in mind. Soon, both she and the players watching in the live broadcast room found that the writing materials accumulated during this journey tonight might be too much for her to finish writing. At 19:03, she arrived at the Red Sailboat restaurant with Fu and Anya. Fu treated them, and they enjoyed delicious dishes with wasteland characteristics. At 19:52, she left the restaurant with Fu and Anya, and walked along the trail with metal pipes on both sides. She accidentally learned that Fu liked sweets very much and ate while walking. She was unexpectedly cute. At 20:26, she came to a restaurant called Mechanical Power with Fu and Anya. The amusement park, where I visited the scrap power armor. When the colorful lights fell from the pillars, I envied the close relationship between Fu and Anya. At 21:28, I climbed the highest radio tower in Lin with Fu and Anya. The wind on the tower was strong, but I felt warm all over when I stood next to Fu. Standing on the observation deck of the radio tower, looking at Lin sleeping in the dark, Digging G's thoughts drifted away. During the time when she and Bai Fu were playing around, Xingyo Club was about to explode. From the abandoned cooling plant partition to the main version, the player activity was ridiculously high. Oh no, something bad has happened. What happened? A fight broke out again? Digging G's live broadcast. You know, if you go and watch it yourself, many players heard the news and rushed to Digging G's live broadcast room. They were all dumbfounded. Damn, can it be like this? This weird atmosphere? This weird live broadcast content? If you don't know, you might think you're watching anime. Ah, my eyes, I'm going to be blinded. Kill Digging Treasure, grab Fu. Why isn't the person standing next to Fu me? Damn, show off to me. Can I still have this kind of experience after having a high favorability with an NPC? Can anyone tell me how much Bai Fu likes Digging G, so I can take a look? Damn, this game can be played like this? I feel that after raising the NPC's favorability to a certain level, maybe we can really get married. After these players went crazy in the live broadcast room, they returned to the community to continue going crazy. Under their influence, those players who were not interested in these topics also put down their work and rushed into Digging G's live broadcast room. Fortunately, the server on the stars is ridiculously stable, otherwise the live broadcast room might be overcrowded. That night, Bai Fu's popularity exploded in another way, and this round of explosion was different from the previous ones. In the previous explosions, her name was only circulated in the game, but this time, many passers-by who had never paid attention to her or even played in the community poured in, and these passers-by uploaded the live broadcast content of Digging G to the social software outside the game, causing her to suddenly become a small promotional symbol in the stars. Shock! A certain anchor actually played a dating simulator in the stars. Are you still looking for a caring virtual friend? Above the stars, you deserve it. Look, this woman is Xiaomei, and the woman next to her is... One after another, articles with outrageous titles appeared, and in a short period of time, they attracted many new players to Above the Stars. Even Bai Fu, the behind-the-scenes planner, did not expect that her plan would have such a big effect. She suddenly felt a little excited. If she could become the poster girl of Above the Stars, the planner would have to give her an all-round enhancement to prevent her from dying. Good, new hope has appeared. At 22:06, Bai Fu brought Digger and Anya down from the radio tower. Seeing that it was getting late, she booked a room for Digger nearby and asked Digger to stay temporarily. I paid for your room for 5 days. You don't have to worry about where to stay for the time being. If you have any urgent matters, you can come to me. I live in... Bai Fu reported Xiaoshi's address. Take these. Bai Fu took out another 500 credit coins and stuffed them into Digger's hands. Digging G was stunned, and so were the players in the live broadcast room. Bai Fu invited Digging G to dinner, visited Lin Inn, and paid for Digging G's room, which was beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, Bai Fu gave Digging G another 500 yuan before leaving. What kind of spirit is this? Wow, boss, you have never given me so much pocket money. Anya jumped out. Bai Fu immediately suppressed her. Don't talk nonsense. Anya cooperated and retracted her neck. Seeing this, Digger wanted to say something, but Bai Fu interrupted her. Keep it. I got a bonus from the Gene Pre-March Intelligence Office. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten it. By the way, I also found a few knowledge books in the library of the Wildfire Gang. I remember you really need this kind of thing. Anyway, it's useless for me to have it. I'd bring it to you next time we meet. This time, even if no one interrupted Digger, she couldn't say anything. Giving away money and a professional knowledge book, is there a better NPC in this game than Fufu? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and join Fumin to praise Fufu. Damn it, I have to work hard to improve Bai Fu's favorability. Even if she doesn't have any hidden tasks, it's definitely worth it. Looking at the screen full of envy, Digging G almost wanted to wipe away tears. This was the first time she was moved, not because of the tear-jerking level of the game plot. Fufu, you are so kind to me. In the world I originally lived in, even my parents haven't cared about me so much for a long time. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Digging G smiled bitterly, but still didn't expand on what she just said. After all, in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, she was embarrassed to say that her parents divorced when she was young, and she encountered obstacles everywhere in school and work. This would be suspected of playing a pity game. There is no need for that. She can live a good life now even if she doesn't play a pity game. She was just a little emotional. The care she hadn't felt for a long time came from a game NPC. Fufu, can you tell me about your story? I'm still very weak now, and I may not be able to help you fulfill your wish, but I will do my best to help you a little bit. Digging G mustered up the courage to say this. After that, she held her breath, and the players in the live broadcast room also fell silent. This time, will Bai Fu reveal her true identity and release a hidden task? Bai Fu stared at Digging G. Her original plan was to share her story with Digging G after a while, but Digging G had already started talking, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had become noisy, so it was better to do it today than to wait for another day. Can I come in and sit down? Digging G's eyes lit up. Okay, okay. She quickly invited Bai Fu and Anya in. After handing Bai Fu and Anya some boiled water, she nervously sat on the sofa in the guest room, waiting for Bai Fu to take the initiative to remove the veil covering her face, along with thousands of players. Chapter 43. Bai Fu didn't rush to speak, but drank a few sips of water slowly, deliberately keeping the topic secret for a while, and finally spoke after the live broadcast room was covered with Jijiji. I am King Jijiji. You should still remember what I said when you came to my house that night, right? The digging G, who was sitting upright, blushed and nodded quickly. Remember? How could she not remember? That night she was lifted high by Bai Fu. Bai Fu put the cup on the coffee table. To be honest, I don't really believe in the revelation of the Holy Word. The Holy Word is not 100% accurate. After I learned that you were very likely the undead mentioned in the Holy Word, my trust in the Holy Word was shaken. Digging G, good man, this is being looked down upon. The player in the live broadcast room was about to say something, and Bai Fu spoke again. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that there was not just one undead, but a group, and it was even harder to imagine that such a group of people who like to laugh and joke about everything they do can become undead. What happened later proved that I was wrong. Maybe you have a strange personality, maybe you are mediocre, but... Bai Fu suddenly showed a fresh and elegant smile like jasmine. This smile came quickly and disappeared even faster. Some players almost thought they were wrong. Based on your performance in the insectide incident, there is no doubt that you are the real heroes. As soon as these words came out, the players felt relieved as if they had been holding back for a long time. Cool. Especially those players who participated in the insectide event. Now they are even more crazy, constantly sharing their achievements in the barrage. Bai Fu laughed secretly. Little guy, don't I know how to tease your throbbing hearts? Seeing that the players have fallen into her control, she pushed the topic into a new stage. I know you want to help me, otherwise you wouldn't have chased me all the way here from the abandoned cooling plant, but I have to pour a basin of cold water on you. Ah? Digging G was so happy that she never expected Bai Fu to suddenly say such a thing. Her hands clasped together uncontrollably. Fu, you say? Bai Fu said seriously, I admire your courage, but in the face of an absolute gap in strength, no matter how brave you are, it will be useless and will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Do you understand this? I understand. Digging G paused. She couldn't help but ask, Fu, is the predicament you are facing really that dangerous? Although I am not very good, but Patrick, Alfred and their strength. Huh, I think you don't understand at all. At this moment, Anya, who was playing in the room, suddenly jumped out. Huh? Digging G was confused. Anya put her hands on her hips. Do you think the boss is afraid of those bugs and that unknown woman? It means that the boss's injury has not recovered. In the past, when the boss was at his peak, a thought, let alone them, is this planet. Anya! Bai Fu hurried out to stop Anya. But this time Anya suddenly became disobedient. Boss, what's wrong with this? You are from the Silent Garden. She was only halfway through her words, when Bai Fu directly pulled out her trump card. Do you still want dessert? Anya shrank her neck. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Seeing this, Digging G hurried out to help. Fu, Anya didn't mean it, don't be angry. Bai Fu nodded, and suddenly sighed, as if to say that the child was not easy to take care of. Don't take what Anya said just now to heart. Digger G wanted to say yes, but how could she not take it to heart? She was the up-host who was doing game plot mining. Although Anya only said 2 sentences, less than 100 words, and even these 2 sentences were not complete, but those 2 sentences firmly grasped her like tentacles. Here it comes, the big one is coming. This time it depends on whether she can catch this big wave. Digger G was now as excited as if she had seen Ultraman beating the monster with her own eyes, and the other players in the live broadcast room were similar. Fuck, what did I just hear? It turns out that Fu has been injured all the time? Fu has been helping us despite her injury. I am so sad. Fuck you. Is this the time to focus on this? The key point is what Anya said, this planet. Oh my god, this sentence contains too much information. Indeed, is she talking about XXX on this planet, or the planet itself? Whichever it is, it shows that Fu's true strength is extraordinary. But if it is the latter, fuck, is Fu an alien? Treasure hunting, you didn't dig out a super huge hidden task, did you? Digging G actually thought so too. Considering Bai Fu's seriousness and Anya's arrogant appearance, she felt that Bai Fu was 100% or even 90% likely to be a spaceman who had drifted to Zuyuan Star. The key was the word Silent Courtyard. As long as we figured out whether Silent Courtyard was a native organization of Zuyuan Star, we could draw a conclusion. Of course, even if we figured this out, it would only reveal a thin layer of the veil on Fu's face. Digging G decided to test it out, and she took the initiative to break the silence that had lasted for a while. Fu, have you been fighting with injuries? Bai Fu shook her head. Don't worry, that little injury won't affect my actions. Digging G changed the subject. Then, that Silent Courtyard, Is that the organization you belong to, Fufu? This sentence made Bai Fu silent for a long time again. She seemed to be struggling, but in fact, she was secretly watching the players in the live broadcast room conspiring loudly. Don't waste your energy digging deep. How could Fufu confess such a thing? Indeed, there is no such thing as telling all the settings at the beginning. Usually, you have to complete a series of tasks, and then go through several major versions to know the truth. That's another game. It's different in stars. What's the difference? Fufu won't say it, but Anya is different. She's not tight-lipped. We can build a good relationship with her first, and then get words from her. Hiss, it seems that there is still a possibility of success? A group of players got excited. Bai Fu also became excited. Very good, it seems that these players have completely taken the bait. In this way, Anya's status in the eyes of the players will also be greatly improved. Even if she is not there, Anya will be able to command these players. Bai Fu's words today were carefully planned. She deliberately used Anya's mouth to say that she was always injured in order to fill a big hole. When players accept this setting, they will not be surprised that her strength has increased like a rocket, and in this way, the planners can also make a fuss about this aspect when they strengthen her in the future. As for what Anya said later, it was to deliberately lead the players to guess. She was not afraid that the identity made up by the players was too awesome, but she was afraid that the players' imagination was not enough. Even if the players finally found out that she was not a spaceman, Bai Fu was not afraid. Anyway, Anya didn't say everything, so any explanation is fine. This planet can be expanded to this planet will also explode, or it can be expanded to the top strong people on this planet will also die. As for how to explain it, it depends on her future development and the direction of strengthening given to her by the planner. It's not that I don't want to tell you something, but that I can't tell you. Bai Fu said, just knowing those names will bring you endless nightmares. With your current strength, if you want to really help me and become a savior, the most important thing you should do is to improve yourself through experience. As expected, I didn't get a positive answer from Fufu. Digging G was a little disappointed, and the next moment, a surprise came out. Boss, in fact, they are not completely unable to help, at least here, as long as their strength is a little stronger, they can help us find that one. Anya poked her head out. Well done, Anya, Excavator G excitedly agreed. Yes, yes. Bai Fu stared at Excavator G for a long time before saying, let's talk about this. When your strength can be improved a little bit and reach the advanced level, we can talk again. Otherwise, even if you are mortal, it will be too dangerous. She secretly made a gesture to signal Anya to continue. Yes, reaching the advanced level is almost enough. As soon as Anya, the quartermaster of the faction, finished speaking, Excavator G found that she had triggered the task Improved Strength. The reward for this task is very ordinary, only 1,000 experience points and 5 points of faction reputation, but Excavator G still jumped up excitedly. This is the stepping stone to contact the real Fufu. What's wrong with a small reward? Even if there is no reward, I will go for it. Haha, I triggered Ren. She sat back awkwardly in the middle of the jump. Calm down, Fufu is still sitting opposite. Damn, I'm so jealous. This time, digging treasure is really ahead of everyone else. Don't worry, I be in Lin in the day after tomorrow, and it's hard to say who will unlock the advanced profession first. By then the players in the live broadcast room were all excited. Just like the previous player said, it's still unclear who will win. Digging G was indeed the first to arrive in Lin Inn, and was indeed the first to receive the task from Bai Fu, but she was only level 7, and she was not good at action games, so she might not be able to unlock the advanced profession before other players who arrived later. For a while, almost all the players in the abandoned cooling plant were eager to try. Even the Tieyu guild that was preparing to defect to the True Society was no exception. Jianqi Chengqian's idea was very clear. If they wanted to defect to the True Society, they had to get in touch with the people of the True Society first. Before that, his plan was to revolve around Bai Fu like other players. But he was not interested in improving Bai Fu's favorability. He mainly wanted to get more information about Bai Fu, and use it as a token of his defection to the True Society. Go, go, go! I will climb up step by step, surpass Digger G, and become the player closest to Fufu. I will not sleep tonight, I will work hard. Seeing that the enthusiasm of the players has been mobilized, Bai Fu is relieved. She is now tied to this group of players. The faster these players level up, the faster her level can be raised with their help. Jinli will want to assassinate me, right? When the time comes, I will lead tens of thousands of players who have reached high-level professions to let you know what the real horror of the world is. It's getting late. You should have a good rest. I go back first. Bai Fu stood up. Wadi Ji wanted to persuade Bai Fu to stay and let her sleep at her place, but Bai Fu declined. It's a pity, but it's normal. Before leaving, Anya secretly glanced at Wadi Ji and found that Wadi Ji was still grinning. Poor Wadi Ji thought she had gained a lot of benefits, but in fact she was played around by the boss. I, Anya, am the boss's real treasure. Anya held her head high and followed Bai Fu. After leaving the hotel, Bai Fu couldn't wait to open the community. As expected, there were already players in the community analyzing her identity, and the most prominent post was, "I suspect Bai Fu is actually the final boss above the stars." Bai Fu had a lot of question marks above her head. "I've been busy for so long, and finally got rid of my relationship with the Wildfire gang, so that I wouldn't be targeted by players as a villain, but you're just going to label me the final boss, right?" She clicked in to see what the player had to say. In fact, there was no analysis in this post, because the player was comparing it to another game the whole time. When I played another game before, there was a very special NPC in the novice village. She was as beautiful as Fufu, and she cared about the players as much as Fufu. Her identity was also mysterious as Fufu. Finally, after completing a series of tasks, the player discovered that she was the legendary apostle, and even the final boss in the game. So, I boldly conclude. I Break Your Hammer. This post was criticized as expected, but it also became popular as expected. Although the player who posted it was just talking nonsense throughout, instead of verifying it through lines and settings like digging G, the conjecture that Bai Fu is the final boss still hit the XP of many players. White-haired big boss? I'm ready. If Fufu is really the final boss, I will be the first to surrender to Fufu. You still want to compete for the first place? I am the first. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. She didn't want to be a boss, unless it was a boss that didn't need a health bar. Wait a little longer to see if there are any useful settings that players come up with next. If there are, she plans to copy them directly. No, how can playing games be called copying? This is called satisfying players' expectations. Bai Fu and Anya quickly returned to Xiaoshi's residence, but she stopped just as she reached the stairs. The lights were off in the room. Xiaoshi wasn't there? She looked into the dark again, and the agents sent by Liu Yuelin, the director of the 4th Division, to protect her were gone. This was obviously a problem. Bai Fu never hesitated to speculate every unusual situation she encountered with the greatest malice. A few seconds later, she heard footsteps in the corridor and the rustling sound of the intercom. "I didn't find anything here, you hurry up." Then, a fully armed man walked out from the side. "Well, Bai Fu?" The man obviously didn't expect to meet Bai Fu here. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. "This is a pleasant surprise. You deserve to die here tonight for offending the True Society." "Is it really the assassins from the True Society who are here?" Bai Fu was a little worried about Xiaoshi's safety, but now was not the time to focus on this. She put her hand on her thigh, where the gun was. "Anya, get behind me. Now, it's a good time to test how much her strength has improved after unlocking the advanced profession." Chapter 44. A cold and murderous aura was floating in the open space in front of the corridor. At the moment when she protected Anya behind her, Bai Fu threw a clairvoyance skill to the killer on the opposite side. The skill was judged successfully, and the opponent's basic data was quickly fed back. Name: Elite Killer, Elite, Template, Ordinary Main Occupation, Wilderness Hunter LV3 Lower Occupation Wanderer LV10, Maximum Level. Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 260/260 Attributes, Strength 15, Agility 21, Constitution 13, Intelligence 5, Spirit 9, Inspiration 8 Skills, Mobile Shooting LV3, Dual Gun Patrol LV2, Accurate Burst LV1, Hound Pace LV2, Intermediate Shooting Specialization, Talent, Scavenger Favorability, Contempt, -13, Danger Level, Green. After reading the data, Bai Fu's mouth twitched slightly. Because it is an elite monster, it is called the Elite Killer. This name is really arbitrary. However, the name is arbitrary. The attributes of this elite killer can be ranked 3rd among the opponents she has encountered so far, second only to Yulia and the alienated number 9. Once the agility of up to 21 is fully unleashed, it can definitely leave a trail of afterimages like the super fast boss in Dino Crisis. Not only is it fast, this elite killer also has 3 firearm skills and a displacement skill. It is simply born to be a killer. If his target this time was Xiaoshi, even if Xiaoshi had a strong luck buff that could be called the protagonist's halo, she would probably be in danger. "It's a pity that he met me," Bai Fu thought to herself. The clairvoyance skill gave the elite killer a green danger rating, which meant that the elite killer was weaker than her. This evaluation could be said to be very accurate. She called up her attribute panel. Health, 770/770 Psychic Energy, 115/115 Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 37, Intelligence 5, Spirit 14, Inspiration 23. Bai Fu believed that if the elite killer on the opposite side also had a skill similar to clairvoyance, he would definitely not be able to laugh now. You are right, but this is Bai Fu, an elite monster among elite monsters with 770 HP and 37 points of constitution. It has frenzy, hardening, and can steal buffs with chain reaction. It has soft control and hard control, and only needs 20 points of psychic energy. When using psychic energy boiling, normal attacks will have additional damage, no CD, and critical hit bonus. Just control it with battle etiquette. If it weren't for protecting Anya, Bai Fu would have rushed up to wrestle with the elite killer on the opposite side, letting him see what it means to be in full form. You have sent out a lot of people to kill me. Don't you need to call all your companions? Bai Fu looked at the killer calmly, trying to find out how many people he had. The elite killer sneered. It doesn't matter how many people are sent out. It's enough for you to know that I can kill you alone. I am different from those rubbish mutants, who only have muscles in their brains and are mass-produced by the true society. He is very excited now. This assassination is a multi-person operation, but only the one who kills Bai Fu can get the highest reward. A few minutes ago, he thought he might have to go tonight in vain, because he couldn't find Bai Fu anywhere. Unexpectedly, he suddenly got a chance to kill Bai Fu alone. He could only say that today was his lucky day. The goddess of victory was smiling, and he was smiling too. The elite killer took out a pistol. Bai Fu was a little unhappy that she didn't get the information she wanted, but she didn't care too much. She also pulled out a pistol from her thigh. Seeing her action, the elite killer smiled even happier. Want to compete with me in shooting? You may not know that I have a nickname called Sharpshooter. Before you shoot me, I have 10 ways to kill you. Bai Fu shook her head. My gun is not loaded with bullets. Huh? The elite killer was stunned for a moment. He did not understand what Bai Fu meant by this sentence. If there is no bullet, then why did you draw the gun? Do you want to scare people, or are you deliberately lying to me to let my guard down? It seems that you have no idea what kind of opponent you are facing. The elite killer quickly raised his gun. Ha ha ha. Can you keep up with my Sibida? But just as he was about to pull the trigger, something strange happened. He suddenly found that his fingers could not move no matter what. It's over, I'm frozen. The elite killer's face changed drastically. To his surprise, Bai Fu did not point the gun at him, but at her abdomen. What was even more unexpected was that after Bai Fu finished this set of movements, his right hand uncontrollably imitated Bai Fu's right hand. At that moment, the elite killer seemed to understand something. Stop, stop! He tried to stop his right hand, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he shouted in his heart, it was useless. He could only watch his right hand pointing the gun at his stomach. Bai Fu opened her mouth and uttered a word bang with a smile. The next second, the elite killer followed Bai Fu and pulled the trigger heavily. 1, 2, 3. 7 shots in 1 second. Look, this is the hand speed of a single man for 20 years. The bullet that was slightly upward mercilessly shot through the elite killer's belly and tore his intestines apart, while the bullet that was slightly downward caused real critical damage. The blood drew a cruel arc in the air. The long 2 seconds passed, and the battle etiquette was declared over. The elite killer's body finally got rid of control, but at this time, the severe pain spreading from the gunshot wound had made him unable to control his body. The spasm of his body made him fall down with a thud, and his left forehead hit the concrete floor heavily, splashing more blood. The elite killer had no time to pay attention to the pain. He couldn't shout a word. Fortunately, he had 9 points of mental strength, so he could stay awake at this time and watch Bai Fu walk towards him step by step. Bang! Bai Fu pulled out another gun from her thigh and shot the elite killer in the head with a clean shot. You killed the elite killer. The contribution is 100%, and you get 4,800 experience points after adjusting based on the level difference the game prompt sounded. Bai Fu smiled. 2 seconds to kill a tough opponent known for his speed. This is the power of combat etiquette. She was not only satisfied with this, but also with the experience reward given by the elite killer. 1 elite killer gave 4,800, 5 elite killers gave 24,000, and with the remaining experience, she could level up again. Bai Fu bent down and picked up the walkie-talkie that fell to the ground. She pressed the call button. Hello, hello? You? The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was stunned after hearing this obvious female voice. "Who are you, Bai Fu or someone else?" Bai Fu said. "The gunshots were so loud just now that everyone living nearby must have heard them. It won't be long before people from all directions come here after hearing the news. You don't have much time left to kill me. Bai Fu, don't think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you killed the scavenger by surprise." At this time, even a fool would know that the person talking on the other side was Bai Fu, and the killer was so angry that he roared. "You are downstairs now, right? Don't worry, I will come to you right away to send you off. I'm not in a hurry. I wait for you downstairs. If you're in a hurry to reincarnate, you'd better hurry up." Bai Fu acted leisurely. "Just wait." Bai Fu's attitude made the killer on the other side of the intercom so angry that he smashed the intercom to the ground and then stomped it to pieces. The sound came from upstairs. Bai Fu pricked up her ears. She heard the sound of the door opening and 2 hurried footsteps, which meant that there were at least 2 more killers. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 people. After confirming that the battle etiquette is really useful, she is not worried at all. She brought Anya to a corner of a concrete wall. It seemed like a dead end, but it was the only place where she could easily protect Anya. "Boss, those assassins look very powerful. Why don't we run first?" Bai Fu touched Anya's head, "Then just watch your boss perform." She didn't want to conflict with the True Society, but the True Society was determined to kill her, so her attitude towards the True Society was only since it's here, make the best of it. When she was a player, she had killed many Greek gods. How could she be afraid of a truth without divine power? A minute later, the 2 killers who rushed down from the building finally found Bai Fu. "I thought you ran away after you said those harsh words. It seems that you still have some courage. But the place you chose, TSK. Is this the grave you chose for yourself?" The tall killer who stepped on the intercom and broke it grinned and aimed his gun at Bai Fu's leg. He was not in a hurry to kill Bai Fu immediately. After being scolded like that, how could he revenge Bai Fu if he didn't torture her properly? Bai Fu said calmly, "I don't know if you have ever heard a saying, never let down your guard against the person behind you, even if the person behind you is a trustworthy companion." "Huh?" The tall killer realized the problem, and he quickly dodged to the left, but it was too late. Bai Fu switched to a new combat etiquette, raised her gun, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, gunshots rang out in front of him and behind him. The bullet fired by Bai Fu brushed past his left arm, causing a burning pain, and the bullet behind him hit his shoulder blade. He felt as if his back was hit by a heavy hammer, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. "Ah!" The screams tore through the darkness. When he fell to the ground, the tall killer was completely stunned. The only person behind him just now was the short killer who was acting with him, so the bullet behind him must have been fired by the short killer. The tall killer realized this, and was anxious and angry. "Beast, who gave you the courage to betray the truth and join Bai Fu?" He was injured now, and if he was trapped from front and back, there was no way he would survive. The short killer was also anxious. He didn't understand what happened just now, so he could only keep shouting, "I didn't mean to do it, it was my hand that moved by itself. Fuck, if I was shot dead by you, can you say that it was not you who killed me, but the bullet?" The tall killer turned around and wanted to shoot the short killer twice. At the critical moment, Bai Fu stood up. Speechless, if the 2 of them shoot at each other, wouldn't she get less experience after killing them both? In order to stop the internal conflict between the 2 killers from the source, Bai Fu quickly shot the tall killer. Under the stimulation of severe pain, the tall killer's gun fell out of his hand. The short killer looked at Bai Fu in astonishment. Bai Fu looked calm. "Don't thank me, because it will be your turn soon." Bang, bang, bang. Bai Fu fired several shots at the tall killer, who fell to the ground. A large amount of damage was accompanied by a large amount of blood. After a few seconds, the tall killer's body was completely motionless. Bai Fu strode towards the opposite side. The short killer's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he kept retreating. "Don't come over, don't come over." After shouting several times in a row, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Support, send someone to support us quickly. If you don't send someone to support us, we will all die here." The person on the other side of the intercom was speechless for a moment. Although this was very sudden, he still figured out the situation. The assassination attempt on Bai Fu failed, and those killers were about to be wiped out. "Bai Fu!" A hoarse voice came from the intercom. "I know you were in a hurry, but don't worry, wait until I finish dealing with this person first." Bai Fu stopped beside the tall killer, and then she kicked the tall killer hard on the chin. "Ah!" The tall killer who seemed to be dead just now was kicked against the wall by Bai Fu, and he let out an extremely shrill cry while flying. Pretending to be dead in front of me, it's a bit funny. Bai Fu retracted her foot. There must be a game prompt for killing. If there is no prompt, it means he is not dead. Ah! The short killer was frightened by this scene, and fired 3 shots in a row. 3 bullets flew out of the chest, and all hit Bai Fu, but the imagined scene of bullets entering the flesh and blood splattering did not appear. Under the dim light, the short assassin saw Bai Fu loosen her clenched right hand. Da-da-da. 3 bullets slipped from his palm, and fell to the ground with a harsh sound. Go to hell, go to hell. The short assassin's spirit was almost broken. He started to shoot randomly, hoping that this action could stop Bai Fu for even a second. But when he emptied the magazine, Bai Fu was not injured at all, but walked in front of him. It seems that your gun is not very useful. Bai Fu reached out, and grabbed the muzzle of the short killer's pistol. Monster, it's a monster. The short killer shouted frantically. This shouting also made the person on the other end of the intercom anxious. Stop shouting, what happened? Damn it, I told you to stop shouting. No matter how he shouted, the short killer continued to shout until a few gunshots rang out, and everything was silent. Wheezing. The person on the other end of the intercom began to breathe faster. Bai Fu, do you know what you are provoking? Will the truth come? You are all going to kill me. Should I let you kill me? If you are not convinced, come here in person. When you get here, you will know what happened just now. Bai Fu, you will regret it. The person on the other end of the intercom roared. Bai Fu was very calm, threatening me. Watch your tone, I am the winner now. The conversation was forcibly interrupted. Bai Fu smiled. She was not talking nonsense. She deliberately provoked the person on the other end to lure him out. She casually threw the intercom next to the body on the ground, then quickly took Anya back to Xiaoshi's room and took out the grenade launcher hidden under the floor. This was something she got from the Wildfire Gang's warehouse. This thing should be able to send that person to heaven. If 1 shot is not enough, then 2 shots. Bai Fu came to the window on the 4th floor and waited quietly. Chapter 45. Bai Fu's shooting skills are terrible. Even though she has practiced for a while, she is still not good enough in actual combat. Considering the crisis she is facing now, she has planned to use the remaining free career slot to learn a gunner-type career. That career does not need to be upgraded too high. It is enough to earn some attribute points and unlock a few skills that can increase shooting accuracy, so as not to slow down the upgrade speed of the first career. The career system above the stars does not limit the total number of careers that players can learn, but in the initial stage, only 3 free career slots are given to players. When all 3 career slots are filled, if you want to learn a new career, you must first spend a certain amount of experience points to unlock the new career slot. The cost of unlocking the first new career slot is not expensive, only 10,000 experience points, so Bai Fu is not worried that if she encounters a better career in the future, she can only watch and not learn. 10,000 experience points. For her now, as long as she kills 3 elite killer level elite monsters, she can accumulate enough experience points. If it is an opponent of the same level as the person she just talked to on the intercom, I am afraid 1 person will be enough. That person's strength may not be stronger than the 3 killers she just killed, but the experience points rewarded by the game for killing monsters are not simply based on the strength of the monsters, but a number given after comprehensive calculation of the monster's strength, level, template, identity, and other dimensions. Take the mysterious president of the True Society as an example. Assuming that his real strength is only equivalent to 1 Anya, due to his status bonus, the experience reward that the player gets after killing him is definitely not as good as 10,000 Anya put together. Bai Fu was looking forward to what reward the person she scolded could bring her. But unfortunately, she squatted on the 4th floor for more than 10 minutes, her feet were numb, and she still couldn't wait for that person. She was a little speechless. She was mocked by her public channel, and heard her subordinates being beaten, but in the end, she just said a harsh word and became a turtle. You also learned strategic but strength? Bai Fu suspected that the man was a dog head in his previous life. The harsh words he said on the intercom meant, do you know who you provoked? You provoked the noble desert death god. You can be arrogant now, but when I stack enough Q and come out, you will regret it. Her evaluation is that the idea is wonderful, but she is not a squishy soft support, but a pure meat desert emperor. This is the story of the Tsar, Bai Fu, and her N-San soldiers, players, who can equip and upgrade individually to fight against the desert death god. Bai Fu put away the grenade launcher. During this time, shouts were heard from downstairs. People from all directions rushed over. Xiaoshi was the first to lead the charge. Her face was full of anxiety. Especially after seeing the body of the elite killer, she was even more worried about the safety of Baifu and Anya. Why at this time? She was about to rush into the corridor, but an agent in a power armor reached out from behind and grabbed her arm. Have you forgotten what the intelligence agency's agent code teaches? The killer may not have left yet. If you rush in now, you will die. Just follow me obediently. Xiaosher wanted to refute something, but her strength was far inferior to that of the power armor, so she could only do as she was told. Baifu, Anya, you must not die. After looking at the elite killer's body, a group of more than a dozen people walked up the stairs with solemn faces. They took every step carefully, fearing that a few killers would suddenly appear in the dark night. No accidents happened until they reached Xiaosher's residence. The agent in the power armor waved his hand behind him, signaling others not to act rashly, and let him go in first to find out the situation. After everyone said okay, he walked towards the door with steady steps, but he stopped after only 2 steps. It was footsteps. At this moment, all the agents in the scene held their breath, staring at the figure projected from the room. It was getting closer. The footsteps were getting closer. The agent in the power armor raised his left hand, which was loaded with a heavy-duty rotary machine gun. As long as the person inside showed his head, this heavy machine gun would definitely turn the person inside into a hornet's nest. Relax, it's me. At this time, a female voice came from the room. Xiaosher was the first to react. It's Baifu's voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Baifu had already walked out of the room with a cup of water. She didn't show any fear on her face when she was pointed at by more than a dozen guns. Your hospitality is really special. Looking at the smiling Baifu, the agents looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought they had seen it wrong. After receiving the news that Xiaosher's residence was attacked, most people thought that Baifu was in danger this time. Even if they rushed over, they could only collect Baifu's body. But now Baifu is not only alive, but there is not even an obvious wound on her body. Did the killer not come to find you? The agent in the power armor asked anxiously. Baifu took a sip of water. He is coming. Where are they? You have seen one on the way upstairs, right? There are 2 more lying near the garbage incinerator. The agents could not care about anything else. They hurried downstairs again, and when they saw the 2 bodies lying neatly in the corner, they were all shocked. I know this guy. He's Hyena, a certified B-level killer on the dark web. His expression. Damn, what the hell is that? Hyena was shot 4 times, one of which hit his heart. This should be a fatal injury, but no one is paying attention to this now. All eyes are on his face. It was a face that was so distorted that it looked like Sadako had crawled out of a TV. What on earth did he experience in his life? The agents present felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously looked up at Baifu standing by the window at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. All of this was done by this woman from the abandoned cooling plant. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Baifu anymore. A few minutes later, at Xiaosher's residence, everyone gathered around the coffee table. Ms. Baifu. The agent who came out of the power armor looked serious. I am Su Hong, the captain of the first team of the 4-way action team, and the person in charge of this operation. I need to confirm a question with you. You want to ask how I killed him, right? In fact, I am a psychic prayer master. Baifu revealed the information that could be made public at present. Even if she didn't say it, CC and the True Society would suspect that she had special abilities. In this case, it would be better to selectively disclose a part of it and use this part to cover up her greatest reliance, which was a physique that was as high as a middle finger to taunt the opponent. Sure enough, after learning that she was a psychic praying master, the agents of CC all showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. That's not surprising. Psychic praying masters, noble mage professions, although more auxiliary, still have a high success rate in killing those killers by surprise, and then destroying them all by relying on information gaps. Su Hong nodded slightly. I want to apologize to you for the assassination tonight. Sichu has promised to protect you, but still. Captain, don't you think this is strange? Xiaosher suddenly jumped out and interrupted Su Hong. Su Hong frowned. Strange. Xiaosher said, these assassins came to my house just after I received the news and went to the combat meeting, and just when the people responsible for protecting this place changed shifts. I don't believe it would be such a coincidence. There must be a traitor in Sichu. Xiaosher. Su Hong said in a low voice. The temporary combat meeting was notified by the Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Do you mean there is a traitor in the headquarters? Xiaosher was not scared by Su Hong's tone at all and said, maybe there is. Who can guarantee that the headquarters is clean? This matter must be investigated clearly. Baifu is a hero who fights against the True Society. We can't sit idly by and watch the hero being killed by the true society. Otherwise, who will dare to stand up against the true society in the future? Su Hong stared at the aggressive Xia Shi for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. He turned his head and looked at Bai Fu with an apologetic look. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Bai Fu was very calm. Nothing. Su Hong stood up. I don't have anything to ask for the time being. I will take the things I found on those killers back for testing as soon as possible. Don't worry, they will be here for the next 2 days. Unless the Zhenli Society is completely crazy, they will definitely not dare to do anything in the near future. Bai Fu nodded. After sending Su Hong away, only she, Anya and Xia Shi, who was curled up on the sofa, were left in the room. After a moment of silence, she asked, Do you have a deep grudge against the true society? Xia Shi raised her head, her brown eyes full of confusion. Why do you ask that? Bai Fu said, Because you are more excited about the true society than they are. Xia Shi explained, You are talking about this, but in fact, the hatred between Captain Su and the true society is deeper. Captain Su. Let's not talk about this. I just simply hate the true society. They kill people, and set fires, and do all kinds of evil. Is it the kindness unique to the protagonist? Actually, I hate the human alliance. But at least they have reasons for killing people, even if their reasons are extreme. The true society is different. You can't understand them at all. They do things without following the rules. Before the action begins, no one knows what they are going to do. I hate this kind of disorder. The reason why I joined the Four is to destroy the true society. I see, the good and lawful camp. Bai Fu smiled. Then, if Xia Shi knew her true identity, she would definitely dislike her. After all, she might be the most unruly NPC in this world. Her existence is a kind of disorder. Xia Shi was accusing the true society of atrocities. Suddenly, the personal terminal on her hand, which was similar to the radioactive Pip-Boy, rang. Wait a moment. She stood up and walked to the balcony. After a few minutes, she came back with a very serious expression. Bad news. The director just contacted me. The True Society has revised the assassination reward for you. This was not unexpected by Bai Fu at all. What has it changed to? Xia Shi said, A-level bounty. The bounty is 500,000. They also said they will get rid of you within half a month. Good boy, I'm 500,000. Bai Fu asked, What is the highest bounty on the dark web? 25 million credits. That's the president of the True Society himself. 50 times as much? Bai Fu was slightly surprised, but soon calmed down. 500,000 is not her limit. She wants to be the woman of the Wasteland King. If everything goes well, she will top the dark web bounty list sooner or later. As she was sighing, Bai Fu heard a game prompt. You triggered the special mission Shadow of Truth. She clicked on the details page. Mission Introduction. The True Society has issued a new bounty for you. They seem to be angered by your actions, and are determined to use a higher level force to kill you, declaring to the world the inviolable majesty of the True Society, but the True Society underestimated the vitality of wheats. Wildfires cannot burn them all, and can storms uproot them? Mission Objective. Resist the upcoming new round of assassinations from the True Society. Reward. 30,000 experience points, 15 Zuyuangxing reputation points, title Shadow of Truth. Note, you will have the opportunity to further unlock new tasks based on your performance. This mission is mandatory. The mission reward is very good, giving 30,000 experience points and a title. The Wildfire title she obtained before gave her a 30-point health bonus. This Shadow of Truth is more advanced than Wildfire at first glance, and the bonus is definitely more. Bai Fu wanted to shout for the storm to come even harder. Xia Shi said, You are in danger now. For safety reasons, I suggest you find a place to hide, or simply cooperate with our Gene Pre-March Intelligence Bureau. Although there are traitors in the Intelligence Bureau, this is still the safest place besides the army. I will seriously consider it. Bai Fu felt that it would be better for her to rely on CC for intelligence. For the next 2 days, CC held meetings non-stop. They held a meeting in the morning to discuss the assassination of Bai Fu, and in the afternoon to discuss the news from the Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Not long ago, agents from the 3rd Division of the Intelligence Bureau intercepted a secret report from the True Society and determined the location of a base of the True Society from the secret report. The Pre-March has decided to launch a surprise attack on this base to flatten it directly. As people everywhere were busy, Bai Fu was free. Apart from unlocking a gunner class, she spent the rest of her time paying attention to the movements of players. Digging G's. Success has stimulated too many players, and now the players in the abandoned cooling plant are trying to save money to buy tickets. On the third day after Digger G and Bai Fu met, another train departed from the abandoned cooling plant and headed straight for Lenin. Almost all the people sitting on this train were players, including Patrick, Black Tiger Ah Fu, Dragon of Natural Disaster, and Fu, who had a good relationship with Digger G and received the notification immediately, and Jianqi Chong Tian from the Iron Rain Guild, who bought the tickets with the guild's fundraising. When the abandoned cooling plant kept moving backwards outside the car window, Fu excitedly clenched her fists. Lenin, we are here. Bai Fu also got excited after seeing the post they posted. My sand soldiers are here. She is the real complete form with players. Assassinate me, right? I will let you see what real terror is. Chapter 46. The meetings were held for 2 days, but there was still no progress. Although many people were reluctant to admit it, judging from the assassination of Bai Fu, there was a high probability that spies from the True Society had infiltrated the top management of the Intelligence Bureau. This put a realistic question in front of him. Is it possible that the intelligence intercepted by the headquarters was false information secretly released by the spy? If so, then they acted according to the original plan and jumped into the trap. If not, since they did not know whether the spy had passed the message to the True Society, they did not dare to act rashly now, and could only send people to investigate first, but this investigation would easily miss the best time to attack. What the hell? The leader of the action team was a hot-tempered man. Seeing that the others in the meeting room were silent, he could not help but slam the table heavily. Not everyone was like Director Liu Yuelin, who had thought that he could perform well in this action, and lay a solid foundation for promotion and salary increase to the peak of his life. Now, the spy business has not been settled, and this action cannot be implemented. If I know who is the undercover, I will definitely put the barrel of the gun into his leather swallow, and let him taste the bliss of being hit by a bullet on the prostate. Seeing that the action team leader was getting more and more outrageous, Liu Yuelin coughed lightly, and came out to change the subject. Let's see what the headquarters says first. I still trust everyone in the department. The action team leader snorted. The conference room fell into silence again, but this time it didn't last long. Li Cheng, another high-level secretary of the director of the department, broke the silence. We can find a way to lure out the spy. How? Bai Fu. Li Cheng slowly spit out a name. The reason why the spy was exposed was to kill Bai Fu. After the assassination failed, the True Society immediately increased the reward for Bai Fu, and raised it to 500,000 in one go. This is not an ordinary move. You have to know that the director's head is only worth 1 million. It can be seen that they have now listed Bai Fu as a must-kill person. If there is a chance to kill Bai Fu, I believe that spy will definitely strike again. The action team leader said, Li Cheng, if I remember correctly, you kept saying 2 days ago that Bai Fu might be an undercover sent by the True Society. Everything she did before was a self-torture trick set by the True Society. Why are you cooperating with Bai Fu again today? Everyone looked at Li Cheng, and Li Cheng remained calm. This is also a test for Bai Fu. We can take this opportunity to observe her. Rather than believing that there are spies from the True Society in the upper echelons, I would rather believe that this assassination was also directed and acted by her. This is not difficult for her. It's a good idea, but how are you going to get her to cooperate with us? You and I both know how dangerous it is to be a bait. The action team leader asked. Li Cheng remained calm. Doesn't she want to see the advanced psychic knowledge we have? Tell her that if she can help us find the spy, she will be allowed to watch. The action team leader twitched his mouth. You are just making big promises here. Let's not talk about whether the people above will agree to your proposal. You add a condition that you will only show it to her if she finds the spy. Only a fool would work for you. If you die in the middle of the process, you will not get any benefits. What are you doing? I won't do it anyway. Others don't dare to confront Li Cheng because he has someone above him, but he is not afraid because he also has someone above him. Li Cheng's face became a little ugly, but he didn't get angry. I will apply to the higher-ups. Of course, if you can come up with a better solution, I will shut up immediately. At the critical moment, Liu Yuelin, the peacemaker, stood up. He looked at his watch. It's getting late, and there's no conclusion to discuss anyway. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. This immediately aroused the interest of most people present. What are we having in the cafeteria tonight? Fried chicken legs? Okay, now I can show off a few more bowls of rice. Li Cheng left without saying a word, his face livid. After hearing that Bai Fu not only survived but also killed the 3 assassins who came to assassinate her, The usually calm president of the true society turned green. 3 against 1 and 3 killed in return. Do you know how to play? He immediately called the person in charge of the combat unit over and shouted at him. Didn't you tell me that you were there to help me get rid of the thieves? That's how you reassure me. It's not enough that he couldn't kill the leader of the pre-march. Now he can't even beat a small minion who has to burst out to break free from Yulia's fake body. He also exposed the existence of the spy. Will he be humiliated by ordinary passers-by next? He really has no shame. The head of the combat unit was sweating profusely, and he hurried to explain. Bai Fu was not killed because she is actually a psychic praying master. No one knew this information before, so she relied on the information gap to fight back. Now we have found out her details, and can send a more powerful killer to send her off at any time, but what? The person in charge trembled, and told the situation around him. President, it's not necessarily a bad thing that Bai Fu was not assassinated this time. The pre-march intelligence agency is in a mess because of the spy inside. They want to use Bai Fu to lure out the snake and catch our spy. They have no energy to pay attention to our other actions. The president pondered for a moment. This is true. From this perspective, Bai Fu is actually a very good chess piece. Her existence can involve a lot of energy of the intelligence agency. Then let Bai Fu live a few more days, let our people play with the intelligence bureau, and then send Bai Fu off when the time comes. The combat unit leader quickly agreed. The president sneered. A small minion, how could he turn the world upside down? Bai Fu waited for a whole day. During this period, because Digger G hadn't seen her for almost 2 days, many people on the forum thought that she had an accident. She sent someone to tell Digger G that she was fine, but just encountered some minor troubles. Unexpectedly, this small move caused a heated discussion among players, and many players felt that she must have a deep meaning for doing so. What? Fufu is in trouble. What's the big deal? If Fufu hadn't been in trouble, how could we have had the opportunity to appear? Wabe was only level 9 now, and there is still a long way to go before unlocking the advanced profession. If I remember correctly, the tasks in this game are dynamically changing. Unlike other games, you can delay completing the tasks for a long time after accepting them. The plot just now was clearly urging Digger to upgrade quickly. If you upgrade too slowly, you may not be able to receive subsequent tasks. Suddenly running to urge, will Fufu be in trouble? Looking at the tone of Fufu's previous conversation with Digger, it shouldn't be that bad. The tone doesn't mean much. Maybe Fufu is just pretending to be relaxed because she doesn't want us to worry. Don't forget that Fufu is still injured. I don't believe that the injury has no effect on her. This made a group of players anxious. They just hated that they couldn't go to Lenin now. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't do it. They were no longer jealous of Patrick and the others who were about to arrive in Lenin. Instead, they kept at Patrick and the others in the forum, asking them to upgrade their strength as soon as they arrived in Lenin, and then to confirm what kind of trouble Bai Fu had encountered. Patrick and the others looked serious after receiving the news. They were also anxious, but upgrading was not something that could be done just by saying it. They were completely in the dark about Lenin. They just hoped that they could unlock the advanced profession before the deadline, and then trigger a new task. Who knew if this task was interrupted, there would be a chance to trigger a task related to Bai Fu. With an anxious mood, Gaiawofu took action as soon as the car arrived at Lin Station. Let's split up first, get familiar with Lin's situation, and see if we can find a ring-running task to gain experience. If we don't find anything, we will reunite to find Digging G. What do you think? No problem for me. Let's do it. Gaiawofu's proposal was unanimously approved. After separating from other players, he turned on the live broadcast. He was actually not interested in live broadcasting at all. He played games just for his own fun, and he didn't have the idea of sharing this fun with others, but he was a rookie in finding tasks, so he felt that it was necessary to refer to the opinions of the audience in the live broadcast room. In ancient times, people crowdfunded novels. Today, people crowdfunded games. It makes sense. After Gaiawofu started the live broadcast, a large group of players soon came in. Bai Fu also came after seeing the relevant news in the forum. Anyway, I'm idle anyway, so I might as well observe the actions of these players, so that I can better control them next time I meet them. 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm level 8 now. I need to unlock the advanced profession in a short time. I still need more than 37,000 experience points to reach level 11. To be honest, the pressure is not ordinary. I can team up with other players to kill amoebas in the abandoned cooling plant, but there are not many players here, so it is definitely not feasible to team up to kill amoebas. Now I can only find some errands. It would be best if it is a task that rewards experience and money at the same time. Only when you make money can you buy advanced weapons and food. The hunger system in this game is too real. Being hungry will cause your attributes to decline, or even starve to death. If you starve to death, it will be a waste. As Conversion to me walked through the streets of Lin, he talked about the problems he was facing as he walked. At the suggestion of the players in the live broadcast room, he triggered several hidden tasks without prompts. Unfortunately, he was busy for an hour before he accumulated more than 1,000 experience points and dozens of credits. At this speed, who knows when he can accumulate enough experience? It may take 4 or 5 days. The question is, can he still trigger Baifu's tasks after 4 or 5 days? Gaiawofu thinks he must change his mindset and probably do some hardcore and ruthless work. First, get some money, then spend it to buy equipment, kill monsters to level up, or do monster killing tasks. How about robbing a bank? Quickly, I rejected this idea. First, he didn't have a suitable weapon. Second, Lenin was different from the abandoned cooling plant. This was a large settlement directly governed by the original Gene body. Not only was there intelligence everywhere, but there were also various violent institutions such as the police. If he dared to rob a bank now, he would really be a dung beetle looking for dung far away. Even if he was not beaten to death on the spot, he would be arrested and put in a detention center. Robbing a bank didn't work, and he couldn't make counterfeit money, so what else could he do? Be a liar, a mercenary, a killer, or something else? Gaiawofu was in distress. As he walked, he saw someone walking out from the roadside with a smile. Haha, I'm rich now, I will definitely be able to make my money back. Oh my god, did I meet a gambler? Gaiawofu turned around and saw more than a dozen people crowded in a place that looked like a factory gate. He leaned over and listened for a while before he realized that these people were here to borrow money, with a very high interest rate. The lender was a man called Brother Dao, and all these borrowers were poor, and in the end, they could only use themselves as collateral. I pay you a kidney. I pay you. Gaiawofu's mind suddenly became active. He can't do anything else, but he can borrow money and not pay it back. He quickly approached and grabbed a person who had just borrowed money. Aren't they afraid that you won't pay back the money and run away? The person who borrowed money shrugged. Run away? Where to run? Except for the station, you have to face mutated monsters everywhere. There are always their people watching the station. It's useless to find the police. They have connections in the police station. Hearing this, Gaiawofu was very happy. This was exactly what he wanted. This meant that Brother Dao would not refuse to lend him money just because he was a stranger. As expected, after hearing that he wanted to borrow money, Brother Dao's face was brighter than a chrysanthemum. But after hearing that he wanted to mortgage everything he had, Brother Dao's expression became a little strange. Are you sure? I'm sure. Brother, you are a bit of a gambler, but since you want to gamble, I accompany you. In this way, Gaiawofu successfully got 5,000 credit coins, and he couldn't help but complain. I only got 5,000 credits after mortgaging all the valuables on me. Although the purchasing power of credits is high, this is too shady. After getting the money, he asked about the location of the black market, and then ran to buy weapons without stopping. Lenin is Lenin after all. The pistols that are almost unseen in the abandoned cooling plant can be bought here on the black market. Just when Gaiawofu was playing with the pistol he had just bought, Dao Ge, who had just lent him money, suddenly came to the door with his men. It's not time to repay the loan yet. Why are you looking for me? Brother Dao said coldly. Brother, you bought so many weapons. It seems like you are going to do something big, right? I don't think you have the ability to pay back the money, so I have to take back the things you pledged in advance. This was a fuse. Seeing that the other side was going to use force, I didn't pretend anymore. Do you think I can't get money from you just because you guys come to me right away? He shot Brother Dao, who was rushing in the front, to death with 2 shots, and then shot himself away when the others were about to catch him. This ruthlessness made the others stunned. What kind of person is this? He shot himself when he saw the situation was not good. It always felt like he had provoked something terrible. After resurrection, Gaiawofu immediately contacted Patrick and others. Patrick, I found a way to make money. He shared the matter of borrowing money with Patrick and others. So, overnight, several local lenders in the Lenin settlement encountered very strange things. I don't know where a group of ruthless people came from. These ruthless people came up and mortgaged their entire bodies to borrow money. After borrowing the money, they went to purchase weapons. When their people came to the door, these ruthless people would attack without saying a word and finally commit suicide. Looking at the corpse on the ground, they were bewildered. What the hell? They felt that they were full of anger, but there was no place to vent this anger, because the person who made them angry was dead, and in the end, they could only recover some weapons and a corpse. What they didn't know was that Gaiwofu and others had gathered together at this time. After they borrowed the money, they hid part of it as soon as possible. After committing suicide and resurrecting, they secretly took out the money. In the end, they made 20,000 credit coins in just one night. Fuck, can you play like this? The players in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Awesome, but this trick can't be used often. If you use it too much, the opponent will be on guard. Ah, playing with NPCs like this, where is your conscience? Bai Fu was speechless. You are worthy of being able to enchant weapons with gold juice. Chapter 47. What Gaiwofu and others did in Lenin soon caused a sensation in the forum. The players near Lenin were so envious that they beat their feet and stamped their chests, and they only regretted that they did not take the bus to Lenin, which led to Gaiwofu and others taking the lead and cutting off this way to make money. If they dared to do similar things in Lenin next time, let alone borrowing money, they would be lucky if they didn't break their legs on the spot. Players in other places were delighted after seeing the actions of Gaiwofu and others. This road was cut off in Lin, but not in other places. The most intelligent players took action as soon as they received the news. Almost at the same time, different evil forces on the novice planets in different galaxies in the game were taught a lesson by different players. Lending is risky, so be careful when approaching players. If you play hard with players, they will let you know what a real hardcore ruthless person is. Being hard on others is nothing, but being hard on yourself is the real hard. Those players who made a lot of money shared their achievements on the forum. The most impressive one was a player born in Crow Star Xia Tian Shui Shui. After borrowing money, Xia Tian Shui went to get a few bombs, and then he rushed directly into the headquarters of the evil force that lent him the money. Surrounded by soldiers, he detonated the bombs. Coincidentally, the explosion was next to the ammunition depot of the evil force, and the resulting explosion sent the evil force into the sky. Legendary. After this wave of operations, Xia Tian's level rose sharply, and he became the first in the server. Afterwards, he became a city hero who eliminated gangs and evil, and was promoted to the national camp by exception, completely widening the gap with other players. How much dog shit did you step on to have this luck? Tell me quickly, are you the planner's father? Oh, eat a spear. After seeing Xia Tian's record, the players in the forum went crazy. Even Gaiwofu and others who first used this tactic were a little confused. They suddenly felt that the 20,000 credit coins in their hands were not so attractive. Don't panic. Being fast for a while doesn't mean you can be fast forever. Besides, he and we are not in direct competition. We just need to unlock the advanced profession as soon as possible and then trigger Bai Fu's new task. I believe that when we complete Bai Fu's task, we will get more rewards than him. Jianqi Chongtian, the president of Taiyu Guild, said with a smile. Gaiwofu and others nodded repeatedly. They all had a good impression of Jianqi Chongtian. When they first took a ride with Jianqi Chongtian, they thought that Jianqi Chongtian, as the president of a large guild, would be difficult to get along with, but when they actually got to know him, they found that he not only spoke very nicely, but was also very willing to teach them some detailed knowledge about the game. No wonder Taiyu Guild has been standing firm for several games. They could never imagine that all this was done by Jianqi Chongtian. The night before the ride, Jianqi Chongtian held a meeting with the core members of the Taiyu Guild, where he gave important instructions. That is, while looking for opportunities to join the true society, he should brush up Bai Fu's favorability like other players. This was not for the hidden tasks on Bai Fu, but to collect more information about Bai Fu, and then use it as a gift for joining the true society. He didn't want to start from a small soldier after joining the true society. He wanted to do something big, considering that they don't know Bai Fu at all, and that Digging Ji and the others have already raised Bai Fu's favorability to over 80. Jianqi Chongtian gave another instruction. That is, when contacting Bai Fu, you must be willing to spend money, various materials, or even take the initiative to die, as long as you can raise Bai Fu's favorability as soon as possible, even if it slows down your own upgrade speed. Although it will be a little loss in the early stage, as long as we join the true society with Bai Fu's information, everything will be fine. In fact, if Bai Fu was not so famous, there would be so many players who wanted to get close to Bai Fu, and Jianqi Chongtian would not want to go against the grain and join the true society. At the meeting, some players expressed their concerns. They thought that Jianqi Chongtian's plan was great, but dealing with Bai Fu might cause a lot of players to be disgusted, which would be detrimental to the development of the guild. Jianqi Chongtian waved his hand. Don't worry, We don't have to deal with Bai Fu directly, but just get some information from her and digging G and others to the True Society. After we join the True Society, our level will be raised quickly. At that time, we won't care what those ordinary players do. The important thing is to complete the task of the sponsor. The sponsor is the sky. Thinking that he would soon meet Bai Fu, Jianqi Chongtian began to get excited. Let's go meet up with Digging G first. To find Bai Fu, we need her cooperation. The other players had no objection, and a group of more than a dozen people took the money and took action. Seeing that the players adapted to Lin and so quickly in the live broadcast room, Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. She had cooperated happily with Digging G, Patrick, and Conviction of Mifu before. Now that a group of professional players have come, she has more confidence to deal with CC and the True Society. We have to find a few opportunities to give them those advanced knowledge books, so that they won't get stuck at a certain level. Bai Fu found an opportunity the next day. Xiaosher sent a message saying that Si Chu had important matters to discuss with her. On the way to Si Chu, Bai Fu handed Anya and the advanced knowledge books to Digging G. She was worried about leaving Anya alone at Xiaosher's house. Who knows when the assassin and the spy will cooperate again, so it's better to let the players watch Anya. With the relationship between Anya and her, the players would never watch Anya being killed by the assassin. Bai Fu came all the way to Sifang, and all the senior executives of Sifang were waiting for her in the conference room. Let my secretary Li Cheng explain the details. Lu Yuelin gave the stage to Li Cheng. Li Cheng stood up and introduced the cooperation items discussed in the meeting not long ago. I know you want to see advanced psychic knowledge, so I applied for it. Just now, I received the data from the headquarters. He held up a hard drive. Bai Fu immediately threw a psychic vision at the hard drive. Data hard drive, special. Quality, white additional effect. A seemingly ordinary hard drive, but it contains the advanced psychic knowledge mastered by the Primarch. Bai Fu's breathing stagnated slightly. Yes, that's it. She has been looking forward to this thing for a long time, but she didn't expect that this thing would be placed in front of her now. She tried her best to control her expression, so as not to be discovered by others. Li Cheng continued, being a bait is very dangerous, and you may die at any time, but if you cooperate with us, you will not only have the opportunity to obtain the advanced psychic knowledge you want, but once the spy is caught, the threat of the True Society to you will be greatly reduced. You should seriously consider it. Bai Fu hummed. She was thinking whether she should cooperate with CC. With her real strength, it was difficult for ordinary killers to kill her, but that didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. What if the killer took out a large-caliber sniper rifle or some powerful bombs? Of course, special killers, like Yulia, who had mastered superpowers, could also pose a threat to her. For safety reasons, she had better reject Li Cheng's proposal, but if she missed this opportunity, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to get the psychic knowledge chain mastered by the original Gene body. Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly, and she thought of a good idea. After pretending to think for a while, she raised her head. At this moment, she showed the strength she had on the night she said goodbye to the player. Let's start. It's really annoying to have a spy watching in the dark. Bai Fu nodded. I can agree to cooperate with you, but there is a prerequisite. Li Cheng asked, what prerequisite? Bai Fu said, Director Lu said that even if he applied to the higher authorities, it would be difficult to obtain advanced psychic knowledge, but you got it. Although the situation is different now, I still have to check the goods first to avoid being deceived. Li Cheng's face darkened. Are you questioning my credibility? Before Bai Fu could speak, the action team leader stood up to sabotage her. Your credibility? You should question it when it's time to question it. Bang! Li Cheng slammed the table heavily. Say it again? Lu Yuelin quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Harmony brings wealth. Isn't it just verification? If you want to verify, just verify it. Let Xiao Bai verify it, and put your mind at ease. Just use this terminal in the conference room. Others couldn't continue to watch the show, and they all came out to agree. Just take a look. What can we lose? Are you still afraid that Bai Fu can steal the data in the hard drive in front of so many of us? It's impossible that there is something wrong with the data in the hard drive. Haha. CC has many connections, and the internal factions are extremely complicated, but most people have a consensus. That is, they are not happy with Li Cheng. Li Cheng is the kind of person who wants to make progress and show off in a spy movie, but has a very bad relationship with almost all his colleagues. Seeing this situation, Bai Fu knew she had one. As expected, in the face of everyone's discussion, Li Cheng handed the hard drive to her with a sullen face. I don't need to teach you how to use the terminal, right? Bai Fu smiled. No. Li Cheng said coldly. There are more than a dozen eyes watching here, and all the terminals around are specially encrypted. Bai Fu looked innocent. What bad intentions could I have, little white rabbit? Do you think I have genius hacking skills, and can secretly copy the data in the hard drive without anyone knowing? Then you really think too highly of me. I am just an ordinary wall hanger. Copy? I will learn by reading the progress bar directly. Bai Fu connected the hard disk to the terminal in front of everyone. After opening the file reader, a prompt appeared. You start reading Advanced Psionic Knowledge mastered by Gene Primarchs. Intermediate Psionic Expertise takes effect. Your reading speed plus 20%. Current progress 0.1%. Advanced knowledge is indeed advanced knowledge. Before, she only spent 20 minutes at most to read other books. But this time the progress bar was directly extended to several hours. After all, it was just a product inspection, and Sifong would never let her sit in front of the terminal and read for hours. But it was not a big problem. Bai Fu was interested in the psychic knowledge chain contained in it, so she focused on reading the content in this area. The conference room fell into silence. Li Cheng sat on the chair, staring at Bai Fu's back expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. More than 20 minutes later, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have unlocked the psychic knowledge chain, 2. After mastering 2 knowledge chains, her knowledge chain gain became all psychic active skill effects plus 40%, psychic resistance plus 40%, psychic recovery speed plus 2/minute. Note, unlock a new knowledge chain, all psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 10%, unlock psychic bonus. This bonus made Bai Fu very happy. Counting the bonus of intermediate psychic mastery, her active skill effect increased by 60%, completely surpassing the average psychic prayer master. The gap between high-level professions and advanced professions is actually reflected here. This is also the key reason why many high-level players in the community do not recommend that you suppress your level or practice multiple professions at the same time. Even if you want to practice multiple professions, it is best to wait until the main profession is upgraded to a high level before considering it. Otherwise, it is easy to be left behind by other players. Bai Fu's eyes stayed on the psychic bonus in the notes. This bonus is also very important. It not only improves the player's attributes and strength. From advanced professions to high-level professions, players will face real job transfer in addition to collecting knowledge chains, just like the Ghost Swordsman can transfer to the Berserker, Devil May Cry, Azura, and other professions after playing DNF to a certain level. In the stars, players choose different bonus directions, which also determines the direction of their major profession in the future. In the early stage, the psychic profession tends to add buffs as an auxiliary positioning, but after the level is improved and more skills can be learned, there are also main gameplays such as combat, curse, and blood addition. Although the psychic knowledge chain has been unlocked, Bai Fu still did not stop reading, because she found that there are many other good things in this hard drive, such as an incomplete psychic knowledge chain, such as some special skills. Li Cheng was getting impatient waiting. How long are you going to check? Bai Fu said calmly, why are you in such a hurry? If I don't check it carefully, how can I know whether the content is made up or not? After a few minutes, Li Cheng stood up and walked to the terminal. It's been half an hour. If you delay any longer, you don't need to open it now. Okay. Bai Fu turned off the terminal with some regrets. During that time, she had accumulated a lot of knowledge and unlocked a new skill, Psychic Shield. Psionic Shield. Consume psionic energy to form a full-body shield of psionic energy *2, which lasts for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 12 seconds. If all psionic energy is consumed, she will have 230 more health points out of thin air, but the power of the psionic shield is obviously more than that. Before the shield value is depleted, all the damage she receives will not be converted into actual physical damage. With this point, she can trade injuries with the enemy and make a lot of money. It's time for dinner again, brothers. Facing Li Cheng's gloomy face, Bai Fu was in a good mood. I just flipped through the information in the hard drive. I don't know about other places, but there are no problems in the places I flipped through. I believe in your sincerity in cooperating with me. I am willing to cooperate with you to lure out the spy. Hearing this, Li Cheng's tense expression relaxed slightly. Happy cooperation. Happy? Bai Fu was indeed very happy. After getting the knowledge chain, she could actually run away, but she still wanted to see if she could get a few high reward tasks here and there. If there is, then play with CC again. If not, then take Anya and run away quickly. After sending everyone away, Li Cheng also laughed. Spy? He is the spy, but no one knows this, and no one even doubts him, because before Bai Fu appeared, He was a person who was against everyone and had a bad relationship with everyone. During this period, he kept against Bai Fu just to continue his previous personality. After leaving CC, Li Cheng sent a message to the contact. In the next action, CC will block the entire Lenin network, so this will be the last message he will send to the true society in a short period of time. Bai Fu, I will play with you slowly. When the president officially starts the action and there is no need to distract the attention of the Intelligence Bureau, it will be time to send you on your way. CC's work was quickly arranged. When Bai Fu went to pick up Anya, he found that Jianqi Chong Tian was playing with Anya. Judging from the posture, Jianqi Chong Tian clearly wanted to get her information from Anya. But who is Anya? Anya is her eldest disciple. After being told by her, Anya turned into a fishing expert, playing the suspense and ambiguity to the extreme, so that Jianqi Chong Tian was busy for 2 hours, buying food for Anya and running errands for Anya to buy vegetables, but in the end, he still didn't get any useful information. I don't believe I can't fool a child. Jianqi Chong Tian was so angry that he could only continue to pretend to be a humble gentleman. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Soon, Jianqi Chong Tian waited for the opportunity to improve Bai Fu's favorability, which was the day after meeting Bai Fu. I am not able to move now, and I need you to help me investigate something. Chapter 48. A few hours before Bai Fu found the player, Xiaoshi brought the latest news from everywhere. The mission has been arranged. What mission? Carry out a surprise inspection of the secret base set up by the dark web in Lenin. Xiaoshi explained in detail. On Zuyuan Star, in addition to the 5 major forces such as the Pre-March and the True Society, there are many smaller forces that are equally not to be underestimated. The Makarov family, the behind-the-scenes operator of the dark web, is one of them. The Makarov family was a world-famous mercenary organization before the war. After the war, the surviving family members expanded their business to survive and started a killer business. These people have strong business capabilities and have not failed in more than 10 years. After that, they simply turned to the backstage to build a platform. The Makarov family was widely praised in the past for keeping their mouths shut and never leaking customer information. Therefore, the platform they established has attracted the attention of many killers and people who need to kill people as soon as it was launched. In order to reassure these people, the head of the Makarov family at the time declared that the agreement reached between the killer and the employer on the dark web would be fully protected by the Makarov family. Without negotiation, any party that dared to violate the agreement would be regarded as a provocation to the Makarov family and would be hunted by the Makarov family. At the beginning of the platform's online operation, the Makarov family also launched a preferential policy of half price for the second head for some lucky customers. Relying on this magical operation, the Makarov family's platform has overcome all obstacles and defeated all competitors. Now it has become the only true god in the assassination world, and even the official partner of several major forces. More efficient, faster, more powerful. If you want to kill someone, look for Makarov. Looking at the slogan displayed on the dark web official website that Xiaoshi opened in front of her, Bai Fu didn't know what to say for a moment. Good guy, DD killed people, right? Xiaoshi added. The logistics team checked the radio tower communication records before the killer came to assassinate you, and did not find any abnormal signals, which means that the spy is likely to be hiding in Lenin, and his contact with the killer and the true society is very likely to be through the dark web. Bai Fu asked in confusion, didn't you say that the Makarov family is famous for being tight-lipped? Will they obediently hand over the communication records? And this would mean that we would break off relations with the Makarov family. At this point, who would care about so much? Xiaoshi pouted, it doesn't matter if the dark web doesn't mention it. We can find the records ourselves. In fact, even if we can't find them, it's not a big deal. This action is our official declaration of war against the spy. We only give him 3 chances. She held up 3 fingers. This is the first time. There will be another operation next. If he still refuses to show up, the director plans to take you to Haidu. Once there, it will be even more difficult for him to attack you. What if he never shows up? Cold salad. Xiaoshi spread her hands helplessly. If this is the case, all the 4 will have to take a temporary leave and will not participate in any of the next operations of the Intelligence Bureau. Bai Fu was thoughtful. After Xiaoshi introduced the current situation, she received a game prompt. You triggered the mission raid dark web. Mission description. In order to catch the spies hiding in the dark, CC has formulated a plan to conduct a surprise inspection of the dark web's base in Lin. They hope that you, as the bait, will cooperate with the action. Mission goal. Find the database of the Dark Web's base in Lin. Reward: 5,000 experience points, 5 points of reputation in the pre-march camp. Accept or reject as an auxiliary staff. You can get 5,000 experience points as long as you complete the mission. This reward can be said to be quite rich. But Bai Fu was not satisfied. After obtaining the psychic knowledge chain of the Gene Original, she had the idea of leaving Lin Inn to collect psychic knowledge chains in other places. Now she stayed here purely to see if she could get a few high reward tasks from here and there. Now it seems that she can almost give up this idea. 5,000 experience points was a lot for her before, but now it is not enough for her to upgrade half a level. I still have to do it myself. She must leave, but before leaving, Bai Fu plans to complete the Shadow of Truth task that is triggered by the True Society raising the bounty amount. The reward for that task is not only 30,000 experience points, but also an additional title. The mission goal is to kill the new killer, but now that she is under the strict protection of the Four Signs, those killers dare not show up for a while. We have to think of a way. Bai Fu set her sights on the players. People can use her as bait, and she can also use the players as bait. She didn't brush so much favorability from the players in vain. In this way, Bai Fu took Anya to find the hotel where Digger G lived. At this time, there were only a few players in the hotel, and the other players went out to find suitable targets for attack. Relying on the money borrowed from the local evil forces, Patrick and his team bought a lot of hot weapons. With the support of the powerful firepower of hot weapons, they defeated several small evil gangs in the past 2 days, and their experience increased rapidly. Among them, Patrick, who was originally the highest level, has now successfully unlocked the advanced professional martial artist, evolving from a rookie to the core combat force of the novice planet, which has aroused the envy of countless players. Hearing that Bai Fu had something to ask him, Digging G, the dragon of natural disaster, and Fu who converted to me quickly surrounded him. This is what happened. Surrounded by Digging G and others, Bai Fu told a half-true and half-false story. The general meaning is, I am investigating a group of very bad people. During the investigation, I was targeted by another group of very bad people. I am not sure if these two groups are related. In order to carry out the investigation smoothly, I need to find out who is targeting me. But I can't make too obvious a test, because it might alert the enemy and lead to failure. Bai Fu deliberately didn't say that the people who were targeting her were the True Society. She did this mainly because when she was fooling Digging G, she specifically emphasized that some things can't be told to the players now, not even the name, otherwise it will bring endless nightmares to the players. If she tells the players now that she is investigating the True Society, wouldn't that contradict what she said before? In addition, not saying what the object of her investigation is can also create a sense of mystery for the players, driving them to keep approaching her in order to explore the truth. Digging G said, Fu, tell me, how do you need us to help you? Bai Fu explained, before I came to you, I thought about it all night, trying to come up with a suitable solution, but no matter how I tossed and turned, I finally found that I could only rely on your strength to find out the identities of those who targeted me at the lowest cost. What? Can only rely on us? Digging G's chest was involuntarily raised. This is recognition. She can imagine how other players will react when they hear this. Fortunately, she turned on the video recording, and will send this clip to the community later. I need you to pretend to be me and be the bait. This mission is very dangerous, and you may die, but you are immortal, so? I'm sorry. Bai Fu lowered her head, looking a little guilty. Hearing this, Digging G was happy. Seeing Bai Fu so nervous, she thought it was a big deal. It turned out that she was just asked to be the bait. She is a player, why should she be afraid of death? Leave it to me, but... Digging G scratched his head, you and I are similar in height, but we are completely different in other aspects. It may not be easy to pretend to be you. The Dragon of Calamity nodded in agreement. You can dye your hair, and pad your breasts, but your face can never look the same no matter how much makeup you put on it. That's easy. Bai Fu took out 2 black masks. I wear this when we go, and you wear this too. Oh, and this outfit. She took out another bag, which contained the same outfit as hers. With these equipment, you can pretend to be more similar, but if you want to completely fool those hiding in the dark, you may have to do something else. At this moment, a light bulb suddenly appeared in Digging G's mind. Fu, can you say a few words? What? Just these few words. Bai Fu immediately understood what Digging G meant. Digging G wanted to record her words using the recording function of the game, and then play them again when pretending to be her. The clothes and voices were the same. Who could say that Digging G's pretending was not like her? Very good, I would like to crown you the king of ideas. Bai Fu happily did so. At this time, in the corner of the room, looking at Bai Fu and others chatting enthusiastically, Jian Chongqian's face turned a little green. At the age of 18, I was at a meeting in a hotel, standing like a lackey. It was a story that everyone was acting in, but in the end, only Digging Ji received the task, and he was even more miserable. He didn't even get a chance to talk to Bai Fu. Chun Chun was just an outsider. Jian Chongqian was stimulated. You know, he was always the brightest one standing in the center of the crowd. But this is only temporary. He secretly made up his mind that in the next action, if he found a chance, he must win everything. Bai Fu's favorability, Anya's favorability, and a stepping stone to the true society, he wants them all. That night, Bai Fu joined the action teams from all over. Looking at her new outfit, Xia Shi and the captain of the first action team, Su Hong, were stunned. Why are you wearing a mask? Bai Fu explained, this way, it will be difficult for people on the dark web to recognize me. My name has been put on the dark web bounty. Unless necessary, I don't want to have a direct conflict with the Makarov family. This explanation was reasonable, so Xia Shi and Su Hong didn't say anything more. Let's get started. Including Bai Fu, a group of 5 people rushed to the dark web's base in Lenin at a very fast speed. This base was very secretive, and ordinary people couldn't see anything unusual. Although CC had already discovered the location of the base, due to the fact that the dark web and the original Gene body had a lot of business dealings, they always treated this base as air. The operators of the dark web were usually very sensible, and would never take the initiative to cause any friction with CC. The situation tonight can be said to be quite special. When Su Hong led the charge into the stronghold, the people in the stronghold did not react at all. Put your hands up. What do you want to do? The people who were sitting around the table playing cards stood up, threw away the cards in their hands, and raised their hands consciously. When Su Hong approached, one of them suddenly changed his face. Aren't you from the 4 sides? What do you mean by this? Su Hong sneered and put the gun to the man's forehead. What do you think I mean? Tell me, did the person who hired the killer to kill Bai Fu contact the killer through your private network? Is he hiding in Lenin? The man pointed at the gun, frowned. The purpose of our dark web is to never reveal the information of customers. Don't say I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I will investigate it myself. Su Hong winked at his men, signaling them to tie up the people playing cards. The man pointed at the gun, shouted, You are destroying the relationship between the Makarov family and the Primarch by doing this. If the people above blame you, can you bear the responsibility? Su Hong acted as if he didn't hear the shout. After tying up the people, he led the search in the base. Just as he walked to a warehouse, Bai Fu's eyes suddenly fixed. Be careful, there's someone in the room. However, it seemed too late. As soon as Su Hong put his hand on the door handle, the door opened and a black muzzle appeared in his field of vision. Damn! Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, at such a close distance, the bulletproof vest could not stop a gun of this caliber. Bang! The muzzle of the gun spewed flames, and the bullet flew out. For a moment, Su Hong was desperate, but when the bullet hit him, he found that the pain was not as strong as he imagined. He lowered his head, and saw the bullet that penetrated the bulletproof vest first, and then saw the bullet mark that was red and swollen, but actually did not bleed much. A little psychic power can strengthen the skin's defense. Bai Fu calmly walked past Su Hong, grabbed the neck of the sneak attacker, and threw him to the ground. Su Hong and Xia Shi were both shocked. Why are you so calm? You are the assistant. Why are you still standing there? Check if the record is hidden in this room. Bai Fu urged. Su Hong hurried into the room, right away. While waiting for Su Hong's investigation results, Bai Fu remained alert. She didn't know when a killer who wanted to take her life would pop up here. In fact, in her opinion, the spy would never dare to act in this operation, because it would be too ostentatious and easily lead to his true identity being exposed. Bai Fu waited for more than 10 minutes, after which Su Hong came out of the house with several hard drives. Let the identification team take care of the rest. Take all the people in this base away and lock them up first. When they heard this, the people in the dark web panicked. What are you going to do? Even if the Primarch is not afraid of the Makarov family, aren't you afraid of them? Let me go, let me go! Fuck you, I was about to win that hand, but you messed it up, and now it's all over. No matter how the people on the dark web yelled and scolded, Su Hong remained calm as always, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Captain is like this. Xia Shi whispered to Bai Fu, thanks to you tonight, otherwise the captain would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Bai Fu nodded slightly. The mission was completed and she got 5,000 experience points. But now she didn't care about it at all. The next action was the real key tonight. In the hotel, Jianqi Chongtian was also full of expectations. He would let Bai Fu see his courage and wisdom later. After he beat up those who tried to murder Bai Fu, and then performed a show of blocking the gun with his flesh and blood in front of Bai Fu, he didn't believe that he couldn't raise Bai Fu's favorability. After raising Bai Fu's favorability, he could get information from Bai Fu. True society, see my value, I will help you turn the situation around. Jianqi Chongtian stared out the window. A few minutes later, he shouted in the team channel. Bai Fu is here. Chapter 49. While Sichu was urgently deciphering the data obtained from the dark web base, Bai Fu leisurely walked past the window of the hotel sponsored by Digging G and others. This was her signal to the players. She believed that the wave of noise just now must have attracted the attention of the assassins and spies hiding in the dark. If nothing unexpected happened, the new assassins were now watching her in the dark. As long as she showed a little flaw, those assassins would jump out and send her to death. Of course, all this was Bai Fu's guess. She couldn't determine whether those assassins really dared to take action when Sichu had already blocked Lin in. Not all assassins are like the Makarov family, who will find a way to complete a mission once they receive it, even if the cost of completing the mission is to sacrifice themselves. Most assassins' style of action is to run away when things go wrong. Being an assassin is to make money. If you lose your life, the money is useless. After confirming that the players in the hotel have noticed her, Bai Fu returned to Xiaoshi's residence under the cover of Xiaoshi and others. The next step is to wait. She chatted with Xiaoshi casually, mainly wanting to get to know Xiaoshi in depth. From the conversation, Bai Fu learned that Xiaoshi grew up in a single-parent family. Her father was an old leader of the Genetic Primitive Technology Bureau and a second-generation official. However, Xiaoshi and her father had a very unhappy choice of work after graduation. Her father wanted her to follow his footsteps and join the Technology Bureau, but she hated the true society and insisted on joining the Intelligence Bureau despite the dissuasion. In her own words, I haven't said a word to that old stubborn man for 2 months. Bai Fu nodded secretly. On the surface, Xiaoshi is the kind of winner in life who is talented and has an extraordinary family background, but considering that she is very likely to be an important plot character or even the protagonist in the main plot of Zuyuanxing, she is likely to have a big thing next. This type of game rarely sets up a protagonist who is long audience from beginning to end, because in this way, players will not have any sense of participation. Players come to the game to seek happiness, not to be a laborer. After being a laborer, they will be scolded by others. Why are you still here? After Xiaoshi fell asleep in a daze, Bai Fu officially took action. She secretly climbed out of the house, bypassed the guards, who had already determined the location, and went straight to the hotel. 20 minutes later, Patrick, Fu, Jianqi Chongtian and others left the hotel one after another. After they were in their positions, Digger G, who had already dressed up as Bai Fu, also walked out of the hotel. Digger G, I have left the hotel and feel good Patrick, digging treasure, this time it all depends on your performance. Calamity Dragon, Digger, don't worry, I've been watching upstairs, I will notify you as soon as someone comes Jianqi Chongtian. Remember to look around at every intersection and act as if you are observing whether someone is following you Digger G. Well, I've rehearsed in front of the mirror many times just now. She took a deep breath and moved forward slowly along the wall. The streets were deserted at night, and everywhere was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. However, Digger G was not afraid at all, because she was playing Good Days on repeat. When she was surfing the internet before, she heard people say that the horror effect would drop sharply if the shocking soundtrack of a horror movie was changed to a festive soundtrack. Now it seems to be true. With the background of hey, today is a good day, everything you want can come true, she felt that the ferocious wild dog that suddenly rushed by the roadside was handsome. If I play Good Days when I participate in battles in the future, I won't be so nervous, right? Digger G gave up the idea. She played Good Days while killing people, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. People who didn't know her would think she was playing some insult game. Maybe her live broadcast room was reported and closed. Just as Digger G was slowly rushing to the battlefield, Li Cheng was reading a book at home leisurely. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound came from the intercom on the round table next to her. Short, long, short. 3 knocks. The code is correct. Li Cheng put down the book in his hand and picked up the intercom. What's the matter? Long story short? The killer on the other end of the intercom said anxiously. Bai Fu slipped out of her residence alone. We followed her all the way. She stopped outside an abandoned hospital, and now seems to be talking to a communicator. Li Cheng sat up straight. He knew that Bai Fu was not simple. It was impossible for her to be a village girl who was lucky enough to suddenly awaken superpowers. Lean over quietly and try to understand what she is saying. What if we are discovered? Li Cheng tapped the table with his index finger and thought for a while with his eyes closed. If we can capture her alive, we will capture her alive. If not, we will kill her on the spot. According to his original plan, he wanted to play around with Bai Fu for a while before taking action, so as to better attract the attention of the Intelligence Bureau, but there was no need for that now. The fact that Bai Fu ran out in the middle of the night and was killed or caught was enough to make the Intelligence Bureau in chaos for a while. It would be best if we could catch him alive. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait to let Bai Fu see the way Zhili would torture people. As professionals, after receiving the order, several killers moved quickly. They acted very carefully and even used special abilities, but they never thought that there was a player on the top of a building not far from them who was using the game's built-in video recording function to monitor. Do you know what a telephoto lens that can even see pores clearly is? Here they come, 4 of us in total. The Dragon of Calamity shouted in the team channel. All the players tensed up, and the most excited ones were the 5 players from the Iron Rain Guild. Jianqi Chong Tian immediately switched to the guild channel. Old Dog, get ready. The nickname of the player called Old Dog is Doghead Man, and he is a veteran of the Iron Rain Guild. Don't worry, with our strength and cooperation, if we really take it seriously, it will be easy to get the favorability of a saintly character like Bai Fu. Jianqi Chong Tian put his hand on the gun at his waist. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. When he was crouching in the sewer just now, he had been feeling anxious, fearing that the person hiding in the dark and staring at Bai Fu would not come out, causing him to be in vain tonight. Although he usually appears very confident in front of others, he actually bears a lot of pressure. He is the guild leader, but the guild is not his one-man show. The reason why others unanimously support his decision to join the True Society is because they trust him, and he must live up to this trust. If his decision causes the guild to develop slower than expected, even if others don't blame him, the sponsor will have opinions. Fortunately, his expectations did not fall through, and the 4 bastards hiding in the dark were really seduced out. Now he is only 2 steps away from success. The first step is to take this opportunity to improve Bai Fu's favorability. The second step is to find the True Society. As for getting information from Bai Fu, Jianqi Chong Tian did not consider it a problem at all. Just as the dog-headed man said, Bai Fu can sacrifice herself for the safety of the abandoned cooling plant regardless of the heavy past she has carried. She is undoubtedly a saint, in a positive sense, character. After gaining the trust of the saint character, if it is still difficult to get information from the saint character, it will be a disgrace to Bai Fu's saint character. Jianqi Chong Tian stared at the game screen and investigation results shared by the Dragon of Natural Disaster. Now he just had to wait for the 4 killers to make the first move, which would be when they showed up. Digger G asked in the team channel, Hey, if they attack me later, should I just run or stand there and let them attack me? Patrick, if I run, the other side might notice something unusual. Try to delay the time as much as possible. When Fu gets the message and rushes over, everything will be fine. Digger G was about to say hello when an unusual coldness suddenly attached to the back of her neck like an ice cube. She felt a chill in her heart. In the blink of an eye, not only her back, but also her vision was engulfed by darkness, and all the lights around her disappeared. You are eroded by darkness. Judging failed, your vision is reduced by 100%. You are entangled by shadows. 2 prompts sounded in succession. Digging G realized the problem, but it was too late. The sharp object pressed against her lower back, and a soft female voice came from her ear. Little sister, you'd better not move, otherwise my dagger may pierce your kidney. Digger G had to work hard to stop herself from shaking. She quickly asked in the team channel, What's going on? I didn't see it clearly. The Dragon of Calamity frowned. I saw that woman melted and turned into a shadow. When she came out again, she was behind you. What a powerful skill. The opponent has superpowers. This is not easy to deal with. But this did not make the players present back down. Just kidding, she has exposed her health bar. Notify Fu, try to trick her first, we are coming. Okay, everyone took action. Bai Fu, who had been hiding in the hotel, also received a reminder from the player, who was a messenger beside her. Does the killer have superpowers this time? No wonder the mission reward is so high. Bai Fu felt her blood boiling. It's good to be strong. The stronger you are, the higher the reward you get for killing them. She opened the door. The hotel and the abandoned hospital where Digger G was located were separated by several streets, but this distance was nothing to her now. After unlocking the gunner profession and upgrading it to level 5, her attributes became attributes: Strength 11, Agility 12, Constitution 47, Intelligence 5, Spirit 19, Inspiration 23. She also unlocked 2 new skills. Low-level shooting expertise, shooting accuracy correction plus 10% accurate shooting LD3, shooting accuracy correction plus 6%, long-range attack critical hit rate plus 3%. Although 12 points of agility is not as good as ordinary elite agents and elite killers, it is more than enough to travel in the city. Although the shooting accuracy correction brought by the 2 new skills is only 16%, it is enough for her to evolve from a master of human outline to a high probability of hitting the target at a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Let's go! Bai Fu rushed into the darkness. On the other side, Digger G, who was held at knife point, tried to ask the killer behind her about her background, but the killer ignored her and took out handcuffs to handcuff her. There was nothing she could do. Digger G suddenly raised her right foot and stepped heavily on the killer's foot. The killer seemed to have expected this to happen. She moved her foot 10 centimeters to the right, just avoiding Digger G's stepping. Little sister is a little dishonest. In that case, I can only teach you a lesson. She stabbed the digger in the back with a knife, and the knife was placed very carefully, which could cause severe pain, but not cause death from excessive blood loss. But what the female killer didn't expect was that the digger, who was stabbed by her, actually broke free from her restraints as if nothing had happened. Turned around, drew the gun, and shot, all in one go. You didn't expect it. I didn't turn on the pain. The female killer's neck tilted, and she dodged quickly, but the sudden burning pain in her neck still kept stimulating her nerves. You're looking for death. She was about to stab Digger G to death. The other 3 assassins hiding in the dark quickly stood up. Calm down. The employer wants to catch you alive. How can you let me be cold? The female assassin had only said half of her words when several gunshots rang out in the dark, which calmed her down. There's an ambush. The 4 assassins' faces changed drastically. They quickly dispersed and confirmed that the person who attacked secretly was not very good at shooting. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But this time, they still underestimated their opponent. Although the individual strength of the players was crushed by them, the players not only had the advantage of numbers, but also had the disaster dragon hiding in the high place to report the location. What would be the result of 4 masters fighting against a dozen rookies, who had full map vision, and were not afraid of death? Why did the bullet come out from such a place? How did they find me? How many of them are there? Fuck, I got shot in the ass. The 4 killers, who had no vision in the dark night, became more and more frightened. The opponents did not say a word, but just shot coldly. For a moment, they had the illusion that they were good citizens, and the opponents were the real killers. The female killer gritted her teeth and stared at the fallen Digger G. Perhaps only by controlling the bait Bai Fu could they escape successfully. I will suppress their firepower, and you are responsible for kidnapping that woman. Her body turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The remaining 3 killers could not care about anything else. They began to move around to avoid bullets and gradually approach Digger G. After a chaos, one of the killers rolled in front of Digger G. He drew his gun and pointed it at Digger G's forehead, shouting, "Stop it, or I will kill her now." In response, there was more intense gunfire. Bang, 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 bullets rained down like raindrops, hitting Digger G and the killer. The killer's eyes were wide open until he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand why these people hiding in the dark killed Bai Fu as well. Could it be that they were not in the same group? The female killer, who had just used her superpowers to kill a player, was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What's the point of fighting against such a group of lunatics? She just wanted to run away now. But just as she was about to take action, a sword with sword energy rushed out from the side. The Iron Rain Guild used this as a stage to perform, and they were now completely desperate. So what if the opponent was strong? Even if they could only delay for a few seconds before being killed, as long as they could delay until Bai Fu arrived, all their sacrifices would be worth it. For Bai Fu's favorability, charge. A player from the Iron Rain Guild rushed out. 2 players from the Iron Rain Guild rushed out. 3. They rushed and shouted, "If you dare to assassinate Fu Fu, I will send you to hell now. Die, die, die. All those who dare to oppose Fu Fu, die. Fuck you. How dare you target Fu Fu?" The female killer was numb. Seeing this scene, she thought she had accidentally entered a fanatic fan meeting of an idol. No, if you respect Bai Fu so much, why did you just shoot her to death? Patrick and others were also stunned. Damn, It turns out that the Iron Rain Guild is also a fanatical supporter of Fu Fu. This is really unexpected. Fu Fu couldn't help but think whether his support for Bai Fu was a little insufficient. After all, he didn't rush out to stop the 3 assassins like the people from the Iron Rain Guild. The female killer stabbed the nearest player in the heart. She was about to deal with the next player, but was surprised to find that the player whose heart was stabbed actually hugged her feet tightly. He didn't die? Get out of here! She kicked the player on the ground away, then turned into a shadow and appeared behind Jian Chi Chong Tian. Sensing the danger, Jian Chi Chong Tian raised his energy and slammed his elbow into the female killer's lower abdomen. This move came so fast that the female killer had to block it with her right hand. Hit! No! Jian Chi Chong Tian had no time to be happy. He saw the female killer transformed into multiple phantoms. The phantoms moved. A knife swept across his chest firmly, bringing a large amount of blood. Damn! So strong? There is no way I can beat him. Jian Chi Chong Tian was not discouraged. His voice became louder. Since you are here today, as long as I am still alive, you will never think of escaping. I will not give you the opportunity to continue to harm Bai Fu. Just you? The female killer sneered. The next second, a bullet suddenly shot out from the darkness and hit her left arm accurately. The female killer groaned, trying to see who was plotting against her. When she finally saw the appearance of the person who walked out of the darkness, her heart sank suddenly. It was Bai Fu. This meant that they really fell into a trap tonight. Without saying a word, Bai Fu shot at the female killer, and the female killer spat. She couldn't kill anyone tonight, but if she wanted to escape, no one here could stop her. She turned into a shadow again, but unlike before, she went straight to the top of the building this time. Huh, you want to escape? Bai Fu didn't care. The superpowers of this female killer were indeed very powerful, but she made a mistake, which was that she should never go to the sky. At the moment, when the female killer reached the top of the building, Bai Fu used combat etiquette on her. This time Bai Fu didn't make any extra movements, just stood there quietly. She stood very steadily, but the female killer's feet were empty. The female killer fell straight down from the roof of a building more than 30 meters high. The moment she landed, Bai Fu fired 6 shots at her head, beating her face into a bloody mess. She was deader than dead. You killed the Shadow Snake, contribution 94.2%, and gained 6,594 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu looked at Patrick, Jian Chi Chong Tian and others. To be honest, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the president of a big guild was her fanboy, and he was so hard-working in the battle. It seems that her charm is extraordinary. She nodded, and then quickly rushed towards the other killers. Patrick, Jian Chi Chong Tian and others, who were watching this scene, opened their mouths involuntarily. When did Bai Fu become so powerful? That's right, it was the injury. It must have improved a little, so her strength has also recovered a little. Jian Chi Chong Tian was in a good mood at this time. Tonight's performance can be regarded as raising Bai Fu's favorability to the maximum, and his plan has been completed for the most part. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jian Chi Chong Tian's mind emerged that he relied on tonight's actions to gain a lot of Bai Fu's favorability, and then he used indirect methods to get a lot of information about Bai Fu from Anya, and then he took this information to join the True Society, and was valued by the True Society. With this magical operation, the Iron Rain Guild came from behind and became the first guild above the stars, and also made himself a perfect journey in the history of online games. In the following time, Bai Fu cooperated with several surviving players to kill another killer. She deliberately chased the remaining killer, but let him escape. Of course, she didn't chase him, but it didn't mean that she didn't let the player secretly follow him. Fuck, where did this pervert Bai Fu come from? The surviving killer's forehead was sweating. He was shot in the buttocks. Fortunately, he was shot and kept hiding. He was lucky to rush out of the encirclement. Now he didn't want to continue the mission at all. I have important information, and must tell you in person. After contacting Li Chung on the intercom, the surviving killer jumped all the way forward. After more than 20 minutes, he finally saw Li Chung. What's the matter? Don't you know that this is a special period? Look for yourself. The surviving killer transferred the picture taken by the terminal to Li Chung. The more Li Chung looked, the uglier his face became, especially after seeing the speech of the dog-headed man of the Iron Rain Guild. At that time, another killer shouted at the dog-headed man, "You are protecting Bai Fu so much, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" The dog-headed man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, holding his belly and laughing. "Revenge? Just you, or the rubbish behind you? You have provoked Fu Fu. You should know what's good for you and surrender now. Otherwise no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Crazy. It was the first time that Li Cheng had seen such a crazy person. Okay, I will remember your face. If I catch you in the future, I will make you wish you were dead or alive. Li Cheng turned off the terminal and suddenly said to the killer in front of him, "Go and kill the man outside." Outside? The killer was stunned. Li Cheng cursed. "Idiot, he has been following you for a long time. Haven't you noticed it yet?" The killer's eyes twitched. So he was being followed? I go right away. Chapter 50. Brother Jian, I have found the location where the killer is hiding. A player from the Tiayu Guild huddled in a corner and shared his location with Jianqi Chongtian. Good job. Jianqi Chongtian was overjoyed. Just now, he was a little worried that the people in the guild would not be able to catch up with the killer. Although even if they really lost him halfway, their performance tonight was enough to greatly improve Bai Fu's favorability. But who doesn't like to do things perfectly? After successfully finding the killer's hiding place, they may not only be trusted followers in Bai Fu's eyes, but also young and promising heroes. Find a way to go in and take some photos. Jianqi Chongtian immediately gave the final instructions. When he said this, the player who was hiding in the corner suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Wait, why did the light suddenly dim? The player raised his head suddenly, only to find that the killer he was following had appeared in front of him without knowing when. Fuck. Just as he was about to dodge, the killer punched him in the face. The violent impact knocked him directly against the wall. Before he could come to his senses, his neck was locked. You dare to follow me? Are you very brave? But unfortunately, you have no chance to leave with the information you just found out. The killer actually observed in the dark for a while. He confirmed that the stalker did not have any communication equipment. In this way, as long as he killed the stalker, the flaw that was accidentally exposed just now would be made up. Tell me what your relationship with Bai Fu is, and who Bai Fu is, so I can let you die quickly, otherwise. Do you want to experience the feeling of having your nose twisted like a washing machine knob? The killer laughed cruelly. But what he did was an ineffective performance for the players. Stupid, you think I was scared when you were your father? I will never change my name. I am the Dragon and Phoenix of the Iron Rain Guild. Don't worry, the Iron Rain Guild will send you off in 2 days. The killer was so angry that veins popped up on his forehead. He broke the player's neck in a rage. Damn it, why are young people so angry nowadays? They don't even care about their lives just to have a good time. He dragged the player's body back into the house. I asked him, but he refused to say anything. He only said that he was from the Iron Rain Guild and his nickname was Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child. Iron Rain Guild? Why does this name sound so much like the Railway Guild? Could Bai Fu be an agent of the Railway Guild? Li Cheng's face darkened. Anyway, he remembered the name and the face from before. If it weren't for this group of people, Bai Fu would definitely not be able to escape tonight. He must find a way to pass this information back to the true society as soon as possible. But before that, he still has something to do. You go and treat your wounds first. Although your mission failed, I will still pay you a part of the reward. Is this really a good thing? The killer smiled and thanked him repeatedly. He put down his guard and went to the house to get the medical kit, but just after walking a few meters, Li Cheng suddenly appeared behind him and hit him hard on the back of the head with a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 hammer strikes, the killer was completely silent. Li Cheng dragged the bodies of the killer and the player away and buried them, then returned to the house to clean the bloodstains. His expression did not change at all during the whole process. He was not sure whether the killer would reveal his existence. He only knew that the dead could keep secrets best. In this way, no one would know that he had ordered this assassination tonight. We can't let Bai Fu continue to contact CC. We must capture her alive as soon as possible and find out her true identity. Thinking of what happened tonight, Li Cheng's blood boiled again. He decided to take a risk and personally give Bai Fu a surprise in the next operation. You completed the special mission Shadow of Truth and received a reward of 30,000 experience points, 15 Zuyuan star reputation, and the title Shadow of Truth. While waiting for the results of the track players, Bai Fu received a game prompt. Including the 2 killers she just killed, she gained a total of 40,885 experience points tonight. Compared with experience, she was more concerned about the newly obtained title. Shadow of Truth, all attributes +2, psychic value +30, attack damage to members of the True Society camp +10%, opponent's favorability when negotiating with the enemy camp of the True Society +20 remarks. You have become a shadow over the truth. Once the opportunity is found, the True Society will do its best to kill you. Although the number of bonus items of Shadow of Truth is less than half of the Poisonous Milk Powder title, it is enough to beat the wildfire title she obtained before. The 12 attribute bonuses alone are equivalent to her leveling up by more than 2 levels in one go. This is the bonus that a normal title should have. After successfully wearing the Shadow of Truth and upgrading herself to a higher level, her personal panel has undergone a major change. Main occupation: Psychic Prayer LV3, plus 10, Vagrant LV5, max level, Gunner LV5. Secondary occupation: None, Health, 1050/1050, Psychic, 165/165, Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 51, Intelligence 8, Spirit 21, Inspiration 27. Skills: Slightly Talent, Lucky Title, Wildfire. Shadow of Truth Reputation: 18, Zuyuan Star. Seeing that the lowest intelligence is about to break through 10 points, Bai Fu's mood is the same as drinking a bottle of ice Sprite in the hot summer. Cool. Although the price of becoming stronger is that she has become a thorn in the side of the True Society, the two sides have already made a grudge, so what else does she have to worry about? Trying every possible way to become stronger is a powerful response to the True Society. Bai Fu felt that even if she stood still and let the female killer with superpowers stab her with a knife, it would be difficult for her to get hurt. As for ordinary guns wanting to hurt her, it would be a daydream. Although the super high tankiness is exchanged for output, it is not a big problem. Her strength cannot be measured by herself alone. She has a group of players to command. The strength of these players is not strong now, but dozens or hundreds of players shooting at a target at the same time is not something that ordinary people can withstand. At this time, Bai Fu received a game prompt again. Based on your performance in the Shadow of Truth mission, you unlock the plot mission The Truth is Unknown. Mission Introduction. For hundreds of years, the Truth Society has always been a ghost floating over Zuyuan Star. No one knows what the truth they are seeking is. The terror they bring to the world is engraved in the blood of every Zuyuan Star person. But even such an elusive ghost will be troubled by the shadow. Now, you have become one of the shadows. It is up to you to flee in panic or fight back. Mission Goal: Destroy the True Society. Current contribution 0%. Reward: The reward depends on your contribution to the destruction of the True Society. Accept or reject. Is this the follow-up task mentioned in the notes of the Shadow of Truth mission? The mission goal is to destroy the True Society. There is no need to hesitate. Accept it. What was beyond Bai Fu's expectation was that destroying the True Society was not the main mission. It seemed that the main mission of Zuyuanxing was buried deeper than she thought. Just as Bai Fu was thinking, Jianqi Chongtian rushed over. Sister Bai, my people have found the place where the killer is hiding. It's a pity that he didn't take a picture of who the person who contacted the killer is, but don't worry, I will find out soon. He told Bai Fu the address. Bai Fu looked relieved and began to praise. You have done a good job. To be precise, you gave me a big surprise tonight. I didn't expect you to be able to drive away those killers without my help. With the growth rate you have shown, you may really make the holy word come true. Jianqi Chongtian smiled very reservedly and calmly. His goal was not to be a hero. Duwaji and others laughed out loud, and were praised by Fufu again. Gaiawofu secretly glanced at Jianqi Chongtian. When Bai Fu praised him just now, her eyes were always fixed on Jianqi Chongtian, which made him secretly determined to do better than Jianqi Chongtian next time. Duwaji is the head of the publicity department of Fumin. He Gaiawofu must be a Chongtian general to live up to his name. Roll it up. Bai Fu paused, then deliberately said something ambiguous. Anyway, with your help, I am more confident that I can find a way to leave here. She didn't say where this place was, but the players, who had already imagined that she was an alien, naturally thought that she was referring to Zuyuan Star. I understand. Digging G shouted excitedly in the team channel. I said that Fufu is obviously an alien, and logically should have no entanglement with the natives of Zuyuan Star. Why did she inexplicably go to the abandoned cooling plant to investigate the True Society? It turns out that she was looking for a way to leave Zuyuan Star. Now it seems that the method is in the hands of the True Society. Jianqi Chongtian's breathing became rapid. At this time, he agreed with what Digging G said. First, this explanation made sense. Second, Digging G had never made a mistake in his guess about Bai Fu since the game was released. Thinking of this, he could hardly suppress his excitement. His decision to join the True Society was absolutely right. Not only could he lead the guild to monopolize a large number of tasks, but if he was lucky, he might be able to find a way to go to space before all the players. One step faster, every step faster. Damn it, Digging G and Bai Fu were simply his lucky stars. For a moment, Jianqi Chongtian felt that using Bai Fu's information as a stepping stone to join the True Society was a bit too despicable. It's just a game. Don't think too much. The important thing is to make the Iron Rain Guild famous. People from all over should be here soon. To avoid trouble, you should hide first. I will come to you when I have time. At Baifu's urging, all the players present left happily. Tonight, they not only gained Baifu's trust, but also gained a lot of experience. Even the lowest level one can unlock an advanced profession. Unlocking advanced professions can unlock new tasks. Now they are looking forward to what Baifu will ask them to do next. Baifu stood there for more than 10 minutes. As she expected, people from all directions quickly rushed over, led by Su Hong, and Xiaoshi was also in the team. Why did you come here alone? Su Hong asked bluntly. Baifu didn't say anything, but just pointed at the 3 bodies lying on the ground. Su Hong turned his head, and when he saw the female killer with half of her face smashed, he lost his voice for a moment. You? Damn, isn't this the shadow girl? The captain almost died at her hands last time, but now. It was Baifu who did it. A dozen agents faced Baifu. If they were just surprised and amazed when they saw Baifu kill 3 assassins last time, now they looked at Baifu as if she were a monster. This is a superpower. Even Su Hong finds her difficult to deal with. But now she died, like a rag thrown on the side of the road. Miserable. Too miserable. Who are you? Su Hong's voice trembled when he spoke again. Just a passing Kamen Rider. Baifu certainly couldn't answer like that. She said, I felt their presence when I went to search the dark web base. I don't like being watched all the time, so I deliberately exposed a flaw to attract them out. I'm sorry for making you worry. No, what are you apologizing for? I just want to know who you are, Su Hong roared in his heart. Baifu smiled and said, As for my true identity, I am Baifu. Baifu is me, you don't have to doubt it. The True Society wants to kill me, so my goal is to send the True Society to its grave. I think we should be able to cooperate well on this point. Su Hong slowly calmed down. What happened here is a bit beyond my imagination. The director may have some questions to ask. I hope you can cooperate. Baifu nodded. She also had something to ask. On the way to the Four Corners, she chatted with Xiaoshi, mainly asking about Xiaoshi's mechanical manufacturing technology and wanting to order some equipment from Xiaoshi. If possible, Baifu wanted to prize Xiaoshi over directly and let Xiaoshi be a merchant and mechanic professional instructor in the Silent Garden, but the possibility of success is estimated to be less than 1% under the current situation. Unfortunately, her charm is very high, but this charm mostly only works on players, and it is completely impossible to make NPCs bow down to her. Soon, Baifu arrived at Sifong. That night, Sifong was sleepless, and everyone was discussing the information found in the dark web base and the name Baifu. Baifu sat on the chair very calmly. She couldn't tell who ordered the assassin to assassinate her, but it didn't matter, the player would tell her the answer soon. The next morning, Digging G brought her information. Li Chung. It turned out to be you. The situation between light and dark has completely reversed. Killing him should activate a hidden mission reward and gain a lot of favorability from the original gene. Baifu was full of expectations. She didn't have clear evidence, so she didn't rush to act, but prepared to let Li Chung make the first move, so as not to be bitten back by Li Chung. In the current situation, Li Chung would definitely not be able to sit still, because if he delayed any longer, Sichu would plan to send her to Haidu, the capital of the Premarch, and by then Li Chung would not be able to act. Sichu investigated all night, but because nothing was found in the dark web database, they had to temporarily release the dark web people due to the pressure from the Makarov family on the Intelligence Bureau. As these people were released and Lenin's dark web was back online, Baifu once again killed the assassins hired by the True Society, and the news that the assassins also included the famous Shadow Woman also spread. At this moment, the dark web world focused on Baifu. It has been a while since the True Society suffered such a big loss. Interesting. Who is this Baifu's general? The agents of the Premarch are embarrassed, and these assassins actually need Baifu to come out and deal with them personally. I guess the president of the True Society must be furious now. The busybodies gave Baifu a nickname, the White Death. A white shadow slapped the confident True Society twice in a row. If the True Society doesn't do something, everyone will look down on the True Society. Will the White Death become the nightmare of the True Society, or will the True Society kill the White Death? The market is open. The market is open. Can the winning money really be credited to your account? Baifu, lying on the sofa, asked Xiaoshi, who was sweeping the floor. Yes, of course. Buy some for me. I can teach the True Society a lesson soon. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. Baifu opened her wallet and asked Xiaoshi, who had an account on the dark web, to buy 50,000 credits for her to test the waters. She wanted to buy a customized bulletproof car and a power armor for Anya. The 200,000 credits she had saved were not enough to fill the hole. Fortunately, the True Society was a charity organization that not only gave her experience, but also brought her the opportunity to make a fortune. Amoeba Junman. By Fu thanked from the bottom of her heart. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At the same time, Jianqi Chong Tian called all members of the Tieyu Guild to hold a new meeting. Now that he has gained Bai Fu's trust and learned Bai Fu's purpose, it is time to use the harvest from last night to completely dispel the doubts of everyone in the guild and move the work to the next step. The next thing we have to do is to find the Jinli Society and let them see our sincerity. This requires the efforts of all of you. Jianqi Chong Tian tapped the table of the virtual conference room, full of vigor and vitality.